That's weird. So, Brett, you've turned your mic on. You've turned it on and you're talking, and nothing's happening. That's weird. The gremlins are alive and well. Let's see. Try a different mic. Nothing from that studio appears to be coming through. That is strange. I've never actually seen this problem before. So it just appears to be nothing from that studio at all. I guess this is a new one. You know, I'm glad we can get all these technical gremlins out of the way before training camp starts, because nothing's coming through. For those of you who can't see what's going on, Brett is running around the studio trying every mic on his side to get something to come through the board, and nothing's coming through the board. This is good though. I'm like Moser. I can practice my play-by-play. And Kane is coming through the door. He's coming through the hallway. He's going to come into the studio where I am. And are you going to try and use that mic there?
I can.
Yeah, see if you can use that mic at the back of the studio. There's a place for you to plug in your headphones. And then you can just whip that one around. I know this is riveting radio. Hi, everyone.
Hey. So we're doing all of this on the fly. I love it.
Hey, there he is. What's up, Brett?
Hey, it's just, sometimes I like to get a view from this side. So, all right. Now that we're here, I'll figure all the rest of the stuff out later. We'll figure it out later. You can see me right behind Nelly in that camera over there. Here's where I wanted to start. It's funny you mentioned training camp, because that's kind of where I wanted to go. I mean, it's right around the corner, and the Broncos have something right now that they haven't had since 2014. And I'll tell you exactly what that is. It's the same coach and quarterback combo for a second year. Not once have they returned the same coach and quarterback year over year since 2014. And with that information, you think, well, let's be honest here. How much of that really matters? Well, the answer is a ton. You know, keeping roster turnover, keeping coordinator turnover, keeping coach, quarterback, all of that stuff, it's massive. You can't really put a number on the idea of consistency and building things over years. Think about this like dating. You know how difficult it would be to try and build some long-lasting, big relationship if you're just bouncing around on Tinder every 2 weeks? You have to have the time to build the relationship, to understand the people that you're with. And I've seen a lot of stuff regarding Bo Nix and Sean Payton in general. So we got some audio we'll get to later today. One is Sean Payton and a very complimentary Colin Cowherd. Again, most of the time when Cowherd is talking about Sean Payton, it's going to be good things. They're boys. They became boys the second that Sean Payton started working for Fox Sports. The Bo Nix stuff, there is a conversation surrounding him in particular that is, there's not really an in-between with Bo Nix. You either like him and you think he's going to be good, or you think he's a complete sort of scheme merchant that Sean Payton has built into a viable quarterback in the league. So like I said, we'll get to some audio on this later, but Bomani Jones was talking about this. Even if you believe that Bo Nix is someone that gets to take advantage of a Sean Payton system, and the stuff that is, I guess, most levied criticism-wise at Bo Nix and his ability is this. When you look at numbers, and a lot of these came early in last season, but people will tell you that he throws the ball behind the line of scrimmage a lot. And he certainly did early in the year. I think that was a way of that was like easing the rookie quarterback's sort of career when he's starting week one. How do we make it easiest as possible for this guy to build confidence and just get positive yardage? If that's what you want to throw at him, then fine. Fine. It's not as if it wasn't a thing last year, because it was. The difference is this. Later in the year that started to change a bit, he took more shots downfield. But more than anything else, what happens surrounding Bo Nix and throwing the football for the Broncos, to me, is very simple. If you felt that way last year, that it was sort of a dink and dunk, guy's going to pitter-patter his way down the field with 2-yard throws, or throws behind the line of scrimmage and let his quote, playmakers make something happen. If that's how you felt, well, guess what? Everything is coming back this year, but there have been improvements at virtually every position. Every position has gotten to the point to where tight end improved. The only one you could say is maybe wide receiver that hasn't. I know they added Pat Bryant. I don't know how big of a fixture he's going to be in the offense this year, but certainly got better at running back. When you have those kind of things that are helping more, then you're going to find yourself, even if you thought the offense was a little too vanilla last year, just by having more playmakers on the field, it's going to make a difference. Look, I don't know what Bo Nix's ceiling is. And when you don't have somebody that is generational, and I don't believe he's that, but I think he's good enough. When you don't have somebody generational, you need to do some things to help. That means surrounding him with the proper personnel. That means giving him a good offensive line. And that means giving him a scheme that works for him. You know, there's a big conversation surrounding Jalen Hurts. And I think I'm more in the camp, and I don't even mean this disrespectfully, but I think Jalen Hurts is way more of a Bo Nix type than he is a Mahomes type. Jalen Hurts is way more of a Joe Flacco type than a Tom Brady type. But Jalen Hurts, with the right and proper pieces surrounding him, makes the Eagles a Super Bowl contender and a Super Bowl champion. And he probably will for a while. Like, I don't think that Jalen Hurts is the kind of guy that you say, you got to go win us a football game and he can do it. I don't think so. The amount of times last year that it was Saquon Barkley with an 85-yard run to ice a game, I mean, it's huge. Everybody's showing the highlights. Oh, yeah, he can't throw. How about this throw from the Super Bowl? I'm like, oh, the bomb when they were up 30 points and it didn't matter anymore? Not impressed. But the point is, if you're an Eagles fan, it shouldn't even bother you. Because he's the right guy for your team right now. Now, if they got to the point where they lose this offensive line, that they don't have Saquon going for 2,000 yards, that they don't have a defense that's able to hold like everybody to 16 points, then maybe the perception surrounding him changes. But at this point, who cares? At this point, you're a Super Bowl champ, and you have a very good chance to defend that next year with the roster that you've built. And I pray the Broncos get to that place. Like, I want so badly for the Broncos to be, I would love to have the conversation after the Broncos win a couple of playoff games. Yeah, but Bo Nix, is he really the reason for it? Because my answer is going to be the same. Who gives a damn? Like, what does it matter? But all of this, if you're talking about scheme, and scheme is the reason why Bo Nix looked good last year, and scheme is the reason why his numbers looked the way that they did. Well, the scheme is staying the same. and the personnel just got better. No, it's going to be, at least for me, a sort of theme of the day. Because, again, when it comes down to Sean Payton, when it comes down to Bo Nix, and everybody seems to have a different sort of thought on this stuff, the general consensus of what I've seen from talking heads and air quote ball knowers around football is that Sean Payton is really smart, and he's so smart that he makes Bo Nix look good. But I see Bo Nix as somebody that, I mean, you can't say that Bo Nix doesn't have ability because he's got some of the intangible stuff, or maybe not intangible, but the gifted from God stuff that others just don't. His athletic ability is as good as almost anybody in the league. I mean, save for Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, he can take off with his legs and make something happen like most quarterbacks can't. And your ability to buy more time and extend plays is incredibly important now in the league. But you combine all of that with a wealth of experience that he got from college. And I'll be the first one to tell you, when I watched him in college, I wasn't overly impressed. The numbers were insane at Oregon, and I'll be the first one to tell you that whenever an Oregon quarterback kind of goes through the system, I get very hesitant about what to do with that. I did the same thing with Marcus Mariota. I'm like, it's the same thing we're talking about now. It's such a system-built product that I think no matter who's under center can't help but rack up some insane stats. You know, I go back to sort of Bo Nix's time at Auburn when it was like, it was fine. But I was skeptical. But I'm not going to argue with results. Like, who gets the credit for it? You get credit for things when they go well. And I don't really care if it's Sean Payton or it's Bo Nix. I just want it to continue. You know, if you get a really good meal at a restaurant and it wasn't made by the head chef, it was made by the sous chef because the head chef was on break or whatever, who cares? Whatever system you guys got going back there in the kitchen is working. That's all I'm concerned with. So we can get back to this with some audio a little bit later. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. There's a story that's going around in the NBA and one in college football that I'm going to tie together. And both of them are just like, it's almost the worst possible position you can be when you really put yourself out there and get denied. And I want to get to that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Turn me on. Turn me on. I can't control my own. See, Nelly, I don't know how many of these I don't know how many of these you've had before where it's an odd thing being the first one to hit the on button every morning because any issues that you have in that studio, hey, you're responsible for now getting fixed.
Well, I remember when we first moved into this new building.
Oh, that's right. We had a ton.
Well, and I was still doing Dempsey and Company, so I didn't come on till 10 a.m.
That's right.
So I would come in here, and Marty would just look like he'd run one of his 100-mile super marathons, and he'd go, Brett's mic wasn't working, and we couldn't get the lights to turn on, and our commercial breaks didn't play. And, like, you guys would just pull the short straw every single morning for about a month.
Yep. You know, there was actually I've had like 2 different instances where I've done a full show in the same studio, not with you yet, but I've done like 2 when Marty was here. And I think at that time that was still like maybe early 2021. So Vic and Moser were doing the show from home still. But yeah, we're the guinea pigs. I appreciate all of my people that listen at 6 o'clock in the morning because you guys get to suffer through the same problems we do. I'm sure the same thing happens when you guys get to work. Your computer doesn't turn on, something like that. You get to the cubicle. Maybe you get to the construction site. The jackhammer was left unplugged the night before. I don't know how this works.
Oh, yeah, those Bluetooth-powered jackhammers.
You know what I mean? Okay, so I'll give you an example. Guys, I know they have a forklift, and they have to use the forklift like every day, but somebody left the forklift unplugged the night before, and so no forklifting was done. Anywho.
This is very weird, by the way, because you're directly behind me in the same room as me on that mic. And so unless I turn around, I can't see you. So it's just
I like talking to the back of somebody said. It's like I'm yelling at somebody on an airline that's like in front of me, the seat in front. It's like, why are you reclining your seat, pal?
It just feels like the voice of God is telling me about Bo Nick's year 2 just from somewhere in the distance.
I know that everybody gets riled up about this. This is one of those things that I have that I don't know how many people are 6'3" and 200 pounds. When somebody reclines their seat into me and you drop the I'm allowed to do it, it says it on the ticket. Yeah, but it's rude. If it's a child behind you, then have at it. Take your space. I'm tall and I have long legs and I'm already mushed in. And if your response to me is, we'll pay more money for the... No. How about no? How about we just be kind to each other?
I think there's definitely a middle ground. Speaking as a short man who fits perfectly into every plane seat, there was one time I reclined my seat. You know, I'm a plane sleeper. I like my nappy time.
Yeah.
And I reclined my seat, and then I just felt stuff in my lower back. I felt lumps in my lumbar. Like it was one of those
couple knees?
Like it was one of those massage chairs, and it felt like the guy behind me was just having a hell of a time. So I turned around and I said, "Hey man, you okay?" And he goes, "No, I'm sorry. I'm 6'5" and there's just no room, dude. Could you please unrecline your chair?" I said, "Not a problem. Just be a decent human. Check in on each other."
I would have punched you. You would have gotten the idea real quick. Okay, so here's the deal. Yeah, I'm going to say it. So when Malik Beasley got hit with the gambling stuff, and I like Malik. Malik seems to have some trouble in his personal life. I think that he was a good kid. He's one of those guys, like, he always got wrapped up in something. There was another guy being investigated, by the way, at the same time. It was Malik Beasley and Terry Rozier. And let me ask you, like, if you get hit with the gambling stuff in that sport, that's brutal. It's a lifetime ban, and it should be. Terry Rozier was investigated, and the conclusion they came to was that he didn't. Now, I'm going to tell you why I think that's worse. Nelly, hear me out on this. Lifetime ban from the sport, pretty bad. But if you're being investigated, that means you're playing so badly that somebody said to themselves, he's got to have money against this team. And the conclusion they came to was that he didn't. He's just bad.
Well, do you remember?
That's brutal.
Do you remember the name of a pitcher? There was some baseball pitcher that just got investigated like a month ago, and there were two particular pitches that some betting integrity group were investigating, and the internet was like, if this goes belly up, if this investigation proves nothing, that means this dude threw two pitches that were so bad that an independent third-party organization thought, oh, he had to intentionally do those to tip off everybody that the bet is on. And that's crazy.
So because of that, I have another question for you.
What's the question?
Is it better to be rejected or never asked at all? Now, I'm not talking about your Sadie Hawkins sophomore dance, okay? The University of Memphis went to the Big 12, hat in hand and on their knees. And they said, please, I will give you $250 million if you let me join this conference. And the Big 12 said,
take that L on the way out.
Nah, we're good. Don't need that. I want you to think about that for a second. Offered them $250 million to join a conference that is uninterested in you. Buy their way into a conference. That's worse, because where do you go from there? Like Memphis and a whole bunch of other schools, they see the writing on the wall. That if you aren't part of, at a minimum, the Big Ten, the SEC, the Big 12, or the ACC, for now, then you're in trouble. Your entire system of how you make cash can go belly up. If you aren't in one of these major conferences, it feels as if you are very, very close to just cutting out a whole bunch of these other schools. And the second that happens is the second all of those schools get the television, like the way they make their money is off television rights, well, that's going to go gone. Revenue sharing, gone. And now you're just kind of on your lonesome. Like, it's one of the fears that I have about CSU, to be fully honest. Is that if this all goes down, well, then CSU and Air Force and all of these other schools around here are no longer a player. Not that they won't have sports, but it's not going to be nearly the same. They won't get nearly the amount of talent that they have here. It's just all going to change. And so Memphis, at least to their credit, they recognized it. And yeah, they were the three. They were the nerd who went up to the high school prom queen and asked her on a date, and she laughed in his face. And he goes, oh yeah? Well, my parents have money. And the prom queen said, I'm already rich. I don't need that. It's tough. But, CSU, it's better than nothing, but this little remade Pac-12 thing, I don't think a single person in one of these major conferences takes it seriously. Just being honest. I don't even know if it's better than the Mountain West. Again, you look at sort of the newly revived Pac-12. So it's Oregon State, it's Wazoo, Boise State, Fresno State, San Diego State, CSU, Utah State, and Gonzaga for the non-football portion of it. They're going to join officially next year. Somebody tell me why anyone in the SEC, the ACC, the Big 12, or the Big 10 would take that seriously. And I've wondered this from the beginning. Do they really think the name brand of Pac-12 is going to hold the water here? Because I'll show you how silly this kind of sounds. If I gave you, here's the SEC conference. You guys ready? Louisiana Tech, UAB, Georgia Southern, Georgia Tech, Jacksonville State. If I gave you those schools and I called it the SEC, you wouldn't care that it's called the SEC. You'd be like, that's not the same thing. Like, you need to have the schools that hold weight. And the closest ones that hold weight, like Oregon State and Wazoo, just don't do it. I almost think they would have been better off if they just, even if they joined forces together. Like, I'm all for making a conference more competitive, but to keep calling it the Pac-12, I think, is silly. I mean, you got to assume people are really, really dumb that they're just going to buy into, well, it's actually the same Pac-12 I've always watched in my life. Not really. So with all of that, Memphis just gets the giant middle finger from the Big 12. They're like, yeah, I think we're good. But I don't blame them for at least trying. And this is what I'll give CSU. Like, they're at least trying to do something along these lines. Some other info. Things that I was wondering about. Does anybody find it curious that Russell Westbrook is still unsigned? You know, when he signed with the Nuggets, it felt like it was a pretty big deal. He's still someone that can bring a lot to a team. I'll be the first to tell you, I think the Russell Westbrook hate here was a little bit over the top. I mean, his run with the Nuggets was probably the most successful venture he had in 4 or 5 years. He fit something that the Nuggets needed, which was just a dog coming off the bench and a veteran that you trusted. Outside of him, you had no other vets. You had Peyton Watson and a host of other guys that you hoped and prayed would do okay. Now, Russell Westbrook on this version of the team after the moves that they've made doesn't make sense. The chaotic nature of his game, I think, would go against what they've been trying to build as a bench unit. It worked last year just because somebody had to have the balls to make a play. That wasn't a starter.
It may be a turnover, it may be a missed shot, but it may be a steal, maybe a dunk, maybe a missed three, maybe a made three. It's going to be all of that.
I'm telling you, I think they needed somebody like that last year. Just somebody who wasn't scared to try and make a play. Did it backfire at times? Sure. But bottom line is, he was someone that was willing to go out and fail. And you need people on your roster like that. They have plenty of those now. And his game is still kind of centered around this, I got to be ball dominant and I have to make a play with the ball in my hand sort of thing, which just, it wouldn't fit here anymore. But if you remember, it was around this time last year that Russell Westbrook signed his contract. It was late July. And it was kind of heading in towards the getting close to training camp sort of phase of the offseason. But I got to imagine that there's somebody out there that would want, if nothing else, just the energy that he brings to the table. I don't know who that would be, but the fact that the Nuggets are in a place where they don't need that anymore is sort of mind-blowing. I remember entering this offseason, not knowing what the moves were going to be, wondering if the Nuggets were going to be stuck. And I thought they'd be foolish not to re-sign Russell Westbrook. But I didn't think they were capable of pulling off what they pulled off. At the time, it felt like if you can get one MLE signing, then that's just one body. If you don't bring Westbrook back, that just replaces what he was, and then you're stuck in the same place you were last year. But I want no part of it anymore. I think you have a host of different people that you trust coming off the bench, along with a sort of cycle of others that aren't guaranteed any playing time right now that could earn their way into that conversation. But the fact that he's still kind of on the open market is surprising. By the way, somebody else that's on the open market. And I want to talk about this a little bit more in a couple of minutes, but the Seahawks released Noah Fant. So here's what Jordan Schultz said about this. Seahawks released Noah Fant, young, talented player who should be an intriguing option. Noah Fant is a very interesting case. It almost feels like it's impossible to draft a tight end out of Iowa and miss. I mean, between Kittles and Sam Laporta's and a whole bunch of different... Who am I missing here? I feel like there's one more Iowa tight end in the NFL right now that I'm missing. Who the heck is it? Kittle, Laporta, and... Oh, Hawkinson. There you go. TJ Hawkinson. That was Noah Fant. Noah Fant seems to be the least productive of all of those different Iowa tight ends. But here's what's funny. You know what Noah Fant did when he was in Denver? His last 2 seasons in Denver were a 62-catch season for 673 yards and 3 touchdowns, and his final year was 68 catches for 670 yards and 4 touchdowns. Are those numbers ones that blow you away? No, but they are by far the best numbers that any Broncos tight end has put up since, like, the Manning era. I don't think anybody's even been particularly close. Which begs the question, would you be open to a reunion? You have Evan Ingram, but you don't really have depth behind it. Are you interested? We'll get to that in a couple minutes. Turn me on.
Turn me on.
See, I'm not in control. I'm just sitting behind Nelly today. I'm not in control of my buttons. So I need to trust that Nelly is pushing the right buttons. I saw the guy who was supposed to fix that stuff walk by. I hope he's working on some things. Nelly doesn't like me just creeping behind him like a ninja, but a very loud one.
Now, what I need is you're over my right shoulder. So in the movies, does that make you the angel on the right shoulder? So
no,
then
the angel is the good one on the right, I think. And the devil's on the left.
And then the devil's on the left. Okay. Gotcha.
Speaking of, here he comes. I'm just kidding. So here's the situation. There's a team that finds himself in a weird spot that I want to get to in a second, which is the Bengals on two different fronts. But just to finish off the Noah Fant stuff, I don't think Noah Fant's going to be in very high demand. That's why he was released and not traded. I think he's going to come on a cheap contract. I would be fully cool and in favor of bringing him as a number 2 if he wanted to come back. He probably wants a chance to really be the guy somewhere. He didn't even really get to do that in Seattle. But you just talk about guy that you would trust in a number 2 role, like I think that he could be that. So don't got to spend much more time on it. Just curious how people felt about the Noah Fant stuff. And a lot of people are saying a resounding no thank you, which is fine. Cincinnati and their owner did some talking because they're in two weird spots. Number one, Cincinnati is not paying Trey Hendrickson, which is a problem. And number two, Cincinnati is very hesitant to try and get the first-round pick they've signed under contract. And for a very odd reason. Nelly, do we have the audio here of the owner of the Bengals talking about why and what could be holding back Shamar Stewart from signing and why they aren't willing to do it?
And this is a long, awkward cut from Mike Brown, so you can let this roll as long as you want, but I do have it.
Okay.
I hesitate to get into the detail, but basically it turns on whether out years are guaranteed if he gets involved in conduct detrimental to football. Well, what does that mean? Detrimental to football in recent years has been violence to women. That's about the one that comes to mind. There are others probably, but that's the one that I think of. Well, if we get a player who gets involved in something like that or does something that is just unacceptable, guess what? I don't want to pay him. I really don't. If he's sitting in jail, I don't think I ought to be paying him. And so we say that if he got involved in conduct.
Is he insinuating that his first-round pick is a guy he's worried is going to beat up women?
Is
that
kicker.
what I heard?
Why is he so concerned about Shamar specifically? Because this language isn't in other contracts for players on his team. It hasn't been in other contracts. So why is he digging his heels in on this one?
If your concern is that the guy that we drafted might end up in prison, then maybe you shouldn't have drafted that guy. It's just me. But then to say this out loud, I think it's such a bizarre option that they have gone to. I'll tell you what, Nelly. I really wanted you to be the producer here. I want to be able to give Nelly a pay raise. But sometimes when you give guys pay raises and they go out and they spend it on hookers and blow, I want to save him from himself to not end up with a coke problem.
Sorry, can you give me another read on that, but sound like you're about 200 years old while you're explaining that?
No, I don't think I have that ability. But
If we pay this guy money and he ends up in jail, I don't want to pay him that money.
I don't want him to have a bounty poster on his head, so I'm just going to save him from himself. Again, think about how crazy that sounds. I would love to be able to get this guy signed, but I am kind of scared that he is like Ray Liotta in Goodfellas. I'm just going to say it out loud, and if that's the case, I don't want to be on the hook for guaranteed cash. So here's my proposal. No money guaranteed, and you have a handler that follows you around 24/7. What are we doing here? You know, Trey Hendrickson, by the way, they were trying to get something done. They were making an attempt to get him signed and under contract before training camp started. But this from Adam Schefter at 5:59 this morning, NFL sack leader Trey Hendrickson in search of a new contract for the better part of 2 off seasons will not be reporting to training camp today with the rest of the Bengals. All along, Hendrickson had said he would not play under his current contract, and he is dug in and sticking to his word. He has, in my opinion, every right to not show up. With the production that he's given Cincinnati over the last 4 years. Remember, Trey Hendrickson first started with the Saints, played well, had a spike year in his contract year, his 4th year, where he got 13.5 sacks. Since then, he has totaled 14, 8, 17.5, and 17.5. AP, first team defensive end, all of that. He 100% has earned the right for a new contract, and if you can't, because you have decided to choose 2 wideouts over him, Jamar Chase was obvious you had to, but you had a decision. It's T. Higgins or it's Trey Hendrickson. And if I'm looking at Cincinnati, I see a defense that gave up 1 billion points last year and couldn't stop anyone. Maybe you consider that. But they chose not to. They gave T. Higgins the deal, and they said, we're just going to do as whatever we can to surround Joe Burrow with talent and fine. Like the Broncos have taken the opposite approach, and it's something I've appreciated. I was solely focused this offseason on getting Bo Nix some help. Like, he didn't really have weapons last year. He had Cortland Sutton and some other dudes. You know, Marvin Mims came on strong late. But the reality is this. Sean Payton's admitted as much. When you give a quarterback a good defense, it's the best help they can get, and I agree. You then aren't as afraid to make a mistake. You aren't as tight about every time we get on the field, we get a score. Those problems start to dissipate. And then you can just really worry about, hey, can we move the chains? Can we get in scoring position? We'll take a shot on this play. If it doesn't work, then our defense can bail us out. That especially applies to going forward on 4th down, where I hope the Broncos are even more aggressive than they were last year. I hope if they're ever in a 4th and short situation on the opposite side of the 50 in enemy territory, I want this to be 100% the go zone. I love it. I want that to happen because you have a defense that you trust. So here's the situation between what the Cincinnati Bengals are facing now and what the Broncos kind of have in their back pocket. They are, to me, in the most prime and perfect position to make that work. And we'll get back to this in just a little bit. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. So we got another day with Berto today. So we'll have Berto in here in just a couple of minutes. He's filling in for Vic and Moj, who are still in Italy and will be all week. But between what the Broncos and the situation that they have, the stat that I gave you to start off the 6 o'clock hour, and we'll repeat here coming up in a few minutes. I want to talk a little bit about the Nuggets offseason. And just kind of what is the baseline expectations for both the Avs and the Nuggets and where we sit right now. So we'll get to that in just a few minutes. Can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app. Get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe to the channel today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So when we come back, what's the real situation? What's the real problem here? Who's right and who's wrong? Or is it both? Is it Colin Cowherd in his praise of Sean Payton? Or is Bo Nix a system quarterback? I want to get to it in a second. Moser, Lombardi, Kane next. check.
Oh, it worked.
Whoa.
It worked.
We're back, baby. We're back.
Oh, Nelson is always breaking stuff, man.
Yeah, I blame Nelly, too. Nelly, is it good for me to be able to speak without creepily breathing over your right shoulder?
I just want it on record that our engineer who fixed everything, by the way, blamed it on Andy Lindahl.
Yeah.
So
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Good. What did he do? What did Andy do?
Was the last person
I don't know,
to
but
touch this
I'm just
stuff.
saying the guy who's smart enough to fix things blames it on Andy, so I'm going to wipe my hands of any responsibility.
You
Just
know what?
saying.
No,
Wait,
we're all
wait.
blaming Andy, man.
Kreckman was off yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So Andy was sitting in the chair he's not used to with the actual
Yeah.
the,
And he was touching
the
stuff he
host
shouldn't.
buttons. Yes.
Yep.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
it is on Andy.
Lindahl just totally did you dirty with that opening hour, man.
Do you know what? We pulled it off. Let me tell you something.
Totally did you dirty.
Let me tell you something. So at the very end, we needed to get this fixed. So we had our great engineer, Jason, come in here and start fiddling around with whatever he did. But he's testing the mic, and when he got it to work, he did it a couple times, didn't work. When he got it to work, he's talking to Nelly. But because I'm plugged in there,
Yeah, you get it.
if you were listening to the end of the appetizer hour, it was
It's
a
a
mess.
disaster.
Because all I heard was Jason's voice in my head as I was trying to speak. I don't know if, have you done television, Berto?
No, I don't
Okay.
do TV, man.
So I've done very small amounts of TV.
And they got the AFB and the producers talking to you all the time.
Oh,
like,
my
"All right,
God.
bro, let's move on. Yeah.
You feel like it's schizophrenic. It's like you're talking. Yeah, see, exactly. Whatever you're doing right now, Nelly, you feel crazy. You're like, I'm speaking, but all I hear is a stranger's voice.
Mm-hmm.
5 minutes to break. By the way, you got to throw to this package. And you're just like, just stop.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
That's
okay?
Nick's life, man. He's been doing that for 30 years, listening to the little voices in his head.
And I wonder why he doesn't pay any attention to me. You know what I mean? Like he's always got some ADHD going on. Anyway, Berto back in for Vic and Mose today. So, Berto, I saw a stat.
Ooh.
Not really a stat. It's just a little fun fact, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
It's a first for the Broncos since 2014. Can you take a guess what that is?
Oh, first since 2014?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the first time the Broncos are entering camp. No, I got nothing.
Yeah.
What?
You were on the right track.
What,
Entering camp
fully
with
healthy? No. With a starting quarterback already locked in, or what?
That's
Is that-
half.
What? And what? No, I got what? What, man? What? What is it?
The first time the Broncos since 2014 have entered training camp with this same quarterback and head coach combo.
Oh, well, damn. See, I wouldn't have thought about that. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Isn't that wild?
Although, you know what I've heard over the last couple of days? Like, during the summer, I was getting nervous because I kept hearing from everybody. Everybody here locally, everybody nationally kept telling me how good the Broncos are going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But the last couple of days, I have heard some takes that do not agree with that statement.
I like that.
And you know where all those negative takes are heading? They're heading right at Bo Nix. I've been hearing a lot of Bo Nix criticism over the last couple of days, bro.
Funny you mentioned that because I have some of those clips and I want to play them today. And I don't even know if they're wrong, to be honest.
I don't either, man. Like, there was some, did you hear Bomani and his take on Bo?
So we got Bomani, yes.
And because I hadn't heard that specifically, but I had heard somebody say to me, somebody who's I would call it an NFL insider, and they're like, well, see that last year that you got from Bo? That's the ceiling. That's as good as it gets. Rookie Bo is as good as it gets. And I'm like, why would you, I don't know. Why would you say that? Why would you even propose that idea where they're like, that's as good as it gets with Bo Nix? And I'm like, bro, that's his rookie. I understand he's like 37 years old when he came out of college.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like, you can't just make those kind of like bold, sweeping statements about like, well, that's it. This is as good as it gets. This is as good as Bo gets.
So, gosh, it's really interesting. You and me are on the same page because that's some of the stuff that I saw yesterday that I really wanted to talk about today. And here's sort of what I've gleaned is that there's one thing that most everybody agrees with, and it's Sean Payton's a good coach.
Yeah.
Because even the people who say Bo Nix looked good last year will have this hint of Sean Payton set him up to be successful.
Bo Nix looked
right?
good because Sean Payton made him look good, and teams this upcoming season aren't going to let Bo do what him and Sean did last season with a dink and dunk.
Yeah. So here's Bomani Jones on, is this Mina Kimes podcast? He was talking to Mina. By the way, I like Bomani a lot. I think, first of all, he's very interesting. And second of all, he's sharp. He's a sharp guy. Here's what he said about Bo.
I am not a Bo Nix guy. I will not be a Bo Nix guy for a while. And I think that what I have in common with the other not Bo Nix guys is how much college football you watch. If you were not high on Bo Nix going into the draft and there really wasn't that much in the season that should change your mind, it's a lot of passes behind the line of scrimmage, a lot of use the scheme to make it easy for you. And that catches up to you, right? No matter how good you think Sean Payton is, you can only scheme your way but so far if that's the scheme you got to do to make it work with your quarterback.
So here's my thought. I wasn't huge on Bo Nix coming out of college either. I have sort of an issue, a hesitancy with Oregon quarterbacks because I do feel like, speaking of scheme and stuff like that, like it's almost impossible not to have insane numbers if you're the quarterback of Oregon. Like every year.
Yeah.
They just, whatever that system is, just breeds numbers.
When's the last time a Oregon quarterback didn't get drafted? Because you know what? Like, I can't, because obviously Dylan got drafted this year.
Yeah.
And Bo the year before that. And Herbert, and I mean, who we missing in between there? When's the last time an Oregon QB didn't get drafted?
All right, let's see. Anthony Brown. Well, no, Anthony Brown in 2021, I think he's with the Ravens now, isn't he?
So for the past 5 years, they've just been like throwing QBs at the league, like, go ahead, man.
Tyler Show. He's with the Saints because he transferred over to...
Oh, yeah. That's that dude whose last
Louisville,
name is
right?
not anywhere near how you pronounce it.
Yeah, whatever.
It's like Shuck.
Shuck.
Shuck, yeah.
No, you're right. So here's the list. Just over the last, since 2012. Dylan Gabriel last year. He's in the league.
Yeah.
Bo Nix, obviously. Yeah. Anthony Brown's with the Ravens. Tyler is a Saint. Then it's Herbert. Vernon Adams started for a year in 2015. Maybe he's it. I don't think he's anywhere. Yeah, he's in the CFL right now. And then it was Mariota. Like, that's the
nothing
list.
but pro QBs, brother. Even that CFL, it's nothing but pro QBs forever.
So here's the thing. Whether he said he has had his reservations going back to college with Bo Nix. Okay, fine. I had a few too. The scheme and system thing is just, that's an interesting argument to me. I think very much there was something put in place to sort of insulate him from mistakes last year. Like they built an offense to make it easier for him, but because they had to.
Right, but isn't that, like, people are saying it like Sean did it because he didn't want the criticism of taking a quarterback where he did when there was, or what. But I'm like, no, isn't that what every coach does? Is like get a game plan in there for your specific guy, like to help him succeed.
If you aren't building a game plan to help your quarterback, then you're not doing your job, one. Two, let's say that's the case. I don't agree with it, but let me just, to take the people who call him a system scheme QB and he's being built by Sean Payton. Fine. Let's accept that, just hypothetically. What's going to change? They just got better at a whole bunch of positions on offense this year. O-line the same. Offense, overall, schematically, the same. Running back room, you would hope the same. Tight end improved with Evan Ingram. Wide receiver group, the same. What exactly do you think is going to make it worse, is my question. Like, if you think that Sean Payton's the genius behind this, and he has built a system around Bo Nix to be successful, then why would you think this year is going to be worse than last year? That's my question. For the people shouting, it was all a game plan built around him being insulated from mistakes. Then what's going to change? My last check is Sean Payton is coaching still this year. And you got better at places on offense. That's what I don't get.
I mean, as a fan, all you want is the chance to win the whole thing, right? So what's the worst quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl? Trent Dilfer? Because you got to be better. Like, Bo Nix is a better quarterback than Trent Dilfer, right?
Yeah.
And Dilfer won that Super Bowl with one of the greatest defenses ever. That Ravens defense that year was absolutely. And guess what? That's what the Broncos are going to be. That's what the Broncos' defense is going to be this year, right?
Yeah.
One of an all-timer. At least we hope it's an all-timer defense. But at the same time, I say yesterday, I said it again. Broncos country's not going to accept. If Bo Nix is just Jake Plummer, if Jake Plummer is his ceiling, we love Jake. We love the snake in this city, right? We love the dude.
Yeah.
But we don't talk about him like we talk about John and Peyton. Like if that's as good as you can get with Bo, you can win playoff games that way. You can win playoff games that way. Matter of fact, you can probably win a Super Bowl that way.
Yeah, you can, especially on a rookie contract. I think you can get by with a quarterback, and I don't want to make it like.
Wait, so you're giving the Broncos a timeline? Say you got 3 more seasons. You got 3 seasons to get this done.
Well, for anybody, it's their best shot. The only way that really changes, give me the quarterback that made the big payday and then won a Super Bowl, and then you'll start listing off Hall of Famers real quick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Give me the guy who's not the Hall of Famer that did it.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's not to say it's impossible, but God, it's exponentially harder. Like, whatever you think of Russell Wilson made his hay win before he got the paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
They were able to keep Richard Sherman and Earl Thomas and, all the playmakers like Golden Tate on offense and Marshawn Lynch and all these different dudes. They did that because they could afford it. The second you start to pay him that big money, like I'm looking at San Fran. God, I was reading
with
an article.
Brock.
I was reading an article the other day saying San Fran had one of the best off seasons in the league. I'm like, what are you watching? They lost all of these players, and now this is what their team's built around. Hey, Brock, you got to win us a football game. Do you think Brock Purdy can just win football games on his own?
Brock Purdy's a better quarterback than Bo Nix? It is
the only reason I don't think I can say that yet. I don't think I can say either way. This year will be the test for me. Brock Purdy had everything you could have wanted if you were a young QB.
And Bo does not. Bo does not because the 4 or 5 best players on the Denver Broncos are on the defensive side of the ball. You know what I mean? Like that's Surtain and Allen and all those dudes, like Bonito, all those dudes. They're on the defensive side of the ball. You do not have a Patrick Surtain on the offensive side. You don't have one of those You don't have a great player on the offensive side of the ball.
Having that defense really helps. But San Fran had that defense with Debo.
Yeah.
That defense with Ayuk. That defense with Christian McCaffrey. That defense with George Kittle. That defense with that offensive line. Like, they had everything kind of put together. And this is incredibly important, they don't have Mahomes in their division either. Now, I'm a big Stafford guy. I think Stafford's really good. But the Rams aren't the Chiefs. And the rest of that division...
I don't know. People are acting like the Rams have put themselves in the top 3 category, like they're like a top 3 team.
I think
to win the whole damn thing.
No. The Rams are good. The Chiefs have made the AFC Championship game 8 years in a row good. Okay, that's the difference. Like no other team is like that.
15 wins last season, and people were down on them last year. Down on them last year. They won 15.
Technically. They were 15-1, then they gave up the last week.
Yeah, I have no idea. Do you think Stafford plays more than this final? He'll be 38, something like that, after this year. And I'm with you, man. I think Stafford's a baller. I love that dude. I love Matt Stafford. But now, I mean, not only that, if he goes down, who's playing quarterback for the Rams? If his old butt gets hurt, I mean, Jimmy G he's still with LA, right? Jimmy G is still with the Rams, right? And Stetson Bennett, that dude who threw 4 or 5 picks in that preseason game last year, all in the second half.
Who also played college football until he was 26 or whatever. So, it's Stafford, Jimmy G, and Stetson Bennett. Yep. Here's the thing with Stafford's just so beat up. Like, I don't know how. But think about it this way. Berto, he was this close in a snow game in the playoffs to beating Philly in Philly.
Yeah.
That close.
Yeah.
So he's still got ability. I actually, on the subject of scheme, there's another thing going around the NFL, speaking of Philadelphia, that I want to make a comparison on. Because Jalen Hurts is being called that. And I want to know what
game manager?
I want to know what you think of Jalen Hurts, because I think he's a very interesting test case for the because he's got a Super Bowl ring now.
Yeah, he's a champion.
But do you think Jalen Hurts is that kind of guy? I want to get to that in just a second. Stick around. All right, I want to get to the Jalen Hurts thing in a second, but you and me both reacted the same way to something I just saw. It's why I put the news on in here. It's usually just one of the channels, but we got like no ESPN on for some reason on these TVs right now. We're doing pumpkin spice lattes at Starbucks already?
What the hell, man? What the hell? Listen, it has to be money, right? How many of you people are spending money on pumpkin spice latte? Because Starbucks is like, we're back. We're back. It's July. We usually break this stuff out in September and October, but we're back. Come get your pumpkin spice latte.
And actually, they announced the return date, and the return date is August 26th.
So it's they're announcing it a month out?
They're promoting their pumpkin spice latte.
Is this like a new iPhone?
How much money do they get off that?
Are they going to are like people going to stand outside of Starbucks like they do when a new iPhone comes out?
Like when there's a new Harry Potter book and everybody lines up around the corner?
Like when the PlayStation 6 comes out and you're just waiting in line. People are doing that for pumpkin spice lattes?
I got good Lord.
Listen, man.
Since 2003. Wait, is this just on? It can't be just pumpkin spice lattes. There's no way.
I bet you it is.
Hold on. So
I bet you it is.
God, it is. Okay, from what I'm reading here on ABC News, I think I'm reading this correctly. Starbucks net revenue was overall was $4.1 billion in 2003.
I think I'm looking at the same thing you are.
Okay, tell me if you found
Starbucks. Is it this one? Starbucks will make $500 million on their pumpkin spice lattes this year.
Good Lord,
$500 million. Y'all spend between 400 and 500 million. Wait, no. Hold on. Excuse me. Sales this year likely to fall between 400 million and 800 million on the pumpkin spice latte alone, with 500 million being a decent estimate of what they will make.
So wait a minute. The CEO of Astronomer's Wife, what she's getting out of the divorce is pumpkin spice latte money.
People spend on pumpkin spice lattes for the season, bro. For the year. How many of you suckers out there are drinking this pumpkin? And how much does it cost if they're making $500 million on it?
I can just say, speaking as a man who is dating a white woman, she loves her pumpkin spice lattes, man. She is a Caucasian.
Right. You know what?
She's a Caucasian female with a pulse.
You're right.
Therefore,
This just might be $500 million of white women just like just throwing themselves at the pumpkin spice.
But hang on. Who likes? All right.
Now, pumpkin is a disgusting
I
food.
like pumpkin pie. I think pumpkin pie's all right.
It's all right, but I can't. Nah, there's like 12 pies of pumpkin pie. You know what I mean?
I'm saying it's okay.
Like key lime pie would beat the hell out of pumpkin.
Yes.
Like punch pumpkin pie in the face, man.
Yeah.
$500 million.
Brett,
People are drinking this.
It's
thing.
okay. Embrace your inner Seinfeld. You're about to go, what's the deal with pumpkin spice?
It's not what's the deal. I have this long-standing sort of thought, and it revolves around Thanksgiving. It's not anything like original.
Yeah.
But it's just like, I don't think turkey's that good. And I go, I know that you agree with me, because if turkey was as good as people make it out to be on Thanksgiving, you would go to dinner to get turkey in July.
Right, and you don't do that.
And nobody does that. They get turkey on a deli sandwich. Okay, so people eat bologna on sandwiches too. So what?
I'm getting you. How about this question? Do they just stop making the pumpkin spice latte? Like if they're making $500 million in the 4 months they usually sell it the whole damn year, right? What is this? Like if they're making $500 million on just 5-6 months of pumpkin spice, like when do they stop making the pumpkin spice?
That's what I'm saying. Like if you like pumpkin that much and it makes that much money, why wouldn't you get one in March?
Well, it's because it's seasonal. They only do it for the fall, and then if you like pumpkin spice and you go, oh my goodness, I only have 2 months to drink this. I only have 3 months to drink this for the year. I better get my yayas in now. And so that's why they make so much money, is because it's supply and demand. I know we're bordering on turning this into an economics show, but that's why. You limit how long it's available so people want it.
So they broke out the pumpkin spice latte in 2003. In 2003, they were like in Vancouver and Washington, they were like, all right, people, see if you like this pumpkin spice latte. And then it blew the hell up. And now it's all over the place.
See, this is what I always get, by the way. Brett, if the turkey is brined properly and smoked, it's unbelievable. Then go out for a turkey dinner with your family tonight. But you won't.
No.
And you can't tell me it's like tough to make. I got a buddy who owns 6 Capital Brewing. He's an amazing pitmaster, amazing barbecue. He smokes meat for 12 hours a day. You can't tell me that turkey is like more difficult than smoking meats. It's the same thing.
No, I get it, man. I ain't gonna take shots at turkey on Thanksgiving. That tryptophan hits different on Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm with you. Like white turkey meat, just dry as hell. Nah, man. Yeah, I can't. I'm not down with that.
By the way, I think I haven't had a poll question in a while. Maybe I should make this a poll question. Pumpkin spice is the McRib for white women?
Yeah.
True or false?
True.
Yeah.
True. 99%. Yeah. 1,000%, Brett. That's that's exactly what it is. It's like I can't. If I sold and this is just if I could sell one thing, and so it's gonna go on sale next month at the end of August. At the end of August, it's going on sale, and they're gonna sell it through Christmas. So how many months is that? They're gonna make $500 million in 4 months' time, and then they're just like, we're not selling that anymore. That doesn't seem like a good business idea.
Back to your cappuccinos.
Starbucks don't play, man.
So let's go to it. We were just talking about Bo Nix, and is it the system why he was successful last year? Is he good? Is it a combination of both? I think a really good test case is Jalen Hurts, and here's why. I don't think anybody, if you are just to do a fantasy draft,
right,
all teams are starting over. You got your pick. All of these quarterbacks are in a hat. How long would you get before you get to Jalen Hurts coming off the board? Like
12,
just
12 dudes.
I'll just make it quick for you. Josh Allen's going over him.
Yeah.
Would you take Tua or Jalen Hurts?
There's 4 quarterbacks automatically. Mahomes, Lamar, Josh. Who am I missing? Joe Burrow?
Joe Burrow,
Patrick
for
Mahomes.
sure.
So Lamar, Josh, Jaden Daniels, right?
Yeah.
Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes. We can't put Bo. But
I don't think
would he
Bo.
get drafted before him if we were redoing that?
Like, how about if you just had...
Would Brock
let's
Purdy
not do
go before Jalen, since we were talking about Brock?
No, Jalen would go before him. Let's just say it's to win the Super Bowl this year. Forget the future. It's a one-year thing. You got to win the Super Bowl or to save your life.
He's probably the 6th pick then, right? 6th pick in that draft.
You think Jalen is?
Yeah, because you'll go with the 4 untouchable QBs, and then you'll grab whoever is the best of that 5th.
Okay,
you know what I mean? Before you even get to Jalen.
Let's go by division, okay? And I just want to count this out. So Josh Allen is over him. Would you take Jalen or Tua? Life on the line.
Jalen.
Okay. Lamar, obviously.
Yeah.
Burrow, obviously.
Yeah.
Nobody from Cleveland, nobody from Pittsburgh. CJ Stroud.
I'll take Shedeur over. No.
CJ Stroud.
Damn. Ooh, no. I'm taking Jalen over CJ.
I'll take Jalen over CJ.
Yeah.
Nobody else in that division. Mahomes, obviously. Herbert.
See, that's a good one. I'll take.
I think I'd take Herbert. I think that's 5 for me.
This year might be like, this is Justin Herbert's like, yo, you better do something in the playoffs, Justin. You better do something in the playoffs, or we're going to start moving you into that other category.
Do you think if you put him on the Philadelphia Eagles roster, though, that looks a lot different?
Yeah.
I think I'd take Herbert. Yeah. I think we're at 5. So that's 5 in the AFC. In the NFC.
How about this? Let me give you a name.
Okay.
He just made some news yesterday because his owner took a shot randomly at him. Dak Prescott. Would you take Dak Prescott over Jalen Hurts, brother?
Dak, when he's... Do you remember 2 years ago, before he broke his leg, he was by far leading the league in passing yards, and he kept that for like 2 or 3 weeks after he was hurt? I'd say no.
No?
I'll give Jalen... He's got the Super Bowl. I'll give him the nod.
Okay. But if Jalen was the starting quarterback of the Cowboys, what do you think they didn't? The Cowboys went 7-10 last year, right?
Well, Dak was hurt.
Yeah. As Jerry pointed out yesterday.
I don't know how much different the Cowboys are with Jalen Hurts, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't think they're better.
How about listen, this means nothing to nobody, but the New York Giants offense last season was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They were 32 or 31st in the league in offense. And now you're like, well, we got a new starting quarterback. Say hello to Russell Wilson. What do you think that offense is going to look like, man? What do you think that Giants offense is going to look like with Russ as the starting quarterback?
Not any better. The real question I have surrounding that is when they play the Broncos on October 19th, is Jackson Dart starting that game?
Oh, yeah.
Because I think he is.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It sounds like they're like, yo, Jackson, if the Giants could have their way, Jackson sits and learns with Russ and Jameis this season and then gets going next season. Like, Giant fan ain't for that, though.
Yeah.
Russ is going to throw one pick, and they're going to start cheering. They're going to call for Jameis.
Every
Jameis
time.
is going to do that thing where he throws a game-losing pick in the fourth quarter, and then everybody's going to be like, Jackson Dart, Jackson Dart. But the Giants' offense is going to be, I mean, you got Malik Neighbors. That's it, right? That's it. That's all you got, man.
That's it.
You got Russ, Stone, and Malik, and that's it. You can't defend that. Yeah, good luck, New York Giants. Good luck, man. The Giants are the Raiders of the NFC East, right? Because the Cowboys are going to be, the Eagles are going to be great. The Commanders are going to be pretty good, maybe great.
Yeah.
And Dallas is going to win 10 at least, right? They're not going to go back to the 7 wins.
So let's just do just a few more, just real quick. Jaden Daniels or Jalen Hurts?
Jaden.
I think Jaden, too.
Jaden, brother. How about your Detroit Lions?
Yeah, how about Goff?
Would you rather have Goff or I'd rather have Jalen.
I think Goff is very, I don't know if he's similar. Goff is one of those guys, if he has protection, he's very, very good. Every number bears out that if Goff has like a clean pocket, he's as good as any quarterback that exists. But if he gets a hint of pressure, he sucks. I think I'd rather have Jalen. Jordan Love.
Jordan Love's going to have a massive season. At least that's what Coach Sanford keeps telling me.
Well, he's also the godfather of his son, I think.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's thinking Jordan's going to have a massive, massive season. But then again, I don't know what to expect from that team this year. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And again, tough division. I think the Vikings take a step back. The only other one I can really think of is maybe Stafford. Stafford?
Yeah, I'd take Stafford over Jalen.
So, I mean, look, there's 7-ish guys that maybe you take over him, but it's kind of like if Jalen Hurts plays for one of these teams that's not Philadelphia, it's hard to judge, but he does, and so you got to give him credit for it. And I think the Bo Nix is kind of the same thing with Sean Payton. By the way,
you know how quickly Philadelphia fans going to turn on Jalen if he starts playing bad?
Dude, they turned on him in the middle of the season last year.
They just won a Super Bowl, and they will turn on him immediately, man. Immediately.
I actually think Philly fans turned on Jalen until he held up the trophy. It was like halftime of the Super Bowls when they all were like, all right, forget everything I said. You're fine.
Yeah.
It reminds me, I got a couple of buddies that are really diehard Ohio State fans.
Mm-hmm.
And I go every year to a bar called Downhill Brewing, and I watch them watch the Ohio State-Michigan game. I watch them watch the game because it's my entertainment.
Yeah.
And they've lost 3 years in a row to Michigan now. So remember, Ohio State had this amazing year. They got to the Michigan game, and I think their only loss at that point in the season was a 3-point loss to Oregon. That's the only game they lost up to that game. And they lose to Michigan, and the things that they said about Ryan Day and how garbage he was and how badly he needed to go. And remember, if this is not last year when they expanded the playoff, if this is a year previous, Ryan Day might have been fired because they weren't making the playoffs. They weren't the Final Four.
Right.
But because it expanded, they got in, they win, and I go, what do you guys think of him now? They're like, great.
Yeah.
Best coach we've ever had. You know what I mean? It's just how it goes.
But then once again, if you told those same dudes like, hey, Nick Saban's coming back, he wants to coach in college ball again, they'd be like, right here.
Oh,
Come on down to Michigan. Come on down. He'd be a Wolverine. You know what I mean? See you, Ryan. Kick rocks, chump.
Ryan Day, that just let your grays come through, man. That little jet black.
Yeah, there's a couple of dudes who rock that looks a little rough. Man,
what's it called? Something for men? What is it?
Just for men. That's like, hey, Nelly, remember like 2-3 years ago when the NHL on TNT just became a thing? I love Wayne Gretzky, but that dude was just like his hair was like pitch black, and we're like, Wayne, man, that wasn't even your hair color when you had hair color. Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, it was just the worst dye job. And I'm like, you're the greatest hockey player to ever live, man. You can't be rocking that haircut. And then Last year they figured like they got him a hair person. It looked good now.
Well,
but he was just fermenting that thing, bro.
and it looked
terrible.
To be as rich as them, it's like you got to find somebody that can do a better job.
Right.
I think for Gretzky, you're the great one. You're the greatest player who's ever existed and probably will ever exist.
Mm-hmm.
I think the worst haircut a guy can have, or not haircut, but just male pattern baldness thing.
Yeah.
The worst you can have is you're bald, but you got the little island patch up front still. I think that one's a rough look.
Yeah, the comb overs are the worst, man. You can rock a bald spot as long as your hair's short enough.
Yeah.
Or just like you do, man. Just shave that thing, bro. But yeah, don't rock the comb over, and don't put your hair color in a color that doesn't. Yeah, look at that nonsense,
Look at
man.
this.
None of that is right. None of it is right. It makes me think of you as Sean McVay is one of the greatest football minds on the planet.
Yep.
He's amazing. And he doesn't have a friend good enough to tell him to change that haircut. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Listen, he's married to a supermodel. He's got a Super Bowl ring. Who am I to criticize that man? But when you're walking around like you're John, he's got that shark fin haircut. It's just listen, man, you got to relax just and he does too. He absolutely, don't do your hair like that, man. Yeah, what's up? What's up? That's a good looking dude. What's up, Sean? You know what I mean? That dude can coach my football team anytime he wants. But I might make a comment or two about what the hell he's got going on.
You're not a fan of the faux hawk?
No,
Really?
That's not a faux hawk, man. That's like a mountain on a molehill, right? That's just what the hell is that, man? None of that's way too much product to get up early. Sean McVay gets up at 4 a.m. to draw plays and stuff.
Yep.
He throws that stuff in his hair at 3:30 in the morning.
It's a handful of gel, and he takes it and goes straight forward and then puts his hands together at the front.
Right. And I don't like how it's almost completely even. He's using a ruler or something to make sure. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me.
I've always when it comes to dyeing your hair or your beard or something, I've always had this thought. I'm there's nothing wrong with being 50 and looking 50.
Yeah.
You're 50.
Right.
You're fine.
Yeah. You don't want to pull off that. Yeah.
There is something wrong with being 50 and looking like a lot of those chicks over in Beverly Hills, what they do to their face.
Yeah.
You look like another species.
Yeah. Well, Jeff Bezos' new wife, where you're just that's a little too much.
That's
plastic
a lot of
surgery.
too much.
Damn, man. What you doing?
Exactly. I'm just look 50. I'm sure that woman would be gorgeous without all of the stuff that's been put in her cheeks and her lips.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with you, Ryan Day. Let me see the gray. You're fine.
Right.
And
it's
by the
just
way,
too dark.
Berto, we know people
It's not
within the LA Rams organization. They're our coworkers. So if you be the change you wish to see in Sean McVay's hair, put out the call.
Yeah,
we know people. Kevin Demoff, take away his gel if you're listening.
Yeah, McVay needs to embrace the dim-off haircut where it's kind of just he lets it go a little bit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not, that haircut is beaten to within an inch of his life, right? That's way too much work for a football coach, man.
I agree.
It's got to be easy. It's got to be nice and easy.
So maybe we continue some hair talk in a little bit. Who knows? You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm.
Jared Bednar's hair is amazing. Jared Bednar's hair, right? Betsy's hair is the best thing that's going on.
Oh my God, he's still going. Still going.
Right?
I think and Betsy lets that lettuce fly.
Right. And I mean that's a former AHL defenseman right there.
Yeah.
Making it look good.
Yes, exactly. Now, the worst spot you can be is probably Tibbs. Tibbs,
dog.
I don't even know what
Tibbs,
you do.
Shave it, bro. Just
but
get
he
rid
does
of that.
have the
He's got that
3-strand
one
come.
big
Just let
curl
that go
at the front.
Let that go.
Just just let it all go, bro. That's a bad
Again,
look.
just let it go. Again, 303-504-0925. Back after this.
You think Andy intentionally sabotaged you, or did he just do it on accident?
Well,
I think he intentionally did it.
I'm trying to figure out.
Like he was picturing your face when he's like, I'm pushing this button. I hate Brett Kane.
Yeah, because here's the thing. There's no way that happens and everything's fine on your show, and then I get here and it's a disaster.
Right.
Really?
He'd already broke it, and then he was like, I got an idea. Let's not
Yeah.
tell anybody. I'll just slowly walk it back.
Couldn't send a heads up, nothing?
Nah.
Because you didn't do the blitz yesterday, did you?
No.
He was the last one to touch this mic.
Yes, he was.
See, I don't agree with your takes.
Yeah. Hey, so a couple things here. I'm wondering, are you surprised that Russell Westbrook remains unsigned?
Yes,
I am too.
Yes, I am.
I think that he actually had, for all the faults that he had last year, the perspective of his game, I think, changed a little bit last year as opposed to when he was with the Lakers and the Clippers, because he seemed like a viable option off a bench again.
We got much more Russ last year than I thought we were going to get. And part of that is because Coach Malone's like, I'm not sure I trust these young dudes. And you could tell he trusted Russ.
Yeah.
Even when you knew, like Russell Westbrook won you some games last year, but he also
He
lost
cost
you
you.
some games last year. But he was much better, much more productive member of the team than I thought he was going to be. You know what I mean? I thought he was going to be like a 15-a-minute guy. And there was times where he was just he was out there a lot. But that changed when Malone got fired because Adelman used him differently, and he used some of the other guys differently. But I don't know. Is there a team that Russ is like? Because once again, he's hunting for a chip. He wants a chip, but where's he going to go get one? He can't go back to the Clippers. Now they're loaded up after bringing in CP, man.
Yeah.
And they don't want to get any older. They're already
I thought maybe
old
going
as
back
hell.
to Houston or something, but
Man, does Ime want? I don't know if he wants that kind of, like, you know what I mean? Like, Ime seems like, I'm the dude. I'm the one voice.
Yeah.
Here, I don't need outside voices telling my team what to do. It's me and nobody else.
So I'd say this. Before the offseason started, I was very much in the camp of I want him back. And here's why. I thought the Nuggets were stuck. I thought the best they could do was a money line, I always say that, ML, mid-level exception deal where you get a guy for, $5 million bucks. And I thought maybe that could be Bruce Brown, so you bring him in. But I'm like, if you don't bring back Russell, then Bruce Brown is just replacing him. You aren't getting more depth. You're just replacing one guy who already played a lot. And then I saw what the Nuggets did, and then I wanted no part of Russell coming back, and here's why. And I think this is the struggle that other teams have. I've always been a Russell Westbrook fan, and it's just because I don't know if I've seen anybody consistently play harder than him. Whatever his faults are, he'll make mistakes, but he does it out of aggression, and I can appreciate those a lot more than laziness. But he's a lot. Like, for him to play his game, he needs to have the basketball in his hands. He needs to make some crazy decisions. He's got to take some chances. And with the way the team's built now, I don't think there's room for it. I think they have enough guys that need to touch the basketball, where last year, because you had such few options off the bench, you needed someone to play the style that Russell Westbrook did. Yeah. You don't anymore. And I think a lot of teams kind of feel the same way of, if I put him on the floor, it's the Westbrook show.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You got to deal with the Westbrook extravagant. You get all of it, the good and the bad. You got to deal with all of it.
But that's his game. You're signing up to play that. Yeah.
The NBA rumor mill has a number of teams. The Houston Rockets might be a landing spot for Russ. But how about this? Two teams. The Sacramento Kings seem like they've already come out and said they'd like to sign Russell Westbrook. So the Kings would like to sign Russ. The Detroit Pistons might be a landing spot.
That's interesting
for Russell Westbrook.
Detroit's really
It may be a turnover.
Yeah,
It may
and
be a
also
missed shot,
get
but it may be a steal,
go over there
maybe
and
a dunk. Maybe a missed three.
Tell him, Russ.
Maybe a made three. It's gonna be all of that.
It is going to be all that. The Russell Westbrook experience is a roller coaster ride. But yeah, go ahead over there in the East, man. Go play for Detroit. See how that works out. Well, I mean, you're not going to win a chip there in Detroit either, but
what is Sacramento doing?
I don't know, man. I don't trust Sacramento. I never trust Sacramento. That might be one of the worst run organizations in the NBA, bro.
Like they
got DeMar, so now they got DeMar and they got Zach LaVine, right? They brought in Zach.
they have Sabonis, obviously.
Sabonis.
This is a name that nobody really brings up, but I bring it up because he kills for whatever reason, he kills the Nuggets every time he plays them. Malik Monk doesn't miss against the Nuggets.
Yeah.
They got Nick Clifford too in the draft.
That's right. Yes, they did. But like if you're Malik, like in Sacramento, you could have SGA instead of Malik, bro. You could have SGA running your team, bro. And instead, you are what you are, man. The Sacramento's gonna be bad. Or at least worse than the majority of the Western Conference, right? I don't trust the Sacramento Kings.
No.
Like, does Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan do it for you? Like that combination, is that what's gonna tear up the West this year?
See, when all of those rumors were coming out, and I guess some of them were true anyway, about the Porter for LaVine thing that was happening a little bit before the deadline.
Yeah, I remember that.
I just wasn't a LaVine guy.
No.
I was like, he's talented. He can get shots. He doesn't play defense at all.
Yeah, but your backcourt was going to be Zach and Jamal? Is that what you wanted your backcourt to be?
Not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the move that they made, Cam Johnson, makes a lot more sense. Still get size there. Still get a guy who's like you, can knock down shots, that sort of thing. But LaVine is, I love him in the dunk contest. And I think he's a good player. But gosh, you can't go into a season, I don't think, being like Zach LaVine's going to be the guy who takes us to X place.
Right.
You know? But yeah, Russ, by the way, I looked this up. Westbrook signed a week from today last year. So it was the 29th of last year. So it's around the same time frame.
Yeah, I remember being pretty surprised when that happened. I was like, wait, what? They did what? Who'd they sign? Who's coming in?
And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Mm-hmm. And wasn't Jokic the guy who was kind of asking for Westbrook for a couple of years?
He's always he likes people who play like that. You know what I mean? Like Joker likes somebody who's 100% committed to doing what it takes on a basketball court.
He's just an effort guy. That. He's an effort guy. And it's the same reason I love Russ is that you know exactly when you're able to put a guy on the floor, court, field, whatever, and you just go, I know this guy's going to bring it tonight.
And he always has. Like, he has never changed. This has been Russell Westbrook the whole time. And I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. He's going to be in a Hall of Fame, but I don't know if he's ever going to win a championship.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I don't even know how many more years he wants to keep doing this thing.
Probably past. You know, it's another reason why one of my favorite players in this market is Logan O'Connor. Logan O'Connor's the same guy. He gets on the ice, and you're just like, Logan O'Connor's going to hit somebody. He's gonna try and he's got a breakaway opportunity every time on a penalty kill every single game somehow. I just love the dude because he's just someone you put on the ice. You're like, I know exactly what I'm getting every second he's on the ice.
OC's playing. Although he'll be out for how many months to start the season?
I think it's going to be around Christmas.
Right, Christmas is when he should be coming back. The Avalanche might look completely different come Christmas time if they do the same thing they did last year. Remember where they started the season?
Yeah.
They're like, you know what? I don't like this team. Let's make some changes.
One of the things I want to get to regarding the Avs in just a second, because they have some money to spend right now. Some. A little over 4, I think, is what the number is. They're in good position, I think, at the top. They have some depth things that I think they need to fill out, and the big question is, how do you do it? Now, everybody's got this sort of Sidney Crosby pipe dream that's never going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, there wouldn't be smoke without fire, right? Because we've been hearing about Sidney forever. And Nate and Sidney hang out all the time. I'm assuming they've had that discussion before, but Sidney Crosby is a weird dude. He's an all-time great, but he is a weird dude, and I don't know if Sidney hates change. He hates change. I bet you he's still wearing the same underwear he had 10 years ago. You know what I mean? That man hates change. So he literally is, he might be the guy who's like, nope, I'm spending my entire career right here in this city with this team.
That makes sense to me.
The way people are talking about it, it does sound like there is something there. There might be something there.
Well, the only time I really got my hopes up about it was there was a report about Sidney Crosby, and I don't know if it was like the Penguins or him specifically, like being open to the idea of going somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then Kevin Weeks did the eyes emoji with a picture of the Denver skyline right afterwards. I was like, all right, what's going on here?
No, that like Sidney is not getting paid what he's worth because once again he's a crazy guy who just wants to make his 8.7 what he's been making for years now. And that's easy to. He's not making 13. He's not making McDavid money or Draisaitl money. You can find a way to fit that in.
Here's the question: would you rather have that? And if you do that, you're kind of stuck cap wise at a lot of other spots, or try and get more of the depth. So we'll get to that in just a second. You know, I've asked Vic and Moj this question, but it's always nice to get some new blood in here with Berto, who's filling in all week for Vic and Moj, and get your thoughts on this. Yeah. You haven't said, or no, you've said tonight with Rapids, I guess, recently.
Yeah. Just a week ago.
Yeah. I was going to say I haven't said that in a while, but nope. Rapids still going on right now, and then, God, it's so funny to think. It's so funny to think how close we actually are to Nuggets and Avs being back. It's not that far away.
Yeah, it's a little over a month that everybody will start coming into town and getting ready. And Joker's still in. Have you seen more videos of Joker in China? Did you see him racing the bullet train?
No.
You didn't see the video of Joker racing the bullet train?
I gotta see it now.
I think Katie had it. Go to Wingy's Twitter handle. I think she was the one I saw it on. But yeah, they had Joker racing a bullet train. He seems to be having a good time over there. Seems to be having. I'm sure he's selling a lot of shoes, man. Selling a lot of shoes.
Yeah, he's got to test out the shoes.
Yeah. But there he is. Look at, run, Joker, run. Look, yeah, he's got that bullet train too, right? Like he's got it.
And I gotta say, if a bullet actually went that fast, I don't think it hurt anybody.
It's gotta be the shoes.
Hey, listen, this is what I wanted to ask you. Because where the Avs and Nuggets are, it's such an enviable spot for most other people. When I tell you
championship contender?
Well, beyond that, it feels like anything less than that is just a failure. And as much as that part might stink, like when the Broncos losing the playoffs to the Bills last year, we all just kind of went, yeah, whatever. I mean, that was cool.
It felt like a successful season
sure
after what we've been dealing with, right?
Everything with what the Avs and Nuggets do, short of hoisting a trophy, doesn't.
Yeah. Like you losing in the first round, that's a failure. Losing in the second round, I don't care if you lost to the eventual champions, that's a...
Yeah, that stuff doesn't make me feel any better.
No, it doesn't.
When people do well, at least that team won. I'm like, so what?
Yeah, I don't care, man. You lost. That's like, you know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, in this city right now, you have the best basketball player doing it. For the Avalanche, you have the best defenseman of his generation doing it. You got one of the best hockey players in the league doing it in Mac. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like those guys need at least one more. It would be like we're all going to think. Like I'm more than happy to get my one NBA championship because I've worked for the Nuggets for a long time, and there was a point where I was like, I don't know if we're ever going to win this thing. So I'm stoked. You got your one chip. But it will seem like a failure if Joker doesn't find a way to get another one.
God,
right?
I've thought about that too. Like it really feels like for how good of a player he is, if he doesn't get two. Like you didn't quite do enough.
But if he gets two, then you put him in the greatest of all time conversation. You know what I mean?
He's up there with everybody.
You have to put him in that conversation.
But
you got to get another chip. You know, there's a lot of guys. Like I love Dirk Nowitzki, but he's just got that one. You know what I mean? He's just got that one. You got to get another one.
And I think it's the same thing with McKinnon and McCarr. Like they feel to me too good of a combination of dudes to only come away with one cup. And I understand how difficult it is. But it's funny. We've discussed this before. Doing things repeatedly is very hard. What Florida just pulled off is crazy. Edmonton, because they've gone to 3 straight, won the last 2. Edmonton making it back-to-back and losing, still pretty crazy to make it back-to-back. And I had somebody ask on the text line a few weeks ago, why can Florida and Edmonton and Tampa, before that, make all of these repeated runs to the finals and the Avs can't? And my easy answer to that was goaltending. The Avs won a cup and then restarted with one of the most important positions you can have in the postseason, going from Darcy Kemper to Georgiev. And Georgiev just didn't work. They tried. He was okay at times, but mostly was just untrustworthy is the way I'd put it. I think now with a full season of this Blackwood-Wedgwood sort of grouping that they have, that can change a lot of things. But if you look at those teams, Vasilevsky was there for all the years that Tampa went. For Florida, Bob was there for all of their runs. And it was Skinner with Edmonton. they had extended runs at a very important position where things stayed the same and the Avs didn't. Now what I'm hoping is with a little bit more consistency, I'm not making excuses for last year because I think that they were too good to have the season finish the way it did. But there was also a lot of change within that lineup over the course of that season.
Mm-hmm.
And I think giving them an offseason, especially a guy like Brock Nelson, to really feel out his line mates and start. Think about what he faced, by the way. He gets thrust in that position. He's learning how to play with a couple of new guys. And then in the middle of the series, they go, oh, by the way, the captain's back.
Welcome to Gabe's
and he's playing
on your
with
line too. Yeah.
I think it's just a lot for you to figure out on the fly in that high-intense sort of position. So I'm hoping an offseason of them together is going to help that stuff gel.
I think the Avs have to be one of the. Here's the problem. Here's the problem if you're an Avs fan. Despite all the talent you have in your team, you have to accept the fact that once the playoffs start, you will be facing a Stanley Cup favorite every single round.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, because of the division you play in and because of how the NHL structured their playoffs, your first-round opponent is going to be a Stanley Cup favorite. Your second-round opponent is going to be a Stanley Cup favorite. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to run into Dallas again. You're going to run into Winnipeg again. You're going to run, and it's just one of those things. Like, if the Avs are going to win a cup, they have to be more than just a really good hockey team. They have to be a great hockey team, an all-time great hockey team, because it means once you get to the Stanley Cup playoffs, you're going to have to knock out contender after you're not getting some powder. You're not getting some lame team in the first round that you're favored to beat. You're going to get a contender in the first round.
You aren't getting that 1 seed, 8 seed NBA matchup where it's like, okay, the 1 seed's going to. If it's not a sweep, it's a surprise.
Yeah. No. You're going to get a team that's favored to win the cup in each one of those rounds, and it's going to be a knockdown dragout. It sucks. It sucks because you don't get an easy path to the cup. Even over in the East, man, it's pretty hard to. I mean, there's some pretty nasty matchups in the first round over the East, too.
With the way that they've set up the playoffs, it's feasible that you could have your hardest matchup first.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that is, if you can get by that, maybe the road's going to be easier on your way to get to the final. But they are the Avs are just such a weird case of insanely talented and can't quite put my finger on why things have gone the way that they have the last couple of years.
What if it does? What if it happens again? What happens if they get bounced in the first or second round again?
I think you're looking at major changes.
Right, you have to make major changes.
The same way the Nuggets just did.
Yeah, but once again, what are those? I have no idea what those changes would be. Like you're locked in on the between the pipes, right? You're good.
Yeah,
you're good. Like McKenzie, man, God bless you. Go crazy this year. Go crazy. But what does that mean? Does that mean you make changes in your top 6 forwards? Does it make? I mean, you're not messing up with your defensive pairings are pretty good right now. You don't go messing around with that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got to be. You're going to trade a top 6 guy.
Well, they did already.
Multiple top 6. Well, yeah.
They did already.
Yeah. Well, yeah. They traded a top 3 guy.
I think about it this way, and I don't want to be super basic in the analysis on this, but I really feel like it's true. And I think you'd agree, the Avs were very capable of winning the Cup last year.
Mm-hmm.
The reason they didn't, to me, is because somehow, some way, the power play disappeared. Because what they finished 3 of 22.
Yeah,
in that Dallas series?
It was weird, man. Everybody was Kale was struggling on the power play. Marty couldn't get it going.
You think over 7 games. You were better 5-on-5 than Dallas was. It felt that way the entire series. But whenever there was a chance to capitalize on a mistake, Dallas killed you and you did nothing with the opportunity. That's what turned the series. And how do you fix that? I have no idea. Yeah. How is that part fixable? It's just it's a matter of executing.
Yeah. And now you're going to stare at Mikko and Dutchy over there in Dallas for the next 5 years. I wonder.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see what kind of season Mikko has. You know what? This has nothing to do with anything. My man Spring was saying, you know what's going to happen in the NBA? Brooklyn's going to trade Michael Porter Jr. back in the West. Matter of fact, they're going to trade him to somebody. You know what I mean? To a contender that the Nuggets are going to face in the playoffs. And just like the Avs had to face Miko in the playoffs, you're going to be staring over at MPJ playing for Houston or Dallas or somebody like that whenever Brooklyn trades him back over to the West.
Was that as painful as you felt something in a long time? The fact that not just that the Avs lost, but that Miko was the one with the daggers. You know what I mean? Like he was the guy that slit your throat.
Yeah, that hurts. Yeah, that sucks.
And Miko again. Dallas got the full Miko experience. Do you remember midway through that series, Dallas fans were losing their mind? Like, what does this guy do?
Right, and then he goes, go, 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 go. But then he goes cold again. You know what I mean? But yeah, I have no idea what kind of season Miko's going to have this year for Dallas. What kind of season we're going to get to see from the Moose there in Dallas. I have no idea, man. No idea what he's going to look like.
On the opposite side, the
50
Nuggets.
goals?
This is what I've said about these two teams. The Avs, well, this was before the offseason started. This new front office has proved me wrong. The Nuggets, to me, had a very easy diagnosis, but a really hard cure. Mm-hmm. And they somehow found the cure for it. The diagnosis for the Nuggets was easy. You need more depth. You need more guys you can trust. You need to be able to spread out minutes. You need a little more shooting. And they kind of did all of that, which good on them. And I said about the Avs, I think the diagnosis of the problem for the Avs is way harder. Because what exactly is the giant missing link here?
Right.
It used to be goaltending,
right?
But they fixed that.
Took care of that, right? And that's what they saw immediately last year. And they got rid of both goalies. They're like, we're going to change this entire room.
And the Avs were deep as hell last year. I mean, even their third line was a really, really good line. Mm-hmm. And so that's what I think makes it difficult for them, because you're right. You're like, what do you change? If things don't go well this year, then what do you change?
Right. What are you doing? What are you doing?
And I don't have the easiest thing that they would do is probably let go of Bednar. Now, of course, I'm biased on this. I think Jared Bednar is, first of all, a phenomenal coach, and I like the guy. I'm quasi-friends with
just
Bednar.
like Malone, the question I always have to ask is, if you fire this guy, is there somebody better out there? Like, you know what I mean? And I don't think there's a hockey coach who's better than Jared Bednar out there that you can go grab.
Right.
If you did it, or if you just who did they bring in? Was it Hackstall that they brought in as an assistant coach on the team or something like that?
Yep.
If they just in the middle of the season, like, let's just go to Hackstall. I don't think he's a better coach than Jared Bednar. It'd just be one of those things that they do in hockey where they're just like, we need a new voice in the room. We need a new voice in the room. We need a different voice in the room. Like, I think that would be the only way you would make that move, because I don't think there's anybody. Just like, you know, when you're looking around in the NBA, you're like, who's a better, like, find me a coach that'll get me 5 more wins a season, guaranteed. A coach like that, you know, like where, you know what I mean? Like,
what did you think when the Nuggets did it? When the Nuggets made the Malone move?
I was hella shocked when they did it because of when it happened. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like right before the playoffs started, I remember it's being like, what are we doing? This is crazy. This is crazy. And at the same time, you know what? Like, there was a time where I thought Shanahan was going to be the lifetime coach of the Broncos. I thought Malone was going to be the coach of the Nuggets for 20 years. But that you hire a coach to fire a coach. No, you know what I mean? There is no such thing as the lifetime coach. Not in these sports.
And I have always said this about this ownership group in particular. You look over all of the franchises they own, the major franchises. Mm-hmm. They don't change coaches a lot. Mm-hmm. Like the Cronkies are very much willing to, we're going to see this through. I'm going to allow you to have a couple of, quote, failures and keep going through it. Like, even the Arsenal, I think they've had one coaching change in the last decade or something like that. Like, they just don't do the merry-go-round thing.
Right. Well, they've gotten lucky because, I mean, it's easy when you got a lot of good coaches. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Jared Bednar is probably the best coach in the history of the Avs. Michael Malone was probably the best coach in the history of the Nuggets, right? Brought us the title, was there for 10 years. He's the winningest coach of all time.
McVay's up there with Vermeil?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Well, no, I'm putting McVay is the greatest coach in Rams history. That's for sure.
Vermeil had a nice run, though, the early 2000s with Kurt Warner and Marshall Faulk and that group. But, man, you're right. Like, you know, that's a credit to you, though, for being able to find the guys that can be there for a decade. And everybody's like, yeah, they're pretty good. Pretty good. So we can get back to this in a little bit. I got some audio I want to play for you. Would you like to hear, speaking of owners, old men owners discussing their players in the NFL? Because I got a couple of different ones we'll get to next. All right, got some audio of these owners in the NFL that I want to get to in a second. But we were just talking about something, and I don't think there's been a better investment, Bitcoin and all that different stuff. I don't think anything has grown in value more than an NFL team.
Mm-hmm.
If you bought it 50 years ago compared to what it's worth now, it's just it's insane.
Yeah.
You were talking about, we'll play some audio from Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones in 1989 bought the Cowboys for $140 million. If they were to sell, they're what, 10?
Yeah, $12 billion. I bet you'd have to be 12 to get Jerry to sell. Just like, I got $12 billion, Jerry. Give me that team.
The original price of the Pittsburgh Steelers, who were founded in 1933, was $2,500.
Mm-hmm.
A really nice TV you'd put in your basement with all of the little like bells and whistles.
Yeah.
That's the price of the Pittsburgh Steelers in 1933.
Yeah.
But here's Jerry Jones, by the way, and I want to play two different clips from two different owners. One is the owner of the Cowboys. The other is the owner of the Cincinnati Bengals. Here's Jerry Jones on Micah Parsons' contract situation.
Just because we signed him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
Yeah, I don't think the right move is to go out and, in the middle of a very, I guess, tense contract negotiation with your best player on your roster, somebody who looks like he could be like generationally good, to be like, yeah, he was hurt last year. Micah Parsons, it's the first time he's missed a game in his NFL career was last year. He missed 4. That was it. And I don't know what goes through Jerry's head where he feels like he needs to say things like these publicly. Like, I understand he's a GM too, not just an owner. But
settle down just a little bit.
I'll ask you, Berto, have you heard George Payton talking about Nick Bonito's contract at all?
No.
Because it's not smart business to say these things publicly.
And he's certainly not getting up there being like, I don't know, Bonito could get hurt at any time, man. I'm paying all this money. These guys get hurt. They need to start staying healthy. Like Dak Prescott, I'm sure. Remember, Jerry was like, I made him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, and then he missed most of the season.
Yeah.
And it's like, bro. It's like, so J.J. Watt was like, yo, man, don't take shots at your best offensive and defensive players right before camp starts, and don't get angry at them because they got hurt while trying to win for your team. And then Micah was like, retweet. Yeah, like, that's exactly what I'm talking about, man.
Yes.
First off, Jerry Jones, his name is not Jerry Jones. You know what Jerry's actual first name is? Take a guess. What Jerry's first name is.
What is Jerry, like his middle name?
It's a nickname.
So Jerry's first name is Jeremiah. I don't know.
Close. It's Geral or some nonsense. It's like Geral. I swear, bro.
Hang on.
Jerry Jones's real name is Geral or something like that. And everybody just calls him Jerry.
Oh, Jerral. Geral.
Is that how you say it? Geral Jones?
Sounds right to me.
Anyway.
Geral Wayne Jones Sr.
This is gonna sound ageist. But when at the end of his presidency, Joe Biden would say stuff and you're like, I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah.
That's how Jerry Jones sounded yesterday,
Kinda.
man. Where you're just like, bro, like Jerry Jones is amazing at making money. He is terrible at running a football team, man. You know what I mean? Like
Smiles.
You have to be
and
45, 50 years old to remember the last time the Cowboys were in the Super Bowl and won that thing, man. That was in the 90s, brother. And he's been like, everybody loves to talk about America's team and the Dallas Cowboys. We keep talking about it. And was it just Micah who, before all this came out, it was one of the Cowboys who was like, listen, man, every season we expect to be playing for a Super Bowl in this city.
Yeah.
But that's not been the case for 30 years, man.
And his biggest problem is Jerry Jones will lean back on that 90s run to this day as an example of why he's good at this.
Right, and he's bad. He's bad at it, man. He's bad at it. And if he didn't own that team, he would have got fired 25 years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, the Dallas Cowboys remind me of, even though they're two totally different, they remind me of the Colorado Rockies, where if you're a Cowboy fan, you're like, You know what? We just gonna have to deal with it. We're just gonna have to deal with it because Jerry's gonna do Jerry things.
Yeah.
And you just gotta have to be like, if it's a Rocky fan, we just have to deal with it. They're gonna do Monfort things. Like we were talking about it yesterday. Even if Major League Baseball had a cap, Rockies would still be bad. It's not that they're not paying money; it's they're making bad decisions. The same thing with Jerry Jones, where he's like, it's his football brain that's not working. His business brain is great, man. It's great. He makes money hand over fist. But when you talk about winning football games, he is a terrible general manager.
We got some audio from Rob Manfred that I want to get to a little bit later in the show too. But here's another one. So that's not great what Jerry said, and Jerry kind of like a lot of times says some stupid stuff.
Remember, he's like, he could be hit by a car. He's like, Jerry, what the hell are you talking about? He's like, I could pay him money and then he'd get hit by a car.
Well, if you're concerned about your guy getting hurt, that's one thing. By the way, a texter says, according to the inflation calculator, $2,500 in 1933 would be $62,000. Okay, fine.
That's a good chunk of change, man.
Well, if you're telling me I can buy the Steelers for the price of a nice F-150,
yeah,
I think I still do the deal. But here's another one. If you think it's crazy for Jerry to say, I don't know if I want to pay him the money because you could get hit by a bus tomorrow, okay, fine.
Then don't pay anybody, bro. You play ball.
How about Mike Brown, who is the owner of the Cincinnati Bengals, who is in a contract negotiation with not just Trey Hendrickson.
Epically cheap man who finally paid a couple of players this year but didn't pay enough.
Well, Trey Hendrickson is still waiting for that paycheck. And so is the guy they drafted in the first round. To my knowledge, I think the only player now left that is unsigned from the draft is their first-round pick, Shamar Stewart.
Sounds about right. Yeah, sounds about right.
They asked him. I don't know why this guy was talking to the media.
Yeah, don't put a mic. Yeah, I get why you would put a microphone in front of him because he says stupid stuff all the time.
Yeah.
But if you're him or if you're the PR department,
get him away.
No, you drag him away, kicking and screaming. You'll put a microphone in front of him.
Well, he saw the microphone and he wanted to speak into it, and they said, "Hey, that first-round pick thing. What about that?"
This one is surprising. I hesitate to get into the detail, but basically it turns on whether out years are guaranteed if he gets involved in conduct detrimental to football. Well, what does that mean? Detrimental to football in recent years has been violence to women. That's about the one that comes to mind. There are others probably, but that's the one that I think of. Well, if we get a player who gets involved in something like that or does something that is just unacceptable, guess what? I don't want to pay him. I really don't. If he's sitting in jail, I don't think I ought to be paying him. And so we say that if he got involved in conduct detrimental, we'd have the right to terminate the guaranteed part for the back years.
Fine. I think on the surface we can all agree if one of your draft picks is in a jail cell, you shouldn't be on the hook for money.
Right.
Why did he specifically bring up violence to women surrounding his first-round draft pick?
I have no idea. No idea. Because he's a crazy old man. I have no idea.
You could have just stopped and said, it's just about conduct detrimental guarantees. And you could have stopped there. It's like, for example, if he lights a few people on fire, I'm not saying that he would do it, but if he just lit people on fire and then set off a bomb somewhere, I don't want to be responsible for paying the guarantees. It's like, well, no kidding.
Yeah.
Why are you saying that about him?
Once again, don't stick a microphone in front of a dude.
I don't want to pay
You bring
him.
up Rob Manfred. I don't think, Major League Baseball should keep him away from a microphone as well. He's bad with that stuff. He's bad with that stuff. And if you know, Mike Brown is famous for saying stupid stuff. Just, don't get him anywhere near a microphone. And you got a team that can actually do something this season, right? Everybody thinks it's going to be a bounce back season for Cincinnati, but Trey's out, right? He's not he was supposed to report today, and after this nonsense from he was like, I'm out. I'm not even.
He just threw up an Instagram post of him driving to Florida.
He is a great player. He's a great player. Listen, I know you paid your wide receivers, man.
Your defense couldn't stop anybody.
Just pay Trey. Like, I don't understand it, man. Although I'm the same way with the Broncos. I'm like, just pay Benito, man. Just pay. You know what he's going to do? He's going to get 15, 20 sacks this year, and then you got to pay him $35 million a year.
So hang on to that because I'll get to Benito in a second. I want to get your thoughts on this. Do you remember when Jerry Jones introduced Schottenheimer as the head coach?
No.
During the offseason?
No.
Remember, they had that long search for a head coach, and it felt like the Cowboys kept getting behind.
Yeah. Just coaches, like they do, just like Jerry loves to never get these deals. He's always waiting until the last moment to get these deals done and pissing his players off.
And he waited until the last second to who the hell was just coaching the Cowboys? Why can't I think of it?
Mike McCarthy?
McCarthy. He waited till the last second to let McCarthy go. And so he was behind on interviewing coaches, and then coaches got scooped up, and it felt like they were kind of picking at the bargain bin. So he introduced Schottenheimer, and it's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. I want you to listen to this.
Okay.
This is him introducing his new head coach. This should be a big day where you're very excited. You cannot wait. Here's what he said about his brand new head coach.
If you don't think I can operate out of my comfort zone, you're so wrong. It's unbelievable. This is as big a risk as you could take. As big a risk as you could take. No head coaching experience. Now, let me share something with you. With all of that, you've just heard him reference his osmosis, his family. Anybody in this room that doesn't believe the apple doesn't go far from the tree has missed it someplace down the road.
Okay, all right, just stop there for a second. So that's Marty Schottenheimer's kid, Brian Schottenheimer.
Right. And he's like, this could be a complete failure. This might be one of my worst decisions ever.
They were asking him kind of like, why do you always go the safe route? Because Brian Schottenheimer was seen as like the safe hire where you can't be criticized, that sort of thing. And for him, with Schottenheimer sitting right here, right next to him, he goes,
this is as big a risk as you could take.
I must be out of my mind to hire this man. I mean, look how crazy I am. Would you trust him with your organization? Like, that's what he's saying about this guy.
Yeah.
So what are you doing?
And Schottenheimer just had to sit there and be like, okay, yep, I'm with you, coach.
As long as the check clears, this is all going to be fine. No problem at all. But it's like both Brown, Jones, they volunteer this wild stuff that they're saying about people that they need to show that they love.
If somebody in their organization had said the exact same thing, they'd pull him in the office and yell at him. I'd be like, what are you doing? What are you saying? What are you doing? First, I'm like, listen, man, Mike Brown should never be in front of a microphone because he's going if you're a member of that team, you never put him in front of a microphone.
Right.
He's just one of those guys who's going to say something stupid that pisses off the fan base. And you don't want that. But Jerry is the only general manager in the NFL who has a weekly press conference. You know what I mean?
I don't want to pay him.
He has a weekly press conference. He does a weekly radio show. Like Jerry wants to say what he's going to say. But when it's all said and done, like, I don't know what Jerry Jones' legacy in this league is going to be other than, like, hey, man, he made us a lot of money. He made a lot of people a lot of money. I think other owners probably really love Jerry Jones because he makes a lot of money for the league, but his teams don't win.
They're bad,
you know what I mean? And that's a perfect owner to have when you're competing against him.
Imagine, Berto, that every week on the Blitz at 6:30, you and Stan just kind of chop it up about the teams.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, imagine that. He's the only owner, I think, in any sport that does that.
Yeah,
outside
right?
Of
I can't think of one.
Rob McElhenney and
Ryan
Reynolds.
Reynolds always popping off about Wrexham.
Maybe those two?
Yeah.
But, gosh, it's nuts. The Benito thing is interesting. So we can talk about this for a second. I want to get into this in more detail, though. The Benito thing seems to be one of two things is happening. I think the Broncos would be stupid not to try and offer him right now. And I don't think they're stupid. I think they probably have.
But they lowballed him? Just to be
what
like,
do you
let's see if
consider
he'll take
lowball?
Anything under $30 million, man.
I suppose.
If I'm Benito, anything under $30 million is pissing me off. You know what I mean? Like, yo, man, you think, even though, if I'm Benito, I might take 25 to 28 a year to get it done. But if I'm I bet you, it's going to cost, after this year, it's going to cost them $100 million, right, to sign Benito. If it'd be like, okay, we'll give you 4 years, $100 million with 65, 70 guaranteed or something like that. And that's if he only gets 12 to 15. If he does better this season than last season, it's one of the premier positions in the league. You have to pay for it.
So here's it's 5 players right now that are edge rushers, your defensive end, outside linebacker types, that are making over $30 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
TJ Watt.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Daniil Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Max Crosby.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Bosa. The elite of the elite in the league. After that, Josh Hines-Allen is 28. Brian Burns is 28.
Yeah, right around there.
And then
right around there.
It's a whole bunch of guys making in the 20s, which is Montez Sweat at 24, Rashawn Gary at 24.
See,
Van
if I'm
Ginkel,
Benito,
23.
I don't take that. I wouldn't take that money. I'm better than that. I'm better than $24 million a year.
Here's what I think is happening, and we'll get back to this after the break, but just my idea. And comment on it, 303-504-0925. I think they've made an offer to Benito. I think it's probably mid-20s. 24 to 25 would be my guess a year. And they're saying, you can have this right now because you had a really good year last year. We don't know if you can replicate that, but we do want to, give you a bump. And if his mindset is, I should be a $34 million guy a year, then the Broncos are going to say, well, you're going to have to prove that.
And does anybody think he's not going to play at least as well as he did last year in a defense that's going to be better?
That's the thing. For an example, George Karlaftis, Chiefs defensive end. He had, I don't remember exactly the numbers he had last year, but he's a good player. You see him twice a year. He's constantly in the backfield. He's good. He had 10.5 sacks last year. He just got 24 a year. And I think they're like, for now, you're more of that than you are TJ Watt. Mm-hmm. If you want TJ Watt, then go be the TJ Watt numbers guy again this next year.
Mm-hmm.
I have no fear that they aren't going to get a deal done. I think it's a matter of, is he willing to take the guarantees now, or is he going to risk maybe getting hurt this offseason and losing some of that?
How much is it going to cost the Broncos to lock down Zach Allen and Nick Benito? Total. What's that total package going to cost you?
Zach Allen's going to want top of the market money too, and he probably deserves it. He was an All-Pro last year.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get to that in just a second. Stick around. All right, you asked Berto in for Vic and Moj all week. What will it cost to have both Benito and Zach Allen under contract? And I guess this is all dependent on what is the market that they're going to command. Like you always kind of base this, I think the smart way to do it is if they hit free agency, what is the top dollar a random team is willing to pay these guys?
Mm-hmm.
You know, other positions outside of quarterback, you kind of get slotted in for the most part where you should, right? They will use somebody as a barometer and say, well, you aren't quite this, but you could be here, right? Quarterbacks, it's just your contract's up. Am I a franchise guy or not? If I am, then pay me the most money that anybody's ever been paid.
Yeah.
But other positions, they're pretty good about that stuff. Corner is a little bit squirrely because Pat Surtain is very obviously the best DB in the game, and he's got like 5 guys making more money than him now.
Yeah. All the guys who just got
slightly.
paid. Like it's Sauce who's making the most money right now, but that's just because he just got paid, right?
Yeah, but I bet you the Jets would argue that he's the best in the league. They'd be wrong, but they would probably say that.
Yeah.
Now, is Zach Allen Chris Jones? No. Chris Jones is making $31.7 a year. But this is the market. If you're going to pay him, top-end market for an interior defensive lineman in the league. Christian Wilkins is $27.5. Milton Williams is $26. Matt Abuke, $24.5. Aleem McNeil, $24. Quinnen Williams, $24. Derek Brown, $24. Are you willing to go mid-20s for Zach Allen?
Yeah.
And 30-plus if you want top of the market for Nick Benito.
What is Trey Hendrickson asking for Cincinnati that they won't pay? What is Trey?
He is at 21 a year now. So I'm assuming he probably wants the mid 30s.
Yeah.
Up to 4, like TJ Watt just got 40 a year. Probably somewhere around there.
Yeah. Yeah. And
that's where I don't think I'd be willing to do that for Benito yet.
Do you think the Broncos are waiting on this stuff just because of that the $32 million cap hit? Are they saving that money to be like, hey, we're going to use that $32 million that we're currently paying Russell Wilson to play for the Giants to re-up with Benito and Zach?
They aren't going to pay that now. Like, but the Benito's contract wouldn't hit this year, so that wouldn't matter.
Kick in until next season. So I was just wondering why would you wait? And is it because of the cap hit? But it's probably just because they're like, yes, let's show it to me one more time, Nick. Show me one more time that you get. But like, say, what did Trey had 17.5 sacks last year for Cincinnati?
Yeah.
What happens if Nick does that? What happens if he gets? I mean, are you kidding me, man?
Well, Nick just did. I mean, he just did have that.
You're gonna have to pay. Like seriously, you. If you'll take a deal now, you sign that deal right now, because otherwise it's going to cost you $5 to $10 million more a season next year if you do it. So I guess the other option is he falls off completely, but that's worst case scenario. Nobody wants that. Nick doesn't want it. The Broncos don't want it,
or hurt.
Yeah, I guess that's
here's the discussion.
Option.
Like, I remember, just to put shoe on the other foot for a second, there was a bunch of people who looked at things in hindsight, or maybe even at the time, that told me paying Jamal when you did was stupid.
Yeah.
Hey, paying MPJ when you did was stupid.
Yeah.
They should have proved it more.
Mm-hmm.
And look, Jamal had as good an argument as anybody did for, like, I think I've earned this.
Mm-hmm.
He was amazing during the championship run. And people are like, I wouldn't pay him yet. And I go, well, you're just going to tack on more cash for another year if you don't. And that's the balance I think the Broncos are playing right now. I think actually Zach Allen is less of a risk than Benito would be, just because Zach Allen's been doing this for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Benito had this sort of blow-up year last year, and he looked good the year before, but didn't have the numbers to back it up. I don't know. It's a very interesting case. I think I'm with you. If I could get a deal done right now, I think I would. But if Benito if I'm George Payton and Benito's agent is saying, I want $38 a year, I'm like, I don't think you've gotten that yet.
What kind of season would Benito have to have for you to be like, okay,
the same as last year, like that 15 or plus sack range?
It's gonna do that. This defense is going to be better than the defense we saw last season, right?
And
unless there's just injuries all over the place.
And if he does, then I'll tip my hat. I'll be like, you know what? Then you've earned the cash. Surtain is a no-brainer. Surtain I would have paid 6 months after that guy first step foot on training camp.
There,
Benito's just, I think he's somebody that if you want that kind of money, then go earn it. And if you do, then I'll be happy to pass the checkbook to you and you write down the number.
Man, you got to lock up somebody. Like how many like this is a Denver Bronco for life is currently on this team where you're like,
That's a good question.
You know what I mean?
Good
Like
question.
how many of those are there outside of Patrick? Because Patrick is a Bronco for life, man.
So a guy that, how about this? Let's come up with a list of guys that you would say
Garrett Bowles?
4 years from now is still going to be on the roster type of guys.
Yeah, those guys. Bo. If everything goes like if Bo's not on the roster in 4 years, then something terrible has happened.
Yeah, I think you just got to assume that he's going to be. Like you've invested in him to be your franchise quarterback. He had a good rookie year. I think right now you
How
put
about
him in the
this?
category.
What is Bo Nix making in 4 years? Because that'll be his first contract. You know what I mean? That'll be that his rookie contract will just be over with and going in. What are you paying Bo in 4 years' time?
He's either going to be off the roster or a $300+ million contract.
He's making $70 million a year.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's going to be one of the two. He's either off the roster or that's the money he gets.
But outside of that, outside of Patrick and Bo, who else is going to be on the roster in 4 years? Quinn?
I hope Zach Allen is.
Zach, Quinn Miners?
Quinn Miners for sure. For sure, Quinn Miners, yes.
I can't. Is there anybody else?
Well, I'd say Benito.
See, and if you're already that way with Benito, then just pay that man his
but I'm leaning that way.
Oh, okay.
I'm leaning towards that. It's kind of like Bo. It's like if not, then we were really wrong about something. Outside of that, yeah, you're right. Anybody that you'd say right now,
like
I think
this guy's a Denver Bronco.
Bulls would have been one of those guys. He's old now. He's getting up there. So I don't know if you could say that. He just did get a contract, but
holding offense number 72.
There's a whole bunch of I hope guys. Like I hope that Mims is one of those dudes. I hope that Jade Barron. I mean, he's just a first round pick.
RJ Harvey. Yeah. Those guys.
I don't know if Harvey is. I mean,
that will be the end of his rookie year here in 4 years.
Yeah.
Will he? I mean, his rookie deal will they be locking him up to a?
Well, God, man. Think about how good of a running back you have to be to get a second contract from the team that drafted you. There's only a handful of those guys that get it.
Mm-hmm.
How many guys actually?
In 4 years' time, Cortland Sutton is a member of the Denver Broncos or not?
No, he'll be almost 35. I would kind of be surprised if he was still in the league, which is, I mean, I think I'm in the minority on this. I don't think I'd pay Cortland Sutton if he wants a big raise. I don't think I'd do it.
No, I wouldn't either.
I think I'd just pass. Be like, dude, you were great for us. If somebody else wants to give you a
God,
3-year deal, then God bless them.
Go get it.
Yeah, man, there's not too many. The running back thing is that's a tough one.
Yeah, you might be right. None of these running backs might be on the squad here in 4 years, but hopefully RJ is. Like JK is probably out of the league in 4 years' time, right?
As far as the young guys who are running backs in the league, how many of them get contracts from the team that they play for right now? I think that Bijan's one. I think he'll stay in Atlanta. Bijan's good.
Ashton Genty, depending on what he does. Like, we all think Ashton's going to be the man in Vegas.
Gibbs, I think, is getting one from Detroit.
Jameer, yeah.
Yeah.
But there's not many of those dudes either, right?
Oh, who's the young buck in Tampa? Bucky Irving? Bucky Irving.
Dude, he's worth it.
Yeah, he had a great year last year. I don't know, that one's tough though for running backs like RJ Harvey. RJ Harvey could be good and still not get a contract. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's just guys you consider the core pieces. Not having somebody on the O-line does scare me. Other than Miners.
Right.
But I mean, tackle.
It doesn't have to be a Ring of Famer, you know what I mean? Although I'm sure Patrick is destined for that.
Mm-hmm.
It just has to be somebody who you're like, that's a Bronco for life, man.
Right.
You got to lock that dude down.
Right.
How many of those are on the roster right now?
I think we named them. What did we come up with? Was it 4?
Sam Ellinger.
Yeah.
Sam Ellinger, Devon Vele, Evan Ingram.
I wonder, is that actually going to be a battle? Is Ellinger battling with Stidham?
He's like, Stidham, I'm coming for your job, baby.
Yeah.
Nah.
Or is
Stidham
Ellinger like the
QB2
Zach
forever.
Wilson?
Is Ellinger like the Zach Wilson? We're stashing you in the practice squad all year.
Ellinger's just there for an arm for camp, right? There's not going to be.
So.
Remember, listen, I'm not afraid to say that. Remember at the beginning of camp last year, I was like, look at Zach throw that ball, baby. Look at Zach Wilson.
It looks pretty.
Look at this throwing the ball around, looking pretty good.
Dude, I've said this before. Zach Allen's the guy in spring training that pumps 103, and you're like, bro. And then he just ends up walking 5 guys every time he goes out on the field. Like, I don't know. You brought up, speaking of baseball, tell the people what you just told me during the break about the Royals.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. The Kansas City Royals. Listen. This does sound like something the Rockies would do. The Kansas City Royals are calling up a dude from the minors. This dude is 45 years old. They're calling up a 45-year-old pitcher from the minors to pitch against the Cubs today, right? He's going to pitch against the Cubbies, man. The dude is 45 years old, just still playing in the minors. That is some Bull Durham, that's like Nuke LaLoosh kind of nonsense right there. You're 45 and you're still in, immediately what you said was like, that man's wife is spending all his money, right? If you're 45 years old and still pitching in the minors, you're doing it for the love of the game and that paycheck. And he, yeah.
It's one of two things. So
how do you feel as a Royals fan where you're like, the guy we're calling up is 45 years old?
Well, when you first told me this, I thought this was some crazy story like a Bull Durham, like this guy was a lifetime minor leaguer. No, this is Rich Hill. I mean, Rich Hill's pitched in the league for 20 years. He's got that little Jamie Moyer thing going on where you just can't let it go. But the first thing I thought, Rich Hill, who only pitched 3 innings in the majors last year, so this is like 2 years in a row that he spent in the minors.
Man, can you imagine that?
If that was my wife, I was a 20-year MLB vet. He's made money. Rich Hill had a good career. And at 45, I'm playing for the Royals AAA team is in Omaha. I'm playing for the Omaha Storm Chasers. My wife's going to be like, it's one of two things. She has spent all my money, and I'm trying to make one last little paycheck.
You're like, baby, we got to pay the house off.
Or 2, I can't stand being home with my family. It's one of the two.
Right, like I got it. Right, because you're going to a minor league park. It's not like it's not all it's not the majors, man, where you get the 5-star hotel and the bellhop and all that. No. You're lugging.
You're taking buses to games,
yes.
You know?
Love of the game, 45 years old. And can you believe you're the Royals, like, yeah, we got to call up Rich. Let's call up Rich. You know what I mean? And you're like Carlos Estevez or whatever. You're like, what the hell? Why am I playing for a team?
That. What if you're the 23-year-old prospect in AAA and you're like, hey,
they're calling up Rich?
Yeah.
They're calling up old man Rich?
Dad?
Yeah.
You're calling up Dad?
Right. You got to imagine the skipper there in the minors is probably 10 years younger than Rich Hill, right?
Be. Well, how old's Warren Schaefer? Warren Schaefer, he ain't 40 yet, is he?
No, I don't think. Well, I don't know. He's been around for a while, but I don't know if
he is 40. So he's
exactly
5 years younger than Rich Hill.
Right.
That's nuts.
What happens? Does he just go right back to the minors after this is over? Because, like, Kansas City's got a couple of pitchers on the IL, right?
Yeah.
So does he just hang out for 15 days until those guys come off the IL, and then you're just right back at it?
I guess.
And then you're just like, all right, head on back to Omaha, sucker.
Two quick stories. Number one, it's one of my favorite stories in all of sports. One of my favorite stories of all time. Vontae Davis, the corner, who spent, 9-10 years in the league. He was playing for, I think it was the Giants. And I don't know if you remember this a few years back. Halftime of a game in like week 5. He packed up his stuff and left. He goes, I retire.
Do not remember this.
He retired in the middle of the game.
Wow.
Because he just goes, I'm not good enough anymore. I'm not going to waste anybody's time.
That's like,
and he just packed up and left.
And he was just like, I'm done.
Yeah.
What do you say to the coach? What was that check-led wide receiver who left in the middle of the game? Remember he was walking
Antonio Brown.
That's it. Antonio. Remember he's taking off his uniform. He's walking through the end zone in a live play and just like, what's up?
But Vontae Davis just said, I can't do this anymore. I'm no help to you. I'm embarrassing myself. I got to leave. And he just left.
Crazy.
The second story, this is my favorite minor league story. Do you remember Rod Beck, former closer for the Cubs? Nelly, pull up a picture of Rod Beck. Big handlebar mustache. Okay. I think you'd recognize him if you saw him. Mullet, handlebar mustache, big fat dude. Played for the Cubs for a few years. He was trying to hang on to his MLB career. He wasn't that great. And they put him, there's Rod Beck. They put him in AAA. So he's playing for the Iowa Cubs. He bought an RV, parked it outside the left field fence, and that's where he lived.
Yeah. That looks like exactly the kind of dude who'd live in an RV behind left field.
Just went right behind the foul pole and said, this is my house. I will walk to the stadium and get my work in every day.
Listen, man, I'm here for it. That dude does not look like he should be a professional athlete, but there's a number of dudes like that in Major League Baseball.
That is why every baseball player will tell you, not athletes.
Yeah.
They are not athletes. They have a specified skill.
Yeah.
All right. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Uh-oh. We got
He figured it out.
We got the TV on TNT in here.
It's
not Charmed.
It's softcore porn at 9 in the morning. Is what's happening. What exactly are they showing on TNT, bro?
Okay, what is this show, Nelly? You're the ball knower of TNT morning shows. It's not Charmed, but it's another like alien show.
Well, usually when they leave TNT on, it's Charmed, and then it goes to Supernatural.
Okay, so
this
it's
might
gotta
be
be
Supernatural.
This guy was just making out with this chick, and then this chick turned into like a zombie.
Right
and
when
looked
they were
very
making
evil.
out.
Yeah.
What do the let's see, are the two leading men? One's super attractive, and the other one's like kind of attractive. Because
this is definitely Supernatural, man.
Yeah, 100%.
Because I'm just saying, Jensen Ackles, he can get it, so that's how you know it's Supernatural.
This show was on the air for like 22 seasons or something ridiculous like that, man.
I have a question, by the way. It is Supernatural. There is the flash screen right there. Okay. Just as a general principle.
Yeah.
Because you're not married, are you, Berto?
No.
Okay. Let's just say that you were. You got a spouse or a very serious girlfriend or whatever. And it comes to one of those scenes. Let's say your spouse was playing the role of zombie lady.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a very like intimate scene like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I could handle it.
Really?
I don't think I could watch it.
That's like, well, you know what I saw
Look, I know
recently?
it's a job. I know it's a job and it's all pretend, but I'm still I don't think I could like actually view that.
I will get insanely jealous for no apparent reason out of nowhere. And like it's like on their press tour for the new Superman movie, the dude who plays Superman and the chick who plays Lois Lane, they get it on in that movie. Like they're holding hands and making out, and they're both obviously married to other people. And I was like the same way. I was like, I don't know, man.
I
don't know. If my wife is just like handsy with this 6'4" Hollywood, I'm like, I'm like, listen, we might have to have a conversation, baby.
Especially if it's if it's a good scene, you're like, you aren't acting here.
Right,
this isn't acting.
I am convinced that you want to have sex with this dude. I'm not here for, you're right. That would be tough, man.
No, you're
tough.
right. You're right. I don't believe that you actually think Jason Momoa's hot. No, of course not.
Yeah, it's not easy, man. It's not easy.
How do I know that? Because I look the way I look, and he looks the way he looks, and I know the difference.
You got to have a lot of trust in the relationship with that one, man.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, hang on. Straw poll.
Like if you're married to Scarlett Johansson, and every single movie Scarlett Johansson's making out with like the best looking dude, and you're just like, man, that's tough. Right? If you're that SNL guy who's married to Scarlett, you got to be asking yourself, I don't know, man.
All right. So hang on. Here's the question. Am I being overly jealous? Or do you agree with myself and Berto's take on this?
No, what's that movie that just came out where Michael B. Jordan is the identical twins? The
Sinners.
like vampire
Sinners.
sex movie?
Oh,
yeah.
right. Josh
You're
Allen.
Josh
Josh Allen watching
right,
that. No.
Michael B. Jordan and Haley Steinfeld get it on.
No, but did you hear though? No,
way too real. Way too real.
You're right.
But
if I'm Josh Allen, I might be calling timeout on that.
His
too,
Bills teammates did not see that movie in solidarity with him. They came out and said,
Good.
"Nope, we're not going."
Oh, man.
That's good team camaraderie right there.
Oh, yeah, that'd be tough, brother. That's tough.
There's got to be somebody who's got a wife who did some acting or something like that in a I don't know, some sort of Hallmark movie, something that knows what I'm talking about here.
Right.
Well, this just happened
feel like
with
it'd be more adult, more
This just happened with
responsible.
Sydney Sweeney. You remember she was engaged, and then she did that movie with Glenn Powell,
Yeah,
and everyone was
and
like,
her-
"Uh-oh."
And her fiance is like, you guys
Yep,
were looking
nope.
too close. And she's like, you know what? I'm not marrying you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to marry you, bro.
Like, how dare you be that jealous? Okay, fine.
Right.
Then I'll join some, I don't know, soap opera.
Yeah.
Do the same thing, see how you feel.
Yeah, it's like those like those hot chicks that you see with those ugly dudes. Remember when Julia Roberts was married to that ugly musician dude? What was that dude's name? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Julia Roberts married
Lyle Lovett.
Lyle Lovett, right? And you're like, what the hell is going? No,
It's one of my. I'm huge. I love Norm Macdonald. One of my favorite jokes from him. I think he was doing the SNL update thing, and he said, "Julia Roberts and Lyle Lovett are getting divorced because she's Julia Roberts and he's Lyle Lovett."
Yeah, man. No, how do you do? No. And you're Lyle Lovett, and your wife is always hanging out and making out with George Clooney and Brad Pitt. And you're like, nah,
no,
I
thank
can't.
you.
Nah.
No, thank you.
Nope.
Pass.
Not happening.
Anyway, okay, good. A lot of people are agreeing. I don't think you could. You just couldn't watch. I think would be the thing.
Listen, man.
Be like,
Josh
honey, I'm
Allen,
sure the movie's great.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Well, Brett, how would you feel if your wife painted one of your co-hosts naked? How would that make you feel? Hypothetical situation that would never happen.
That's just being an artist. Hey, going back to this. So, oh, wait, I didn't bring this up to you yet. Think about this for a second. So I brought this up in the appetizer as I was whispering sweet nothings behind Nellie's back because I had to change studios.
Because Lindahl sabotaged you.
Because Lindahl sabotaged me. There was a story surrounding Malik Beasley and gambling on your own games, and Jonte Porter had that happen. A few other guys, right?
Malik's in that's a bad situation for
and
Malik.
I feel bad because I think Malik's a good kid. He's just very prone to mistakes, is the way I'd call it.
You can't Javonte just got banned for life. And it wasn't like that happened it happened this season.
Yeah.
While allegedly Malik was point shaving or whatever he was doing. And now, he's going to get banned for life. He's going to get banned for life.
So here's the thing, though. There was a second player that was being investigated.
Scary Terry.
Terry Rozier. And they said that he was not involved.
But it was like, you just suck. Right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's so much worse.
They were like, you're so bad, it looks like you're point shaving, but it's just you suck. Yeah.
You're so bad at this. My only conclusion is that you're cheating somehow.
Yeah.
And it turns out, no, you're just really that bad.
Yeah.
So I thought about this in this sense. It's a shame to be left out in the college football power dynamic right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a fear I have with teams like Air Force and CSU. Like, what's going to happen?
The SEC Invitational?
And even like CU to a certain extent, if they really go super conference-y with it, are you allowed or not?
Right.
But think about this. Memphis, yesterday, a story came out. They went to the Big 12, hat in hand.
Yeah.
Probably on their knees begging.
And the Big 12's like,
with a Brinks truck of money of $250 million. They said, I'll give you $250 million. Please just let me join the conference.
Said, we don't want your stupid money. Get out of here.
Bait it, nerd. Go outside.
It's over. Yeah, that's tough,
like they
man.
went Uncle Baby
That's
Billy
tough.
on them.
Right. They're like, I just won an 8-ball and $2 million.
Yeah.
And Memphis, and the Big 12's like,
I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime in. It's gone.
I mean, to offer a conference $250 million and for them to say,
go outside, nerd.
We're fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
We don't need that. We don't need that $250 million.
I think it's almost better just to be left out than to have that happen because that's embarrassing.
Yeah, I'd make sure that they wouldn't tell anybody. I'd ask them on the DL, like at school, like pass a note, like, do you like me? Check yes or no. Like you do exactly that. You don't just come out and say, hey, Big 12, we got all this money. Let us come play with you. Because then the Big 12 gets to say, no. We don't like you, and we don't like your school. We don't like anything about you.
Like,
go away.
I'm wondering if they countered. Like, the Big 12 said no, and they're like, well,
we'll
what about
take it for $400 million.
4, 5, 6?
No, it's rough, man. It's
infinite.
Rough. There were some coaches making news at SEC Media Days because they were all asked about the college football playoff or whatever, and they were like, well, what do you think? And some coaches would come with some crazy ideas. There was a couple of those coaches who were like, I think it should be all invitational, no automatic bids, just everybody gets, and all that kind of stuff. And the college football playoff, there wasn't any massive upsets last year, but I love it, man. I want more of it, right? We want more of it. Even though it was kind of boring, and teams are getting housed in those early rounds. That's still great, man. That's great. That's the best it's the best idea college football's had in my lifetime, man.
Well, I think when it comes to stuff like that, I don't think you should ever be asking, well, what if this team got in, would they have won sort of thing?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the last thing you need. I like that there's a little bit of structure to it, and it sounds like they're doing away with this, which I don't get. Like, one of the things about the NFL last year, or the NFL forever, but especially last year, was on display. There was this big conversation going the final week of the season when Detroit and Minnesota, who were both 14-2, were playing each other.
Mm-hmm.
And the winner got the 1 seed of the NFC, and the loser had to play in a wild card and no home playoff games.
Right.
And they said, well, that's not fair. And I go, that's incredibly fair. For whoever loses, you knew before the season started, you win your division, that matters, okay? You can still make the playoffs, but winning your division's the key. It's the gold standard of the NFL. And I'm like, that's a clear set. If this was college football, they'd be like, well, yeah, but what does their conference look like? What is their strength of schedule? I'm like, forget all of that nerdy opinion stuff and just give me a set of rules. And I like how the college football playoff had some of that last year. Like, they put an emphasis on win your conference. If you win your conference, then you're going to be golden. But God,
12 teams is enough, right? 12 teams should be able to for us to decide who the best team in college football is.
Especially
if they want to make it 16, great. I mean, if they want to make it however 24, whatever, man. But 12 should be enough.
I think 12 is plenty, and it allows for that one sort of little engine that could team from the non-Power Fives to be in there. My real question is, we were talking about Memphis and them trying to join the Big 12. I still don't know about this move for CSU to the Pac-12.
It's weird, right? Well, it's a weird conference. They had 2 teams in it last year, right?
The fact that they're just relying on, they think the brand Pac-12 is worth this, and I don't buy that at all.
No.
I don't buy it.
The Pac-12 ruined the Pac-12 5 years. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they are paying the price for the stupid decisions they made a decade ago. Where they couldn't figure out the TV deal. They couldn't get those teams together.
Yeah.
It felt like everybody else knew what they were doing. Like, and the conference commissioners had everybody, like, listen, here we go. Everybody ducks in a row. Here's how we're doing it. And the Pac-12 was like lollygagging around, and they paid the price because all these teams were like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go somewhere else.
They just had, I think they had an ego problem where they thought they were bigger than what they were. The SEC can do whatever they want. The Big Ten can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
The Big 12 had to be proactive. And here's what happened. The TV deal that was given to the Big 12 was offered to the Pac-12, and they said, we're better than that. So the Big 12 took it, and then the Pac-12 said, can we put our games on the CW now? Like, that was their next option?
Yeah, the music stopped. They were a lot like Jerry Jones. Wait, and then you have 0 options.
Yeah.
Wait too long, you have 0 options. The music stops, everybody's got a chair but you.
That thing was just, I think it was all born and bred out of ego, thinking that they thought they were on par with the SEC and the Big Ten, and they weren't. And the Big 12 was like, we know we're not that.
Yeah,
I need something now. Yeah. But Texas says, would you rather have CSU stay behind in the Mountain West? What do you mean behind? Like, this is kind of my point. The Mountain West and the Pac-12 are peers. They're the same. They aren't any different. You get a little bit better schools, I guess, in Wazoo and Oregon State are a little bit better programs than maybe a couple in the Mountain West. But let's not pretend that the Pac-12 is all going to join hands with the Big Ten and the SEC and the ACC and all these.
No. The Pac-12 is right. They're the redheaded stepchild, just like the Mountain West is right now. They're on the outside looking in because you know what I mean. They have it. There's going to be a party, and they're not going to have any party favors, right? They're going to be on the outside looking in,
right?
And especially, but once again, do you care if the SEC and the Big Ten basically take control? If they're like, the NCAA, you guys have butchered this for years. You guys messed everything up. Now we're gonna go to the conferences and let them handle it.
I'm very much opposed to this super conference idea. I think it'd be stupid for everybody. Now teams in the SEC and the Big Ten, they'd be fine. Like they wouldn't fold up shop. But part of what, it's the same thing I say about the MLB. There's only a few players in the MLB, like big-time players, which is the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Cubs, like the same old teams that we always talk about. But they need the Rockies, and they need the Rangers, and they need the Diamondbacks because that's just more cash flow that's going around to everybody. Like, for the teams in the SEC and the Big Ten to essentially box out 3/4 of the college football teams right now is just extra revenue that you're missing.
Yeah. But it feels like there's half the teams in the SEC who are just basically like, that's all we want. Well, all we want is our conference, and maybe we can allow some of those idiots from the Big Ten in, but that's it. That's all we want.
Well, I think about it this way. If they did that, and let's say that all the teams here in town were left out, that CU wasn't part of it, CSU, Air Force, all these teams were not part of this bigger super conference thing, would I talk about that on this show? Would it be of interest to people listening to our show if I talked about an LSU-Auburn game if that were to happen?
No, probably not.
Then why would they even risk the casual viewer? Because I watch Bama and Georgia because, first of all, it's good football, but second of all, it does tangentially have things to do with your schools. Like CU, when they were competing, they were still in the battle for the Big 12 championship. You could make the playoff. You might face one of these teams. Like, I kind of want to take a look at it. If you're in different leagues, why do I care?
Yeah.
Why do I care anymore?
Right. It'd be like comparing the NHL and the AHL. Like, what do you care about what's going on in the AHL when you're an NFL team? Because it's almost
not even that,
two
because that's a
different
minor league system.
No, that's what I mean. That's what I think would happen in college football.
Yes.
You'd have hey, these are the teams we care about, and everybody else is minors.
Right.
Everybody else, you know what I mean? Like, hey, if you want to use the portal and transfer over here to a team that's actually going to play for something, you can do that. But guess what? You are now a minor league feeder school.
It would feel more like USFL and NFL.
Okay. Yeah.
That's how it would feel to me. It's like you've just created a different league. Like, I'm not just going to be a fan of a team in both leagues or something. Like, I don't know what your plan is.
I get what
here.
you're saying. Yeah.
Anyway, Memphis, $250 million.
And they were like, we don't want your stupid money.
No. Go find somebody else. I'm sure the Pac-12 would love to take that cash.
Yeah, I'm probably sure they would.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Hey, you can see that guy at camp here starting today.
Wait.
Jade?
Oh, so I was like, wait.
Yeah, not T-Pain.
T-Pain.
This isn't a Dion training camp. Okay? Actually, you know what? We say that, and then wasn't Kenny Chesney here last year at training camp?
Was he?
Isn't he boys with Sean Payton, Ellie?
I'm sure he's that dude is boys with everybody. He's boys with Peyton Manning. Didn't I see Peyton Manning got up there? Like he brought Peyton onto the stage when they were playing Mile High.
I thought he
year,
did
right?
it in Tennessee.
Was that Tennessee?
Yeah, I think when he was down there.
Wait, so Peyton he was watching that concert in Tennessee? I thought for sure that was at Mile High, but no, it was there.
I'm pretty sure. It was down in Tennessee. I think near the campus, and he came out in a Vols jersey.
Kenny Chesney knows everybody basically, though, right?
So
he's been doing it forever.
I'll admit something. I'm not a Chesney guy. I'm pretty particular with my country music.
You're like, it's Morgan Wallen or it's nothing.
No, I'm like
that's our man Grizz.
I say Stapleton, but Stapleton's almost more bluesy than he is country. But Kenny Chesney does the Mad Libs country lyrics style that I just don't like, which is he's got that one song that has always driven me nuts. The buy a boat, drink a beer, get some chewing, get your truck.
Yeah. That's that's Kenny Chesney.
Dude, like that thing.
That's very Kenny Chesney, yeah.
I'm just like, you're just spitting out every country cliche you can in the middle of a
His
chorus.
work, man. The dude's put out like 10 albums or
he's
something.
successful. I'm not denying that.
But you of all people should like the song, I'm going to sit right here and have another beer in Mexico, because that's what you do once a year for vacation.
Yeah, see, I'm not a big twangy country guy. And he's just twangy country.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of country now is just pop, basically. Like, it's pop. It's with a little country in it.
That's like... Post Malone is like, look at he's gone country. I'm like, nope, it's pop music.
Yes,
this
still
is pop
he's
music.
still doing this. Yeah.
And I like the Post Malone stuff, but it is pop. It's not country. Just because, like, there's that Shabuzi song.
Yeah, there's a good news or the
a bar
whiskey
song.
one.
Parentheses,
A bar
tipsy.
song. Okay, hang on. Give me what's the lyrics and the chorus to a bar song? He goes something about
Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. There's a party downtown near 6th Street.
But he says something like he replaces
everybody at the bar getting tipsy.
Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. There's a rap song, everybody at the club getting tipsy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is that the separation between country and like pop rap sort of thing? I don't know.
Is it right? It's the country or the
right. It's like you just replaced the word club with bar with the exact same lyric, and now it's a country song.
We were just talking about like I would never want to be as famous as Taylor Swift is.
Never.
And Taylor Swift is currently the most recognizable woman in the world. No matter where she goes, people
No
know.
doubt.
But she started as a country artist right now. But was her country music any different than what her music is currently that she's putting out there with like double albums and stuff?
It's funny that first album that she had that our song is a something swing door or whatever.
Yeah.
Like
Slam
the Tim
screen
McGraw
doors.
the
She
Tim McGraw
intentionally
song?
threw a twang in there. I'm like, you don't sound like that. You're just pandering.
It seems to have worked out well for her too.
She did legit start country, and then she crossed over to pop. But that first album, I mean, she hit some of the boxes you said. She said, I'm praying to the Lord. Jesus is my boy.
But she had the twang though that she never had. She put it on.
Put my feet up on the dash of your pickup truck. I mean, Taylor Swift checked the boxes, and then she switched to pop.
I like
there you
that.
go.
You check the boxes is a good way to put it. But you're right. Imagine
being that famous.
Like,
I remember, like, when Patrick Waugh was traded to the Avalanche, like, Patrick Waugh couldn't go anywhere in Montreal without being just mobbed. Like, people knew who he was.
Yeah.
But here in Denver, he could go to the mall, do something. Like, people were not mobbing Patrick Waugh. But if you are one of those, famous musicians, you can't go anywhere, man, right? You got to have security everywhere.
Yeah. If nothing else, I remember I watched this live in person as we were having the discussion. I was in Omaha for the College World Series, and there's this bar called the Old Mattress Factory that's right across from the stadium. And Ndamukong Suh this is like when he was peak NFL, like, oh my God, scary guy, right? And he was obviously this really famous, great Husker. So he's at the bar, and in the middle of this crowd, and my buddy says, why does he have security? He's huge. Because he's surrounded by like 3 or 4 other guys that are bigger than Suh, and Suh is massive.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
And I go, their lawsuit protection is what they are.
Yeah,
like, if he punches somebody, he might get a lawsuit.
Right, he could kill somebody. Right. Right? He could kill someone with his bare hands.
And what happened? Somebody tried to get in there, and a security guard took care of it. And I said, that's why those guys are there.
Remember when those dudes jumped Cam Newton at the football game?
Yeah.
And Cam Newton mollywopped those guys. Like, don't go chasing waterfalls or professional athletes, right? Stick to the rivers and the streams that you know of. Like, do not, like, I don't understand people picking fights with, like, I don't care who it is, like prime Mike Tyson, or, you know, like, you're talking trash to an MMA guy.
I'll give you the worst example. Okay, I got another story about that, too. Remember when those people tried to go after the Jokic brothers?
Yeah.
Like, have you seen Strahinja?
I bet, he will kill you. He will kill you, and nobody will ever find the body. No one's ever going to find your corpse, man. Go ahead and talk that trash if you want to.
Because after you're unconscious, he'll pick you up by the shirt collar with 2 fingers, smash you like an accordion, and crumple you like paper in his hands.
Yes, watching him because it was crazy. Like, Joker's over in China doing his 361 shoe thing. Strahinja was at Summer League,
just chilling.
Strahinja's like, I got to see what the Nuggets are doing with these youngsters, man. And he could barely fit in those seats at the arena, man. That dude is massive.
I love that Strahinja is just like the watchful eye.
Right.
Like Nicole is not here, but I am.
Right.
Get
That's
it together.
like if your bodyguard was a nuclear missile. You know what I mean? Like, it's not somebody, he will destroy worlds if you mess with him.
I've shared this story on the radio before, but I went to a Nuggets game last year, and I took the elevator up, and it was just me and Strahinja in there.
I barely
and
fit.
I'm trying to describe to people, Jokic, if you're ever on the floor, if you're fortunate enough to ever be on the floor for like pregame of a Nuggets game or something, and you stand next to these guys, like we're at training camp, football players are huge.
Right.
NBA players are another level.
Remember when Bo Nix came to a game and he was standing next to Joker, and you're like, man, it's like Joker's 2.5 feet taller than that dude.
And when I tell you, like, I've stood right next to Jokic. Jokic is 7 foot, 300 pounds,
He's thick,
huge.
Man. He's big.
And Strahinja makes him look small somehow.
Yeah.
And not like fat, like a built brick bleep house.
Yeah, He looks it looks like he could be carrying around 400 pounds and 2/3 of it is muscle. You're just like, no, man.
Somebody says Strahinja is like Thanos. Like I don't know.
He is.
If Thanos was a person, it would look like Strahinja.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right, man. Yeah, he just, I love that guy. Love him.
There's another one. I'll make this quick because I've told this before too, but I want to say it to you. You said when people are trying MMA fighters. So there's a few that were in Omaha at the time, and I knew a couple of these guys. Now, I didn't go out with them, but I saw them at a bar once. And one of these guys was wearing flip-flops with the thong ones, right?
Yeah.
And somebody found out they're an MMA guy. He was drunk, and he started trying these guys. Quickest bar fight I've ever seen. The MMA guy steps back, kicks off his flip-flops.
Oh, no.
Gives him one kick to the face. Dude drops, drug out by security, and I'll never forget, like nothing happened. This dude put his shoes back on, walked out of the bar, and all you heard was,
yeah. It just
on the way out.
That's
of
what
somebody
I'm
who
talking
just,
and dudes are gonna do it, man. Dudes, you put a dude in a room with a wild animal, right? You're going to end up fighting a wild animal. It's the same thing with remember the former NHL enforcer who got in that fight on the golf course a couple of weeks ago? And he was just
Tarnasky.
like,
Tarnasky.
bang. He's throwing this dude around like he's a paper cup. Like, don't do it. Don't do it.
No.
Don't do it. You think it's going to be a funny story, but instead you're going to get 13 stitches and a couple of broken ribs.
The worst thing that happens to those guys when you try them is their hand hurts for a couple of minutes. Right? It's the worst thing that happens to them.
Don't fight people who fight professionally, who got paid to fight. Don't do it.
Or just don't fight somebody who looks like they could end your life. You know what I mean? Like, that's the real thing. So, a couple things here. Just real quick. First of all, Noah Fant got released from the Seahawks the other day.
Yeah.
Noah Fant is... Think about how unlucky you have to be that Iowa State's a tight end factory. They pump those out like nobody's business. And the last 4 to come out of Iowa that were high-end draft picks were T.J. Hawkinson.
Yeah, good.
Sam Laporta,
Yeah, good.
George Kittle,
Yeah, real good.
and Noah Fant.
Not that good.
You got the one that was just okay.
Mhm.
But here's what's mind-blowing. I asked people in the appetizer, I go, would you be interested, like, if Noah Fant was your number 2 here? If he backed up Evan Ingram? Like, I wouldn't be against it. He's fine. You know, he's better than every tight end that you've had here since Peyton Manning has been here. And I got proof. The leader in catches for tight ends last year on the Broncos was who? Lucas Kroll, who caught 19 balls. The next highest over the span of years, Berto, was, I wonder if you can get this, 33 catches from a tight end in a season. It was 3 years ago. Who was it?
Oh, yeah, no idea. No idea.
Greg Dulcich.
Yeah, would not have guessed that.
Noah Fant, when he was here, his final 2 years. He played here 3 years. His second year, he had 62 catches for 673 yards and 3 touchdowns. His last year, 68 catches for 670 yards and 4 touchdowns. That's the best season you've had from a tight end since, like, Julius Thomas. It's the best one.
No. Yeah, I
Man,
mean,
Albert
I can't
O,
get
yeah.
excited about Noah, man.
No, I understand that.
Didn't he get...
I'm just putting in perspective, like, for how bad it's been at that position over the last however many years.
Didn't Noah wasn't he cranky when they traded him? Like, where he was like, what the hell are you trading me for? Well, you sending me to here with that whole deal. That he seemed like he was angry at the Broncos because of how the deal went down.
Probably. Yeah.
I'm sure it's Noah who's like, I want nothing to do with that franchise ever again.
Yeah.
But then again, he's not good enough that I'm like, well, you got to make him an offer.
Choosers
right.
sort of thing, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, what kind of season do you think Ingram's going to have? If he's fully healthy and ready to rock.
My floor for him, it has to be at least 60. Like, at minimum, it's got to be 60 catches. He's got to be involved. That's what? 4-ish a game?
Would change the nature of the Broncos offense because they never throw the tight end that many balls. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to change the way the Broncos look offensively if you can do that. For the better, I imagine, but
I think so too.
I don't know, man.
He's got to get at least 60 catches, and I would hope it's going to be more than that.
Just like it. Remember we were talking about what would the Broncos look like if they had Saquon in the backfield and Sean could just hand the ball to him constantly. What would the Broncos look like if they had one of the great tight ends in the league on this team? Like if you had Kelsey or Kittle on this team, like how different would the offense have looked?
There's been a pretty consistent thing over the last few years of like formulas and how teams, really good teams, Final Four teams in the league, what they have in common.
Mm-hmm.
And like, yeah, quarterbacks are always a part of that equation. Tight end is a big one too. Like, you look at the teams that finish constantly in the championship round of stuff. I mean, Travis Kelce is always there. Lamar Jackson's had Mark Ingram. They've had a couple of good tight ends in Buffalo over the last couple of years. When Detroit made it, Sam Laporta was a rookie that year, but a really good tight end. Like, you look at all these different teams, tight end seems to be a weapon that most people seem to have.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, you're missing what I think is an easy bailout option if things go wrong.
Yeah.
You know, if it's 3rd and 5 and your primary receiver is not open, there should be a tight end with a mismatch somewhere that could get the football for 6 yards.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that changes this year.
Hey! Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Yeah, that dude got smoked. Did you see that they, like, where he threw that dude in the river, they put a plaque. That, like, there's some dudes came and they're like, here lies R.I.P., bro. Here lies idiot picking a fight with NHL enforcer.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not the fighting type. I'll fight if I have to. That's the kind of guy I am.
Right. I'll fight only if I'm like, oh,
if a buddy's in a fight,
I gotta jump in this nonsense.
Yep. If you do something to my wife or my kid, like, I'm swinging.
Yeah.
Off to a good start, buddy. I told you.
But I'll tell you right now, if that fight starts and the first thing that happens is I get thrown in a pond,
I'm like, all right, that's good.
You win.
Right.
You win. I don't know what's happening after this, but I don't want to find out.
Right. It wasn't the retired NHLer who, like, that dude got up and then came right back at him. And he was like, okay, here we go again.
It's like, don't do it.
Yeah, I've never been so drunk that I'm like, I'm going to swing on this 6'4" guy. I'm swinging on this 6'4".
No, thank
Never
you.
been that drunk, man.
Hey, Moser pointed something out from Italy.
Oh.
Just had a tweet.
Great.
And I actually think this is a good point. So Team Canada reveals the assistant coaches that are going to join John Cooper's staff in 2026.
Yeah, for the Olympics.
There's an interesting omission that we'll get to next.
Off to a good start, buddy. I told you! Man, leave him alone. You want to
All right, Berto. So, Berto in for Vic and Moj all week. Team Canada revealed their assistant coaches that will be joining John Cooper's staff for the 2026 Winter Olympic Games. And those names are John Cooper as the head coach, and then Bruce Cassidy, Pete DeBoer, Rick Tookett, and Misha Donskov. So,
what's great about today is that it's not yesterday.
I hate Cooper and I hate DeBoer. Why is Bednar never mentioned for anything coaching?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Ever.
I don't know.
Ever.
I don't know.
It's not Coach of the Year award, the Jack Adams.
Yeah.
It's not this kind of
Yeah, I
stuff.
don't know.
Like, he's never involved.
Yeah, I don't know.
How?
I don't know. He'd probably be a good member of that staff. But then again, if you're Jared Bednar, well, listen, here's what's going to happen. In the middle of the NHL season next year, we're going to take 20 days off and go play the Olympics.
Yeah.
Kind of like how they did Four Nations this year.
Mm-hmm.
And then after next year, I think we're doing the World Cup of Hockey again, right? So
I think so.
So it will be right back into international play. But if you're the Avs, I'm more than happy not having Jared Bednar have to go. Where the hell are the Olympics? Where the Winter Olympics in? Is it Bait? No, that's not. Where are the Olympics? I have no idea where the Winter Olympics are this year. None. No clue. But I would rather have my coach just stay here for those, 2.5, 3 weeks.
They're going to be in Italy.
Is
That's
that where
right.
it is?
That's
Interesting. Interesting.
Milan.
So, I mean, I'm sure coach
Buenos
would be
dias.
flying over to Milan. But I'm all right if I don't
Buenos
know why.
dias.
I don't know why his name doesn't come up more for Coach of the Year and for these kind of international gigs.
Like, he took a team, I guess, 3 years ago, but 16-4 in the playoffs to win a Stanley Cup.
Mm-hmm.
You look back to last year, and maybe it's like people are too lazy to really analyze this. And this is why I will defend Jared Bednar's coaching acumen to the sun. Do you remember last year what half the season was like?
Yeah.
Where they're pulling up guys. I remember they took Shillington, who's a defenseman. They're like, dude, please play wing because we have no other bodies.
The amount of players, you're right, the amount of players that Bednar had to throw in the blender last season was more than they have in a long time, right? I mean, we can find the final number.
Most in franchise history for players used in a season. It was the most. And the team stayed afloat. Like, do you know how hard that is?
Yeah.
And remind you, what else was there for half the season or close to it? Georgiev giving up like 5 a game.
Yeah, 4 give.
I mean, seriously, though, I don't think people quite understand to keep the team alive during that process was a hell of an accomplishment at the time. Nobody was playing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. His first year as head coach of the Avs, they won 22 games.
Man.
And over the last 4 or 5 years, they've averaged over 50 wins, right? So, I mean...
But it feels like he never gets that kind of respect. Mike Malone really didn't either, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. Although, I think, Michael Malone was I think most people viewed Malone as a top 10, probably top 5 coach in the NBA, right? Coming into last season.
And he got a lot of attention because there was a lot of teams that, Nuggets opponents that did not like Malone.
I'm shocked that Malone didn't just immediately go out and get another gig. I wonder if he's going to just do the TV thing this year.
Do you think he wants to? Maybe he just got a new contract. He got paid.
Yeah, and so he can just sit and do nothing and make that money.
Yeah, take a year off, chill out for a second, and then go grab a job. Like, I thought maybe the Knicks, just because he's an East Coast guy, maybe that makes sense.
And him and Mike Brown are really, really close. He could end up on that staff, you know what I mean? Or he could end up on somebody's staff. But I wonder if he's like, nah, it's a head coaching gig or nothing.
He would. I don't think he'd take an assistant job. He should get a head coaching job. I mean,
I'm sure he's
just
waiting to see who gets fired at the start of next season. Then you know what I mean?
Because who were all the coaches who got fired recently? Like all those past 7 champions. It was Frank Vogel. It was Budenholzer in Milwaukee, right?
Yeah.
Who am I missing? Champions who fired their coach over the last few years.
I don't even, let me see. I can tell you that there was, let's see, coaches and GMs fired this season. Man, there was Tom Thibodeau got. Mike Budenholzer got. David Griffin, the EVP of the Pelicans, got. Calvin Booth got. Michael Malone got. Taylor Jenkins got. Mike Brown got. But then he just got another gig from New York. You know what I mean? So that's a lot of, like, I would think all those guys are good coaches, right?
Yep.
Everybody thinks Thibodeau is a great coach. Like, Budenholzer's a good coach. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Nick Nurse was another one.
Oh, I forgot about Nick Nurse getting got.
Ty Lue was, I don't mean this year, just in like recent champions. So all these guys, so I'll go back to 2016. So championship coaches who got fired. Ty Lue got fired from Cleveland. Nick Nurse got fired from Toronto. Frank Vogel got fired from the Lakers. Budenholzer fired from the Bucks. And Malone fired from the Nuggets. That's 5. I think all 4 previous to Malone have been head coaches again already, haven't they?
Yes.
Yeah, because Vogel was the coach of Phoenix for a second. Ty Lue was coaching the Clippers. Nick Nurse, where was or is Nurse right now?
He was in Toronto. That's who got him, right? And they also got rid of their GM.
Oh, he's Sixers. He's coach of the Sixers right now.
Man, good. Listen. Nick Nurse is going to get fired again. And let me tell you, like, I was taking shots at Paul George yesterday. Obviously, he had that surgery. We don't know when he's going to be back. That story with Joel Embiid, did you see how freaked out Joel Embiid is? So Joel Embiid is angry at every single one of his teammates for something that happened during the season. They had a players only meeting where Tyrese Maxey kind of went off on Embiid saying, "Yo, you're part of the problem, man. You're always showing up late to everything, to practice, to the plane rides. Show up on time, Joel." And then that somebody leaked that information after the all-staff meeting. And Embiid says he knows who did it. He knows there's a snitch on the roster.
Oh, he knows who leaked it.
Yeah. He's like, I know who leaked it. That guy's still on the roster. I'm never going to trust anybody on that team again. I'm never going to do an only players meeting again. And guess what, Philadelphia? The only thing you have is Tyrese Maxey. What are you going to do, Sixers?
Yeah.
You're going to be bad next season? Even though they drafted my dude out of Baylor, VJ. But no, man, Philly, you're going to suck. You have to do something. You have to change the nature of that team, man. Nick Nurse is going to get fired again because they're going to be bad.
I've kind of gone through all these different stages with Embiid.
Blow it up. You got to trade Embiid, don't you? If you're Philadelphia, you got to get rid of Joel.
I think so. But for him
trade PG too, man.
Like when we were in the middle of that Embiid Jokic MVP battle stuff,
that sucked.
Like I rooted against Embiid at the time just because I was like, you know what? If people are going to make this Jokic versus him, then I'm going to go all in on Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
All right, got it. I really sort of pity Embiid. Like, I don't know if it's quite the same. Just injury luck-wise, it feels a little bit Michael Porter Jr.-y, where it's like you just can't get right.
Right. And you might never be right. You might never be who you were before when you won that MVP, even though it probably shouldn't have gone to you.
Like, because Embiid, for whatever you thought about him, and look, I found his style sort of distasteful, like his actual game. It's same thing with like SGA. Mm-hmm. It's not my style of play that I think is entertaining.
Right, I'm not tuning in to just watch that kind of basketball.
But he was good, like really, really good. And you're just kind of looking at a broken human being like, I don't think you can do that again. And I don't think the Sixers think that. But what do? He's making all that money.
Yeah, you
it's
gave
like
him a
Ben,
Supermax.
remember Ben Simmons?
Yeah, bro,
like,
that was a disaster.
And that was also in Philly.
Yeah. I don't know what they're going to do.
I have pity for him now.
I do not know what the heck they're going to do in Philadelphia.
Just quickly here before fact checker, this from the LA Times. How about this? I just showed you. I went to Casa Bonita for baby Jamal Kale's birthday a couple months ago or last month,
and it was delicious. And you saw Matt and Trey.
Didn't see Matt and Trey. No. Didn't see them, but it is like it's really cool. If you guys can get in, everything works now, which didn't happen the first time I went there. But it's also packed, dude, like shoulder to shoulder everywhere you're going. But my daughter got this little Casa Bonita coin, which I use as a ball marker now. Paramount has reached an agreement with Trey Parker and Matt Stone.
Oh, they gave more money?
To stream South Park. It's a 5-year deal. How much do you think they get out of 5 years?
$500 million.
$1.5 billion.
Oh, yes!
To stream South Park on Paramount. $1.5 billion. How wild is that? I mean, it literally is one of the most successful shows that's ever been created.
Yeah, it's great, man. It's great. It's a great show. And they're great. But man, they're getting to the point now where they could buy an NBA, they could buy a professional franchise, man. Not just Casa Bonita. Although I did see that interview where they were talking about like, yeah, we thought it was going to cost this much. And then 5 years later, we
kind of a
spent
money
$10
pit.
million on a Mexican restaurant in Denver.
I think $1.5 billion will cover the expenses.
Yeah, I think they're
of Casa
okay
Bonita.
now. Man, that's crazy.
Nelly, quick fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier, we played the cut from Bengals owner Mike Brown, who was explaining the hang-up in the Shamar Stewart contract negotiations, where he essentially said, if Stewart ends up in jail, I don't want to have to pay him the rest of his guarantee. Well, here's the last part of that clip that we didn't get to, where he says something that, once again, makes this even more murky.
Oddly, something like this has never occurred in my memory with us. I don't think it's going to occur. So we're sitting here arguing over something that I think is pretty remote. And I ask myself sometimes why the hell we're doing it, but we are. And he's doing it too. And at some point, we got to put this stuff behind.
You brought it up. You're arguing with yourself, Mike.
That's what I'm saying. So he's hung up on something he doesn't even think is going to happen.
Hey, take the mic away from the old man.
This is what I'm talking about, man.
Take it away.
So, like,
gotta be done.
There's plenty of 90-year-olds that rock that mic.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, myself and Berto back tomorrow. We'll talk to you guys then. Love you very much. Goodbye.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Happy Tuesday! Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside Rob Trigilio filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford. He'll be back coming in tomorrow before we get into training camp on Friday morning, the first public day out there for us, for you to go see the Broncos as they look to get back to the postseason for the second consecutive year. Jesse Trujillo's behind the glass today. Join us at 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line today. You can watch us on YouTube and on Twitch and take us wherever you go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. A lot to get into today, even though we are in the middle of the slower portion of the sports year. You asked me yesterday, like, who are the unknown pieces that the Avalanche can still go out and get and fill out the rest of their roster with $4 million remaining. We talked about a couple of players, and I slept on it last night. There's a player we'll get into down the road in the show today that I can't believe I haven't been screaming his name from the mountaintops. Big news in the NFL. Shamar Stewart and the Cincinnati Bengals are still squabbling with one another. Trey Hendrickson has not only not reported to camp, but isn't in the state of Ohio for the Bengals. And a longtime Broncos nemesis finally calls it quits on a one-day contract with the Chargers. Phillip Rivers retires.
It's quite, I mean, we're going into camp here, so we're trying to save up a little bit of energy. We got a lot today. I'm excited. I really want to hear your name because we were screaming about Ivan yesterday. And it permeated its way through my evening into a couple phone calls with friends about how we just need a little bit more from the Colorado Avalanche. And we have been sitting on it, waiting for them to make a move here. So excited about that. But I know you want to start with Phyllis. Oh, I'm sorry, Phillip Rivers.
Oh, that was nice. One of the most hated figures in all of Denver sports history, and certainly in the last quarter century, is the longtime Charger quarterback in Phillip Rivers. He signs a one-day contract with the Chargers to officially retire as a member of the San Diego and LA Chargers. My question to you right off the bat, and I do want to get into, are there other names within the last 20 years of Denver sports that you hate more than Phillip Rivers? I'll start it with this. I'll be the nice guy, the positive guy. Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Famer, man.
Oh, I mean, here's the thing. We're such a ring culture that the question will be asked, but there's no question, right? He's a slam dunk Hall of Famer. Now, he might not get in on the first ballot because he doesn't have a ring. Probably doesn't get in immediately like some of the other quarterbacks, but he is a Hall of Fame caliber player.
Now, the question is, can you get there without, not only without a ring, but without even getting there, right? The farthest they got was the AFC Championship game in the LaDainian Tomlinson years, but he is sixth all-time in passing yards at just north of 63,000. The names that are around him are Favre, Roethlisberger, Rodgers, Marino, Stafford, those types of guys.
Yeah, you can't keep him out. You can't.
But
no but.
In a world in which rings and hardware matters, he's a guy that while he was a thorn in the side of Broncos fans for years, you can always look back at that 2006 season when the Broncos start off 7-2, they end up finishing 9-7, and it all starts with a loss to Phillip Rivers and the Chargers. The Chargers were an absolute train that year. They go 15-2, but famously they lose to the Patriots in the divisional round. The Broncos were 7-2 before they played them, and then they finished 9-7. And then before you know it, Plummer's gone, and Cutler's the quarterback, and then Shanahan a year later is gone as well.
Yeah. Wow. That is interesting. That team was a wagon through all those years. When they had Rivers, Tomlinson, and Gates.
Yeah.
I mean, that was one of the more fun teams to watch, even if you hated them. And, I've heard plenty of Bronco fans say, I hated him, but I respected him because Phillip Rivers was very in your face. He was a little bit disrespectful, but in a respectful way. But you're right, man. If they get a win against that Charger team, they probably keep Plummer as quarterback for the rest of the year. Probably switch to Cutler in the offseason, which means that you probably keep Shanahan, and would have been a very different looking franchise for the next 3 years, no doubt about that. So that's an interesting spiral that I didn't quite realize that maybe Phillip Rivers is responsible for sending the Broncos into.
It's a crazy what if, is that if he doesn't come to Denver and beat you on the road in, what was it, week 10 or something like that, you probably make the playoffs, because at that point you're 8-2. They finish 9-7. You're going to get into the playoffs with 10 wins. And after that, do you say goodbye to Jake Cutler, or to Jake Plummer? Do you force yourself to go get another young new quarterback? Are you thinking about firing the greatest head coach in the franchise's history in Mike Shanahan? While that didn't happen until a year down the road, that what if, that I don't know if you can boil it down to that game, but if we're talking about Phillip Rivers, it kind of feels like the start of the tumble was halfway through the season in 2006 when he goes on the road and he beats you. Yes, it was an amazing team.
Yeah, that's
without Phillip Rivers, man, you can make the argument that Peyton Manning probably never gets to Denver because come on, dude, it's all butterfly effect. Yeah, I know I might be grasping at straws here, but it is all butterfly effect. It all starts with that season.
I think you're trying to create more reasons to hate Phillip Rivers, and I think I hate him plenty. I think Denver.
By my logic, you should love Phillip Rivers. By my logic, Phillip Rivers is a great sports figure in Denver history.
I don't know. I mean, whoever gets Shanahan fired is probably not somebody that I love. If we're following your butterfly effect here, I do know it eventually gets us off to Peyton Manning, but that's a big butterfly. It's a large wing flap there.
Because I don't know. Hold on, it's an extra year of making the playoffs. If you make the playoffs that year with Plummer, he's not gone, because you don't fall flat on your face. He's not gone.
He definitely is, because they already have Cutler. So, like, Cutler is going to start the next year. But it's your headphones.
My headphones are falling apart right now.
His headphones just ejected because they didn't like his take on Phillip Rivers.
Need some electrical tape. Holy smokes.
That's pretty funny. Listen, I understand that course of action eventually gets you to Peyton Manning, but I don't know. I mean, they had plenty of chances to win.
Everything is connected.
They had plenty of chances to win games that year. That 15-1, 14-2 Charger team, I don't think you can expect to beat them. But it was funny. So did you watch his retirement video? He did like Schefter retweeted it. He did like a little sit down. Obviously, it's for Charger fans. You know what I mean? And he gets a little emotional. But when he's going through the memories from his career, one of the things that he mentions, I think, is that game against the Broncos. So I don't know. It's interesting. So I think the biggest what if you can do with Phillip Rivers is him and Eli got traded for each other. Does Phillip win 2 championships in New York? Is Eli a Hall of Famer in San Diego? I mean, he's got the name thing going for him.
Is the bigger question, does Tom Brady not only have 9 rings as a result, but do they have 9 rings and he owns the greatest undefeated season in the history of the NFL? There's your wing flap. And talk about another one, man, right? Like, that's the reason why Drew Brees is in New Orleans as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's crazy. Because I'm not a big Eli Manning fan. I don't even, this is going to piss some people off. I don't think he's a Hall of Famer. I think it has a lot to do. He won 2 big games.
2 Hall of Fame wins.
And I get it, that matters, but it doesn't make your career a Hall of Fame.
2 Hall of Fame wins.
So it would be interesting if you put Eli Manning on a team with LaDainian Tomlinson and Antonio Gates, are those 2 guys
Tiki Barber
so good that you have the same career that you had with Phillip Rivers. And is Phillip, should we be devaluing Phillip Rivers because he played with those two literally all-time greats? You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I don't know. I always felt like that Charger team didn't get enough respect.
Well, they didn't get the respect because they never got it done. Like, they were always losing in the first and the second round, right? They only get to the AFC Championship game, what was it, 1 year in 2007. Even in the year that we're talking about, right? That what-if season, Week 10, where the Broncos are 7-2, and then they lose at home to Rivers and the Chargers. LA or San Diego back then goes 15-2. They lose in the divisional round. They don't get to the AFC title until the following season, and they lose yet again.
Because he didn't have an ACL. Which mattered.
It does.
And he still went out there and played and still tried to make it to the Super Bowl. I don't know, man. I think he's no doubt a Hall of Famer. I think there's no way he gets in on a first ballot because people just won't have it. But as far as like Denver sports goes, based on what I've seen around here, I don't think there's a more hated guy in Denver sports than Phillip Rivers. I just, like, it permeated. And, like, I don't even think people hate Patrick Mahomes as much as they hated him. Yeah, I mean, I did a show with Tyler the other day where he's like, Patrick Mahomes is my must-watch quarterback, my must-watch athlete. He's too much fun. People don't hate, I hate Patrick Mahomes a lot, but I've got a lot of personal issues there.
What did he do to you personally?
I got a lot of personal issues.
Did you not get an invite to the wedding?
I got a lot of personal issues there. But I don't think Denver fans...
He should have been a Bill.
No. Well, so you know he got drafted with the Bills draft pick.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
Yeah.
I've screamed about it multiple times on this program about how the Bills are solely responsible for all of the nightmares that we've seen over the last 8 years here in Denver.
Done plenty of haunting for us too. So
they also gave them another super duper fast, speedy guy for no reason.
Anyways, I just don't think the people in Denver hate Patrick Mahomes as much as they should. Like I used to, when I was a kid, there were the Raider hater t-shirts that went around because people hated Rich Gannon and so on and so forth. I don't think there's that much hate for Mahomes now. I wish there was more hate for Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, I can't stand the guy. He's a punchable face to me. I hate him just as much as I did, if not slightly more than I did Rivers. It's an interesting conversation. Let's put a pin into it. We'll get on the other side. Your most hated sports figures over the last 20 years in Denver. Does Phillip Rivers top that list? 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. It's a good question. Rob Trigilio, who is filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, you guys are listening to the Morning Sprint on Altitude 92.5.
You've got Coach and Raj on the station for all Denver sports. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Morning Sprint continues next.
Hey, Macanudo. Yeah, that's not how the song goes, but here's how the deal goes. It's Moser. Right now at participating smoker-friendly stores, they're taking $2 off all Macanudo cigars. You heard me right. $2 off any Macanudo stick. Awesome on the golf course. Awesome for anything, really. But it's only for Smoke and Rewards loyalty customers, so take advantage of it right now. Sign up in store or go to sfsmokeandrewards.com. That's sfsmokeandrewards.com. Get on it. Offer ends July 31st, 2025.
I got a nightmare phone call that no parent wants to receive.
Someone hit me going 60 miles an hour.
Dr. Ramos came highly recommended. When I showed him the x-rays, he immediately knew exactly what was wrong.
We've had a tremendous experience with Ramos Law. Really, I could not be happier.
Having the car accident was an accident. Finding Ramos Law was no accident.
Injured in a car accident? Ramos Law can help. RamosLaw.com.
Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction, here to tell you, opening July 30th and closing August 6th. Roller Auction is hitting you with their August 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction, and anybody and everybody can bid online. Guys, for almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the place to find government fleet vehicles and equipment, SUVs, sedans, pickups, vans, UTVs, utility trucks, dump trucks, and so much more. If you're looking for well-maintained vehicles and equipment, go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up to bid.
My Outdoor TV is America's most watched streaming service for hunters, anglers, and adventure seekers, featuring 20,000 on-demand episodes.
This is why we do it. This is adventure.
Plus, thrilling just shot and just caught content, fresh from the woods and waters.
You can't ask for a better experience.
24/7 live streaming channels and live Major League Fishing events.
Look at the size of this beast.
Subscribe today and get a 30-day free trial. Go to myoutdoortv.com and use promo code ALTITUDE30.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Don't tell my goalie to let in goals, and don't tell my quarterback to throw interceptions.
The Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj. Back in 60.
A friend asked me the other day why I loved being in the diamond and jewelry business so much. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams from Williams Jewelers. It's not just about shiny rocks, precious metals, and meticulous craftsmanship from the world's very best.
It's really about you.
It's your life and loves. It's about your moments and the ones that define you.
It's the birthdays, the anniversaries, the birth of a child. It's when you're on one knee asking the love of your life to spend forever together with you.
For 3 generations now here in Denver, you've trusted Williams Jewelers with the most important moments in your life.
That's what's precious to us.
And why we love what we do here at Williams Jewelers every day.
You see, our why is you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Englewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Englewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at WilliamsDiamonds.com.
Beginning Friday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is live at training camp. Brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Now back to the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj.
Live from the Backus and Shaker Studios, their passion is justice. Alex Ryan. You guys know me better as Raj, joined by Rob Trigilio. Today's filling in for Coach Sanford. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. I'll get into my sneaky name that I can't believe that I left off of Avalanche free agency that I want them to still go out and get. And he is available in just a couple minutes. But to our question that we posed prior to the break, courtesy of Mr. Rob T Radio, your least favorite or your most hated Denver sports opponent in the last 25 years?
Just Denver sports figure. I mean, you want to throw Carmelo Anthony in there? I'm going to disagree with you, but go ahead.
If you want to be my guy, Ryan Huck, who texted in, he goes, "This is Ryan Huck. I want it known that Chris Bryant is the absolute undisputed worst. He doesn't even have to be an opponent. I'm okay with that." I've got some texts in from right now. Jordan Binnington is up there.
Oh, Binnington's a good one. Oh, I didn't even think about him.
The reason why we're talking about this is because Phillip Rivers signs a one-day contract to officially retire as a member of the Chargers. And for Rob, Rivers is number one on his most hated list, even more so than Patrick Mahomes. And I want to open up the Patrick Mahomes conversation and why he doesn't top your list right now. Is it because over the last 8 years where Kansas City has just completely and totally dominated the AFC West, if not the NFL as a whole? Does he not top that list because the Broncos weren't ever nearly as good as they were during those 2004 to 2006 years where Rivers was starting to come into his own in his first 3 seasons in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like it takes the sting out of it because the Broncos weren't like AFC championship contenders over the last 8 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely part of it, is that the Broncos have been garbage, and so it's not like they really had a chance or a reason to need to beat him anyway. Those games were low stakes always. And I see the couple of fans coming in saying, hey, no, 40-year Bronco fan, I hate Patrick Mahomes more than I hate. Yeah, I know there are people out there. I'm just saying, observing the city, going to Broncos games, when I just don't feel, I did the Broncos post-game show. Like, that, there is not the same kind of hatred that I felt for Phillip Rivers in those years. Now, I want you all to hate him a whole lot, because I can't freaking stand the guy. I hate his haircut. I hate his voice. I hate his helmet. I hate his chin strap that's a mile long. I cannot stand Patrick Mahomes. He loses and whines about the refs to Josh Allen as he runs across the field because he's that good of a sport. Like, that is, I hate the man. I hate him with everything
not more
I
than
own.
Phillip Rivers. You know what it is about Phillip Rivers for you? There's something really hateable about the trash talker that refuses to swear. There's nothing more punchable that can get you off your rocker than someone giving you like a gosh darn it.
Yeah. Yeah, it gets under your skin because you can tell you're not upsetting him to the point.
Right. I don't matter enough.
Yeah, swearing. Oh, the bolo tie, somebody said, that is 100% right.
Hateable. Incredibly hateable.
Hate the bolo tie. Yeah, so I don't know if there's as much hatred in Denver for Patrick Mahomes as I want. But we got some good names coming in on this text line. Joel Embiid is interesting. It feels like he's stolen MVP from Jokic.
He's stolen MVP.
He refuses to play against us here. I think Joel Embiid is an interesting name here. Maybe top 10 most hated Denver sports figures. But there's a lot of good names on this text line.
But Embiid, after that season, Embiid has been so worthless and non-existent in the NBA that I don't care anymore. There is no reason for me to care about Joel Embiid because I don't think that Nikola Jokic cares about the 2023 MVP.
He's still stolen MVP. He's stolen MVP. I mean, when you're talking about Jokic's career, you say one less, and it's just because that guy whined until he got an
It'll be
MVP
very
trophy.
interesting, man. Very interesting to look back on the 2023 MVP race and last year's MVP and go, which one was stolen more? Was it the Embiid year or the SGA year?
I think the Embiid year was stolen more, but I think he had a better year last year, which is kind of crazy.
I've got some others coming in really, really good names. Peter DeBoer is a really good one.
Can you hate a coach though?
Oh yeah,
really?
Oh yeah, I can hate Peter DeBoer.
I mean, I don't
hate a coach.
I don't
with
like
the best of them.
I don't like him, but I you feel the same way about him that you feel about Phillip Rivers?
Uh-huh.
Ugh. All right.
Because I feel as though Peter DeBoer has directly stood in between the Avalanche and at least one other championship, or at least one other appearance in a Stanley Cup final. Whether it was last year with Dallas, the year prior with Dallas, or 3 years before that with Vegas. Peter DeBoer has 3 separate times stopped Jared Bednar from advancing in the playoffs in 3 separate years where they were good enough to get that far. Kendrick Perkins is up there. Josh McDaniels, a really good one. Todd Bertuzzi.
No, but
he might lead
that?
the list. 2004, so he's not in the last 20 years, but he is within the last century.
Okay, yeah, I thought that was too old for that list, but if that's within the timeline here, he's number 1 with a bullet.
March 8th, 2004 was the Todd Bertuzzi and Steve Morris.
Oh, I was watching that game. I was so angry. I was angry in my family's living room downstairs by myself, and like the unbridled rage I had in that moment was, I can't even describe it. So that's a great call. Todd Bertuzzi is number 1 with a bullet, if that is within our timeline here.
I can't remember the last time that boos were that heavy in Colorado.
Yeah.
Like
No.
the Kobe years when he was going to and fro Vail for.
No, I mean, not
there
even
were
close.
boos and there were jeers when Kobe was coming back and forth.
Not even, no, Avalanche fans would have jumped him on the street if they saw Todd Bertuzzi out somewhere. So, like, I'm with everybody.
What if Russell Wilson, did the Broncos host they host the Giants this year. If Russell Wilson is playing quarterback in that game, is it just as loud? It's got to be close to it.
I mean, I do think we're arguing for second now, but yes.
You are arguing for second. You can't break a dude's neck and not be number one.
Yeah.
Speaking of hockey players, the other one is Matt Cook. The neon knee hunting John, or is it, it wasn't John Michael Lyles, was it? It was, who was the neon knee? Someone remember the neon knee injury. Was it Tyson Berry? It was Tyson Berry. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. Matt Cook is another really good, hateable guy.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't from behind. That's the Steve Moore thing was.
Oh, yeah. Matt Cook's didn't lead to litigation.
Right. Yeah. Like, it was, we had to have a discussion about if that was like a jailable offense. It was so bad. So, yeah.
Rivers is up there. He's not number one. Bertuzzi takes the cake, and it's probably not close. I think Mahomes needs to be higher. And it's funny, you get to the level of Mahomes where you go, he's so damn good that I can't help but just go, well, he's just better than everyone. So I have to have some level of respect for it. It took me damn near 15, 17 years to get there with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
I hated that dude for so long. And it's funny because the Broncos, when I talk about thorn in the side of Phillip Rivers, from Rivers to the Broncos, and especially that 2006 season, there was no franchise better in the NFL than beating Tom Brady than the Denver Broncos. But it took me 15 years to get from I hate that guy, I hate that franchise, to, well, I'm watching one of the all-time greats. It should not have been this quick with Patrick Mahomes, where it was like 7 years, then you go, well, you have to love watching him.
Yeah.
Stupid.
It hurt me when Tyler said that the other week, and he's not here to defend himself, so I don't want to knock on him too much. But that is what I mean when I say, like, I just don't think there's enough hate. Now, listen, over these next couple years, if you are actually fighting for the division, if you do play the Chiefs in the playoffs, now you might start to build that level of hatred that is that next tier, that next level up. But, like, even Tom Brady, Denver fans hated him, don't get me wrong, but they also beat him more than anybody else. I mean, Champ Bailey with the pick six and Elvis Dumervil absolutely obliterating him. I was there for that game. It was incredible. The noise that stadium made when Elvis Dumervil just blew up Tom Brady. I don't think there was a franchise that was more successful against Tom Brady than the Broncos. So not that they didn't hate him, but I feel like it was tamped down a little bit. And I think they hated Phillip Rivers during that time more than they hated Brady. But I don't know. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. Other good names coming in on this list. I don't think these actually make, let's call it the top 10, but they're funny. Matt Ishbia is a punk. Nathaniel Hackett is a fun one. LeBron James, it's kind of the same thing as the Brady argument. LeBron James, you just hate because he's LeBron James.
Oh, poor guy. Someone goes Raheem Moore.
Oh, yeah.
Let the guy off the cross.
Yeah. I don't think you can. He just.
You're talking about what ifs, man.
Oh, man.
Talk about what ifs. You get through that game, there's a possibility that you go to 3 Super Bowls and have a chance to win. Again, 2 out of those 3. You're not winning that Seattle game. There's no shot that you're finding a way to come back from that opening snap.
Eric Burns, if we had to pick one for the Rockies, he was the what was he, third baseman?
Eric Burns is an outfielder for the Arizona Diamondbacks, a very punchable and hateable face.
Yeah, for a couple months there. And then if we are talking about the Rockies, we do have to mention the Monforts, which is sad. But, so there's some incredible names on this list. I think Phyllis got under this city's skin more than most of these guys. Todd Bertuzzi, top of the list. Bennington, I think, is up there. It'll be interesting. Can made it back to the playoffs last year. Can they run into the Blues again? This is the rivalry thing the NHL was trying to create. Is can they run into Bennington again and really kind of spice up that rivalry one more time?
They're doing a really good job with forcing you to go through your division, and the Central is the very best division in the NHL right now, and unless you win that number one seed in the West, you are forced to go through at least 2 Stanley Cup contending or favorite teams this year with the Avs. And maybe that's the reason why you want to push during the regular season, is that you get matched up with, let's say that I don't know, Seattle or Utah gets in as the 8th seed this year. You kind of want to match up against them so you get a little bit of an easier walkthrough in round 1, but you are still guaranteed to have to go through one of those teams in the second round this year. They unsuccessfully stoked that fire and that hatred between St. Louis and the Avalanche because the Avs dispatch of them in 6 games. They are well on their way to creating the best rivalry that the state has seen probably since the Red Wings and the Avs. Like, there's nothing that will ever come close to heyday Red Wings Avs. The game has changed. The NHL has moved away from that type of hockey. There's nothing that will come close to
if they play
the true hatred of the Raiders and the Broncos.
If they play the Stars for a 3rd season in a row,
it's getting there.
Yeah.
And now you have the guy that you can hate, and it's Mikko Rantanen.
Oh, I don't know if I agree with that. You hate Mikko?
You will.
I don't.
Started off last year. He played the villain card perfectly last year.
He did.
Because he did the most Mikko Rantanen thing, which was be worthless for 3 games, be maybe the best player on planet Earth for 2 games, and then after they beat the Avs in 7 games, he was worthless for the remainder of the playoffs until they get knocked out. That is the Mikko Rantanen experience.
Yeah.
And he did it against you in the same year, signed for 8 years with that team that you hate right now. You will hate them as much as you can possibly hate a team. You're never going to get to the Red Wings. That is an untenable level of hatred.
I hate Jamie Benn. I hate Heiskanen. Who was their new big defenseman this year?
The young kid? Yeah. Leon Bischel.
Bischel. Oh, he was getting under my skin. I don't know. I mean, I know he scored a hat trick to eliminate you, but and
one went off Sam Girard's foot and one was an empty netter. So
yeah, I don't know, but you're right. So I have to live with hearing this all the time. If you want it to be a rivalry, guess what? You have to beat them.
You got to play with each other.
You got to beat them. You got to beat the Stars, and then it can turn into a rivalry.
Well, the good news is that Dallas removed the one reason why you can't beat the Stars, and it was their head coach.
Yeah.
That's the reason why you can't beat them. Jared Bednar, as great of a head coach as that dude is, just can't beat a Peter DeBoer team. And they removed the biggest roadblock for you to getting to either a West Final or Stanley Cup Final again. Good on you. That's awesome. On paper, the Avs are a better team, and I do believe that rivalry will take another step this year. You must go through Dallas in the playoffs to get to another championship. And if you fail in the first round or if you fail in the second round, that will be the end of Jared Bednar's tenure as the head coach of the Colorado Avalanche this year. You must go deep. Absolutely must.
A couple more names before we get out of here, because I know we got to move off this, but the Morris twins is a fun one.
Hateable moment.
Yeah.
Again, much like Joel Embiid, who are you now?
Right.
Who are you?
Right.
I don't care about you enough to hate you.
Same thing can be said for Midnight Mel, who just bailed out on the Buffs.
Who are you?
Right. And didn't do
hateable
anything
moment,
afterwards.
Not a hateable character, because you're not good enough.
Josh McDaniels is a good one.
Yeah.
Because he's still hung around and kept getting head coaching offers, at least, and jobs.
He was hateable before and hateable after.
Right.
McDaniels is good. McDaniels is top 5. In the last 25 years, he is top 5.
I love this one, but I feel like it's an older name, Al Davis. Yes, he lived into the era that we're talking about, but he had stopped running the team by then. It wasn't, if we're talking last 20 years, I don't know if he's more of if you're talking all time, he's on the list of Denver hated sports figures. Or if you go back to the 90s, of course, but I don't know if this era he's in there. Good Good names, though. Good names. And someone said Matt Duchene. I don't know. Ugh, Anthony Carter. Don't do that to the poor guy. He feels bad enough.
I promised I'd tell you guys there's an Avalanche name out there in free agency that I still desperately want them to go and get. The Avs have a depth issue right now in their bottom 6 forwards. How do you fix it? I'll tell you the name on the other side.
It happens all the time. You're listening to a compelling conversation.
The Denver Nuggets, from what I'm told, boys, have had many conversations with...
And then you have to get out of the car to go do life things. But now you don't have to miss all the best stuff.
It's a matter of life and death for this club.
Just circle back later and see it all on our YouTube channel at Altitude Sports Radio.
Now it's not the time to be loyal to a guy who had the job for 3 weeks.
If it was good enough to almost make you late for that meeting, which should have been an email, it's on our YouTube page.
Here's my first hot take before we stepped out on a hot day to watch training camp.
Subscribe now at Altitude Sports Radio.
All right, guys, summer's a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Nothing wrong with that. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and guys, it's guaranteed to grow for life. Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks, including me, and the results have completely exceeded my expectations. Now it's your turn. Advanced Hair's summer savings event is only for a limited time, so take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. For details and your free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results, your new hair guaranteed to grow. Take advantage of Advanced Hair's best offer ever and make sure to view those incredible before and afters at advancedhair.com. 720-459-HAIR.
Injured in a car accident? You know who to call. Backus & Schenker's been helping injured people in Colorado for more than 25 years. Think you have a case? Get a free case review today. Call 222-2222. Backus & Schenker wins.
At Denver 7 News, we're committed to covering our community, always listening, finding solutions, and making sure your voice is heard. Because we know that local news should do more than inform, it should connect. Watch Denver 7 News weeknights at 6 p.m.
Hey, this is Brett Kane from my friends at Zero Res, and the month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month. And because of that, Zero Res is giving you 3 rooms starting at just $109.75 off your air duct services. I've had them to my house multiple times, and if you're like me, you take your dog for a hike, you take him out to the reservoir, and maybe some of those paws are a little dirty, dragging in stuff that you don't want in your carpets. Well, the only way to truly clean them is to get my friends at Zero Res out. Vacuuming is not sufficient enough to maintain that cleanliness and lifespan of your carpet, period. And it's not just the carpets. Do not forget about your air ducts, which are vital to the air quality of your home. Trust me, they took care of mine, and I couldn't be happier. So get Zero Res out because they can handle it all, whether it's carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home. With a 4.9 rating on Google with over 11,000 raving customer reviews, schedule your appointment at ZeroResDenver.com or call 303-471-5150 and ask for the Altitude Special. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
Sports allow us to play, learn, and grow. But there's something more important than victory. At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe every athlete deserves to be safe. Safe from abuse and misconduct on and off the field. We equip athletes, parents, coaches, and others with the right education to recognize, prevent, and respond to harmful behavior. Join the movement to champion respect and end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
Altitude Sports Radio. More Denver sports talk in 60.
It would rattle me if I saw an alien in my backyard.
Find your new getaway today. Get in the winner's zone at Century Casino and Hotel in Central City. New members can score up to $100 in free play automatically on their first day. Plus, eat free with $20 in food value. Just earn point targets on your free winner's zone card while you play to get your rewards. Get your first $5 at just 10 points. New members only. Must be age 21 or over with valid ID. Get away today to Century Casino and Hotel. Take I-70 to exit 243 to the Central City Parkway. Welcome to the Winter Zone. If you believe you have a gambling problem, please call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This summer, Groove Toyota says stop scrolling and start rolling.
Our massive pre-owned inventory at Groove is priced to move. We have more than 30 vehicles under $10,000. Need reliable? Need budget friendly? You're covered at Groove Toyota. These rides are here now, but moving fast. So if you see it today, it might be gone tomorrow. Start here. Go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com.
Yo. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Watch the show on Twitch at twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Brought to you by Safe.
Safeway, fresh foods, and local flavors. What up, Twitch chat? Hello to all of our friends hanging out in the YouTube chat room as well. Just search at Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe to us on YouTube today. Alex Ryanemi alongside Rob Trujillo. Been talking about the most hated sports figures in Denver history, whether it's opponent or here in Denver. You just let me know who it is. Keep them going. We'll get back into it in the second hour. I finally saw, and I was hoping this was going to be there, Andre Iguodala made love that. I love that. You don't get to leave Denver and go to Golden State for the team that beat you when you were knocking on the door without getting some hatred.
I don't know about that.
I hated Andre Iguodala with a passion for a good 3 years. Hated him.
It's just because of the team he went to?
Yep. Same reason why I hated Kevin Durant. You can't just go to that team.
And that's on the level for you with Phillip Rivers and Todd Bertuzzi and Jordan Binnington.
Maybe it's the second tier of that level.
Maybe
I can't put them up there.
Maybe it's like the fourth tier of that. I don't. Okay. I mean, if you hate him, you hate him. But
Rob,
I just I appreciated him while he was here. I was never mad at him for go to a team and win championships. I don't know. It didn't bother me.
Rob, you asked me a question yesterday, and you were interested to say, like, hey, are there some guys that the Avs can go out and still get to flush out their very thin right now bottom six forwards? They've got their 7 defensemen. They have addressed that. They like Taves and Makar. Gerard's going to play alongside Manson. Your 6 pair, or your 3 pair rather, is Malinsky and Brent Burns. Your 7th defenseman is Keaton Middleton or Jacob McDonald. Like some of those guys. Maybe Sean Barons gets a little bit of time there on the back end as well. So you have your defense. Maybe you want one more veteran player to bring in, like you guys remember Calvin DeHaan from last year. Maybe there's a DeHaan out there for
Sure.
for $900,000.
Sure.
The big issue right now is when you look into the bottom 6, certainly with missing Logan O'Connor for the first, let's call it 3 months of the season after having hip surgery. It looks like this right now. Jack Drury in between Ross Colton and Ivan, Parker Kelly in between Nikita Prishapov and Matt Steinberg. It is very, very thin.
Woof.
Yeah, it falls off of a cliff considering your second line is Brock Nelson, Val Nichushkin, and a resurgent Gabe Landeskog. He fixes a whole bunch of things. I brought up the name Igor Chinnikov, who has requested a trade out of Columbus. He hates playing under Dean Evison, and he's a really solid middle 6 guy, first-round pick a few years ago, that I think would be a decent idea to knock, kick the tires on. The other one that I haven't seen, and I can't believe, right? Free agency started 21 days ago. In what world have I not been screaming the name Victor Olofsson from the mountaintops?
All right.
This is a former Buffalo Sabre, played 4 years in Buffalo, and last year was a member of the Vegas Golden Knights.
And we
5 years in Buffalo.
We all know the Buffalo Sabres are the developmental team of the NHL.
Famously, Sam Reinert and
Evan Rodriguez, Jack Eichel, Casey Middlestat didn't end up winning a cup, but Victor Olofsson, they all
Sam
left.
Bennett.
They all left and won cups. So.
Was Sam Bennett a Sabre?
No,
he wasn't. He was a Calgary Flame.
Yeah,
Thank
Flame.
you. We all thought that the next Sabre to be a cup champion was the aforementioned Casey Middlestat.
Yeah.
Victor Olofsson, for me, is the perfect addition to the middle/bottom 6 for the Avalanche.
I like it.
He is a guy who has a history of scoring 20 goals 3 times in his NHL career. Now, he doesn't play all that many games, right? He scored 20 back in 2019-20 in just 54 games. He scored 20 and 21 in 72 games. And he scored 28 back in 2022-23 with the Sabres in 75 games. Last year, he had 30 points in just 56 games with the Vegas Golden Knights, and he had 4 points in 9 playoff games, playing in a multitude of different roles there with Vegas. What was really, really exciting to me, and I went through a deep dive when I couldn't sleep last night, just watching some film of him last year. His defensive metrics are through the roof for a guy that you only think, and if you don't really know him, Victor Olofsson is known for, what is he known for, Rob?
I mean, he is put him on the power play and let him just fire that cannon.
Let him shoot.
The big knock on him was that he didn't really create his own offense, but on a team like this, you don't necessarily need him to. It's kind of that Jonathan Drouin feel where it's like, give me a guy who can finish, who can put the puck in the net and put him on a line. If you're throwing it into it, right, he's going to be on the third line most of the time. But if you're throwing it into a blender, you put him on a line with Nate and Gabe, and all of a sudden, maybe he can finish a couple chances that those two create for him.
You miss right now a left-handed shot in the power play. You have a lot of righties, and you miss a left-handed one-time shot now that Mikko Rantanen isn't there. And that's something that he didn't get enough accolades for in his time here in Colorado, was his ability to just score goals in the power play all the time. Olofsson is a guy who can do that. I would love to see him here. I think he can be relatively cheap. His market value is somewhere around $3.5 million.
That's a nice fit.
It's a really good fit. I think he is could you find another diamond in the rough? Now, I was really nervous about what he would do defensively. He's like 5'11", 6 foot, 185 pounds. So he's not a bruiser, but he skates well enough to be effective. At 5-on-5.
Yeah, but you're going to get the Andy Lindahls of the world screaming at you if you add another 5'11" dude.
Right, but he's not a defender, right? The
Sure,
Avs,
sure.
If you look at their forward unit as a whole, the Avs are huge as a forward unit.
Yeah.
On defense, not so much. Now,
But
they get a little bit bigger with Brent Burns.
It's not just size, though. It's grit, too. It's
the mentality.
Right, and Vico is not that guy.
I do like the fact, though, that he played in Vegas, right? You play under Cassidy, you play that type of role where everyone has to fall in line underneath two very good defensive forwards like Mark Stone and Jack Eichel, right? If you're going to fit into that group and you're going to play, and he did, he averaged between 12 and 15 minutes a night when he was in Vegas. If you're going to get those minutes, you have to fall in line with the defense and team first mentality that Vegas is really known for.
Sure.
So maybe the change of scenery in Vegas allows him to be that type of guy. Like, is he gonna be Matthew Tkachuk? No, he's not. There's not many of those guys in the league. 99th percentile in 5-on-5 defending. Now, it's because of who he plays against. When you look at his difficulty, that's the quality of players that he is against on the ice. He's down in the 24th percentile, which makes me think he's the perfect third line center. It's funny. Eric on Twitter, Eric Rabbers, he coined a term that I really love. He could be a bum slayer. A bum slayer. Put him on the ice against the bums, the third and the fourth liners, and he could score a bunch of goals, and he can be more than effective. Again, 99th percentile against the bums, more than effective defensively.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't love having to rely on him in a top 6 role, but yeah, I mean, put him on the third line. I like it. He's fast enough to fit this team.
Yep.
I wouldn't say skating is like a asset of his, but he's fast enough to fit the Avs, which means he's fast.
Yeah, he's not Ryan Johansson.
Right. Yes, exactly. And the thing I like most about him is what was your biggest problem in the playoffs last year? Power play.
Mm-hmm.
And if you run into a situation where your power play just starts choking, like it did at the end of last season and in the playoffs, okay, you switching something up?
Go shoot the puck.
Put that cannon in right at the dot and just let him unload a couple and see if Val can get a rebound and put it in. You know what I mean? Like, it works. He fits into that to kind of give you another option to play with on the power play. And given their troubles last year, I really do like that fit.
I think he would be perfect. I hope the Avs, kick the tires on him, maybe have some conversations. He could be a really good middle to bottom 6 addition to this team. And then when you look at the rest of the roster, when you get nervous about that depth for the conversation, let's say Logan O'Connor's healthy, right? Because here in Colorado, you don't really care about what happens between October and December. You shouldn't. right? Everything that matters with this team is about what happens in April, May, and June. So let's say O'Connor's back on December, even give him until after the Christmas break. He is back on December 28th for the Avs.
Wait, isn't that a little optimistic?
No. I think
he's back that soon?
The timeline is late November, early December.
Okay, I thought it was a little bit longer, but that's good to hear, actually.
So let's say he's healthy. Then your fourth line of Kelly, Drury, and O'Connor is intact. They play together. You want to keep them together. Now you can put Ross Colton on your third line center.
Right.
Play him alongside Victor Olofsson on either the left or the right side, and then you get to choose between Ivan, Nikita Prishapov, Matt Steinberg, the young, super skilled kid that you got from Polumbus in Gavin Brindley. You have guys that you can choose from, but you want to be choosing from 4 or 5 guys who you don't necessarily know the name of when you're up against the cap crunch, rather than having to fill 2 spots with those guys.
You want to keep that fourth line together that bad. I
mean,
they were
so good together.
They were good. I'm not denying that they were good. But at the expense of I know we don't number lines. At the expense of your third line like that, you want to keep that fourth line together.
Okay,
that
then let's call him Ross Colton and Olofsson, and a player to be named later is now your fourth line. And your third line is Kelly, Drury, and O'Connor. Right. We feel better about it now?
I mean, no. If my third line has those, no. Okay. I mean, I understand what you're saying. You want to keep those guys together. We tried that, though, with the Roaring 20s line when we tried to recreate it the next year, and what happened?
Miles Wood ain't great.
Right. Right.
Ain't a great hockey player.
Ended up being garbage, right? The person who didn't really fit on that line turned out didn't fit on that line. And so, I'm more for like, hey, let's put all the talent together. And then if you want to get cute at some point because you need a little jolt and you want to put that line back together, then put it back together. But for now, can we just make the third line as talented as possible? I like adding Vico to it. And, if you can get LOC and Ross Colton on there, then, that's a real solid third line for the NHL,
That's all I want you to do, Chris McFarland. Go and sign Victor Olofsson.
You have his number, don't you?
I do have C-Mac's number.
You and Spring have
give him a shout.
The direct line.
I have the direct line.
The red phone.
Sure. I don't know if I have the red phone.
He's got the red phone. So give him a call. See what happens.
All right. On the other side, I want to get into the biggest storyline for the Broncos as we are just a handful of days from opening up camp. You can be out there in person as early as Friday. We'll be out there live, courtesy of our friends at the Ramos Law Firm. The biggest storyline, and this is according to our ESPN insider, Jeff Legwold. What are the adjustments that Sean Payton makes in year 2 with Bo Nix? I don't want to talk about his arm. I want to talk about his legs next. What's the next step for running quarterback Bo Nix?
You've got the station for all Denver sports. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Hey, it's DMac. Get freedom from high car payments during Mike Maroney's Chevrolet GMC's More Independence, More Value event. We've got massive savings on over 500 new Chevrolets and GMCs in Longmont. Check them out now at MikeMaroneyChevroletGMC.com. New Chevrolets and GMCs all priced below market value to conquer Colorado's roads and trails. Plus, because Maroney means more, every vehicle comes with a 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. From Durango to Fort Collins, from Grand Junction to Sterling, we'll bring you your new Chevy or GMC right to your driveway. Lower payments and top dollar for trades means more money in your pocket. But hurry, this limited time event ends soon, and with these prices, vehicles are moving fast. Search and save now at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC.com. Together, let's drive. We are professional grade. When you're ready to experience true independence and value, visit us in Longmont or online at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC.com and tell them DMac sent you.
Summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes, sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
I'm Vic Lombardi, and I like to sweat. No, seriously, sweating's not bad for you. Whether you're on the court, playing golf in the heat, hot day, But sweating in the house in the middle of the summer? Nah, man. Broken AC? You don't want that. AAA Service has a $49 AC tune-up special right now. $49. Keep things cool this summer. Don't wait. Schedule today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond.
But there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, an entire store totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times of certified loose diamonds.
And Denver's true diamond experts, like me, who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money, guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring,
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
That's why every day more couples say will you with Williams,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Altitude Sports Radio.
Great receivers attack the football.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
What are the top stories in Denver sports today?
I can't wait to get into this today.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 has it all right now. And tonight, the Altitude Daily on YouTube has a full roundup of today's biggest developments. A great way to wind down your day with a recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver.
A quick way to catch up on everything that happened during the day.
The Altitude Daily. Check it out on YouTube tonight.
And we appreciate if you like and subscribe.
Click or tap on the Altitude Sports Radio channel and subscribe. From the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl. You've got Denver Sports Talk on the station where you get it all. Join us for Kreckman and Lindahl today at 3.
Beautiful.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj.
Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, and it's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. Rolling into hour number 2, Alex Ryan alongside Rob Trigilio, who's filling in here on the morning sprint for Coach Mike Sanford. KJ's off this week. We've got Jesse Trujillo, engineer extraordinaire and producer extraordinaire today. My friend, welcome in. Talking a lot about Phillip Rivers, our most hated Denver athletes or Denver opponents in the last 25 years, how high he gets on that list. Maybe not quite as high as Todd Bertuzzi, but for Rob Trigilio, he's up there, number 2 or number 3.
The city hates him a lot in that stupid bolo tie. So, I think he's top 5 of the last 20 years. I think he's in there.
If you guys have any more of your most hated Denver athletes or Denver opponents, 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. We'll get into those as hour number 2 rolls along. Before we get into Leggy's biggest key for training camp for Sean Payton and the Broncos, which it revolves around Bo Nix, quite obviously. Some news from around the league. Trey Hendrickson not only is holding out in Cincinnati, he has left the entire state of Ohio. He just posts a photo on Instagram of him somewhere in Florida, essentially like on a beach or on the water. He will not be showing up. And he did say this to Manti Te'o, according to Tom Pelissero and Good Morning Football. Manti Te'o says he spoke with Trey Hendrickson, who said of the Bengals' offer and their specifically low guarantees, they are atrociously low. Hendrickson has made clear he won't play on the final year of his current deal, which is worth $16 million this season in 2025.
And you can attack that from a couple angles. One, if we take it from the Bengals standpoint, that was a defense that was lacking talent last year. Went and tried to fix it by drafting Shamar Stewart. He's not there. So now you're minus one edge. Now all of a sudden Trey Hendrickson's not coming to town. Now you're minus a second edge. You know, when you're talking about teams who could nip up and start taking playoff spots, wild card spots, of course they're one that you mentioned because of who their quarterback is and how great their weapons are. I think this is good for the Broncos, even if, I mean, listen, if you could end up landing Trey Hendrickson, I don't know how well he fits on the Broncos, to be honest. But
I don't know if you have the space.
In terms of
you got to pay Nick Bonito.
In terms of the wild card spots, anything you can do to hurt the Bengals, great.
You know what you can do to hurt the Bengals? Sign Nick Bonito right now.
And drive that price up a little bit more?
Right? It's not like Bonito is going to set the market, but having another high-paid edge rusher out there with a recent signing will do nothing but help you kind of put the squeeze on Mike Brown. Or, like, you know who Mike Brown looks like? Mike Brown looks like the spider crab-looking villain from Monsters, Inc. Remember that? Henry J. Waternoose III? If you haven't seen Mike Brown.
What was his name?
The villain from Monsters, Inc. is not like Randall Boggs is the slithery lizard looking guy who like can change his skin and scare the crap out of kids.
Yeah.
The other one, who's the head of the Scaring Corporation, is the big spider crab looking dude.
Yeah.
His name is Henry J. Waternoose III.
With the liver spots and stuff.
And he looks like Mike Brown.
You don't have a kid yet, right?
I don't.
And we are
very soon.
We are naming already.
I don't know if I'm going to name the baby
villains.
girl the Henry.
No, I'm just saying
it's not a Pixar movie.
I was going to say, it's not like you're sitting with your kids watching these movies, which means you're taking your own time to.
Monsters Inc. came out. When did Monsters Inc. come out? That came out when I was a kid.
I mean, I'm just saying, you had that.
Monsters Inc. came out when I was 8 years old.
You are very right in that he looks the same. I just don't often think about things from when I was 8 years old and relate it to today's news.
My weird CTE riddled brain, for some reason, stores that type of knowledge. You know, when I have to remember to call my doctor and reschedule an appointment, it doesn't exist in my brain.
Right.
But I get Henry J. Waternoose III.
Okay.
You better believe that.
All right.
I've got that dialed in.
Well, I think they have similar business styles too. So it fits.
Cheap as hell.
Yeah.
Brown said this about the Shamar Stewart contract situation.
Never occurred in my memory with us. I don't think it's going to occur. So we're sitting here arguing over something that I think is pretty remote. And I ask myself sometimes why the hell we're doing it, but we are. And he's doing it too. And at some point we got to put this stuff behind and just get him signed and get him up here and get him so he can be a contributor. He needs to get underway soon. It doesn't help him or us to have this strung out.
Guaranteed money with NFL owners and players. Again, that's Bengals owner Mike Brown talking about first-round pick Shamar Stewart, who is still unsigned as camp opens up, and rookies have already reported for the Bengals. Now, the guarantees are vastly different between Hendrickson and Shamar Stewart. Hendrickson wants the injury guarantees. He wants the upfront money, pay me for what I've done so far and pay me for what I am over the next, let's say, 3 seasons of my elite prime. Stewart wants protections in that if he does something off the field, he will still get paid for. I can side with Brown on that, looking at a rookie and going, dude, if you do something detrimental to football, I don't have to pay you.
Yeah.
I'm not on his side for Hendrick. Pay that guy.
The interesting part about it, though, is that it's in other first-rounders' contracts. Not all of them, But I think that is where the holdup is coming in, is like other first rounders have this language in there. Why? And the what I had heard, and I don't know that this is 100% correct, but what I had heard was that past Bengals first round draft picks had similar language that Shamar is asking for. So, you know, I don't know. When you see as many problems as you see with the same team over and over, they can say, hey, look over here. It's not us. It's all this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, it keeps happening with the same guys. Like, if it walks like a duck, if it talks, you know what I mean? Like, it's probably a duck. So I just feel that way about the Bengals right now, even if they're different problems that they're having. And he sounded as bad as Jerry Jones did to me yesterday.
At $15-16 million, Trey Hendrickson is he's in like the Bryce Huff, like Jonathan Cooper area.
And led the league in sacks last year.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, but I guess my guess is that they're trying to find some sort of middle ground, because I agree he's not TJ Watt. He's not.
No,
Myles
he's not.
Garrett.
He's not a $40 million pass rusher. But when you,
but he might be asking for that.
I mean, it's hard not to pay the guy north of 28, north of 30 to get him into the Hines, Allen, Bosa, Crosby level. He's around there, and for a team that is desperately looking for defensive help, that's the worst defense in the NFL. That brings me back to my point with Denver, is like, if you want to put the squeeze on teams that are around you, like, you can indirectly affect a team that might kick you out of a playoff position. Sign Nick Bonito right now to his deal that pays him around $30 million. Take the chance, because if he goes out and he has another season, or I wouldn't say God forbid, because it's a good thing if the Broncos get a guy who puts up, north of 15 sacks in a season, they're probably very, very close to competing for an AFC championship or an AFC West title at the very least, if you get that from Bonito. If he does that on a contract year, now you're in the conversation of, do you want to play Nick Bonito $35 to $40 million a year? And you don't want to be Mike Brown.
Here's the thing, though, and this is, I don't know why I'm trying to play devil's advocate here, but I keep finding reasons to do it. He's going to be 31 this year.
Hendrickson.
Yeah. So how much does that production fall off? How long can he be an effective edge rusher? And so maybe you're saying that's why I don't want to put you at the top of the market, because I don't know what I'm going to get from you for the life of the contract here. And it's another reason why I've been banging the table that the Broncos should sign these dudes. Nick Bonito's 25. Zach Allen's 27.
Get ahead of it.
You have prime years left for these two guys. And so I get it. You want to see it one more year. I don't think you should feel that way about Allen, but I understand if you feel that way about Bonito. But you are signing them for the prime of their career, not for the twilight, and that is what you're looking at with Hendrickson.
Right. You're not looking to get Bonito on a 7-year deal, right? You're looking to sign him on a 4-year deal, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you want to sign him to a 7-year deal.
I mean, if you want to help yourself out in terms of hedging the bet, you sign him to a 4-year deal, you pay him like crazy, and then if that 4-year bet doesn't work off, you know what happens after that? Bo Nix is off of his rookie deal, and then you get to go, thanks, Nick, see ya, go elsewhere. We've drafted your replacement somewhere down the line.
And you can
That's probably the way to do it, to hedge your bet.
You can create outs in there. And it might be a 7-year deal because you might tack 3 void years on the back end of it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there's different ways that you can go about handling that cap hit if you're the Broncos. It's just, again, it's interesting because if you're the Bengals, with how much money you've spent on other positions, do you say to Hendrickson, like, all right, fine, we're just going to trade you? Because we're not paying that much, period. So either come to camp and sign the deal, or we're going to trade you, and you're going to end up playing for the New Orleans Saints this year.
The good news for the Broncos is that they are not in the Bengals position where you have already paid your quarterback and you're paying him $60 million this year, and you've paid 2 wide receivers, right? The Bengals are built like a fantasy football team. I'm going to get all my points from 3 dudes, and I'm not even going to roster a running back this season. I hope I get
a lot of jerseys.
You're going to sell a lot of jerseys. The Broncos are aren't in that position because of, well, they have a quarterback on a rookie contract who exceeded expectations last year. And that's what Leggy is saying going into training camp is, how do you adjust from year one to year two when there's far more tape on Bo, when teams know that he does stuff really good through the middle of the field, but when you get longer and outside the numbers, certainly outside the hash marks, what is he at that point? I want to look at what he is as a runner, right? That was another piece of Leggy's quick look at the Broncos. People aren't going to be surprised that he is speedy, that he can gouge you with his legs. Last year, Bo Nix, 430 yards rushing, ranked 8th in the NFL for signal callers. He had 4 touchdowns using his legs. In terms of rushing yards, he is behind Caleb Williams, 489 yards. Anthony Richardson, 499 yards. Josh Allen at 531, which I thought was surprisingly low, but famously, Allen, 12 scores with his feet last year is insane. Kyler Murray had 572 in 4th place. Jalen Hurts at 630 was in 3rd. Jaden Daniels, a huge jump up at 891. And Lamar Jackson, shocker, led the league in terms of quarterback rushing at 915. Does Bo get north of 500 yards rushing this year?
Well, the interesting thing about it and what Leggy put in that article was that his legs aren't going to be a surprise to anybody anymore, which, no doubt. But are Lamar Jackson's legs a surprise?
No.
Are Josh Allen's legs a surprise?
No, they are not.
It's finding ways to use it effectively 2 ways. One, for called runs, it's finding a way to use that extra blocker in a way that evens out the numbers for you and lets you, allows you to overwhelm the defense on one side of the ball because they don't have enough people over there. So that's one way. But Sean didn't even really do that much last year.
No, he didn't. He used Bo 92 attempts last year. He wasn't necessarily efficient. Like, he had the 5th most rushing attempts as a quarterback, but was down in like the late teens, the 17, 18, 19s in terms of yards per carry. I do think that like Bo's legs surprised not only us, not only other teams, but I do believe it surprised the coaching staff.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, and here's the other thing I was going to say. So the second thing is, and this is when you think about Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, this is what they do is when something breaks down on 3rd down, can you get out of the pocket and pick up the 1st down? So you said Allen's numbers were surprisingly low, sure, but I'd love to see how many 1st downs he picked up because that's what he does. He's just trying to get across the line and get a new set of downs, and that's how you can use Bo. You can let his athleticism save you from a bad situation, a bad play call, a blitz you didn't see coming. That's the kind of thing that improvised play that I think you'll still get at least the same number, if not more, yards from Bo because he's going to be able to recognize when things are falling apart even quicker now as he gets more experience in this offense.
More designed runs in the red zone and more designed runs in 3rd and short is where you can open up this offense for him. I do agree with you is that like, yeah, sure. Can Josh and Lamar go get a 1st down when it breaks down? The answer is yes, but there's also a reason why Josh Allen has 12 rushing touchdowns this year. It's not because in the red zone this past season plays broke down for Josh Allen. It's because in the red zone, Doug McDermott looked at it. Sean McDermott. Doug McDermott's the basketball player. Sean McDermott looks at Josh Allen as the weapon. He's the guy that I'm going to scheme this for. You have to use Bo Nix as that. Is he Josh? No.
Yeah,
but you have to scheme for him.
But the Broncos have things that the Bills don't, like big wide receivers who are just going to body people out of position.
Okay.
And the ability often to throw behind the line of scrimmage to their couple of fast, dodgy guys and try to get them into the end zone. I remember Coach and I broke down one play with Mims last year inside the red zone. Beautiful little tunnel screen. That is what Sean Payton does better than anybody. So can you get it in Mims or McLaughlin's hands behind the line of scrimmage and create blockers for him and just give him enough room to make people miss and get in the end zone? Can you get it to Bryant or Vele or Sutton and let them basketball body somebody out of there and go get the football? I think those are the things they'd rather do inside the red zone than have Bo run. And then if all else fails, okay, Bo, go get it. You know what I mean?
I do. I get it, man. But there's so many ways that – who was I hearing? I heard Bomani Jones talk about on Mina Kimes' podcast, talk about how Bo Nix is the beneficiary of Sean Payton shielding him from the rest of the league. He's the beneficiary of the system that Sean Payton is employing. I don't believe that that's the ceiling for Bo. I think they've just opened up the can for him.
Yeah.
Like I think you can make the argument that yes, he was shielded a little bit by Sean Payton because he doesn't have the entire, I wouldn't say he has the entire playbook, but it takes a couple of years to really have a mastery over what Sean Payton does on offense. You can make the argument that he was shielded from it. You can also make the argument because he wasn't unleashed that you've only seen half of the kid's potential.
A play caller calls plays to make his players more effective and to give them a better chance to succeed. That sounds like a good formula, not a bad one.
Right.
What do you think happened in Kansas City? Why do you think Andy Reid has said, I'm not ready to retire yet? Yeah, of course, you call plays to help your players. So that to me has always been just a bad, lazy argument. Yeah, of course, he fits the scheme well. That's why they drafted him. And he's going to call plays and design an offense to benefit his strengths. The sophomore slump question comes in when you say, now everybody in the league knows what you think Bo Nix does well. So they're going to try to stop that and make you do something else. Can you throw a counterpunch? And, I think Sean Payton's a smart enough guy that he can figure out the counterpunch and teach it to Bo Nix, So I'm not concerned about it. And I don't know. I saw that Bomani Jones thing. He felt like a little bit of a Raj-style hater right there.
Oh, don't do that to me. That's Rob Trigilio. He's filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford, today. Alex, Ryan, Emmy hanging out with you guys up until noon. PhD will go from noon to 3. Nate and Andy take you home from 3 to 6 today. Camp opens up on Friday. Hope you're going to be there with us and the Ramos Law Firm. We'll take a quick timeout. Don't go anywhere. It's Altitude 92.5.
Your teams, your town, your station. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You'll get more than you expect with McValue at McDonald's. So when you've spent too much on a night out, get deals on the after party. When you've got date night, get deals on favorites that'll make you their favorite. And when you've got family for the weekend, we've got breakfast.
Buy one of your breakfast favorites like a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, or sausage McMuffin and add one for $1. Price and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer. Single item at regular price.
I got a nightmare phone call that no parent wants to receive.
Someone hit me going 60 miles an hour.
Dr. Ramos came highly recommended. When I showed him the x-rays, he immediately knew exactly what was wrong.
We've had a tremendous experience with Ramos Law. Really, I could not be happier.
Having the car accident was an accident. Finding Ramos Law was no accident.
Injured in a car accident? Ramos Law can help. RamosLaw.com.
Do you know where to find your favorite tobacco products and accessories at great prices? Well, I do, and I'm telling you, it's smoker friendly. Hey, it's Moj, and you know I can always find my favorite stick at Smoker Friendly. They've got more than 50 locations in Colorado, including right by my house, and multiple cigar lounges. Family-owned and operated, part of the community, and they offer great discounts and exclusive deals with their loyalty program. So stop into one near you or find locations at smokerfriendly.com.
Sick of the hassle when buying a car? Shift gears with the More to Move You sales event going on now at Champ Mazda. Explore the future with the 2025 Mazda lineup built with style, power, and smart tech to match your drive. Car shopping has never been this easy. Thanks to our one price, one person, 1 hour promise, you get convenience and confidence. No games, no haggling, and zero dealer handling fees. Ever. This isn't your typical dealership. It's car buying redefined. Visit Shop Mazda in Aurora today.
Summer is here and it's time for a mountain getaway. Win a 2025 Harley-Davidson on August 31st. Join us at Century Casino for our $175,000 summer escape giveaway. Win free play and finale entries every weekend. Weekend drawing entries earned with every 50 base points. Improve your odds by joining us Tuesday or Friday for multiplied entries no matter what you play. Take I-70 to exit 243 to the Central City Parkway to Century Casino. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. KJ's NFL Notes are next.
Hey there, this is Dolly, coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Join us Friday, August 15th for one night only and for one goal only to beat cancer.
Every day from every corner of this country, we lose 1,670 people to cancer. But we can end this heartache by supporting Stand Up to Cancer.
Together, we can stand up for our family and friends and everyone who is battling this disease.
We are going to beat cancer because we are stronger when we stand up together.
So stand up with all of us and let's save lives together.
Because of you, we're making the impossible
possible.
Together.
Together.
Together. When we stand together, cancer doesn't stand a chance.
If we join forces, we can end cancer forever. Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
Rolling along here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Continue to tell us who your most hated Denver athlete or Denver opponent in the last 25 years is, courtesy of Phillip Rivers signing a one-day contract and retiring with the Chargers. We've come to the conclusion, Philly Rivers, Hall of Famer, not Hall of Very Good, but Hall of Famer, despite not even getting to a Super Bowl and not winning any major trophies from an individual perspective in his career. He won Comeback Player of the Year in like 2013 or something like that.
Do you consider that a trophy?
No, I don't. I think it is a good feel, like a good feel story. That's awesome. Good for you. Like there's probably a chance that Gabe Landeskog is going to win it this year.
Probably.
After he plays a full season. Last year it was the whole Gaudreau experience and all that stuff. Yeah, knock on that wood, Rob. That's a really good point. Stay healthy,
yes,
Gabe.
Yes.
And continue to be who you were in the playoffs. There's a good chance that like Gabe could win that. What is that? The Masterton Trophy or something like that? I don't know what it is.
I'm not sure.
But no, that's not if you win one of those things, I don't go, that's a notch in your belt for the Hall of Fame.
So Leggy always says, and he has been in the room, has stumped for people before, has heard all these arguments. He always says, can you tell the story of the NFL without telling the story of Phillip Rivers? That's his gauge for if they should be in the Hall of Fame. And I don't think you can. Part of it has to do with how he entered. I mean, it is a story.
Mm-hmm.
Him getting traded for Manning and it really working out both ways. Maybe not to the extent that you hoped with a trophy.
It worked out three ways.
But it worked out. Yeah, and well, you want to throw Breeze in there too.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's a Hall of Famer. I really do. I don't think there's any question about it, but I mean, Dan Marino struggled to get into the Hall of Fame because he didn't have any rings and he was Dan freaking Marino.
Dude, looking at Phillip Rivers, you thought just off the top of your head, if you're not looking at his stats, and I know that you've perused them over the past few hours, when you think of 37, 38, and 39-year-old Phillip Rivers, those first 2 seasons at the end of his career in LA, and then that final year in Indy, do you, just from memory fog, do you think, yeah, old guy falling off, but he was still just like hanging on a little bit? That's probably what you think, right? It's what I think. If you think differently, please let me know.
No, I mean, like, he was good with the Colts.
The dude threw for 4,100 yards and 24 touchdowns as a 39-year-old.
Got them to the playoffs.
He won
got
11
Frank Reich
games
to the playoffs, yeah.
In a season in which he went 5-11 with LA as a 38-year-old, he threw for 4,600 yards and 23 touchdowns. Now, he threw 20 picks that year, but he was still slinging it.
I don't know if I'd say slinging it just because of his weird short arm motion, but he got a lot, he got a lot of yards. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, they were the 7 seed and they almost beat the Bills in that wild card playoff game, who were the 2 seed that year. That Colts team was legit. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of hate in Denver for him. We've gone over that and who Denver fans hate more. I think he's a Hall of Famer. I really do.
Is. If you look at his career and you look at the players who have a similar career arc in terms of their counting stats, not necessarily like Super Bowl rings and stuff, you have Fran Tarkenton, Brett Favre, John Elway, Dan Marino, Joe Montana, Peyton Manning. In terms of counting stats, he is in the neighborhood of. Now, a lot of those guys have big-time trophies and MVPs and rings on their finger. Reno famously doesn't. The other guys who are around that list who haven't either gotten into the Hall of Fame yet or eventually will are Ben Roethlisberger, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, and Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan's the question.
Yeah,
does Matt Ryan get in there? Ryan's got an MVP. He's been to a Super Bowl, should have won one, blew a 28-3 lead. Thanks, Kyle Shanahan.
Wow.
That's the one, is if you look at Matt Ryan, do you get in there? It's Kyle Shanahan's fault. It was a play calling mistake. That was not the Patriots coming back in that game. That was an abject disaster.
I mean, the Patriots
in play calling
did come back in that game.
Abject disaster in play calling. It is Kyle Shanahan's fault they lost that Super Bowl.
I know as sports fans, we like to boil it down to the easiest like one-liner, like, oh, it's Kyle Shanahan's fault. It was a lot of things. They came back from 28-3. A lot of things had to go wrong.
Yes.
A lot of things had to go right. It was a lot of things. I lost a huge bet on that too.
Oh, I'm sure everyone did.
Yeah. Anyway, so he is an interesting case study. He has more hardware, like you said, than Phillip Rivers does. I think an interesting comparable, and I mentioned this earlier, is Eli Manning. And I think Eli Manning gets in because he played in New York and because his last name is Manning. And sure, he won.
He gets in because he's a 2-time Super Bowl MVP.
They scored like 14 points in one and 17 points in the other. It wasn't him. He didn't do it. It was not an Eli Manning thing that they won those Super Bowls. And he had a couple big years, but they were really few and far between.
The career likenesses, and again, this is according to Pro Football Reference, and this is counting stats. This is you played for 16 years. Here are the other players that played for 16 years in your position and had similar stats.
Yeah.
For Eli Manning, Warren Moon, Hall of Famer. Roethlisberger, future Hall of Famer. Stafford, future Hall of Famer. Terry Bradshaw, Hall of Famer. Montana, Hall of Famer. Bob Greasy, Hall of Famer. The ones who are not in the Hall of Fame as of right now, Drew Bledsoe, Carson Palmer, Donovan McNabb. All three of those guys are probably Hall of Very Good and never will get in.
I don't know. McNabb, I think I would make an argument for. It might not be. Obviously not soon. He's one of those guys, though, that I think gets in eventually.
McNabb, his highest finish in an MVP was second. He does get to that one Super Bowl with Philly and and Terrell Owens. They end up losing that year. He was a 6-time Pro Bowler. Rivers, 8-time Pro Bowler. Again, 2013 Comeback Player of the Year. The highest he finished in MVP voting was 3rd in 2009, 6th in 2008. He did not receive votes to get himself into the top 10 in any one of his other seasons, including the season in which he threw for 4,700 yards and he finished 4th in AP Offensive Player of the Year in 2010. Did not get MVP votes that year to get him into the top 10.
Oh my God. I got a 4.936. Rivers never even came close to appearing in a Super Bowl. Not true. Eli was the part of the biggest plays in Super Bowl history. Yeah, because he made a bad throw that David Tyree had to catch pinned against his forehead. The one to Plexico Burress was a good throw. I'll give you that.
The Manningham throw was really good too.
But it's one of those things where, like, they scored. I need to go back and find out what the actual point totals are. But they scored 14 points in that game. They won that Super Bowl like 14-10 or 17-14.
They won in 2008, 17-14, and they won in 2012, 21-17.
I mean, come on, guys.
Well, no one's putting up 48 points in a Super Bowl. That doesn't happen all that often.
The Eagles are on line 1. Okay.
Like the Seahawks against the Broncos sure put up something close to that.
But sure, let's not give Jalen Hurts any credit for being a good quarterback, but let's put Eli in the Hall of Fame because he had great pass rushers. I mean, it was the defense stopping Tom Brady. That was the story of that Super Bowl in 2007. That offense for the Patriots was unstoppable. You held them to 14 points. Get out of town. Don't tell me it was because of Eli Manning. I think if you put Phillip Rivers on that team, he wins that Super Bowl too. So I don't know. I mean, listen, if you want to put Eli Manning in, fine. He's going to get in. I just have to deal with it because his last name is Manning and he played in New York City. So he is getting into
You're just mad because it's a New York team that won a championship and it wasn't your New York team. Let's be very honest.
That is not a New York team. They play in New Jersey. But there's only one team that plays in New York. But if you are really talking about, like, the people who know ball, I think would tell you Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Famer. And if you don't want to put him in on the first one because he doesn't have an MVP and he doesn't have a Super Bowl, then fine. But just like I think for Donovan McNabb, I think both of them deserve to get in at some point. It's interesting because I don't know if I think Matt Ryan does. I think Matt Ryan is more of an iffy case than Phillip Rivers.
He fell off at the end. Matty Ice, when he turned 35, you could tell the cliff was already there. The cliff never really showed up for Phil Rivers, other than in that 20 interception season in his second to last year. But it never really showed up. He still left the game at 39 years of age, being able to play. He left the game to the point, if you remember that, after he left in an 11-5 season, got Indy to the playoffs, there were Broncos fans going, should we look at Phillip Rivers maybe coming to Denver for a season in 2021?
And nobody wanted to do it because they hated him too much.
They did hate him, but I would have said yes. In a heartbeat, I'd say yes.
In
2021, he would have been a welcome addition to this city. Would it have sucked? It would have looked really weird to have him here. But that was a quarterback who still had 4,000 yards and 25 touchdowns in his arm and was looked at as a really good locker room character, a guy that if you were to draft a quarterback there or have someone as a young QB in a stable that would have brought that guy up, he would have been a really good place.
All those arguments are correct. If you
take
the emotion out of it, you're absolutely right. It would have made a ton of sense. However,
I don't hate him enough I do not hate Phillip Rivers enough to have had him here. That's the litmus test for the hateable guys.
You're leaving something out. You're leaving something out. How much does he hate you?
He did famously say he loved playing at Mile High.
Because you are saying like, would get over my hatred for him to come to Denver. Well, guess what? He's got to get over his hatred for you too.
All right.
And I don't think he would have done it. I don't think he would have signed with the enemy.
Like all those names, like LeBron's name has come in on our text line about most hated players from Denver sports fans. I would welcome LeBron to Denver in a heartbeat for the right price.
It's only because you have that dude, though. Like, you have one of maybe two people who could legitimately tell, like, LeBron James, like, no, this is what we're doing. Right? Because he's like, he has to respect Jokic that much. Right? So I wouldn't mind having LeBron James here, because even though LeBron James comes here, it's still Nikola Jokic's show. Period.
I could never have Todd Bertuzzi. I could never have in an Avs uniform. Obviously, he's long since retired. Could never have him here. But Matt Duchene has popped up on our text line. People, I hate Matt Duchene. If Duchene hadn't re-signed in Dallas, I would have entertained Matt Duchene coming back to Denver.
Same thing, though. That is a guy who hates the organization. You think you might be able to swallow your pride. You think Duchene is going to come back and put on burgundy and blue again?
That was the argument with Ryan O'Reilly as well. As people are like, could you get him from Nashville? Nashville signed all those veterans, the Marchessault, Stamkos, O'Reilly, and it just fell flat on its face last year with Barry Trotz being a first-year GM. People were like, oh, could you find a way to get Nashville to retain money on Ryan O'Reilly? People do forget, much to your point, Ryan O'Reilly and the Avs never saw eye to eye. Ever.
Yeah.
You have to remember.
It was a fight all the way through his rookie contract.
Right. There was an offer sheet signed, and Colorado didn't want any part of that. He drove himself through the side of a Timmy Hortons as well.
Yeah.
Like, Colorado and Ryan O'Reilly never loved each other, ever. So you are right. Like, he has to get over his hatred for you, too.
Same thing with Duchene. I mean, his first couple years, he was kind of the golden child, but then as things started to devolve, and to Duchene's defense, it was pretty bad around here then. And as things started to devolve, he and the organization did not get along. So you can say, oh yeah, I'd accept him as a Denver Bronco. I'd accept him as a Colorado Ave. He's got to accept you too. I mean, they fought for free agency for a reason.
I think about Peyton Manning and his courtship by the Miami Dolphins and the Tennessee Titans. And then when the Broncos were thrown in there, I went, is it really a possibility? Because of all of the years of Peyton Manning just blowing the doors off of you. Blowing the doors off of you.
Yeah, there were some bad playoff games.
Bad, but you're losing games by 35, 40 points to Peyton Manning. And then when he was available in 2011-12, I was like, is he really going to come here?
Yeah, but it's different. He wasn't in your division. There were a couple bad playoff losses. I don't know. It felt different for Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning was never really hated, I don't think. Tom Brady was hated, but there was somebody who was better than Peyton Manning all the time, and you were always rooting for Peyton Manning to beat him.
Great point.
So you never really hated him. Phillip Rivers, that is true for Phillip Rivers too, but he was in the division, and he was just haunting you. He was just hawking you. And you got the best of him plenty. Like, don't get me wrong. Everybody's saying look up his record versus Patrick Mahomes and record versus Phillip Rivers. That's fine. You can make that point. The games with Patrick Mahomes haven't meant anything. Last year was the first time that games versus Patrick Mahomes meant anything, and you can't get over the fact that your tackle couldn't block for a field goal, right? Like, so yes, if you start having more games like that are meaningful, then yes, you will start to hate Patrick Mahomes more, but the games haven't meant anything so far.
You haven't been the caliber of team to make them mean something, much like you weren't the caliber of team to make something mean something or make a game mean something when Peyton Manning was at the height of his powers in Indianapolis. The good news is you're there now. And the good news is you have a team that's good enough to beat Patrick Mahomes. That's the best news. You have a team that is good enough to beat that witch.
You should have beat him once last year and should have beat the Chiefs twice last year.
Even though it was the JV team that you saw in the final week of the season.
That doesn't matter.
Win's a win, baby.
When we're counting win streaks, that one counts.
Take us wherever you guys go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They are injury lawyers, and you can go to WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. We'll wrap things up on the other side. Hand things off to PhD. It's Altitude 92.5.
The Nuggets, the Avalanche, the Rockies, the Broncos. Get it here. Get it all. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, Colorado, Mark Moser here. July is all about celebrating. Backyard barbecues, mountain adventures, knowing your home is running smoothly, and that's why I trust my partners at Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air. While you're celebrating summer, don't let a leaky faucet or a sputtering AC ruin the fun. Pros at Rock are ready to keep your home comfortable and carefree, and to make your July even sweeter, they're offering $50 off HVAC or plumbing repairs. You heard me, so celebrate summer in confidence. Visit rockheating.com. That's ROCK heating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Think the law firm you hire after a car accident doesn't matter? Think again. In the last 12 months, we've had 20 settlements of $1 million or more. Bet no other Colorado firm can say that. Backus & Schenker wins.
I have the utmost respect for veterans, and there's a great Colorado-based program to support them. Operation Veteran Strong offers local resources, benefits info, self-assessments, free support, and inspiring stories. Visit OperationVeteranStrong.org to get connected and stay strong.
Summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes, sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. It's officially summer in Colorado, and that means barbecues, backyard hangs, and open windows. If your windows stick, your siding's fading, or your doors let in hot air, now's the time to fix it. This is Brett Kane with K&H Home Solutions, and don't wait to create the home of your dreams. Upgrade your space with energy-efficient windows, stylish doors, and durable siding, all with the expert installation you trust. Call K&H Home Solutions today or visit KNHWindows.com to schedule your free consultation.
K&H Home Solutions has what you're looking for.
Well, look at there. It's road trip, camping, climbing, fishing, kids sport hauling. Get outside and have some fun time again, Colorado. Before you head out on the highway, head to Johnson Auto Plaza for a quick service tune-up or to explore their selection of over 500 new vehicles, including GMC, Chevy, Buick, Ram, and Jeep. It's like 3 dealerships all in one place. So many beautiful new trucks and SUVs. You get big store selection, but you don't lose the friendly small-town customer service that makes Johnson Auto Plaza, Johnson Auto Plaza. If you need, we'll have you in and out quicker than you can burn your first marshmallow. That is the power of the Plaza. Shop online at johnsonautoplaza.com or pay us a visit. Experience the power of the Plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza, just north of E470 on Highway 85, johnsonautoplaza.com, and in Laramie.
What are the top stories in Denver sports today?
I can't wait to get into this today.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 has it all right now. And tonight, the Altitude Daily on YouTube has a full roundup of today's biggest developments. A great way to wind down your day with a recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver.
A quick way to catch up on everything that happened during the day.
The Altitude Daily. Check it out on YouTube tonight.
And we appreciate if you like and subscribe.
Click or tap on the Altitude Sports Radio channel and subscribe.
At King Soopers, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix that's guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. Hand it to King Soopers shoppers. You never compromise. King Soopers. Fresh for everyone.
Right now, 18-count cartons of large grade AA cage-free Kroger brand eggs are on sale for $3.49 with your digital coupon. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
Laughing is contagious, just like, forechecking.
Stay tuned for more Altitude Sports Talk.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Beginning Friday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is live at training camp. Brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Now back to the morning sprint with Coach and Raj.
Wrapping up things here on a Tuesday. PhD will take you guys next from noon to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6 on your drive home today. We'll be live from Broncos training camp starting on Friday. Thanks to our friends at Ramos Law. Special thanks to Rob Trigilio, who's been filling in for the coach Mike Sanford the last couple of days. It's been
I appreciate
a joy having you on, man.
Appreciate you letting me sit in for a couple shows here.
Something you brought up in our pre-show notes, and I'd be remiss not to mention this because I think it's awesome. Have you seen what the Kansas City Royals are about to do tonight in their game in Chicago against the Cubs?
I did see this. A 152-year-old is going to take the mound for
45-year-old Rich Hill, the lefty. He's been on 14 different teams. Best known for his days probably in Chicago and Boston, and then some really good seasons I would say effective seasons in his late 30s as a member of the Dodgers, will start tonight in Chicago for the Kansas City Royals. He is 45 years old. He started off pitching in 2005 for the Cubs. This is possibly his swan song. 45, still pitching. He's in the minor leagues a little bit.
You can't say that because his swan song is going to be never, because he's going to keep pitching in the minors apparently.
Here's a fun fact from today. Rich Hill faced former Rocky and former old guy Jamie Moyer. Jamie Moyer faced Steve Carlton. Steve Carlton pitched in the same game as Warren Spahn, and Warren Spahn pitched in the same game as Satchel Paige. You can go all the way back for opponents that Rich Hill has faced to go back to a guy, Bill Gatewood, who was born in 1881. Now,
so how many what is that?
That is four
links in the chain?
4 pitching generations to get you back to the late 19th century.
To get you back to the Civil War?
To get you back to 1881, man.
No, the Civil War is 1860s.
You're only 3 pitching generations from Rich Hill to Satchel Paige.
Covered 2 world wars there.
Sure did. He sure did.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, listen, good for him. And I heard the morning show talking about it. Like, either the wife has spent all his money or the dude is just a sicko for the game of ball.
Just loves pitching, man. Just loves it.
Because, I mean, and I wanted to say this to Brett when he was saying it. I'll say it to you now. You're not quite at that age yet, but you're still going to want to lace him up and go skate around and play if you could when you're 45, aren't you?
You know who was saying that is former Dallas star and longtime NHL vet Jiri Lehtinen, who is the general manager for Team Finland going into the Olympics. He played in the Olympics in 1994 and as late as 2006 in Torino, and he medaled in every single one of them as a player. And people were asking him yesterday about like, oh, what are you doing to fill out this roster? He goes, I wish I could play. He goes, that's the hardest thing, is looking at the roster and going, where wouldn't I fit in?
Yeah.
And Jiri Lehtinen's like 50.
I've said this before, and I think a lot of our listeners can relate to it too, because it's the one thing that all athletes have in common. It does not matter if you are Tom Brady or if you played in high school. At some point, you get told you're not allowed to play anymore. And whether that's because of injury, because of talent, at some point, we all have to leave the game. And that is like the most relatable thing, because whether you got told in high school that you weren't good enough to play in college, or you're Rich Hill and they're telling you, hey, guess what? You don't have this stuff anymore. And you're like, no, man, I'm going to AAA and I'm still I'm doing it for the love of the game.
Baseball's really the only team sport you can do it in. It really
Hi,
is.
Tom Brady. Hi, Aaron Rodgers. Come on.
Well, Brady played his last effective. He's
42?
he's the anomaly. Brady's the anomaly.
Sure. But I mean, there's that guy. I mean, Jordan played late into his 30s. It is the one thing we all have in common, right? At some point you get told you can't play anymore.
I guess,
but I'm happy for him. Like, push it off as long as you can, big dog.
I suppose Brady he's the shining example playing, in Super Bowls at 42 or 43 or whatever it was when he was in Tampa Bay. But a lot of that just doesn't happen. You had Nolan Ryan pitching into his 40s. Obviously, Jamie Moyer, you had the knuckleballer, and Phil Niekro pitched.
Didn't Gossage pitch into his?
You can pitch forever, right? Yeah. You can find a way to throw a ball effectively forever. It's very far and few between that you see like position players doing it. I know Julio Franco played until he was like 47, which was nuts. He's a longtime Brave, Julio Franco. That was a good one. Golf's kind of the other one that you can surprise late. Like Tom Watson, when he was 59, he almost won the Open.
Yeah, but see, golf is, I mean, I guess.
Like Freddie Couples is always on the leaderboard for the first 2 days of the Masters somehow.
I don't want to drop a banger that like it's not a sport, because I do think it's a sport, but it's like different. It's in its own category. Yep. You know what I mean? Like physically, you don't have to be, you can play golf till you die. You know what I mean?
Sure can.
Most sports, at some point physically, you get told you can't do it anymore.
Yager's the other guy in hockey.
Yeah, that's a great poll.
He's still playing professionally in Slovakia. LeBron is still an all-NBA player at 40.
Yeah. Yeah, man. But at some point they'll get told too, like you can't do it anymore. You know what I mean? And I think it's the one unifying thing amongst athletes, because we all, if you really loved the sport that you played, even if you were garbage at it, we all remember what the moment was that you realized, like, I don't get to do this. And like baseball, you can at least go out there and like throw the ball, pitch, hit, play in a beer league. You can do the same thing with hockey. It's because hockey guys are that crazy that you can keep playing till you're 40. But like football,
where's the beer league football that you can find?
When they tell you you're done, it means you never play football again.
That's a good point.
Like if there was a way for me to find it, I probably would have. But like you're talking about going up against sickos who are running around tackling people with no pads on if you want to try to play football as you get older.
Like the crazies that go around and play rugby when they're in their 40s and 50s. Psychopaths, I tell you.
That I might do.
I'm telling you, I'm tuning in on MLB TV and I'm watching a 45-year-old pitch tonight.
I'll watch the highlights on Twitter. Yeah, I'll definitely check in to see how he did.
Like Jack Caglianone might take him 480 feet to left center tonight.
But I hope not. I hope not.
It depends where if the wind is blowing out at Wrigley, this could be like you could kill the guy. He could die.
That's mean.
140 miles off the bat.
Well, he doesn't have enough velocity getting in there for it to be that fast.
You got to hit 94 on the gun.
That's what I'm saying. It's not going to come off that easy. But yeah, no. I mean, listen. Especially if he's not somebody that you're relying on, let him have one good outing and go back to. I think they said it was AAA Omaha. Before you send him back to Omaha, hopefully he has one good outing for Rich Hill.
That's going to do it for us today. For Rob Trujillo, I'm Alex Ryan-Emy and Jesse Trujillo behind the glass today. Don't go anywhere. PhD is coming up next, getting you guys ready for Broncos training camp just a few days away. You guys can be out there on Friday with us and our friends from the Ramos Law Firm. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Love you. Goodbye. Coach Sanford back tomorrow.
The Nuggets, the Avalanche, the Rockies, the Broncos. Get it here. Get it all. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Zero. That's what you're going to pay up front and for 90 days at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Mark Moser here. And right now at Silterhar, it's 0 down, 0 payments for 3 months on your new purchase. Plus, they've got 0% financing on almost all new Fords, Lincolns, and Mazdas. You cannot lose on over 1,100 new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. So get the 0 at Highway 36 in Wadsworth or go online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership.
A diamond is the oldest natural substance you will ever hold in your hand, created over 40 million years ago.
There are very few items of true value in the world that fit in the palm of your hand that also express our most powerful emotions.
And that's why a natural diamond from Williams Jewelers is the natural expression of your love. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams. It's one of the most important purchases you will ever make.
And you're counting on us to help you get it right. So come get hands-on with Denver's most beautiful natural loose diamonds.
At Williams Jewelers, I still personally hand-select every natural diamond we sell, from the finest diamond cutters in the world, direct to you, all at the guaranteed best price in the state.
Say, will you with Williams?
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
I got a nightmare phone call that no parent wants to receive.
Someone hit me going 60 miles an hour.
Dr. Ramos came highly recommended. When I showed him the x-rays, he immediately knew exactly what was wrong.
We've had a tremendous experience with Ramos Law. Really, I could not be happier.
Having the car accident was an accident. Finding Ramos Law was no accident.
Injured in a car accident? Ramos Law can help. RamosLaw.com.
We've always known Redbird Farms for being the fan favorite chicken at home or in your favorite restaurant. Now you can find it behind the butcher counter at King's Supers and City Market. You can choose fresh, hand-picked cuts of flavorful chicken breast, the wings, the thighs. Get the perfect portions for any occasion when you're cooking by yourself or feeding the whole team at home. It's perfect for grilling, roasting, any way you crave your chicken. It's gotta be Redbird. Available fresh, frozen, and now at the butcher counter at King Supers and City Market.
Redbird Farms.
This is why sports is played.
Stay tuned for more Altitude Sports Talk.
This is why we show up to this dang job.
Hey there, this is Dolly, coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Join us Friday, August 15th for one night only and for one goal only to beat cancer.
Every day from every corner of this country, we lose 1,670 people to cancer. But we can end this heartache by supporting Stand Up to Cancer.
Together, we can stand up for our family and friends and everyone who is battling this disease.
We are going to beat cancer because we are stronger when we stand up together.
So stand up with all of us and let's save lives together.
Because of you, we're making the impossible
possible.
Together.
Together.
Together. When we stand together, cancer doesn't stand a chance.
If we join forces, we can end cancer forever. Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
Summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade in vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes, sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
From the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. KKSE-FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Greetings, programs. This is Connor McGahee, voice of your Colorado Avalanche. Here comes another incredible hour of Denver Sports Talk on the station where you get it all.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Are you ready?
Revitalized Health presents Tyler Polumbus, Scott Hastings, Darren McKee, Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. This is the Big Noon Build-Up. Now, here's PhD.
Broncos have reported. Mike McGlinchey, Pat Surtain have spoken. We'll hear from both of them in just a little bit. Meanwhile, our man Grizz, he has transitioned from playoff Grizz for the Avalanche into training camp Grizz.
Training camp Grizz, not Bronco Grizz, training camp Grizz.
We'll see. We'll see if he can become Broncos Grizz. Right now, it's just training camp Grizz. It's one step at a time.
Are you grumpy again today?
Oh, hell no. No. I'm in a great mood. And the mission for Grizz today will be to, because right now the Muggles get to eat free food.
Oh, yeah.
That's going on right now.
Yeah. free burgers.
Well, I don't know. But Dan, how did it go with your conversations with Grizz about his mission for today?
Yeah, I told him about our shtick with the free chicken sandwiches.
Shtick?
Oh, I told him his goal is to bring us food.
Shtick? That's almost condescending a little bit.
It's never a shtick when it involves food for fat kids.
That makes it sounds like it's not important. Shtick. Well, we're not joking here. It's not.
No, I told him we're serious about the food, and I told him, ask permission. Don't just steal a bunch.
Correct.
I did pass that along.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
Bobby, when you put donuts and fat kids in a room together.
Shtick. It's a mission. A shtick.
A shtick of chicken.
What's our degree of certainty or likelihood, do you think, of success with our shtick of bringing back some of the free food for us here for the Grizz?
What do you guys think?
0.75%.
That's low.
Wow.
Out of 100?
Dan?
That's terrible. 0.75%.
5%.
5? Is a day game 5? That's way higher.
It's still extremely low.
5 times higher.
Yeah.
I'll go.
First of all,
I'll go coin flip. I'll go 50-50 on this one.
I'll go this way.
Because there's some awkward moments that are built into this little mission. Like, first of all, where's he putting the food? It's not like they have to-go boxes there.
Backpack.
Yeah, you could just stick it in a backpack.
But here's what you do. You've asked maybe one of the nicest guys at the station.
Could they be nicer than Grizz?
No, to go and pilfer something for us.
But again, he's been told to ask permission.
Yeah, but see, that kind of takes away from the shtick. The shtick means
but
he's just got to start loading someone to a backpack and let's bring him.
We don't
Are
want
you
to.
afraid of those guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's the first day of training camp.
Exactly.
We don't want to get sideways
You
on the
know
first
what?
day of
You
training
go in
camp.
hard to start it, and then you can always lighten up. Grizz could come in a week or two and say, hey, man, I just want to apologize a couple weeks ago. The boys
You're a big ask
trying to do
forgiveness. You're an ask forgiveness guy.
Never ask permission.
Oh, no.
Because you might ask the wrong guy, and he'll go, no way. And then, 2 weeks ago, dude, you guys could take some, no big deal. Talk to a different guy. So, you ask permission. Who are you going to ask?
We'll see how he
John
does.
Elway running around there says, hey, John, you mind if I grab 4 or 5 hamburgers for the boys?
I don't think John would care whatsoever.
Exactly.
It ain't John.
That'd be the right guy to do it.
John, well, if John knew I was part of it, he would care.
Well, yeah. If you ask Sean Payton, John Payton, now, Ice Cream Sean.
Your best friend.
Well, that's why
you're buddy buddies.
I probably should have been sent out there to just sit there and chat with him a little bit.
He would at least know you.
Yeah.
I mean, the way you've chummed up to Sean is it's not.
Well, me and Bo both. Me and Sean and Bo.
You and Bo both?
Yeah.
I mean, you had an off season with these two that the rest of us mere mortals could only dream of.
It's kind of the way I roll. Honestly.
Go ahead and ask Sean Payton if we can take him. Go ahead, just ask real quick.
Well, I can text him.
No, ask him right now on the air. Ask him, Scott.
Wait, hold on, Dan. You didn't just catch that? I can text him?
Text him.
So you got the digits of good old Sean Payton?
I can text him and say, hey, Sean, I'm sending my boy out here for a funny radio gig.
Yeah.
We're telling him to snag some hamburgers and put them in a bag and bring them home to us.
Exactly.
The radio show. You got to give him some grief, but let him do it.
No.
What do you think?
That's funny.
We should just do some of our predictions for camp. Just kind of fun predictions for camp, like how it's going to go. Like, will anybody?
Can
really...
I do the first prediction?
Sure.
And it's not even a prediction; it's a wish. Man, stay healthy. They've lost over the last.
You're being serious.
I'm only doing one series.
Oh man!
But the last 6-7 seasons, it seemed like they lose one guy that really seemed like it's going to be could help the team.
Do you remember who they lost early in camp last year? I'll give you a nickel if you can.
Well, they lost Drew Sanders in OTAs.
Not him, not last year.
Well, he was earlier. Yeah, last year. When in OTAs.
Drew Sanders?
Yeah. I thought didn't he tear an Achilles or something in OTAs or ACL?
God, I thought that was all right. You could be right.
But
that wasn't training camp, though.
No, that was OTAs. I mean, they've lost the one.
No, there's one guy in particular.
They've lost Butts. They lost Hireman. They've lost.
Who was last year?
They've lost. Let me go through the thing. They lost the big, tall receiver that's now killing it in Detroit, Tim Patrick. Who'd they lose last year?
It was a backup. It was a reserve guy.
Well,
But it was definitely a guy who's going to be on the team. Quinn Bailey. Offensive lineman.
Oh,
Quinn
offensive
Bailey.
lineman. Yeah, your backup guard, right?
Backup guard.
Is he back there this year? I didn't
I
look.
think so. Yeah, I believe he is. Hold on. Let me do a bit. You know, I don't know, actually. Ooh. Maybe a little research on that one.
Well, when do they release? Will they release a roster today?
Yeah, they should. They definitely tomorrow. I don't know today because they didn't have practice on the field today. Today was just kind of we're just showing
Acclimation.
up. Well, today is just showing up, checking in, test this,
Get your bag full of jocks and socks.
A big fat pile of goo, or did you work out over the last couple
Do
weeks?
the Broncos still give you like here's what I love about training camp.
Conditioning test?
No, I hate that. Here's what I love though.
Yeah.
You get a big mesh bag with your shorts and shirts and socks and jock and then after the day you just throw it in the bag and boom, 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 somebody cleans it.
That's gotta be amazing.
The cleaning fairy comes up and your bag's sitting in your chair in the morning.
My kid, younger son, who played college baseball, said that was the most incredible thing about being
it was awesome.
College athlete.
Yeah.
Because it was like a miracle. You just throw things in a pile, and the next day.
Well, the one thing, if you had a long road trip,
it's got to be fantastic.
You had to carry your own practice gear. Now they pass out practice gear, which is just the dumbest thing I've ever. The lack of responsibility they put on athletes now is unbelievable. But we travel with our mesh bag on a long trip because you're going to practice, and after certain games they'd wash for it. Well, if it's a long trip, you might. I'm short on underwear. You throw your underwear in there. You throw your dress socks in there. I mean,
that's terrible.
You would get whatever you could get cleaned.
Well, you tip those guys at the end of the year, right?
Yeah.
You're supposed to.
Well, if you make the playoffs, we do. Give them a playoff share. A few $1,000s.
I am amazed, like, when I go into these athletes, in the locker rooms, what a pigsty the vast majority of the lockers actually are.
Right.
I mean, it is like I got a little my dad moments, and I'm not like the neatest person in the world, but I mean, my Lord, I mean, it is a disaster.
I know you hate John Wooden, but that was one of his credos. When they went to a facility, it was cleaner than when they got there, and he would call young guys out.
There you go.
That if they throw the orange peels and miss it by the thing, I mean, he'd stop it and make dudes clean. They wanted the locker room cleaner when they left than when they got there.
Yeah, because if it's a dirty locker, it's going to be confusing where you've left the cash. From the Sam guy, the car.
There was a really kind of an elitist Barry Sanders hate about you.
Baloney. Because I'm calling out the corruption of UCLA.
Sitting in your 3 mansions, complaining about.
I read about that car dealer guy, and it forever changed me on John Wooden, but like other people weren't trying it to.
Yeah. Well, what was the one guy in Miami? He took that car dealer guy to a whole other level, didn't he?
Shapiro, whatever, little guy.
Did you ever read Under the Golden Dome?
What Notre Dame's guilty of? I have not.
Yeah, that was a big time writer that lived here.
I shouldn't be so harsh. I mean, Wooden was just as corrupt as everybody else. Everybody was cheating. It's kind of like Lance Armstrong and the old Tour de France. You can be upset with them about this, that, the other thing, but
I've talked about it
they were
before.
all doping.
We talked about the only thing that upsets me in Lance, he really ruined a couple's life. That, by denying and the accusations towards them. That's my biggest thing with him.
Yeah.
Him doing stuff and blood doping, whatever.
But when everybody's cheating,
be the best at it.
I mean, when McGuire and Sosa were putting up numbers.
What was the old line?
What
was the old line in NASCAR? If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
That's right. Now everything's clean and tested, and
well, now
Lord.
Yeah, but now football. Hey, we're going to cheat, but we're just going to make it like everybody can.
I wonder how people are cheating now in sports. That'd be a fun one. Like, how are they doing it? Because they got to be cheating somehow.
Since the no fun or the no dumb summer, doesn't really end till Wednesday or Thursday.
Sure.
What could the NCAA done quicker to stop the stem of what's going on now in college sports? Or, in your estimation, is what college sports doing now just perfectly fine?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way. I mean, just pay the athletes. The athletes, you needed to pay these guys for a long time. I don't know if there's anything else you could have done aside from the quicker you got to paying the kids, the better. It was so corrupt for so long.
Yeah.
So anybody who's like, oh, it ain't the way it used to be, it's like, yeah,
it's
been sideways for a long time.
Somehow had the NIL more salary cap that they're trying to propose now after there's dudes making 10. What was one dude that left USC or someplace because he wanted, or Oregon or somebody, he wanted $10 million and
right.
All these other guys could have got. They could have done something better with a salary cap in college sports.
Yeah.
And maybe stem some of this NIL. And to me, I still think you got to do something different with the portal. I mean,
well, I don't want to restrict kids if you don't restrict coaches.
Well, I'm okay with that. I think
I want to make it fair for everybody.
If a coach leaves and the portal's open, wide open.
Okay.
I'm good with that, and I've been good with that for 20 years. If a coach leaves, and this was the BS, some of the coaches in the NCAA, well, the kids aren't going there for the coach. Yeah, they are.
Oh,
you love the facilities, you love the thing, but guess what? It ain't the facilities that's going in and talking to mom.
No,
right? It's the head coach and his wife. I had Eddie Sutton and his wife come up to my country house down a dirt road to visit me.
Oh, and if you don't have the coach behind you, good luck. Best of luck.
Yeah.
It ain't going to go your way.
So I think when the portal should be open, I wouldn't even mind doing it like baseball. If you go, you got 2 years in.
Yeah.
Unless the coach leaves.
Yeah.
But you go in, maybe your portal opens after your sophomore year, and then that's it.
It's become just another professional league. But, hey,
you can play in 4 different colleges in 4 years.
You can. Sure.
Yeah,
you can.
I just think that takes a little of the beauty of what I loved about college sports. I love getting to know guys.
Oh, well, that is
I
really,
love watching.
That is gone, except for football, except for college football.
I love watching McFadden go through his years at Arkansas and continue to get better and better.
That still
and better.
exists, because you got to put 3 years in college before you can become a pro. That's still there for the most part in football.
Yeah, but how many guys every year, like when you just right up the street here,
just take off, go to another school,
just leave, boom, 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 and you can't go to pro, but you can just leave.
That's a great point, and they do.
And I would put the portal. You get it after your sophomore year.
Yeah.
Now, because how many guys I've seen this? Listen, I've had lots of friends who send their kids away from college, and every kid wants to go away for college to start off with. And I'll bet you over half of them come back after a year because they realize, I don't want to be that far away. Okay, we tried to tell you CU's a pretty good school right up the street, or CSU or whatever. But I'd like to see them. How many kids get upset after their freshman year they don't play? I'm just leaving. Stick it out 2 years. And then after 2 years, okay, you want to leave after 2 years? See you later.
I wonder how Arch Manning's going to be really interesting this year. He's going to be really, really interesting. I think I bet you he sticks around for 2 years. I bet you he does not come out this year. I bet you he needs a little bit more seasoning.
Well, but hadn't he been there 2 years already?
He has. Oh, he'd be eligible after this year. I mean, I don't want to bore you with mock drafts there, Scott, but I've saw projections where he's maybe the 5th or 6th best quarterback in the country this year. I'm not sure you want to be coming out if you're like that.
No.
Unless you're Bo Nix, of course.
So Arch Manning's available. They go 9-8 this year, miss the playoffs. Arch Manning comes out, and you're sitting there at 8, and Arch Manning's on the board. You take him?
No, I do not take him. We got our guy. Boy, you are piling on. You're not the only. You're not the only one.
No,
you're not the only one.
You know what? I'm piling on because I'm looking at the last name.
I got you.
I'm looking at the last name.
Okay, but the piling on of Bo Nix, it's reaching a fever pitch as camp begins here.
Well, listen, Cadillacs have just as many lemons, I would assume, as Chevrolets.
All right, let's get to that.
Right.
And we'll hear from Pat Surtain and Mike McGlinchey as the Broncos Open Camp here. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, that's something that's just a bummer top to bottom. You don't want to deal with that. This summer, you want to be alive. You want to thrive. You don't want to be all depressed and down and blah, 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 blah. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get you going in the right direction when the pills or herbals fail. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with them today. That initial visit's only $99. Get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test if advised, a test dose. And if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. So let's get it going. Like an expert staff, you could be like a lot of men and be having sex the next day. Call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's great to have our guy Andy Lindahl back. You kind of got in the crosshairs, I apologize, of the Pat Surtain draft sort of thing. It's an argument that I seem to lose all the time, but I really quietly win. I quietly win it because I'm the only person that tends to agree with me on it. But
well, that doesn't necessarily mean you win.
I think I win on that
That's good. I'm sure your wife feels the same way.
basis, yeah. Well, then I just apologize.
Oh, Andy will be in here in 2 hours.
You don't really care that much, so it's not that big of a deal.
No, because
But when you face somebody that really does care or feels really strongly about it, it becomes heated.
Here's why I don't care, because I look at more bigger pictures than maybe all you guys do. And in reality, it's kind of worked out in the end. Because I do think Bo Nix is going to be better than Justin Fields ever will be. And so I think you had to wait an extra year or two. But, well, listen, if you want to argue with anything else, I think they should have taken Josh Allen. I'm glad they didn't take Justin Fields.
We agree on that.
I think they should have jumped on Josh Allen.
The problem is because you screwed that up, you were left in a tight spot.
Yeah. You reached for Lynch, and he wasn't the guy.
No. And then you tried to free agent it up the rest of the way.
Yeah, and it didn't work.
Then you tried to underdog it with Simeon.
Best, other than Manning, I was going to say best free agent, but since Manning, Bridgewater was okay.
He was okay.
And I'm not sure why they didn't keep him longer at the bridge and then go the route you're talking about.
Well, because they made another mistake. They confused it because they drafted Drew Lock in the second round. So they made it even stickier.
Right.
And then you realize Vic Fangio was not a good head coach.
Right.
And then, I mean, it was like, and then John sort of stepped down, but he didn't. Like, he's in the room, and George Payton's in the room too, and Vic's there, like, wondering what time, soup is for dinner. And, it just was, I'll just never get George Payton out of my mind. Is this safe? Is this safe? Is this safe? Because the Broncos filmed everything back then, which was kind of cool. And you could tell the room was a little like, because they didn't have a quarterback.
Right.
And it is interesting that Darren Muji, who was George Payton's assistant, is now the general manager for the Jets. And the one big move he made in the offseason was get a hold of Justin Fields. So we'll see how it turns out. We'll go. But that being said, nobody has a crystal ball. That's another thing I hear Andy and a lot of people say, like, well, you only choose the right guy. There was a period of time last year we all thought acquiring Darius Arch was a good move. Remember that? I mean, you always try to pick the right guy.
I would say you finally, to me, had the best argument that you also always put in there is Dario might have worked out had he had a different coach stylistically to what he could do. Because he was really good the year before in Golden State.
Believe me, it surprised, I think, everybody that he turned out to be so like Dario. Like, it was so bad.
Well, and he got what, 15 games of receiving play.
All that being said, when you finally have the right coach and you finally have the right quarterback, as I believe the Broncos do, when you finally have that, it's great to have a guy like Surtain. Of course, you need as many great players as you can possibly get at every single position. But to think that, it's, you're right. It all worked out eventually. Yeah. But, I mean, it's not a plan. It's not like, and this is the problem, too, and there were a lot of people that were really advocating on this station, by the way, for Brock Bowers over Bo Nix. It's like, hey, guys, we don't have a quarterback.
Well, it was time. It was time. Listen, I think Brock Bowers has a chance to be a Hall of Famer, Gronkowski type of dude.
You realize,
whatever.
though, on paper, there's no difference between taking Fields over Surtain or Surtain over Fields as taking Nix over Bowers, Bowers over Nix. It's the same exact situation.
Maybe so, yeah.
Because both were projected to be the best at their position.
Yeah, the problem with that, though, is and this is where I get in the argument with the guys in basketball, is the league has changed. NFL's changed. It's great to have great defenses in the NFL because they will keep you in games. But you still got to put points on the board, too.
No doubt.
Right? Now, there's a fine mix. I mean, if we'd have had Cincinnati's offense last year with Denver's defense, you'd have won a Super Bowl. I mean, because Cincinnati's offense or Detroit's offense, they were unbelievable. I mean, they're unbelievable what they did. So I understand the defense thing, but listen, you still got to have points, man. You still got to be able to move the ball. And I think now the evolution and why you say overdrafted, but they got their guys. they went and looked at. We got to have some guys that make some plays for us.
Let's go.
So hopefully they did.
Now, if you want to have an argument, what would you rather have? A shutdown corner like Surtain or the best corner? Would you rather have the best corner or the best tight end? That's a fun debate right there. I don't have an easy answer for you on that one. I don't know.
Well, here I went and did this morning. I went and looked up the highest paid players by position.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you take out the Kansas City Chiefs,
yeah,
I think there might have been one other guy that's ever won a Super Bowl. And the Chiefs are kind of an outlier because they won 3 or 4, and they just paid their center and their guard are the highest paid centers and guards in the league right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mahomes up there around $60 million too, or whatever he's making.
Right.
But you take those 3 out, everybody else, like Dak Prescott's up there, paid a whole lot of money for that. Kittle's one of the highest paid tight ends. He ain't won anything.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a bunch of guys like that. The guy in Cleveland, defensive end, he ain't won anything. So Surtain for 3 weeks was the highest paid corner, and guess what? He hadn't done. He ain't won one either, has he?
Nope.
So,
but here you didn't even have a winning record until you had Bo Nix.
Yeah.
I mean, never mind winning a Super Bowl. You didn't win anything. You had nothing. You had Justin Simmons, who was really good. You didn't have a winning record.
Yeah.
Your entire time with Justin Simmons, you didn't have a winning record. With Surtain, until Bo Nix came, you didn't have a winning record.
No, unlike Simmons, Surtain only got 2 years. Simmons got, 7?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Look, listen, man, it's all about the quarterback. It always has been. It always will be. That's at the end. I'm glad the Broncos got their guy. We'll go through what Leggy has for his 53-man prediction. But Surtain did speak today. And listen, I'm glad Surtain's on the team, that's for sure. Jahdae Barron, okay. I mean, none of us really saw it. But everybody is saying, it's funny. Here's what's going on right now with the Broncos in preseason. There is consensus, Scott, that this is one of the best defenses in the NFL. One of the best, if not the best. The other thing that's going on are just these eyebrow raises, and maybe it's see how it goes with Bo Nix. And it does feel like outsiders are trying to drum up some drama. And everybody's kind of looking like what year 2. Even Leggy today with what he said is, hey, the defenses are going to know Bo Nix better, and teams are going to force him to throw outside the numbers, and he won't have this and he won't have that. So as far as I can tell, the biggest storyline for the Broncos remains is Bo Nix a mirage, or is he the real deal? So I guess that's kind of it.
I think what Leggy said is true. I think the league does look and does have scouting. You just now put up 17 games. Listen, you had, 17 years to figure out Tom Brady. Guess what you couldn't do? You never figured out Tom Brady. The league had, 15, 16 years to figure out John Elway. Never did it. Figure out Peyton Manning. So if he's at that echelon of a quarterback, everybody gets figured out. But there does have to be, do you agree this? There has to still be growth. I don't think he can play just like he did last year, and you're going to have the same kind of success. One, I think the schedule's harder.
Yeah.
And 2, teams are going to be more ready for what you tried to do last year. There's got to be a progression.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it.
Well, these are all
It's like a ghost is going to come out of here.
Sound like you're back at your folks' house.
Here is Surtain on Bo Nix earlier today.
Yeah, Bo, he's even more confident going into this year. Obviously, with year 1 under his belt, a lot more confidence rises upon that. So, the team, we had Bo back through the whole way through. He's a tremendous leader out there, obviously a tremendous player. So, this year he's going to make a lot of noise. And, we're looking forward to see what he does and his success moving forward. So,
what quarterbacks? Give me a ranking 5.
Yeah.
Of the quarterbacks with the most pressure to succeed this year, advance this year, progress this year, however you want to call it. The 5 quarterbacks that their teams really need them to be good this year to have any hope.
I think the highest pressure on any quarterback this season is on Josh Allen with the Bills.
And can he get better than what he's been doing?
Probably not, but he's got to win it. He's got to figure it out. I mean, it's enough.
So you went upper echelon. So if you're going up in the upper echelon,
well, I think the pressure on him is unusually high. All right, if you want to talk about just like you got to hang in there and win your job, I mean that's kind of a different conversation.
Well, mine is kind of like, how do you advance your team? Like you're right, Buffalo has to win a big game.
to win a Super Bowl,
but with that
that's the highest pressure.
The same thing too, Joe Burrows. Listen, you had a great year last year, my friend, but you didn't make the playoffs.
It's not that true, but he was incredible, and they've been to a Super Bowl. So while there is pressure on Burrow for sure, I don't think it's the same as Josh Allen.
How about Jackson then?
Yeah, I'd put him up there too. I mean, you've won multiple MVPs. It's kind of the same. It's kind of the same on him and Allen. I mean, somehow they got to get past
Isn't it
Mahomes.
Funny that arguably your 4 best quarterbacks in the league are all in the AFC?
Oh, yeah. Oh, trust me. We're all quite aware of that.
Here's where my head was going. I was thinking about guys now that they're saying teams got to go. Maybe Bo, whatever, from all the other stuff you just talked about.
Yeah.
I was thinking of a Brock Purdy. They've gotten rid of everybody. They paid him. Now let's go see what you really are.
Okay.
Dak Prescott, who was hurt most of last year, but he's making $60 million. About time for Dak Prescott to really step up and have one of those blow-up years, isn't it? And you know,
sure.
And for me,
sure.
And so maybe I'm looking at the lower echelon guys. Trevor Lawrence, another guy. I'm waiting for him to live up to the billing.
See how his career goes. Listen, what quarterback doesn't have pressure on them? Maybe Mahomes.
The only guy that probably has pressure and that probably will never affect him, seems to me, after watching quarterbacks, is Burrow.
Nothing's affecting that guy.
I don't think nothing affects him.
There's nothing on him. I'll tell you this, Jalen Hurts probably doesn't have much pressure on him, in all honesty.
Not this year, finally.
He won one.
How about Penix Jr.?
He's got like Bo Nix pressure from last year. He's got like Drake May, Caleb Williams pressure. You know, it's kind of like J.J. McCarthy pressure. Like, you got to do okay, but it's not overwhelming. Like, everybody's going to give you a year to sort of get under your belt and whatever. You know what it is? It's really that third year, man. That third year. Like, you got to do something in your third year as a quarterback.
Well, then let me ask you this. Jaden Daniels exceeded everybody's expectations.
He is unbelievable. The only pressure he has is to...
He got to an NFC Championship game.
He just has to keep doing what he's done. I suppose that's a certain amount of pressure. But that dude is like way ahead of where he was supposed to be. Not a little ahead, way ahead. I suppose C.J. Stroud has a little bit of pressure after a great...
Did he have a little step down?
Yeah, a little step down. It's still a playoff team, though. We'll see with C.J. Stroud. But like, again, it's the NFL, dude. You lose 3 games in a row, the world's over. You know, you're the worst. You're going to be replaced. You're done.
Again, quarterbacks, Cousin, they were all over him and happy about his start to the season, right?
Yeah, then he lost 3 games
in
a row.
He lost 3 games in a row, and it was
next.
And then won the next one because I think he finished season 7-7 record wise, but they didn't play great. I think they won a game like, what was it, 18-14 or some little number like that. 17-14, and boom, he was gone the next week.
Hey, Scott, I don't mean to interrupt you here, my man, but I got to check something out because I'm seeing some stuff on the old text line that is going to be very depressing for me.
Yeah, I've already got the news. Talk about a farewell concert.
I'm so sorry to hear this. He was one of my heroes. By the way, Malcolm Jamal Warner, a drowning
I'm telling
accident?
you, celebrity deaths happened like 3 in a row. Get ready for a third coming up.
I am just seeing this, so I'm sorry I didn't know it earlier, but Ozzy Osbourne has passed away at age 76.
76. Who did just a concert like it was a farewell?
I know. It was unbelievable.
Like a week ago, wasn't it?
It was, ish.
Week-ish?
It was awesome. Yeah, weekish, yeah.
He didn't look great. I mean, they had to wheel him out in his throne. But he sang on a couple of clips of the songs I heard. He was wailing a little bit.
Wow, he was on stage just a week or so ago. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That I'm really sad about that. Parkinson's. That's a bummer, man. He's just one of the all-timers. All-timers, Ozzy. I mean, it's incredible he lived till 76, in all honesty.
The way he lived early.
Yeah, but he became so...
he became... reality TV made him iconic, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, but like he's one of the reasons I like music. This is going to sound insane, but when I was in middle school, that's what my first band did. Poorly. Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath songs. I mean, we were terrible. But we had this guy, Dana, and he could really play guitar. I mean, it was unbelievable. A 14-year-old kid could play guitar like that. I'm sitting there on the drums like, I can't play any of this stuff. But we did a video where we were like, got ketchup or something. We were spitting up blood and doing a video and playing some sort of Black Sabbath song.
My big Black Sabbath, because they were monster when I was in high school. And I had a job with a painting company one summer. We were painting a guy's metal barn.
Yeah.
In the middle of Kansas, summertime, hot, sitting on that roof, standing on that roof, we're spray painting this metal barn with this silver paint, right? Yeah. And we had a speaker and an 8-track that had a speaker, with the 8-track things we're playing, and we're, jamming to Black Sabbath. Iron Man comes on.
Yeah.
Well, two knucklehead 16-year-olds stick our hand in this paint bucket of silver paint. I am Iron Man.
That's awesome, man.
Me and my boy Dan sit up on top of that roof.
My this guy I knew growing up in middle school, like he was the guy who wasn't afraid to call girls. This guy like moved to town. He was a new kid, really good soccer player. He was on a soccer team, and I would just go over to his house because he loved Ozzy Osbourne, and he would call girls. I didn't know how he did it. I was blown away. So he'd be calling Tanya or Jen or Cindy.
Come on over and listen to the new Ozzy album.
It was crazy. I had so much respect for him because he would have the nerve to call the girls and like kind of chat with them and flirt with them and whatever, and then we would sit around playing Ozzy Osbourne songs. we wore out Diary of a Madman and Blizzard of Oz. I mean, in particular, specifically. So that was like the Ozzy solo stuff. But then we would go back and I don't know, man. That's sad. I'm sorry to hear that.
Did Black Sabbath do
that.
the GD, the Pusher Man? Was that Black Sabbath?
Oh, I don't know. Not sure. I don't think so.
We'll look it up.
All right. Ozzy, dead at 76, man. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. Thanks for bringing that attention to us on the text line. I don't mean to bum everybody out. Mix in some Ozzy songs today, Dan, can you? Is that possible?
Yeah, I actually came back
Black
with
Sabbath.
one. You guys didn't notice.
What's that?
I said I came back with one.
That's why you came back with Black Sabbath?
It was Crazy Train.
That's why you came back with Crazy Train? But you didn't tell me he was dead.
Steppenwolf.
Did you tell me he was dead on the text line? Oh, you did? Yeah. You got to just go in my ear. Ozzy's dead. Don't laugh. See, Grizz. All right. Stay in your cave. We'll get a report coming up here in a second. Hear more from Broncos training camp. It's PHC on 92.5. All right, so we can play a little tribute to Ozzy today. Kind of the sad news. Not kind of. Definitely sad news that he passed away at age 76. Awful. Sad, again, Malcolm Jamal Warner, too. A drowning accident on vacation. Like, wow. Like, damn.
Telling you, it happens in threes.
Well, let's get Grizz in here. Is he on? Yeah, I don't think Grizz is on that level.
He's not a celebrity.
No.
He's our celebrity.
I don't know.
He's our celebrity.
I don't know. All I see are big, huge billboards at Ball Arena with Grizz's name all over the place. And I'm like, I don't see my name on anything in Ball Arena.
Yeah.
Except,
wanted list.
Get out. Yeah.
The only poster you
Don't
got.
let him in.
The only poster DMac's got's in the post office.
Playoff Grizz is now training camp Grizz.
Yes, sir. We're back.
All right. We gave you a mission.
Mm-hmm.
How'd you do? Come on! Grizz! So the mission was, go ahead. Describe what was going on. Wow.
Little Birdie told me about this mission. I heard this mission, and I tried my best. I did not get multiple sandwiches, but you guys can fight. We got sandwich, chips, and cookies in here. So you can fight over what you want the most.
All right, so
he just took a box, his own box,
no,
and he's going to share with us.
This was not my own. I had my own, and I snuck off with one.
We told you to ask permission. We didn't want you to steal anything.
Ask permission, snuck off. Same thing. We're good. We're good. We're good. No trouble. No trouble.
Went the Scott route.
I told you he's too nice. You've asked for criminal activity from a good quality man, and it's the wrong person.
I can't
So
just
wait,
steal.
hold on.
I can't just steal.
The media lunch was boxes of Chick-fil-A?
Yes. It was all Chick-fil-A this year.
Remember, it was like used to be
be barbecue.
Go down a serving line and throw barbecue on a sandwich.
It was, in the past, it was the creme de la creme. I mean, there was a carving station in the past. There was all sorts of stuff.
Well, they're paying for a brand new, huge building that is taking up a lot of their
So
money.
there were just 100 boxes of Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, they had options. You had the original, the spicy. You had some vegetarian options, some stuff like that. So you got a Gatorade with it too. So there were some good options there.
Man, Sean Payton is a trip, man. Sean Payton is a trip.
Do you think this is Sean Payton, or do you?
It's 100% Sean Payton.
This is all PR staff.
Baloney. If this was up to the PR staff, they would have the best restaurants lined up. It would be like the taste of Colorado if it was up to the PR staff.
No,
this is
they
100%
want
Sean
the easiest thing to get in
No
with
way.
all the traffic, get it done.
No way.
Pull up the window, come to the side
This
door.
is actually a compromise. Sean Payton would probably want nothing, like zero.
I don't know why you're besmirching my good friend.
Because he cracks me up. He makes me laugh because he's so funny about the weirdest stuff.
I still say this on the PR staff.
No way.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the PR staff having to deal with Sean Payton.
This is their decision.
No way. I mean, the compromise and what they have to do with it.
Maybe.
But Sean Payton's all right, you can feed him, but nothing that, nothing agan't Chick-fil-A. We love Chick-fil-A.
No, I love Chick-fil-A. Yeah,
Why
great.
are we going to feed them? Do what you want to do, but don't go crazy.
Exactly.
Well, what's wrong with that? So then they chose that.
There's nothing wrong with it. You
Could
don't
have
have
had
to
the chef out there cooking burgers.
You don't have to do any of it. I'm just laughing at the way it used to be.
It was this way last year, wasn't it?
Since Sean Payton.
You know what?
And then 2 years ago, it was like nothing.
You know what, though? This ain't his hump.
This is his concession to it. I'm just laughing. All right, so you already had one. So you grabbed one for three of us.
It was good. Yeah,
Oh, it was good.
Yeah. You guys can fight over it. It was good. Yeah, it was a good sandwich. Chick-fil-A does it right every single time.
So you didn't ask you just didn't say, hey, I want to grab some for the boys back in the studio.
I did. They said one. They're like,
They said one.
Well, they said take this. Yeah, they were like, if there's any extra.
PR staff.
All right, so you did ask.
Oh yeah, I'm not stealing. Absolutely not.
PR staff.
That is so funny. That is right. Let's see what actually.
They probably thought Tyler was here because
That is a riot.
If you'd asked Sean,
it's nuggets. It's not even a sandwich.
Oh, I didn't even look. Is that nuggets?
It's 5 nuggets. There's a nugget for each each of us.
There you go.
Oh, there you
Look,
go.
Sharing is caring.
Chris took care of
That's
us.
awesome.
I
We
got
love
you
it.
guys.
We love it. We each got a nugget.
We get a nugget.
We each got a
There
nugget.
you go. And you can split the cookie into thirds or fourths.
That and waffle chips. We get probably 5 for each of us on
Yeah.
the waffle chips. So we each got a nugget, a bit of cookie, and 5 waffle chips.
That'll hold you over till 3, right?
Yeah, we're not. We shouldn't complain about anything.
No, we didn't go out there.
You're welcome.
Well, good job, Josh. That's pretty funny. That is funny. Listen,
Want the most decent man in the place to steal.
I know I do not. I do not, and we specifically said make sure you ask.
Yeah, and the PR
They're
staff
not. And
hates the show.
they don't hate the show. I don't think they hate the show. They
No.
might hate the show now. Now they might hate the show. Sean Payton is a trip.
I don't think this is Sean. You're just kissing up to this PR staff. Why you kiss up to them? Do they give
I'm
you a lot
not
of
kissing up to
you
the
give me
PR
inside
staff.
stuff? They've made the menu. It's them or marketing probably made the menu. Marketing probably has a new deal with Chick-fil-A and part of the deal. Listen,
Yeah, that's
when we
fine.
get free stuff here, what is it?
Hey, we got some free stuff today, as a matter of fact. Let me tell you this. The spread for Broncos games, the food, like at the stadium, unbelievable.
It's fantastic, yeah.
It's unbelievable. It's better than it's ever been. I actually know the reason why. They were a little food shamed, and Greg Penner was like, that ain't happening, and he changed things.
I guess the Rockies haven't heard of that.
The Rockies charge you money. It's like $14 to eat anything beyond a salad or a hot dog. I don't even get that. I gotta tell you, Ball Arena, night in, night out, pretty solid. It's good. It's good salad. You get a little protein. Whatever. It's all good. Wish they would make something like a little bit available, like at halftime or something. But I'm not gonna argue. It's good. It's all good. This is funny though. This is Sean Payton. This is Sean Payton saying,
This is a PR staff.
No. Scott. Scott.
Who can we call to find out?
Nobody would ever talk about this. This is Sean saying, this is good enough, you media people.
This
And you know
either-
what? It is. Hey,
It
let
is.
me
It's
tell you.
Chick-fil-A.
It actually is good enough. It's a very, very nice gesture. I just find it funny how Sean Payton just kind of operates with things. That's all. That's it.
So you're not afraid to anger Sean, but you don't want to anger the boys.
No, I'm just telling you the way it is. I mean, you can
He
take
wants
it
his
however.
ice cream, right? Hey, you're flirting with ice cream right
If
now.
I love that ice cream so much, why is 4 quarts of it's just still sitting in the
Because we
freezer?
shamed the heck out
a
of
year
you,
later?
and you were eating in the box back then.
I'm wondering who's going to take that Jenny's home with them at
But
some
you
point.
you were in the box when the ice cream came.
I just want to make sure I'm still on the list.
Yeah,
Barely.
begged for it.
A little bit. Had to call in. Hey, because I did move.
Hey, in case you got my address wrong.
And they did not have my current address. And now they do. And now we did this, and now I probably won't get anything. So it is what it is. How many media folk were down there for
It was a good, there was a good
shindig?
chunk. There was a lot of people there. I mean, you only had 2 guys speak in Sertan and McGlinchey. And
Yeah.
again, the questions they asked, what do you think this year is going to look like? How do you think? And both of them were
we'll
like,
get to all that.
we had no practices yet, but it was
Tomorrow.
good. Good turnout.
Are you going to go down tomorrow? Are you going to watch practice and do the whole thing?
Yep, we'll be there.
You're going to be playoff Grizz?
I'm excited, man.
Get some reports
I'm
from you?
excited, Yeah, let's
We're
do
going to
it.
start broadcasting. And when I say we, I mean you.
Not me.
Yes, sir. Show will be there Friday. That's the deal. Friday is like it's on like Donkey Kong.
Yep.
Friday is like
It's official.
the public, the real practice, all that sort of stuff. Friday, the show is live in a tent.
The whole show.
I'll be back here anchoring it, but
Well, then I'm heading back too. I'll just stay here in case we have a mess up.
what are you talking about?
I'll just stay here.
Come on, you're great down at training camp.
I
Here's why
love-
Scott's being a poo-poo pants, but Scott's great at training camp. You know why? Because literally everybody loves Scott.
Yeah, no one's ever said a
Everybody loves
darn
Scott.
bad thing about him. Yeah.
Scott goes there. He's like the king of He's like the Grand Poobah.
Yep.
He's wearing his water buffalo hat like Fred Flintstone.
Well, and everybody knows you down there too. That's the thing.
Everybody knows
Everybody.
Scott.
And he's hard to miss.
Everybody knows Scott. Everybody sucks up to him. Everybody chit chat. Everybody loves seeing Scott.
Scott doesn't like to walk 2 miles.
Yeah, no, I get it.
We got a parking pass for you, buddy.
Yeah.
That's rare.
That was just given to me today.
Oh, well, make sure you put it over here then.
It's your time to shine, Buttercup.
All right. No, I'm king. Listen, hey, Shanahan, Shanahan, I got like $100 gift certificates for most attended media member.
All right, let's take a quick break. Josh, hang around. Let's talk football. We will split up our chicken nuggets. It's PhD on 92.5.
I mean, you want to set expectations pretty high, but, you can't let that, allow yourself to unwaver from the fact that, we still got a lot of goals to accomplish as a team. We're just going to take it day by day in training camp and just keep on sharpening our toolbox, and just keep on getting better out here on the gridiron. So.
There's Pat Surtain. We'll hear from Mike McGlinchey in just a little bit. And for everybody on the text line who's like, hey, you're crying about, getting free food, up yours. We'll complain about whatever we want. Just sit there and listen to us. Sure, we sound like a bunch of spoiled babies. Having another grown man go get us food and then complaining about it.
Risk my job.
Yeah, exactly. This is kind of the spoiled brat business we're in right now, Scott. What can I tell you? Scott's shrugging his shoulders like, what do I got to do with this? Nothing. Josh Grishmer,
he's just happy he didn't have to stop at Wendy's like he used to have to do.
I tell you what,
That's
is
nice.
that what
That is
is
nice.
that what happens? That's before my time.
He would go to Wendy's and bring us all back some food.
Why,
I've done Wendy's, I've done Popeyes,
Oh.
I've done Tokyo Joe's, I've paid my dues.
Really?
There was
time?
an old person on this show back in the day.
Yeah.
I had to get a lot of food for.
Oh, I'm not asking you to do any. I didn't know that.
No, you are a peach. You're a peach.
Comparatively. I mean, it's not like you weren't getting food too.
No, I had no problem with this.
And it's not like you had to spend any money or
he would go to lunch.
What, you would just send him out for lunch?
No, he would go to lunch because he was there in the morning.
Yeah.
And we say, hey, if you're going, where you going? Wendy's. I said, here. And we give him a 20 or 40. And
So
say,
he became your delivery boy?
Well, at least I didn't ask somebody to put my laundry in.
I had someone ask me for an oil change in their car during a show.
You got to be kidding me.
Oh, no. That is
Same
100%
food
the
guy?
truth.
Wow. There is somebody at the station that asked you to go take my car and get an oil change.
I politely declined. Just in case, because if you get in a car accident or something, I'm liable. So, I said no. That person didn't take it very well either.
All right, Scott, I got to admit, man, I've been in radio a long time. I have never heard of something like that.
I'm not. Honestly, I think that's the first I've heard that story.
Like, that's just a flat-out errand.
But that doesn't surprise me.
That's not. There's nothing to even benefit the show.
Listen, back we had interns.
Hey, I got an errand. Will you just take care of this for me?
100%.
Wow.
It used to be interns. I mean, they make.
I would never ask an
7-Eleven
intern
runs.
to do 7-Eleven runs. I mean, I'm rolling my eyes. Maybe okay. Maybe. When I worked at WBCN, on Fridays, this is actually pretty cool because we were on a morning show. On Fridays, there was a lot of people that worked on this show, and there were some people over 21. And one of the interns who was over 21's job was to go get like a case of beer so we could all have a beer at the end of the show.
That's cool, though. That's good.
So we would all sit around and but that was kind of like a cool thing. Like if you were that intern getting beer for the crew, it was pretty funny, man, to be, chugging down a beer at 10 o'clock in the morning at the end of the week. Like, hey, good job, everybody. Let's have a beer. We'd sit in the office and have a beer. 10 o'clock in the morning. I still had to drive back to Ipswich. I had to chill out for a little bit. All right, how was training camp today? How was McGlinchey and Pat Surtain?
They're good. I mean, it was every single answer that you could imagine from, we got a great group of guys here. One thing I will say that McGlinchey said that was interesting is they brought back everybody on that line too deep, which is almost unheard of, where they brought back virtually every single player. And I love that because the continuity that comes with the same coaching staff as well as the same players now, you have much more confidence if a player goes down. And again, it's the O-line. So obviously, players get injured. So that brought a lot of confidence to me coming from McGlinchey. But other than that, it was a lot of just, we're looking forward to this year. Pat Surtain said a lot of cool stuff about what it's like being the reigning defensive player of the year. That was fun to talk to. He made a lot more appearances. He said the summer was a lot busier. He is now, you probably heard this, a Jordan athlete, along with, Coach Sean Payton. He said they're going to have some shoe competitions and stuff. He spent out some time out in Greece over the summer with Michael Jordan himself. And he's like, that was an amazing experience. So he's going to get a lot of cool new shoes specifically tailored just for him, which I think is really cool from the Jordan brand. So there's a couple cool things, but other than that, in terms of practice, nothing was really shared.
All right, well, tomorrow they're on the field doing something.
Mm-hmm.
It's
acclamation.
I am going to struggle with that word.
I don't know. Are we allowed to watch that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we going? Okay. So we can go to that. It's not just the press.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, starts at
saying we as if you have a mouse in your pocket.
All right. Now that we know,
am I allowed to go?
You are the man.
Okay.
For acclimate.
Acclamation.
Acclamation?
Why am I struggling with that?
Because I struggled yesterday with it.
Acclamation.
Acclamation.
It's not that hard.
No.
Parent the NACOs. Acclamation period. Yeah, it's 10 a.m.
All right,
So
cool.
Get there. And you don't need to bring us anything except good reports and content, and you'll post it on Twitter and the YouTube and the whole thing.
It'll be
Playoff
everywhere.
Chris.
It'll be everywhere. You guys can see how everything looks and how the answers come to us. So.
Oh, and you can't record when practice. I was going to say, I want to hear the construction sounds while they're going, blue 42, blue.
It's bad.
Oh, yeah. What is that like out there?
It's funny. During the actual time of the pressers, it was pretty quiet, but beforehand, I mean, you hear every movement there. It's loud. They have a huge, massive crane constantly moving. And right now they're putting the roof on. And so it's a lot of carrying these massive wood pillars and beams up, dropping it down, and then you hear hammering and the zzz, 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 and all. I mean, it sounds like you're at a NASCAR event, It's loud. So
I remember when I was on that crew building the skyscrapers in New York, we'd walk across the girders.
I remember that photo of you hanging from that.
Having lunch?
During lunch, right?
Yeah, lunchtime with the pigeon, I-beam.
Chick-fil-A, I was having some nuggets.
Thank you, Grizz. Appreciate
Thank you, guys.
You're the best. Really, laundry, huh? Or oil change? Oh, yeah.
Hey, that could, can I say something?
Sure.
That probably should be his nickname, oil change.
Grizz?
Yeah. Let's check in with oil change. I mean, that actually is, in my day, that's a nickname that might have stuck.
Oh, my God.
I never heard the story. Doesn't surprise me.
Well, you and Dan are definitely having your moment right now.
Yeah.
Dan, you know who he's talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
There was dry cleaning.
I remember the dry cleaning, yeah.
Wow, that is like right out of a scene from Mad Men in the 60s or something. Like Grizz's Peggy around Don Draper. What else did you have to do? What were you doing? Just sitting here while that was going on? Just like shaking your head? Like, you gotta be kidding me? Or you're like, pick me something up.
Some of it would be not necessarily in front of us.
Oh, okay. That's pretty wild, man. All right.
I think I forgot something in the car. I think Grizz one time went to my car and got
That's
something.
Fine. Like little stuff
I
like
forgot
that
my
is just
phone or
like
something.
that's not a problem. That's just like helping the show out. Getting a dude's oil change. What does that do for the show? Picking up somebody's dry cleaning. What does that do for the show?
Well, I mean, if it came with another extra $30 or $40, I mean, helping a young guy out that's not making anything, make an extra $40.
All right, you want to put Josh? Is that what it came with?
He said, "Hey, go get my oil change, and I'll give you a crisp, brand new $5 bill."
All right. Jeff has put out his 53. You want to know what the Broncos roster is going to be today? As today's the first day of kind of training camp.
Sure, I guess.
Well, maybe I'll quiz you a little bit. We can play a little Scotty quiz. See, know your Broncos.
I'll
play a little Know Your Broncos.
I have no idea who's on the roster.
Well, maybe you do.
No.
You have no idea who's on the roster?
No.
All right.
A few starters.
Quarterback. Well, don't cheat.
Stink him.
Yeah, he's one of them. Check. Don't cheat. I'm not going to make you look stupid.
Well, that's too late.
Oh, okay. Who's the other quarterback? You got it. That's it, too.
Did they not bring a third one in?
They did. Oh, my. There's no way you're going to know who their third quarterback is.
It's somebody kind of with a name.
It is.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what school he's from, Texas.
Oh, Ernst or Ernsthizer.
So
Hauser.
Close. I'll give you credit
It starts
for
with an E, doesn't it?
Ellinger.
Ellinger.
Yes.
That,
yeah, you're close enough.
Yeah.
But he...
Little short dude.
But, yeah, he is a little short dude.
He was great in college.
He was great in
a couple
college.
Great moments.
But Jeff doesn't have him keeping 3 quarterbacks like they did last year.
I don't think they will either.
I don't think so either. 4 running backs.
The new guy.
Dobbins. See, I'll give you credit for new guy.
Oh,
you mean draft pick?
What am I with names?
Getting terrible. So I was going to give you credit for new guy.
Okay, draft pick, new guy.
Draft
Dobbins.
pick, new guy. Okay, Harvey and Dobbins. Good.
Yeah. McLaughlin.
There you go. One more.
Is Bidet still with him?
He might be, but he's not the guy.
They didn't make him on the 5th. Estimate.
You got it. By the way, Estimate put out a little workout porn the other day.
Yeah.
You like guys putting out workout porn?
Yeah.
You know,
sometimes, you know what? I bought into Jerry Judy's workout porn.
You like this workout porn?
After that, I'm kind of like, a little hesitant. Plus, now with AI, they got AI guys working out, and they look twice as big as they are. And I'm like,
workout porn to me
you know
is
what?
always.
I get to see Friday and Monday and Tuesday, and I get to see real workouts.
You know what's funny? Like with workout porn, like all of it looks impressive to like what we could do. But like if you lined up like every running back in the NFL, they could all do the same thing. You know, remember when Garrett Bowles would like put like music to his workout porn with like chains on it?
No,
and
I
stuff?
never watching that stuff.
Oh, it's so funny to watch.
Before Jerry Judy, the only workout porn I ever watched, Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice had great workout porn,
When
like
he
running up the hills.
Bring him to the hill.
Yeah,
in San
just run
Francisco.
up the hills with like his shirt tucked in.
Yeah, that one and Rocky and Apollo Creed on the beach.
That would be amazing if like a Broncos player did workout porn as a montage.
Catching chicken. 2-1, catching chicken with your arm tied.
You know, like he struggles putting the weight up, but by the end of the 40-second montage, it's like, you know, rep after rep.
Yeah, one-arm push-ups.
All right, that would be great. Well, that was like what Quinn Miners did with the knocking over the trees and the woods and the island. And
I never saw that one either.
Well, he became famous for it.
But see, I don't watch any. I don't follow athletes very often, if any, on social media, and I don't usually get on for any of that.
It's pretty funny.
I know you guys all get news from that.
Fullback. Do you remember his name?
Perkins, not Perkins.
So close.
I know.
Burton. You win. Close enough. Who are the wide receivers?
Well, what was the one tight end that was tight end fullback also?
Adkins.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So Burton, Adkins.
He's on the list for tight ends.
Troutman, new guy.
Oh, here's Quinn Miners knocking a tree over. This is fantastic. This got him a job in the NFL. Right there.
It's a dead tree.
I know. He was doing drills in a forest with a tree. All right. That's distracting. Who's our wide receivers? According to Leggy.
Well, Cortland Sutton.
Yep.
Mims.
Yep.
Franklin.
Yep.
Vele.
Yep.
New guy. Draft pick. 3rd round.
Pat Bryant. Yes.
Pat Bryant.
Sorry. Yes, you got that. He threw on another one. Trent Sherfield Sr., who I think, Dan, did he come from the Lions, I think, as a free agent?
Yeah.
And he's a special teams guy, though.
Could be kick returner.
You
probably don't want Mims returning punts
No,
and
I don't
kicks
think he's
anymore.
a kick returner. I think he's I think Mims is like a Pro Bowl, all pro. Like,
I know, but if you're going to make him
returner.
your second wide receiver, do you want him out returning kicks
That's a
and
good
punts?
question. I don't have a problem with him doing it. Do you?
Well,
you're right though. He's your number 2 guy.
Yeah, so I don't know if I want him returning punts.
Well, Sherfield's
Sorry, he came from Minnesota, not Detroit.
Minnesota. Okay, my bad. Sorry. Same division. But he's a special teams guy. So when he's listed as a wide receiver, he's really a special teams guy.
Which is kind of Mims' first rookie year, where he made All Pro he made Pro Bowl at that.
But that was a big mistake. That was a Sean Payton mistake.
So I don't want Mims doing that again.
Tight ends. Can you list the tight ends?
Troutman.
Yeah. Atkins, you already said.
Atkins said that. Is Atkins still on the roster, right?
Yeah.
A new guy.
Evan Ingram.
Evan Ingram.
Yeah, he got Lucas Kroll on here too.
Ooh.
And we know that Lucas
He came big late, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. Offensive line, I'm not expecting you to know all these guys.
No.
But Bowles, Powers, Wattenberg, Miners, McGlinchey, those are your starters.
Who's rated great according to ESPN.
I guess maybe Quinn Bailey's not on the team anymore, or at least Jeff doesn't see him on the team. Well, that's a bummer if he's just off. I didn't really keep up with my Quinn Bailey.
They were pretty excited
knowledge.
about him last year.
Matt Parrott, Alex Palczewski, Frank Crum, who was Bo Nix's best friend in the offseason. You ran into Frank Crum.
Yep.
Were you a little surprised, like how big he was?
I didn't think any of those guys.
You didn't think it was that big? He's 6'9".
I know, but I didn't think he. I don't think. I think that's with cleats.
Really? Okay.
I never thought any guy that he was with was.
Well,
giant.
he's
Cortland Sutton's bigger than you realize when you stand by.
Way bigger. And Cortland Sutton is yoked. Like he is an impressive, just like human being, just to be around. Like yikes, I get it. And then
he knows basketball too.
Oh, can you imagine what Cortland Sutton can do just in terms of dunking or whatever? I bet he's a really good basketball player.
When the Broncos drafted him, we got Larry Brown on the radio show.
Yeah,
because he actually played basketball at SMU when Larry was there.
Yeah, I'm sure Cortland. I bet Cortland's I bet he's, he was trying to do golf. When I saw him at that Nuggets game, because he saw a little of the recording equipment, oh, what's that? He starts asking me about it. I go, oh, well, it's, okay, we're going to talk about this. Blah, 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 blah. He goes, oh, yeah, I just got this. He's doing his own videos because he was trying to get better at golf. So he bought all this recording equipment so he could record himself playing golf and do, content.
His golf swing and stuff?
I bet you if he put his mind to it, he could do damn near anything. You got to pay Cortland Sutton, right? Got to nail that down.
It would be nice.
Okay, we'll get to the defense coming up here in a second.
I'm not paying him $40 million, though.
Okay, well, what do you want to pay him? 12. Well, you gotta top like 28 to be in the top 10 these days as receivers. It's crazy.
Is he a top 10 receiver though?
We can discuss that and go through the defense coming up next here on Altitude. Paying tribute to Ozzy today is sadly he has passed away at age 76. So sounds good, Dan. Sounds good. I love my guy Ozzy. He's definitely one of my heroes. Man, I tell you, Scott, we've listened. Scott Weiland and Chris Cornell and some of the just great singers.
Great singers.
Sorry. Sucks. Sorry to hear it. I guess I'm more. Listen, I'm not. Malcolm Jamal Warner dying. That's terrible. That is horrible.
Well, that was your
horrible.
What, your junior high school years?
Man, Cosby Show and stuff. I mean, Cosby.
That's a whole other thing.
All right.
Hey, let me tell you this.
Yeah.
When the Cosby Show was hit,
yeah.
You want me to tell you how many cats in the NBA was wearing them sweaters?
Really?
Oh, God, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Coogee, wasn't it, or something like that?
Cliff Huxtable. You know what kind of doctor he made himself, right? Do you not remember what kind of doctor he was?
Gynecologist, probably.
All right, enough about that. Ozzy. We'll get back to Ozzy. That's sad. I'm sorry about Ozzy. We'll play some more Ozzy as we go throughout the day. This is from our guy, Jeff Legwald. He really thinks everything is going to be about Bo Nix this year.
I don't disagree. Do you?
Well, no, I guess not. Except that I have much more confidence that Bo Nix is going to be really good. Like, I don't have much doubts about it. One of the things that Leggy was saying is that his idea is that, hey, the defenses are going to catch up with him a little bit. Not that he's predicting bad things for Bo Nix, but that, defenses will adjust to him and do things a little bit different. Here, let me read. Biggest storyline. What adjustments will Sean Payton make in year 2 with Bo Nix? Many of the short and intermediate routes Nix was so successful with in a 29-touchdown rookie season might be better covered, as defensive coaches will likely push Nix into more throws outside the numbers. Nix's effectiveness as a runner will no longer be the surprise it was last season.
No, but I mean...
You're going to like this real quick? This is Leggy. How Payton expands his quarterback's portfolio in the passing game, builds a more effective run game, and uses tight end Evan Ingram in a position that had very little impact last year. That'll be the biggest pieces of the puzzle. So,
well, do people plan for Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson to take off?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, but have they really stopped them?
Not really, but it's definitely part of the plan, though. It's definitely like we have to have a spy, something like that. I don't think anybody was spying Bo Nix.
No. Well, he may get a spy this year.
He might.
At times. But it still seems to me, I would say the design called runs were limited compared to, pressure breaks down or coverage or protection breaks down. Blah, blah, blah. Let me go pick up the first down.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like that were more of his runs than naked boot takeoff. And I think he had one or two of those. But where Jackson and them, they'll have designed runs for Jackson and Josh Allen.
Right.
I think they were limited for Bo Nix. I think they had some, but I don't think they were to the extent of those guys. Now, here's a question: will Sean Payton put more in quarterback option run type stuff, where he is the primary guy?
I think he'd be smart to. Listen, you can't. Everybody said Lamar Jackson would have a shorter career because of how much he run. Well, what year is he into now? I mean, by a lot of stretches, he's had a very solid career.
8 years, 9 years.
Yeah, I mean, he's not slowing down. So, and injuries obviously can happen to anybody anytime. Tom Brady lost a year basically because of injury.
Yeah, that was a pocket guy.
Correct. So stuff happens. It's football. But Bo Nix, you can use in all sorts of different ways. That being said, if we're going to spy Bo Nix, if we're going to contain him like that or try to contain him like that, that's going to open up play action. That's going to open up stuff down the field. I think, something that people are missing a little bit is, Bo Nix, is that, and it got hotter later on with Mims and Troy Franklin later in the season in the playoffs a little bit. I think there were all sorts of passes Bo Nix could have made during the course of the year, Scott, that he just didn't have the seasoning or experience or the chemistry with guys. That's going to be completely different.
Right.
I mean, that's going to, Bo Nix.
And trust and everything else that goes in on that.
And Bo Nix had, an injured back and had some things going on. I think the beginning of the season for Bo Nix, especially with the first two opponents being the Titans and Indianapolis, I think Bo Nix could put up some, freaking serious numbers.
More than 180 yards.
Yes, way more.
Well,
how about that for a little bit of a hot take?
Going back
Bo Nix in the first 2 weeks, back-to-back, will have 300-plus yards throwing.
If that's the case, they're 2-0.
Well, I think they're going to cruise to 2-0. You're playing the Titans and Indy?
Well, with Indy, we always struggle in Indianapolis.
Okay. Do we have the world's best defense or not?
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
Well, we're being told we do.
Yeah, so we'll find out. I think they should be 2-0 too. Going back a couple conversations.
Yeah.
Which also goes back to you should have drafted Josh Allen. Oh, by the way, the same draft was Lamar Jackson. So you had kind of two options of future Hall of Fame quarterbacks in the same first round that you didn't get either way. And you could have, and I think Lamar was the last pick in the first round.
He was.
Yeah. Both going into their 8th year. No one's really slowed them down.
Mm-mm. And they've been running from day one.
Yeah.
So it's not a bad thing that you can run around a little bit. Not only is it not a bad thing, you kind of have to do it. You kind of have to do it, and you have to put yourself out there, and you have to go for it on 4th down, and that's just the way the NFL's going. So if you've got a quarterback that can't scramble and be accountable when you need to convert 4th downs or, to get first downs, you're going to be in trouble. And that was, Teddy Bridgewater wasn't that guy. What's his face? Trevor Siemian wasn't that guy. I mean, when was the last time the Broncos, theoretically, Paxton Lynch could have been that guy, but he just wasn't that guy. Drew Lock wasn't really that guy. You've got an athlete in Bo Nix, Scott. Something that I think is catching or caught a lot of people by surprise. And even if you're aware of it, what are you going to do, Scott? Seriously, a spy? What's he going to do? It's not going to stop you from running around the edge. Or
listen, you're not going to have a spy until it is a Josh Allen or a Jackson where there are called plays that are specifically set up to get him to the edge. Both those guys.
You know who the last guy the Broncos had that was like that was Tebow.
Yeah. And they started putting spies on him.
And that worked.
And he couldn't throw a lick.
He could not throw a lick. He could throw one type of pass. He could drop back and throw it straight down the middle. So he could throw a football a long way. He was a strong guy. So anything that was just kind of like a straight throw,
yeah,
he could make. He could do that.
Yeah. Pittsburgh says hello.
Pittsburgh says hello. So but Tebow just struggled on oh my God, he struggled on friggin' everything.
Hit the running back on the little swing pass.
God. It was
anything with a little touch.
And he was a lefty. I remember when I was talking to Decker in the offseason. I go, what was it like catching passes from Tebow? He goes, well, it was weird because he was a lefty. I go, well, what do you mean? He goes, well, the ball would spin the wrong direction. And I go, oh, yeah. He goes, yeah. And he would go, one time it would go like this, and then it would go like that. So not only would it be spinning the wrong way for the receivers, but it wasn't a very tight spiral either. So it's spinning. Can you imagine that? You're trying to catch a ball. It's spinning wobbly in the wrong direction.
Could you imagine if Tebow would have, if he just said, okay, I'll play tight end, he might still be in the league as a tight end?
I don't think so. He tried. He did try that.
Well, not to year 6.
He wasn't athletic enough to do it, though, Scott. He was too short. He was only 6'2" and change. These tight ends, if you're going to...
How big's Brock Bauer?
Brock Bauer is...
Or the kid from the Penn State that was drafted this year.
Yeah, but I don't think Bowers is that tall. He might be the same height as Tebow, but he's so much faster and more athletic. Tebow really did not fit into football. I know that sounds crazy.
He fit into college football.
I was down there in the College Football Hall of Fame, and to see Tim Tebow, not just on the all-2000 team, he's the player of the decade.
Well, he had a hell of a college career now.
Of the decade in college football. Not just player of the year. It's just a really good guy. Player of the decade.
Well, what was the guy that won the Heisman for Houston and ended up having a 9-year career playing basketball? Didn't even try football.
Charlie Ward?
Was it Charlie Ward?
Well, he was Florida State.
Is that Florida State?
Yeah. He played for the Knicks.
But didn't even play.
Is that who you're thinking of?
Yeah. He didn't even play football.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, there's another guy that was at Houston, I think, drafted by Cincinnati, won a Heisman, just blew up. But they did that June Jones quick, boom, 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 boom. And also he got drafted by, I think by Cincinnati.
But that's the last time. But with Bo Nix, you have the abilities that Tebow did in terms of just running. He's probably actually faster than Tebow. He's a little taller than Tebow. And he's a way better thrower. I mean, it's not even close.
By the way, during the quarterbacks, it surprised you how quick Burles was? Because he's more of a pocket guy too, but
he's another one.
That one guy that when he wants to run, it's kind of scary.
Well, because he never had to. You know, he's playing at LSU. They're the best team like ever. You know, they're killing everybody. Nix was kind of the same way at Auburn and Oregon. They were just kind of destroying teams. There was no real need for him to run around there. We got a sneaky good one, man. And I don't know what Drake May is going to be, and I think Caleb Williams is going to be a total bust, don't you?
Not yet. I'm not going to give it on the first year.
Oh man, I don't know. It just doesn't look I don't. Well, hey, I'm happy to be wrong on it,
yeah,
but
well, it doesn't matter whether he is or not.
Yeah, I don't care.
Drake May, and this is just body build wise, reminds me of Tebow. Kind of a blockhead, built dude, kind of thicker.
It's funny, just talking to some relatives and friends back in New England, they're all sold on him, and I don't really quite get it. But again, I don't care because I'm not rooting or pulling for the Patriots.
He won a game and got a coach fired.
Well, he did that. Then you got J.J. McCarthy. We have no idea how he's going to be.
No idea what he's going to do.
No clue. And then you got
if J.J. McCarthy comes out, it is brilliant. Will Sam Darnold go down as the greatest bridge quarterback in the history of
That would be amazing.
Football?
Well, no. Because the greatest bridge quarterback maybe in the history of football is going to be Alex Smith with the Chiefs. Think about them for a second.
That's like an 8-year bridge, 7-year bridge, wasn't it?
Was he there that long?
Gosh, I think so.
He wasn't there that long. With Kansas City before Mahomes took over?
I'll bet you at least 5.
He was there for like a year or two. 5? Was he there 5 years with the Chiefs?
Well, we're going to look it up.
All right. Well, that wouldn't be a bridge then. 5 years, no way. 2 years is probably your max for being a bridge guy. But I'm just saying, you want to coach it up the right way. What the Chiefs did was incredible. They got themselves, they had Alex Smith, who's a real high-level guy, who put them in the playoffs. And while they were in the playoffs and figuring that out, they're planning for the future with a guy who's, we've seen what Mahomes has been. You really can't get better than that. How long was he there?
71 games, 5 full seasons.
Oh, okay, my bad. Totally good memory.
No, I looked it up on
PFF. You knew it. You knew he was longer than.
Yeah,
that's
I
not
knew
a
he was
bridge.
Yeah, no. No, it was last year. Remember, and Mahomes, his last year was there, and Mahomes started the one game.
That is actually pretty amazing when you think about it. He was there for a long time, pretty successful, and they still knew they had to move on.
Well, he went a whole year and didn't throw a touchdown pass to a wide receiver. Right. He went to an entire season.
Right.
But I'll tell you how much he meant to the team. And
right.
Remember, Mahomes started that last game against Denver, and that's just it. Man, watch this guy; he's going to be really good. They win a championship the next year with Mahomes, and they give Alex Smith a ring, who was played his last year in Washington. So, what did this guy mean to your franchise? That's now playing for another franchise. The entire season
That's
you
impressive.
won a Super Bowl. And you give him a championship
I didn't know
ring.
that. That's
You meant something to that franchise.
Now it's time for that to end. It's a hard thing to sort of like tell your guy, your dude, we need another dude, and move on and still be successful with the guy you're moving on from. That is a trick, man.
Well, his last year in Kansas City, he started 15 of 15 games, 9-6. So did Mahomes come in and beat Denver in the last week? They did, didn't they?
Last year?
No, Mahomes' rookie year.
Rookie year,
Alex Smith started all 15 games.
Yeah.
And he came in the last game of the year, I think it was against Denver.
Yeah.
And Talib said, that dude, they need to start him. Maybe they didn't win that game.
I don't know. I think they already had things wrapped up. And I think that was Mahomes' first start. Yeah, Mahomes had a redshirt year, basically. And then, hey, not to bum everybody out real quick, though, but
yeah, they beat Denver to go 10-6.
What do you think that first year is going to be like without Jokic? Do you think that's what we all just say? It's been fun.
Well,
do you think all of us just kind of are like, all right, I guess we're done. Because it seems hard to imagine, right?
Right. Well, it's hard to imagine he's played 9 years already.
What'd you think, real quick, when Elway retired?
Like
now we got to play without Elway.
That it's done.
You felt like that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but it was not just Elway. I mean, the after they won the championship, I mean, you forget Elway retires, Shannon Sharp's gone to Baltimore, Steve Atwater goes to New York. What's our good line? Was Danny Trevathan went to Chicago? I think he was on that team. You lost all sorts of guys who were like leaders of your team, and you're like, oh, this could be. They had Terrell Davis, had the same running scheme, but then you're bringing in a young quarterback in his first chance to start, and Brian Griese.
He had Bubby though, and Bubby meant a lot.
Yeah, but
previous year.
But well, I told you that story. Bubby, they decided after the second preseason game that we're going to go with Griese. Bubby's out. Bubby told me, he sat right on our show and said, our plan was to get through the first 10 games of the year, let John come back.
Yeah.
Get into shape the last 4 or 5 games,
I like that
and then
plan.
try to win 3 in a row.
I remember being out there at Dove Valley 2016 when Manning. That was weird. That was, you know what, though? I'll tell you this. It's going to sound crazy. I remember training camp in 2016, and it was like, we still got the no-fly zone. We're okay. Like, we really, in all honesty, did not give Manning the respect he deserved, or because he hadn't played that well that season, and he went through the benching a little bit.
And I don't know if he would have ever got better. And he had a rough year. I could see why they said let's move on, but you really didn't have anything to move on.
No, I mean we were idiots. We were all like, "Hey, this Paxton Lynch, great athlete, got him in the 20s. What a steal! What a bargain!"
Then you signed Mark Sanchez, and Simeon had come over the year before because he was there on your championship year.
It felt like in that training camp, like it didn't matter. We just got to hand the ball off. We got to throw some short passes. Our defense is unbelievable. We'll be back. And implosion. Horrible year. And then Gary quits, which was weird. You remember that whole thing?
Yeah.
Like,
DeMarcus Ware didn't have the year they had the previous
one. It was terrible. Everything was like a disaster. And I think that team gets to the playoffs if Peyton Manning's the quarterback. I'm not saying he would have had the greatest stat year in the world, but I think he would have been enough. That's how good he was.
Well, weren't they 9-6 or 9? Were they?
They finished
9-7.
Were there 17 games?
And weren't they 9? No, I think there was 16.
I think there was only 16 as well.
Yeah, so they were 9.
They had a winning record.
They were 9-7, and I think they lost their last 2 games because they could have gotten.
Well, I know they lost their second to last game for sure because that was in Kansas City. Because that eliminated. I know what the 2 games were. The 2 games, the one was they lost in Kansas City, and that eliminated them from the playoffs. I know that because the story came out that Kubiak had told Elway, I'm done at the end of this year before that game. It was right around Christmas time. And I know I'll never forget the last game because that was we're going to play Paxton Lynch, and instead they started Trevor Siemian, and then Kubiak gave the game over to Greg Knapp and his coaching staff, and they're up 24-0, Scott, in the second half, and they still hadn't played Paxton Lynch, and they just kept Trevor Siemian in a meaningless game. It was the biggest middle finger you could have ever given from a coach to a general manager, who was John Elway.
Right.
So it's one of the most unforgettable Broncos games of all time to me. And the fact that Coobs and Elway remained friends after that, to me, was amazing. And they did. But it had to be one of the most disrespectful moments of a general manager ever.
Well, here you are. After you beat Jacksonville in Jacksonville, you're 8-4.
Yeah, you're looking all right.
You're pretty good.
You're doing all right.
Then you lose at Tennessee, 13-10. You lose to New England at home, 16-3. The Chiefs blow you out 33-10, and then you beat the Raiders.
Yeah, like 31-7 or something.
24-6.
24-6. Yeah. And you led 24-0 in the second half, and you never played Paxton Lynch.
You lost 3 in a row. You win one of those games.
Oh, they're right there. They are right there.
And you're in the playoffs.
So don't tell me you couldn't have won with Peyton Manning. All right. Training camp brings up some good memories, some weird memories. In terms of no dumb questions, we got that for you next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T causes all sorts of issues, but the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're the experts in treating low T and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated many men for low T, and men have seen amazing differences in what those treatments can do. You feeling a little logy? Feeling a little slow? Feeling like, what's going on here? Well, listen, all you have to do is go over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic website. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take their low T quiz, 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple of minutes. That could be it. It could be as simple as low T. They'll draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. Cost of the appointment is only $99. You get the consult, and you go from there. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So hit them up today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's time for No Dumb Question. Where did Scott go? It's just Dan?
I don't see him talking to the salespeople.
Where the heck is he?
Oh, he's coming. I see.
It's a meandering. Is it a meander? Is it a lumber? Is it a saunter?
So I like saunter.
Is it a strut? It's time for No Dumb Questions. This is a sad one, man. What a bummer No Dumb Question. I'll ask it, though. Do you think there's any specific thing that could happen that would make the Joker go into an early retirement than we think? Rings, trade, money, etc.
No, not now. Not yet.
By the way, I should say this as the Honey Badger has called it a career. Tyrann Mathieu on the eve of training camp says, I've had it. 33. 12 seasons, 33 years old.
That's pretty good because I remember when he was at LSU.
I tell you what, man. You get 12 years in as a pro athlete. You're doing all right.
Yeah. Wasn't Tyrann Mathieu, though, when the LSU won the national championship, was coming around and giving all the players in their $100 bills and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't that the Honey Badger?
Yeah, it always makes you feel old when guys that you remember in college call it a career in the pros. But it's football. But 12 years is 12 years.
Especially in the NFL, 12 years, pretty good.
To Joker.
I don't think it is. What could I see him?
He's only 30.
Yeah.
Or turning 31.
But his first year was when he was what?
20?
Does he have 10 years in? So is this his 10th season, or has he played 10 seasons?
I thought he started with the Nuggets when he was 20, but...
Well, I think you're right. That's what I'm saying, is he's coming into his...
He is 30, his first year... Oh, come on now. His first year was 2012. Oh, no, 2015. Mega Basket he played with from 12 to 15.
So 2015, 16, but 15, 16 was his first year here.
Yeah.
So this is his 10th season. That's a big career, too. I mean, it used to be monster career. Listen, the money's so big, and whether you play for money or not, it's tough to pass up, $50, $55, $60 million a year. But I also think that if he thinks it probably affects his family life, I don't know.
He's the dad of 2. He's got a boy and a girl.
A lot of guys want their kids to be old enough. I go back to, again, the quarterback saying, Kirk Cousins, I wanted my boys to be old enough to understand I'm playing quarterback in the NFL.
I doubt he cares about that.
Joker?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's cool when your kids remember some of it.
I think the big question with a lot of pro athletes, at what age can I still move and not totally mess my kids up? Like, how old are kids? I remember when my parents moved me in 4th grade, it kind of messed me up at 10.
Right.
10 was like, it was like I had moved like 3 times in 3 years.
Well, and listen, his kid, here's the issue. If he can be here long enough that you get your kids in school here,
yeah,
then it becomes tougher to sit there and say, I don't think he's going to play anywhere. I'll say this. I'm pretty confident he'll play here or nowhere else.
Can I be honest with you, man? If I had his kind of money
in the NBA,
which is so rare, I don't know if I'd ever put my kids in school. I think my kids would be kind of homeschooled, period. And then we'll look at high school at some point. But I don't know if I would ever put my kids in school.
Yeah, but you want your kids to have friends.
Oh, yeah, no. They would have friends. I mean, these homeschool, there's ways to do that. And you can still socialize them and, have them hang out with other kids. There's ways to do that. But like the season's over in well, yeah.
You hope it goes to June.
Hopefully, right. Hopefully they're here for the whole season,
I hope
right?
they're in parade till June.
Actually, when you think about it, it kind of lines up well with the school year, doesn't it? But he doesn't. I think Joker's going to want to be here in August.
He stays here from September to June, May this year. Kids are out of school. Then you get to spend with grandparents all summer.
I don't know, man. Like, you got to teach your kids some things, but Joker's kids are going to be okay.
I don't think he'll play anywhere in the United States except for the Nuggets. Now, could I see him going and playing for a Serbian lower-level pro team?
Could you?
No, I can't.
I can't see that either.
But I could maybe if he bought it, he owned the team.
Even
maybe
that. I mean, I could certainly see him playing for the national team under all sorts of circumstances, but I could never see him playing at. I think the level of competition would bum him out too much.
Maybe.
I think we'd ask. Yeah.
But him playing a low-level pro league be like me and you after we get done with everything, going to play in the rec league.
Well, maybe you play in the rec league. If I succeed in the rec league, I'm doing all right.
Go play with my boys and then have a few beers afterwards. I mean, I don't know. I hope he signs. I think you'll get one more extension out of him, and that's it.
Okay.
So he's got 2 more years on his deal now. So that'd be 5 years.
So 33.
Six most.
So he's turning 31 in February.
So 35, 36. I don't see after that a lot of Joker.
All right. Well, I'll tell you this, man.
I don't think he'll be like Tim Duncan and play 20 years.
But you see him playing 16. If he's playing until 36, that's 16 years.
70 million.
17 years. I don't know. You're going to pay Joker 70 to 80 million. He'll keep going.
Maybe.
You know how many stables and horses you can buy with that?
On one contract.
He's going to want, I think he's got some desires in the horse world that he is actually going to need as much money as he can get.
Well, they're expensive.
No kidding.
Somebody told me about horses. They eat when you sleep.
I think his desires with horses specifically, I think it does run in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, he's on that torn China right now for 361. I think he's looking to make a lot of money, as much money as he possibly can. He doesn't have to do any of this stuff. So why is he doing it? Why all of a sudden is he in China on a promo tour and with the brand and all that sort of stuff?
I wonder if he's got a percentage of that company.
I'm sure he does.
Like Jordan.
I'm sure he does. I never heard of 361 of you. I don't know what the hell that is.
Not until Joker started doing it.
What's 361? I don't know. He's got to have a piece of it. I think that's listen, he's wealthy like you can't believe, but he has maybe the most expensive hobby aside from like sailing or something that you could ever imagine. Do you think his desire with horses is going to stop just like watching him run around little tracks in Serbia?
No, but I also he's not. I don't think they're the same. I mean, those horses aren't costing what a thoroughbred that runs in Kentucky Derby costs.
I get you, but you don't think he might be interested on something on that level?
I don't know.
I wouldn't put it past him, bro. And he still made that might be a good thing for Nuggets fans, by the way.
Yeah, stay in the horse business.
Staying in the horse business, because that is really, really expensive. So we should all root for that. It's PhD on 92.5. As the Broncos open training camp, a little soft opening here today, Mike McGlinchey with this statement. See if you agree or disagree with this about the Broncos being a championship level team.
Well, I mean, we haven't even practiced yet. Yeah, but certainly we feel like we could be, but we got to put in the work day in and day out. And, we're obviously very, very excited about what we have here. Everybody feels a little bit more comfortable with the experience we gained last year and the year that we had, and knowing that that's still not good enough. And so we're really excited for the opportunity to come into work and earn a chance to be at the top of the NFL, and that's what we're going to try to do.
Big question of the day as we start the Broncos season essentially today. What are your expectations for the team this year? 303-504-0925. You actually go around the horn here. Dan's here. Scott. Tyler's off. What are your expectations this year?
I think my hopes are higher than my expectations.
Sounds like a something I'd find in a fortune cookie.
Oh. When you find your hopes higher than your expectations. You're lost when you find your hope higher
That's
than your
a very,
expectations.
very depressing fortune cookie.
Yeah. Well, my hopes lie into what you've said in the past. Get in the playoffs again, win your first round. That would be awesome. That's my hope. My expectation, I don't know if I have it yet. I really couldn't say what do I expect him to do because I think it's all on Bo Nix.
Well, I'll tell you this. This is a team that has told everybody through their actions in the offseason and the draft, we have a better offense than you're giving us credit for. Now, we need to get a little bit better, and we can do so with some fine touches with R.J. Harvey and with Bryant.
And Dobbins.
And Dobbins,
and your tight end.
And Evan
Ingram.
Yeah.
You've said.
But what I'm saying is, everybody thought they would have to add this and that in terms of like more offensive pieces. The Broncos told you, especially with the draft, we actually like our guys. It's not perfect, but we like our guys a lot better than you. Well, our guys are better than you think they are.
Well, I think they especially said that with the offensive line and their wide receivers. I think they're saying we have more confidence in those guys maybe than you give it credit for, which in that ESPN article yesterday, one of those groups they love and the other group says needs to improve on. And again, repeating myself, Bo Nix is the perfect quarterback for Sean Payton. And with saying that, I think to have more possession-type receivers, which I think they have more possession-type receivers than just burners. Franklin and Mims are going to have to hold up that end of the bargain. I think this is what we're going to do. We're going to listen, you're going to give us a big hit down the field, we're going to take it. But you're going to be patient enough to play defense and let us get 7 yards, 8 yards, 5 yards, 4 yards, 7 yards, 8 yards. We're going to mark down the field on you. We're going to take up 9, 11 play drives, and we're going to take off 6 minutes off the clock. You happy with that? You good with that? And then we think we got a defense that we're going to get the ball back quicker. And then we're going to do that again. You willing to get beat 21-10?
Maybe, but that can also lead to 30 points easy. That slow, methodical type of offense
make them gamble
can
on D.
often lead to other teams making mistakes, which can turn around to quick points.
Exactly.
I'm more than happy with that.
And if that is your style this year and you're able to pull that off, I think you can win 11 or 12 games.
Is that a hope or an expectation?
Well, that's a hope.
Sounds more like a hope.
Because if you can't pull it off, I think, listen, if you can pull that off where you're controlling the ball, both sides, then how can you not expect 12 wins?
Dan, want to chime in on this one, my friend?
My expectation is 11-6 and at least getting to the divisional round of the playoffs. That's my expectation.
And that's my hope.
With the supposed number one defense, I think that's pretty feasible, in my opinion.
So what if they lose? Say they average offensively 13 points a game, and give up 15
How many points a game?
Just
All right.
play with it.
Sorry. Okay.
13 points a game they score, or 15 points a game, 17 points a game they score, but their defense holds teams to 20 and under. Guess what? You're going to lose.
Double digits.
They've got to be. I think they got to average 27 this year. 27, 28.
Might be a pinch high.
I think if they do that, then you're going to get 11 or 12 wins.
But they may, as a team, because of a better defense, be in shorter fields and be better to take advantage of mistakes.
Hopefully.
Listen, I'll tell you this. I'm not cutting them slack. I'm raising the bar. My expectation, my hope, I think they're aligned. I'm 11 wins. I'm a wild card win in Houston. I'll be specific. Or whoever wins that division. But you know, what if Jacksonville, that wouldn't surprise me, by the way, if Jacksonville all of a sudden kind of jumps up and takes everybody by storm a little bit. That will not surprise me. But that being said, we'll just stick with Houston for now.
Here's the funny thing that I don't think anybody's talking about. We're not talking 10 wins a game. We're talking 11, 12, something like that. I really do think if you're flirting with 12 wins this year, you can win your division.
Wow. Okay.
Well, hold on, Dan. Come in and let's.
Well, you're expecting a down year for the Chiefs then.
But
comparatively.
Hold on. If you can get 12 wins, you just said both of them 11.
Mm-hmm.
Say you can get 12. Does that not flirt with a division win this year?
Are we having some bumpy times there for the Chiefs?
I think so. I think eventually that comes up.
It has to happen at some point, right?
Yeah.
Which is weird that we've talking about like a 10-win season being a bumpy year. It's a year we would kill for up until last year. Well, listen, I'm all for it.
But am I wrong here? If they could win 12 games, could they win the division this year?
One of those wins, the answer is yes, if one of those wins is the Chiefs at home in the middle of the season.
Well, if you're going to get 12 wins, the worst you're doing is splitting your division. And you probably got to sweep one or two of the other people.
I don't think we cut the Broncos any slack this year. I don't think they would want it any different. I think Sean Payton, if you put some truth serum, and he'll speak tomorrow, you'll hear him on the show right here as they're doing their acclimation period. Nailed it. It's weird. They're on Tuesday today is Tuesday. Wednesday and Thursday, they're having an acclimation practice. I don't even know what that means.
I think just getting used to the altitude.
Okay.
Los Angeles Chargers last year, second in the division, won 11 games. Kansas City won 15.
Yeah.
You got them winning 15?
Every single time I doubt the Chiefs or anybody does.
You got officials being fired that supposedly blew calls against Chiefs or for the Chiefs this year. Come on now.
I don't know, man.
Chiefs. Did you not feel like Chiefs used a whole bunch of barrel of luck last year? Go back and look at some of their wins and do you not feel the Chiefs used a whole bunch of barrel of luck last year?
The amount of one-score games they won last year was insane.
Yeah. You go ahead and predict it if you want to say it.
How about this?
Yeah.
Points for and points against. Without looking. Who had a higher plus, Broncos or Chargers?
Broncos or Chargers, plus minus?
Yeah.
I'll say the Broncos did.
Broncos had 114 plus.
Okay.
Chargers 101.
Ah, all right. So I won that one.
So who had a bigger plus differential, points scored versus points against? Broncos or the Chiefs?
I'll go with the Broncos on that one too.
Broncos 114.
Yeah.
Chiefs 59.
They got so lucky last year until the Super Bowl, and then they got their asses kicked.
And you go look at
they got ridiculously lucky last year.
You look at the AFC South, who you're winning or playing against this year.
Mm-hmm.
Texans won the division with 10 wins. Point differential, 0.
Good.
And they were best in the league in their division.
Not a great division.
Colts minus 50, Jacksonville minus 115, Titans minus 149.
Great.
That's great news.
That's great news.
Now, you look at the Eagles. Guess what? Eagles plus 160.
Yeah, they were pretty good.
Yeah.
They kind of killed teams.
Washington plus 94.
Very good. Wow, the Broncos were really up there. See, the Broncos had the 38-0 game against the Chiefs at the end of the year.
That helps.
Yeah, that kind of slams
But guess
things
what?
a little bit.
Take that 38 and make it a 17-point win. And they didn't play anybody. You still have a better plus minus than the Chiefs did. And they won 15 games. Point being, they won 15 games. They were plus 59. 15 games. Lions won 15 games. Guess what their plus minus was? Plus 222.
Wow.
All right.
Wow. I did not know that.
Where's
That's
the
impressive.
Eagles won 14 games. Plus 160.
Damn. Hey, I got a fun fact for you. The Rockies did lose yesterday.
Oh.
Nolan Arenado had a great game.
Was it here?
Yep. So they're here tonight and tomorrow too.
Are we cheering for the sweep?
I'm not. No. The Rockies lost 6-2. Do you know what their plus minus is right now? Run differential. Same thing you just did for the Broncos.
I would say they're like minus minus. How many games they played over half?
Oh, yeah.
I would say they're minus 240.
Minus 257.
Wow, that's pretty good.
The second to worst team is minus 141. That's the A's.
117 less run differential than the Athletics.
Than the second to worst team. Who is the best? Hold on. Plus 109 for the Yankees. Okay. Hold on.
Dodgers.
Plus 115 for the Cubs. Damn, Nate Kreckman. So the difference, oh my God. The difference, run differential between the top and the bottom in Major League Baseball is 372 runs.
Who's number one? Yankees
The
or
Cubs.
Dodgers?
The Cubs.
Cubs.
The plus 115. You have a 372 run differential between the Cubs and the Rockies. Enjoy your time at Coors Field tonight as they take on the. See, I'm not boring you with the Rocky stuff. I watched the whole game. I could tell you everything about it. I'm not going to bore you with it.
I'm not
going to offend you with it.
Tyler, listen.
I know.
Still throws like a girl.
I have little PTS. He does a lot of bench pressing these days, so I'm tending not to want to pile on, but I'm laughing inside. Let's football go. Deion Sanders' health. You're going to want to stick around to hear this coming up.
I missed the poo-poo pants part.
Don't be a poo-poo pants. By the way, can I say something? That's my job, so I guess I can. First of all, thank you, Mountain High Appliance. The Chick-fil-A sandwich and little snacks and stuff was great. We've been just having little sneaky snacks.
Yeah, I snuck a couple. Yeah.
I did too. Dan, do you want the cookie, Dan?
No, I'm good. You guys.
We can give Dan. No.
I'm not a sweets guy. I don't like sweets.
You want the potato chips?
Sure.
All right.
You are a salt guy.
I like the salt.
These are Broncos Media Day free as stolen by Josh Frismer. Waffle chips.
Bo Nix might have touched that bag of chips.
Delicious. Thank you, Denver Broncos. Let's football go. First story, Dan Tanner.
All right, we'll get to Mike McGlinchey here in just a second, fellas. Had a couple of pretty interesting things to say, but first, speaking of Buffs head coach Deion Sanders, he said he's still recovering from an undisclosed health issue that was first reported back in June. He said, quote, "I'm still going through something. I'm not all the way recovered," close quote. So
sorry to hear that.
Best wishes for Deion. Man, he's had a rough go over the last couple of years dealing with health stuff.
I didn't think he looked great at the Big 12 coaches thing.
What's your concern level that he won't be on the sidelines for the Buffs this year?
It wouldn't surprise me. It'll be, we'll get a better take here in about a month. Don't they come back here at the end of July?
I would assume they're coming back any second. Yeah, they got to be coming back here soon for sure. I mean, school starts.
We'll see
August
how he is
16th or whatever.
As far as the practicing is, right?
Aren't they practicing? They're not. Are they not back right now? Practicing? I have no idea. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'm really concerned about him because if he's not recovered right now, I mean, this is obviously not a sprained or broken foot or ankle or what, you know what I'm saying? And we all know the health issues he's had, which are horrible. So I am extremely concerned, and I certainly wish for him the best. And that saddens me that he's going through something. We don't know exactly what it is, but it's kept him out this long. That's scary to me. So I wish Prime the best, man, and I'm sorry to hear that news.
Yeah, so practice starts usually late July, early August.
Well, so, right around the corner.
So we got to be right there. I haven't heard any news coming out of there, so I'm assuming they hadn't. But you got to keep an eye on it, how mobile. And I didn't think he looked great at the Big 12 thing.
Well, it looks like he lost, he was definitely heavy, no doubt about it, for a while, and he started doing his walks But the last time we saw him, it looked like he looks too skinny.
Yeah.
He just had, and that's not a great sign.
Because there's never been what the diagnosis or the issue has not been made public, right?
Correct. Nobody knows. Well, I don't know what, Dan, it's not out there, is it? What's going on with him, is it?
No, it's undisclosed.
Well, I'm concerned. What was the statement again? What did he say?
Let me pull it up here.
Because it wasn't I'll definitely be back.
He said, "I'm still going through something. I'm not all the way recovered."
Yeah, man, that's not what Prime usually would say. Usually he would say, "I'll be running on the field. I'll be back. Don't worry about me. I'm good. It's all about our quarterbacks," something like that. For him to make that kind of statement is concerning too. All right, well, we hope for the best for Prime, no doubt about it. Next story, Dan.
All right, Scotty, I wanted to play this for you because actually we talked a little bit about this yesterday when we were talking about the Broncos offensive line being ranked the number one offensive line for last year in the NFL. And then you brought up the lack of rushing success with the offensive line. Well, Mike McGlinchey was asked about that today. Hey, you have a really high ranking of your offensive line, but why the lack of rushing success last season?
Somebody listen to the show.
I really don't care where we're ranked. I care about how we play. And I think we played well, and we have but at the same time, there's a ton of room to grow, and we all know that. And I think it's the first time in my career I'm sure a lot of the other O linemen can speak to the same, that we really didn't touch anything. There's the whole two deeps back. You got a couple rooks coming in to push us a little bit forward, and that's a pretty cool thing. And I think that says a lot to what our group has accomplished so far. Certainly having RJ and JK and the rest of the running back room is going to really be helpful for us, and I think we have a long way to go in terms of improving that area of our offense, and we're excited for that opportunity because we know if we can accomplish that, we're going to have a lot of success this year.
All right, so with the two new running backs, RJ Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, what do you guys expect out of the Broncos' rushing attack this season?
I'd like to see 1,800 combined yards and a dozen touchdowns. How about that?
Yeah.
Be a pretty good year, wouldn't it?
I think so. You look at the teams. Philadelphia had a hell of a running game. Of course, you had, Saquon, a 2,000 season.
Mm-hmm.
People sleep on Detroit. Detroit had a hell of a running game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I sure would like to see them run the football.
Well, all right. Yeah. I mean, why did they do what they did if that's not the plan?
Well, again, and here's a question I keep bringing up. Was it scheme, which goes on the coach, for why they didn't run as much or as successful? Was it on the lack of talent? That goes to your depth at your running back position.
Mm-hmm.
You address that. Or, was there just an unwillingness to really commit to it?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think it's got to be a combination that they were not thrilled with Javonte Williams and Estime, obviously. They couldn't really settle on somebody. So I think they probably placed most of their blame, Scott, on the running back.
Well, according to this, now this is a lot of the quarterback. Broncos had 1,900 yards rushing.
Last year?
Last year.
Well, that's pretty good.
Let me go to the people lower than them. Bears 1,700, Bengals 1,734, Bengals 1,574, Browns 1,608. Trying to find that lower. Chargers 1,882, and that was a running team, right? Chiefs 1,790, Cowboys 1,705.
So you're saying the Broncos actually did all right?
Well, they did all right compared to teams that didn't make the playoffs.
Well, the Chiefs made the playoffs.
That's true.
Bo Nix had 430 of those, by the way.
Oh. All right. So take off 430 yards.
So you're down to 1,500.
Yeah, that's all right. That's a more realistic number. That's what you got from your running. You can't count Bo Nix as part of your running game. It's great to have a mobile quarterback, no doubt about it. But that's not your running game. That's not your running game. So the Bills probably had a ridiculous amount of yards too, but a lot of those may be on Josh Allen. The Bills must have been way up there. But they probably had a pretty good running game as well, though. They probably had both.
But lost the stuff. Yeah, they had a lot. Barkley obviously helps Philadelphia's running game.
I want to have
didn't feel like they
want to have
the
a good running game. You know what I want, though? I want to score points. So I'm not okay. And I really don't care about like the number one running back or the starting running back. None of that matters to me. That is absolutely irrelevant to me. When you choose to run, are you effective doing it? That's what I need.
Yes.
And is there enough balance out there to keep drives going? That's important. I don't want to see.
Is it effective enough that you help Bo Nix with the play action?
Yeah, okay, there you go. That's good. And 400 rushing yards from Bo, I wouldn't mind if he had something like that this year too. That doesn't sound crazy to me. I'm good with that. 40 to 60 rushing yards a game for Bo Nix is good by me. Great by me. So
Bills 22-30.
Okay. How many did Josh Allen have?
It then broke down to individual.
I don't know if you can figure that out, Dan. 22-30. Were they one of the top? Were they the top team in the NFL?
They're up there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little intimidating because not only were they able to do that running the ball, but they obviously throwing the ball with Josh Allen were pretty good. But hey, man, they still couldn't figure it out last year. Again.
Eagles.
Oh my God. All right.
You know how many rushing yards the Eagles
They might have had 90,000. Who knows?
3,048.
Okay. Well, they figured it out.
Wow.
Well, but you had one. Your running back rushed for over 2,000.
Right. And yes, that was your guy.
Yeah. They probably had a quarterback. I bet he
Jalen Hurts, he probably was all right. Yeah, but he had like 400 yards.
304, maybe.
Something like that. I wouldn't call Jalen Hurts like a running quarterback. He's a tush-push quarterback, but I wouldn't call him a running quarterback.
Hurts had 630 rushing yards last year.
Golly, are you kidding me?
630.
Oh, all right, maybe I should call him a running quarterback. Holy cow. I don't even think of Jalen Hurts like that. Do you?
I did, yeah. But it seemed like the way that they ran it with
630?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Next.
All right, last one here from Mike McGlinchey. He was asked, what are the biggest differences from Bo Nix today versus week 1 of last season?
Well, certainly the experience of playing football games in this league is very, very valuable. Now he knows what it feels like. He knows what it looks like. He knows, obviously, that he is very good at it. And I think that just gives him the hunger for more. I think that's what's really impressive about Bo is his competitive nature of just trying to get the most out of himself every single day. And that ability to stack those days is why he improved so vastly and so fast as the season went on last year. And I only expect the same things from him this year.
All right, what's the biggest difference you guys want to see from year 2 Bo Nix compared to year 1 Bo Nix?
Not hesitate on some throws. Darren talked about it earlier. There was still times he kind of hesitated, maybe took off run a little quick. But listen, I don't care what it looks like. I don't care if he has 600 rushing yards this year. I don't care if he leads the league in throwing behind the line of scrimmage again this year. If they put up more points and win games, I don't care what it looks like. So whatever you deem a successful offense with Bo Nix as your quarterback, I'm good.
I guess I'm going to agree with you. I don't disagree with any of that. I mean, but one more win, 11 wins, better touchdowns, interceptions.
If he throws 29 touchdowns and 12 picks like he did last year, you guys happy with that this season?
No. I need a little better than that.
I need to be in the mid-30s.
I'd say, what is he? He's 29 and 12?
29 and 12.
I'd like to see 3-1 to be a little selfish. So that'd be 36 and 12 or any sort of combination. That's a 3-1 ratio. What was Burrow? What was he like?
42 and 9.
How about that? How about 42 and 9? Like 700 rushing yards.
I'd take that.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be fine. How about 16 wins?
Well, he does that. You're going to win 12 games easy?
If he's 42 and 12 or
42 and 12, 42 and 9.
36 and 9. 36 and 9. 36 and 9. Bo Nix is going to be in the conversation for MVP. 36 and 9. This might be a 13-win team.
And again, I throw the question out: if you win 13 games, are you not flirting with the division?
You sure are.
Title?
You sure are, because that means you probably did beat Kansas City at home in the middle of the season. You certainly beat Tennessee and Indy to start your season at 2-0. And you probably did so in impressive fashion in those two games. So the better Bo is, the better off for the Broncos.
Indy was only 8-9 last year, even with all their quarterback issues.
Who is their quarterback?
Daniel Jones.
Okay. What's your last story, Dan?
All right, fellas. Jerry Jones had a very weird press conference yesterday. They were talking about potential contract extension for Micah Parsons. First off, he called him Michael Parsons at one point.
Sure.
He also said he missed 6 games last year when he actually only missed 4. And then he drops this gem on what could go wrong over the course of a 5-year contract.
The other thing I would say is contracts are 4 or 5 years. Okay? There's a lot of water under the bridge if you step out there and do something in the first 2 or 3. You can get hit by a car. Seriously. And so there's a lot to look at over a lot of years that could make a big difference. Have you ever heard of any clubs committing to players and then they didn't pan out after they committed to them? We have.
Wow.
What is he talking
wow,
about?
That is dark.
Your quarterback.
That is dark. What is he talking about?
He's talking about, obviously, Parsons, you don't have to negotiate with him until next year. If he's what he's really doing.
Boy, that
and
is
he's probably
dark,
saying, listen,
man.
we gave Dak a pretty early birthday present. How'd that work out for him?
Holy man, that guy is
He
a
took
trip.
shots at Dak too. He took a shot at Trayvon Diggs. Yeah, interesting stuff there from Jerry Jones.
He is losing it, man. That dude is out to lunch.
We need to check in with his pressers more often.
Holy cow.
He's usually good for a diamond
No doubt.
once or twice a year.
And
anyway.
he does a weekly radio show.
That's what I'm saying. We got to monitor that. When he the one that said told the his radio show guys, hey, settle down now.
I don't know. I don't know what the Cowboys. I can't stand the Cowboys. I don't find anything cool about the Cowboys. I don't like them. Never have.
I don't
Never
think Jerry
will.
Jones can stand the Cowboys right now.
He makes them interesting, but like, he is perplexed. He's a Hall of Famer. He does have 3 Super Bowls under his leadership, but that was a long ass time ago.
He's also helped increase revenue for the NFL. He was one of them cats.
I know, but he's not in the Hall of Fame for no reason.
Yeah.
But do you see them doing anything?
Yeah, I do actually. I
You
think
do?
If Dak stays healthy, I think he's a better quarterback than people want to give him credit for. I think of all the teams in the NFL, they're the easiest one to hate. I mean, they're the first one to build a Taj Mahal, and now guess what? That's Jerry's world. SoFi makes that look like a just a barn, doesn't it? I mean,
That's the team we should be talking about more. By the way,
I've told you that's my surprise Super Bowl pick.
Look out for those guys. All right, well, hey, training camp underway. It's PhD here on 92.5.
You can get hit by a car.
We salute our guy Ozzy Osbourne, who sadly passed away today at age 76. So we've been playing Ozzy tunes all day. Bummer, man. You got a favorite Ozzy memory?
Well, the standing on the bar with my boy, playing Iron Man, painting the barn. That was kind of cool. I had a buddy of mine whose wife was a private nurse and actually worked for him for a while. Said he was actually a sweet dude and a gentleman.
Seemed like it. I don't know, man. He seems like an all-time great one, you know? It's an all-timer.
Yeah.
I honestly thought he was actually a little bit older than 76. I didn't know he was...
Well, he looked a little older, didn't he?
Yeah, I sure did. But he's one of these guys that you're just like...
Well, dude,
how did you do it?
He was big in my generation, and then was a
kind of crossed every generation.
Well, but when he came back and all started doing the reality shows, he had the one show on MTV, right? Ozzy's House or whatever it was, and then he was on his son's that ghost investigator. Now he was on on his show.
Is that what Jack's doing?
Yeah, he was doing tons of shows with Jack.
Okay,
so
ghost investigation.
Yeah, and they would do stuff, and they'd bring it with their mom and him, and scary or not, and they did. Yeah, he's done reality TV brought Ozzy to a whole new generation.
I thought at some point Ozzy just agreed to do anything anybody put in front of him.
Yeah,
like he just said yes to basically everything.
Well, and then wasn't his wife on the Real House of Beverly
Sharon was
Hills?
on a million different things. She was on The View. She was on
she was
America's Got Talent.
She was on Real House of Beverly Hills or something like that for a while too.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Or Orange County. She might have been on the Orange County.
Whatever she was on.
Yeah.
Well, he's an all-timer, man. He was a star, and I think he joined Black Sabbath when he was like in his 20s, very young 20s, maybe like 20. And
once bit a head off a bat on stage.
That's what he's known for. That was in the 80s.
Or 70s.
And I'm pretty sure that's when he was like a solo guy in the 80s. No, man, Ozzy's just one of them dudes. He's just been famous. He's been in all of our lives forever. And we'll miss him, man. He will be missed. And they did that big concert for him just like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
June 3rd, something like that. So
1982, by the way.
The head off the bat?
Yeah.
I told you it was the 80s. Had that dialed in. My Ozzy memories.
What if he even remembers that first time?
It's got a whole story. He thought it was a doll. He didn't realize it was real. Blah, 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 blah. It's the whole thing.
But it added to the legend, though.
I don't know. Of course it added to the legend. All right, so sad for Ozzy. You want an update on the old Tour de France?
Yeah, sure. Can't wait.
They climbed Mont Ventoux today. And Tadej Pogacar did the fastest ascent ever of Mont Ventoux. Didn't win the stage, but fastest ascent ever.
So if he did the fastest ascent ever, then how does he not win the stage?
Well, I mean, they raced for like 70 miles before they got to the mountain. You know, he was like finishing like 5th place, or just a couple of guys. A Frenchman actually won the stage. He pulled away from.
So there's more to the stage than just the climb.
Oh yeah. They go for like 70 miles and then they climb.
But then the climb itself, he was the fastest up the hill.
Yeah, it's regarded as the most difficult mountain to climb in France. And that's your Tour de France.
So why
update.
do you let everybody down on the run up?
It's because he's just worried about winning the general classification, and he's got a long time lead over the guys that were in front of him, so he doesn't care about
What's his lead now?
His lead over Jonas Vingegaard is like 5 minutes, something like that, 4.5, 5 minutes.
It's basically over.
Unless
he wrecks and someone takes advantage and goes ahead.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Yep. There's always that.
Now, was one of the guys that's in second,
Jonas Vingegaard,
was he in the pile that waited for him?
Yes.
What a dummy. I mean, let's be honest, man, right?
There's a lot of honor in cycling. It's like kind of like golf. There's a unspoken rules. There's the right way to win, and there's ethics, and there's unspoken rules, and the whole thing.
Yeah.
So Jonas has just said, I want to beat him straight up. I want to beat him at his best. I don't want any kind of weird squirrely advantages. But there you go. I'm just done. That's it. It's got five more stages. It's almost over. Be over before you know it. I won't be bugging you with it at all. I can tell you how the Rockies lost too last night, 6-2.
Oh, Andy was watching that.
He was? I doubt it.
I took in.
Did you?
Some.
Well,
I
what part
always
of the game?
check in.
It was a boring game last night.
I always check in.
Yeah, the Austin Gomber
It's
is
the summer.
So you just throw it on. If it's on, you throw it on.
I mean, again, you know where I used to work, right? I used to have to do the pre and post game shows. So I fell into a habit of checking in. And
I didn't know they did pre and post game shows at Starbucks.
We did for a while. Not Starbucks.
Okay.
I did have one guy that showed up for his own personal one all the time. You should. I told Tom Nalen about my Home Depot experience. You want to talk about a place that won't have me back?
That'd be funny if they did a pregame and a postgame at Home Depot. Just do it.
Dude, no, you want to know why I had to leave Home Depot? I remember the Broncos. We had some going on with the Bronco game because it was COVID. So it was some weird. But I told the guys, I can't be here Thursday. I had to do a post-game show. That's what it was, my no-huddle post-game show.
That's fantastic.
And the guy's like, I can't give it to you off. I'm like, I don't think you understand what I'm telling you here. I'm not going to be here. So either you can have somebody in my place, you can fire me or whatever, but I warned you when I took the job. Once the Broncos start, there's priorities, and you're not going to
Was that your final day at Home Depot?
No, my final day was, I told this to Nalen on the air because he was laughing about snow removal, So I was doing the overnight stuff. I met a lot of cool guys there, but you don't look at me and think handyman. I'm not Bob the Builder.
I don't know.
Well, no, I look at you and say handyman.
I think you could fix something or at least screw up a deck.
Yeah. My guy Lee, you met him, looked like Chuck Norris. That's what I always laughed about. He kind of looked like a little Chuck. I love Lee, but anyway, I was driving. They've got what are called the lift trucks where you stand up and it's like a stand-up forklift.
Yeah.
And I picked up a pallet of concrete that was supposed to go on the third shelf,
right.
and I was worried about not hitting a light. And what I failed to realize was above me was actually the box. There's a safety box to the expensive tool aisle where you rent all the expensive stuff you would never afford to buy.
Okay.
They had literally just fixed it a week earlier. They were all in my way fixing this door. It had not been fixed. If you're into the Big Bang Theory, it was like the elevator that didn't work the entire time till the last episode. So I go with the lift truck to lift the concrete up to hit the third shelf, and I rattled the box, and I guess the box has a pin in it, and if the pin melts, then this cord falls. Well, the pin didn't melt, but I knocked the hell out of it, and the pin went into the box, and the door shut again. And the door made it a week. And I looked at my manager and go, yeah, I don't belong here.
That is a ride.
Like out of fate, Starbucks called me 2 days later. Hey, you still want to work there? I go, oh, God, yes, please. Because that was like bartending. So that's something I could do. I think about going back because it's bartending. I liked bartending.
Okay, all right. I had one guy
at Home Depot, this old dude that probably knew some stuff, came up to Nate's dad. I think of Nate's dad all the time because Nate's dad's real handy. And he shows up and he's asking me about deck screws and the proper bolts. And I pulled up the app and I go, tell me what you get. And we're working on the app. And I'm like, you don't need me. You can use the app. And finally I go, bro, I don't know. I really don't know. He goes, well, you know what, son? You're at least trying. But I was like, dude, I got to get out of here. No. I can't speak your language. I can't.
By the way, for a guy who says he's not a handyman, you've got a hammer slot right there on those pants you're wearing.
I just like
these. I like these shorts. They're roomy.
Well, you know
There's
what you
a
got to do?
Duluth.
Come in and have a hammer tucked in there one day.
Just freak everybody out.
Oh, it'd be
See
fun.
how long it takes for somebody to ask me why I have a hammer.
See if Springer actually knows what that is.
Hey, by the way, our boy Grizz, this was the food for the media today.
Yeah.
There's some left.
I'm good.
We got a couple of nuggets. We got some waffle
I
fries
and
the
nuggets. I like
and
Chick-fil-A. I miss the barbecue. The barbecue.
Things have changed. All right. So we were having this debate.
Okay.
Whether this is the PR people or this is Sean Payton. What do you think?
That it's they don't have the space. Is it fair You don't think you're rolling your eyes?
I'm rolling my eyes. The atrium's pretty large there, bro. And you
Well,
can all
right out in front of that, what used to be the old weight room, too. You could put it all out there.
Yeah, they got space.
I think marketing.
Look, if I were guessing, I think it's Sean Payton. Sean
That's what I
Payton's not
say.
looking. Look, he's not even talking. We used to have the long sit down.
I know.
It would be. I remember Coobs. I remember Fox. I remember Hackett. I remember all of them.
Yeah, today would
And then
be
the GM would go. Then John would talk.
The owner
then
would go.
Ellis would talk.
Right. Today would be the state of the Broncos.
Yeah. Right.
It would be Andy's not wrong. We would be out there for
it'd be in
couple
2 hours at
yeah.
least. Now they fed you so good.
And and where was that food from? It was like nice places.
Oh yeah.
Like
Chick-fil-A is a nice place. Let's not
Andy,
besmirch
I'm
Chick-fil-A.
not talking bad about Chick-fil-A whatsoever.
But you're right.
I mean,
It's not nicely smoked brisket that somebody just prepared for us. It's not a hell of a grilled chicken that was just laid out
Now they're
with
throwing-
some gorgeous potato salad.
throwing
next
a
to it.
Chick-fil-A box
What about
at
the
you.
draft? I heard the draft. You and I used to live for a weekend. We would try to do our show with Alfred booming through the auditorium. There wasn't a seat in the place. Alfred was on every station
know.
possible because he was so loud.
we used to love that.
Dude, then you had to do it at the Super Bowl, too. I was told one time when we went to the Panthers Super Bowl, they moved you guys. I was like, why are they back there? He goes, the guy's too loud. Everybody complains. I was like, well, they're not talking about DMac because Alfred
talking
could
about
just
me.
project. I love Alfred. I really do. I loved watching Alfred. Yeah, have you ever pulled up?
Of course.
Do you ever want to see how much football has changed? Pull up some old highlights, man. I'll tell you this. You know what? To the people,
Well, the CU highlights with Alfred are the
unreal
crazy
with Canavis
ones.
and Chad Brown. And
Oh my God.
Beekert, Dion Figure.
But
I mean,
the
that
size,
team was so good.
The size of Alfred in college. I mean, it's
he's a man. He's a
it's
full
unbelievable. Yeah.
Dude, the size of his pads, too. The shoulder pads have changed.
The shoulder
quite a- you could
pads
land a
were
copter
ridiculous.
on those
Oh, yeah,
pads
yeah,
if you
yeah.
had. No, but you know what? I would like to throw this out to everybody that gets upset whenever I said, I think Bo Nix could be a Brian Greasy. And people get so worked up. Go
What does
watch
that mean?
some of Greasy's highlights. I just think.
Wait, what does that mean?
I think that Greasy was a Pro Bowl quarterback that got you to the playoffs. It was a damn good player.
Okay.
Was loved by a lot of his teammates.
Okay.
Proved. You and I were doing a show at Schlereth. Schlereth got hurt in that Mile High game. Remember? I remember he was facing. I think it was Chester McLaughlin or maybe Darrell Russell, and he said he stepped back. I think he was the guy that got Greasy hurt, as he told us. He stepped back and his knee gave out. He said he felt both bones hit because there's no more cartilage in his knee. And the guy, tears through the middle, hits Greasy, lands on his shoulder, separates his shoulder. Brian goes in, takes a shot at the half. He knew he was going to be done for a while, but he wanted to win the game. Came out numbed as could be, was, I guess, breathing funny, and still finished the game so they'd win the game. He was a hell of a player. I just think when you look at the skill set, Bose is a little more that than it is John Elway. But people get so worked up at me because they hated Brian for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't know.
Brian Greasy was a hell of a quarterback. Go look at some of his highlights, man.
Okay.
He had, dude, pinpoint passing, hitting guys and he could run the offense. Like, again, that's why it reminds me.
Well, I'm trying to separate
Shanny
this.
and Brian were as good as Sean and Bo, I think, are going to be. He knew exactly where to put the football at all times. That's why Shanahan loved him.
All right, so the Broncos win 2 Super Bowls. The next year they go 6-10. But the next year they do go back to the playoffs with Greasy, right?
And then they had to go to Farad. Remember your buddy Gus Farad? Didn't he do the show with you guys for a while?
He did.
Because
We
Farad
knew-
took over when Greasy got hurt, right?
Yeah, we were at KBPI. Here was our strategy because we had no money. We'll have the backup quarterback show. Because,
we did the same thing.
So we thought that was, and then Gus
went off.
It was crazy, but
who had a great wife. It was hilarious.
it was really about Ann and Lisa.
Yeah.
And Ann maybe in particular. And me, Willie, and Stout became we would go over their homes for road games. Ann and Lisa's home. That was kind of weird, actually, when I think about it. We were part of the girls. We were the girls are all the girls are hanging out. And that's where Christian and his brothers would be running around when they were little tiny kids, and we'd be watching the real men play football while we're hanging out with the wives having bagels on a Sunday morning.
Look, dude,
that was, of course I remember that. So
But most of the thoughts, and Brian is the world's
Here's why I
nicest
bring it
guy. Like, he's officially the world's nicest guy. Everybody
Yes.
loves Brian Griese. You're insane if you don't. But that is not how people felt about him back in the
No,
day.
because again, you went, and I'll talk to it from a Bronco fan standpoint. And look, Bo has got a good arm. He's got plenty of arm. But he doesn't have the rocket. He's not John Elway now. He's not pick the highest fastball in the league. That ain't him right now. But you don't need him. That was never Tom Brady. Frankly, that was never really Peyton Manning.
Boy, there are some questions about Bo Nix today going into Broncos training camp.
You took me down memory lane, and I remember watching, when I said highlights to you, I had watched a highlight of Griese that year we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, some of the passes that he made on time to the receiver, to the spot, a couple yards out or a yard out in front of the DB, so the DB couldn't make a play.
Were you still calling games then? Were you calling Griese games?
Yep.
Dude, there was a time
Plumber.
I had to go get Griese every year for him. Now, look, Griese could be, I'll be honest about it. Griese could be prickly. And in the early part of his career as the producer that had to drag him in to talk to these guys every training camp, because we were up in Greeley and they had like a RV set up on the side of the field, that we had some, he was very frosty to me. How about I put it to you that way? But then he gets done. I get to know the guy. He became a champion for me in a number of spots. But I'm just telling you, go back and watch the highlights. If that's what he becomes, dude, a Plumber, a Griese, something like, these are guys who their teammates loved him.
Listen, the only thing bad with Brian is he kept getting hurt.
Yeah, and
once the shoulders started going down, then that was his demise.
He got a little snippy with the media too.
Well,
but some of that was born of his dad and his upbringing.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, like, Plummer was the same way. Plummer had some of that going too. But I'm telling you, and you know why I thought of this too, is listen to the way Mike McGlinchey talks. You guys played the cut of how Mike McGlinchey talks about Bo Nix. I have no question in my mind that he went in and handled business the way they wanted him to. You can tell the veterans legitimately love the guy. Both sides of the ball. It is truly his
what are
room.
your expectations for Bo then?
Well, I mean, I still like you. I would still like. I would have liked another. Like, I want a yak guy for him now. With what he is, like, if Pat Bryant had more speed, those two could be a lot of trouble. And I'm telling you, I already saw stuff, and I mentioned it yesterday. I don't know that Pat Bryant's going to be the middle of the field weapon that they want. If Pat Bryant, and you guys know how it goes, we watch this stuff in spring, and a lot of time it doesn't transfer to the fall. I'll admit that. But I'm excited, and I'm riding the excitement, right? I've told Scotty this. Pat Bryant had reps in camp in the red zone where he won so quickly, and they designed a couple of plays where I don't want to get in trouble. All I'll say is they designed plays that he was open and he won against the corner so fast and no one could get a hand on him and nobody could stop the route.
Okay.
Bo hit him 2 or 3 times. I mean, wide open. Great play design.
Okay.
And again, this is kind of a little bit of the Griese thing. Bo knew exactly the first look when he got to the line.
So you're buying stock in Pat Bryant?
Not yet. But I've got the one. Well, hey, I'll tell you what,
is it
I've
not
got
yet?
it in the cart.
Is it not yet because Sean's already shown his time here, rookies, other than Bo?
Well, no, that's a great point, too. It's because I've also bought into guys being something in spring. You probably don't. I'm going to drop a name neither of you probably remember. Adrian Medice in the early 2000s was supposed to be the answer to the third receiver to Eddie and Rod, or take over for Eddie and all this other stuff.
You really got me. No clue.
Well, yeah, exactly. DMac, you never heard of him. You know
I've
why?
never heard of
never
him.
turned into what they promised us in spring. He never took to the fall what he showed us in the
Did
spring.
he make the team?
Yeah, he made the team, but I think he ultimately was like a punt.
year,
Yeah,
maybe.
remember? You know.
Oh, I don't even remember.
So, but I'm just telling you, I've been burned by the springtime. We're not, because again, the vets. I've known enough guys. Guys have told me that they do get a little annoyed at the guy's so fired up to make his name, and you're maybe out there just doing your thing. Yeah. Well, even the practice squad guys during the year, I don't need Captain, I'm going to get my uniform this week when I'm just trying to nurse my injury and get through practice, right? So that's why I'm hesitant. But I am saying, like, again, the reason why I changed my tune on everything, it's what he said yesterday, okay? I was wrong about Bo Nix because I did not see this kind of fit. I really didn't, because I don't think he's totally Drew Brees, Okay, I don't.
I don't think it's Drew Brees at all.
They're a different guy.
I don't even understand the Drew Brees comparison.
But how many
Just
times
because that's a successful quarterback that
with
Bates
Sean?
coached, yeah.
But how many times have we heard a coach blab about how I'm going to change my system to what my guy does? Sean actually did it. He's designed everything, not only for Bo, but again, if from what I'm seeing out of Pat Bryant, because there were some reps out there where Pat Bryant wins, and it was the scouting report. He's going to win initially, get downfield, but then the corner's going to reel him in, right? He's not running away from anybody, and that's where the problems can show up.
Short yardage, first downs, the middle of the field.
Dude,
and
5 to
red
10
zone.
yards, I don't know if you've got enough time. Again, if it's a one-on-one scenario and the linebacker vacates the middle and we need 5 yards, that might be your tight down. That could be the third down weapon because he's incredibly quick. And not only is he big, there's some corners where even if they do stab him in the chest, it ain't going to stop him.
I can't tell if you're excited or nervous.
Oh, no, I'm super excited.
Oh,
I am
okay.
nervous because every time I get excited about things, it goes in the crapper. So, look, hey, I still got some Bronco beatdown from back in the 80s and 90s, all
I
right?
can feel it because everything you say that feels positive, you also are backing out with like,
Because, again, DMac, I can't let the fan come out. I've seen too much. I'm not... With the Avs, I'm strictly a fan, and that becomes a problem. I've been around a lot of football. I've been lucky enough to be around a lot of football minds, not just one coaching staff. I've had a lot of guys teach me stuff. You know, I killed time in open locker room. I talked to Mario Hagan. Mario Hagan was the first guy to break down. He was an old linebacker for those who don't remember.
Yeah, of course.
Mario had the first breakdown for me with Tim Tebow. And he goes, I'm going to tell you why this isn't going to last. And he started telling me about which linebacker he was going to read. And this linebacker gave away when he was going to run, and he was going to eventually get hurt, which eventually they all do. It's Cam Newton got hurt, man. Even the most monster Dante Culpepper, the biggest quarterback I'd ever seen, I guess, next to Roethlisberger. They both got hurt.
Well, how have Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, because we were talking about that earlier, how have they stayed so healthy?
Some of it's luck.
Well,
Lamar
Lamar Jackson missed a handful of games.
Well, remember, he's hard to hit. There are things to guys that are just you can't square up.
So Bo Nix seems to be like one of them guys.
Well, because Bo doesn't have an ego about it. Bo's like, I've got my yardage and I'm getting down. Bo's not looking to run over and flex on anybody. Bo knows his job is to run the damn team. So once I've got what I need or I've got what I can get, he's down. He's like Manning had that too. Everybody make fun of Manning. Manning would say it 1,000 times. Remember the self-sacks against Pittsburgh?
Of course.
Guess what? I didn't take a hit. I got up and threw a touchdown the next play. I wasn't trying to egotistical out against
Manning
the linebacker that's got to run at me.
He self-sacked on one play and realized it wasn't touched. He got up on that play.
With all that being said, is why Josh Allen, it's amazing he's been as durable because he will try to jump over or run through a guy.
Well, the other thing, in fairness, if we're going to really talk about it, I think the other thing that works in Allen's favor is we don't have 250-pound middle linebackers anymore. All the defensive positions are smaller. There's not Mike Singletary. There's not Brian Urlacher. There's not DJ Williams. Remember how big DJ Williams was? That dude was a beast. A beast. Now your middle linebacker is probably going 230. He's got to be able to cover and stay with the tight end. Look, Hufanga's probably going to come up. That's another reason why I think they like Jahdae Barron, is that Jeff has told me what they may do sometimes is he'll be your nickel middle linebacker and cover whatever either the tight end or whoever comes out of the backfield.
Okay.
He'll be the nickel coverage or dime coverage guy.
All right.
But he can tackle well enough, which has been a problem.
So
in the
Riley
past.
Moss is out on the corner.
Oh, yeah. They're going to move. You
That
need to
will
look
be-
at
that will
Jahdae
be-
like Chris Harris, where Chris used
You
to.
think so?
Yeah, because Chris was the move around guy. Chris went inside all the time. Remember that. Roby would come and go outside, and Chris would go inside to the slot. Because Chris, I asked him about it, I asked teammates about it. Chris was the king of avoiding the contact. Again, like
So
a middle
wait,
linebacker has to.
When they go to nickel or dime, they're going to move Barron from the outside to the inside?
He could go inside and be the guy.
But is he going to be in your outside just in a standard package?
No. I mean, I think you could see him in the slot, start on a guy in a slot. He may come up and just take the tight end.
Or are they
right
going to
away.
be in nickel so much it's kind of ridiculous?
Well, especially if you want to get some of their bigger players off the field. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if Greenlaw is truly healthy, then I don't know if he leaves the field. But it could be Greenlaw and Barron in there, and then you got your two outside rushers. It could look all sorts of different ways. I mean, again, one of the things that I know made David Bruton so special in 2015, we all forget about his contributions to that defense. Bruton could tackle, man, and he was the tight end answer. He was the guy that covered the tight end.
Or when they played Detroit, what was the guy, the big, tall wide receiver they had, 6'8" wide receiver?
No, Calvin Johnson.
Johnson.
That was a Keeb.
Well, Bruton came in and deflected one from him late in the game, and Calvin Johnson was a monster.
I got to find it in my phone. I've got a picture from the sideline where Akeeb's off the ground knocking a ball away from an outstretched Calvin Johnson, and it looks like me trying to cover you. Like because Akeeb was a big corner.
Yeah.
Some of these dudes, that's the greatest thing about being on the sidelines. Some of these guys, you don't understand what you're talking, till you've seen it. Well, too, because you get to go down to at the end of the game.
Sure.
Whether it's the speed, I talked about it yesterday. The dude I'd never seen, you were calling the game, Scotty. Do you remember in 2008? It was the Saints game. It was a Sean Payton team, and maybe who RJ Harvey is going to be, as Springer pointed out. Darren Sproles was on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And
Tiny
I'm down
guy.
there.
Small dude.
I like to get in the secondary when we were on defense. So I walked down to the other end of the Bronco bench, right? And I'm watching, and they're probably at the 25-30. Breeze throws a swing pass to Sproles. And I mean, the defense, they suckered him one way, and Sproles had the whole sideline to run. I'd never, ever seen a guy go from like standing like we are now to just forget about its speed, like a track star. I mean, NFL players with no shot of getting an angle on it was unbelievable. And then the size of like Kevin Vickerson. I love Kevin Vickerson.
Big
Vickerson
Vic
was another one of my dudes, right? We just talk. And I'd get on the sidelines and I'd realize how big he was to everybody else. And he was always the coolest dude, right?
Yeah,
Cool
he
cat.
came on our show all the time.
I said this yesterday with the retirement of Phillip Rivers. Nobody upset Kevin Vickerson more than Phillip Rivers, dude. And the things I heard, because when I do sidelines, I always leave one earphone off so I can hear what's going on around me. And then I have one for the broadcast, kind of like I got now, I guess. And the threats, Kevin made mafia-style Godfather threats to Phillip Rivers. And I was just like, I mean, we're talking descriptive. I mean, we're talking like you're writing a script for a serial killer movie.
Leave the sack, take
it's going
cannoli.
to look when I'm done with you.
Yeah.
So, and I was just like, who are you? You're not my buddy. This isn't chill. Oh my God. And then I asked him one day about it. He goes, I hate it. I hate it when a man talks to me and he's got another man to fight his battles. And then, as you know, I got to know Nick Hardwick very well.
Wow.
And so I asked Hardwick about it one time, and Hardwick's like, oh, he told me, he goes like, you need to shut up. I'm sick of this dude is big and angry. And I don't want to deal. He's ragdolling me because you won't quit talking to him. Quit talking to him.
Phillip Rivers though is a pretty big dude though. He was, I mean, he wasn't as big as Kevin
But
Vickerson.
nonetheless, he still had an old lineman in front of him.
Yeah, of course. Kevin Vickerson did one of the funniest things. He used to order 2 pizzas. He would order pizzas. They used to have pizzas delivered to the locker room. I don't know if you remember that or not, but he would sit there and eat an entire pizza, and take the other pizza home. But he would literally just sit there and devour entire pizza in just like 10-minute setting or something.
Now hold on, have you never eaten a whole pizza in your life?
Have
you never been that guy?
10 minutes. I mean, it was like the most unbelievable
Have
thing
you
I'd
just
ever.
had nothing but time on your hands? You've never done a 10-minute pizza?
An entire large pizza?
Hell yeah! Blackjack back in the day. I got class to get to.
I have never eaten an entire large pizza in one setting.
There's no way. Come on, not even in college? Not even in the young days?
Dude, he's a normal-sized human being.
I'm not huge.
Well,
pretty average. Here's the funny thing. I can't do it now.
Wait a second.
When I was
All right,
160
hold on.
pounds begging to put on weight, I used to do the 2 for Tuesday at Subway and eat them both.
When was
both
the last
footlongs.
You would eat an entire large pizza?
Yes, in college all the time.
Would you fold it?
No, man. Blackjack, pepperoni, black olive, $5. Bam. I'm off to bartend.
Scott, an entire large pizza?
I have eaten a large tire pizza, but I've not done it in 10 minutes.
Not a personal
I've not
pizza.
tried to.
I'm talking about a large for a family of 4
How many brothers
pizza.
do you have?
1.
How many brothers do you have?
2,
Okay, I had 3.
I had 3.
We had
What does
4,
that mean?
And then my dad, I'll tell you, if you wanted seconds, I had a girlfriend come over for Thanksgiving, and I told her, I go, look, load the plate up. This is like wartime, all right? This is Lord of the Flies. Whatever you want off that buffet, I better see it on the plate. No plate isn't too embarrassing.
All right.
And she didn't listen. And my brother's over there with like a pile of mashed potatoes, and she's like, She's like, wait a minute, I wanted more. I go, I tried to warn you. That's how it goes in this house. You eat what you want now. You don't think you're going back for more? There's 4 grown-ass men in this house. And all we grew up with was, you better take what you want because it ain't going to be left over. My dad was a king of it. He had a plate, it looked like Mount Vesuvius coming off his plate. It's just a pile of mashed potatoes. There's green beans in there. God forbid it was a spaghetti night. Forget about that. You ate what you needed.
Your toilet must have been a war zone.
Not denying.
My biggest
All right.
my biggest consumption of food at one time in college, working at a gas station, changing oil and doing all this stuff, a full service station. There's a McDonald's next door. I had 30 minutes for lunch, and I did 4 quarter pounders in 30 minutes.
Atta baby.
God.
That's
How sick did you feel?
My God.
I was hungover.
Boy, you can forget about Taco Bell too. Back in the day where you could get $10 and eat like a king, half the menu's in the bag. Miss those days.
I guess.
What do you mean you guess? Where did you grow up?
I don't know.
He
had a clay court.
I know.
boat.
For God's sake, are you lifted pinky? Are you raised pinky guy from the Hamptons or
He
something?
had a
Were you
clay
really
court.
from Boston?
He
You're
had
not
a-
buying it. I think you're from
I got
Connecticut.
Sully and Sully and Sully.
He had a clay court and his own boat.
Did you have a country club membership?
No, my uncle had a clay court in Stowe, Vermont, which was 5 hours away. And yes, I had a boat, but everybody had a boat where I grew up.
Hold on, what kind of boat we talking?
It was a 15-foot aluminum boat with a 15-power Evinrude. It was nothing. It's a handle. I didn't have like a Boston whaler.
You weren't towing anybody?
No. But like
Well,
I'm
those
not-
Boston whalers are cool though.
Well, they were cool, and Jamie Tedford had one. And trust me, he got a lot more success with the girls than I did on my little, putt-putt.
Could you go crabbing?
It's Ipswich. It wasn't crabbing. It was clamming. It was clamming.
Could you get me a lobster?
You don't. Yeah, I could. My brother had a non-commercial lobster license. He had 10 pots, and it was the craziest thing ever.
If we did a station bonding trip out to your neck of the woods,
yeah,
could you get us all some nice fresh seafood?
Yeah, of course I could.
I mean,
of course.
That you caught.
That I caught?
I don't want to stop by like the harbor. I want you.
We don't want to go to Boston.
I want you to Kramer it in Seinfeld.
No. My Visa card could catch some great seafood for you, but that's about it. And on that note,
did we do the ID?
Oh no, I just flew right past that.
Hey, you're listening to KKSE. Denver Broomfield?
It's KKSE FMHD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
Boom! Yeah.
Close enough.
Talk about a closed window.
There you go. All right, it's your show. I'll leave the food.
Yeah,
I'll leave the food with you.
You know what?
I know that this is clearly not enough, but I'll leave what's left.
What do you mean? I told you I can't eat like that now. I used to have metabolism.
All right.
I can have a sandwich.
Are we leaving or what are you doing here?
Nah, you can stay the whole time. It's me and Spring. Anyway, it's Altitude Sports Radio. We got a whole bunch of Broncos stuff to get to next. Ah, yes. A little Offspring bringing you back. They're going to be at Ball Arena a little bit later on, coming up this year. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm Andy Lindahl, along with Mark Springer. We're here to hang out with you, talk a lot going on today, and we will talk about the death of Ozzy Osbourne. It's just crazy because I just saw him at that tribute. Well, it was the farewell concert, not a tribute concert, but a lot of tributes to Black Sabbath and Ozzy by a number of different bands, including Metallica. I think Metallica played in Power Field, set a record, and then flew off to do that show. And then we learned today the death of Ozzy Osbourne. But Spring said something interesting to me, and we'll talk about that a little bit later because it kind of got a thought going. By the way, if you're watching on Twitch, we appreciate you. Hello, Twitchers. It is brought to you by Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. And go and check them out there. All right. Let's get into a little bit of the Bronco talk. I do see a few of the people weighed in on my what Bo Nix could be. Somebody said they thought he'd be better than Greasy. He could be. I think I could see him being better than Greasy. I think right now you start at Pro Bowl. You know, let's make the first goal Pro Bowl for Bo Nix. And I'll tell you,
Dude, Brian Greasy was just okay.
Well, but
he was just okay.
Yeah, well, you know what happened, though? He got hurt. The shoulder injury really started to limit some of the throwing, the deep ball for him. But he had a great start to things before the injuries kind of piled up for him. They were competitive with him, I'll tell you that. Frankly, they were more competitive than some of the Bronco teams of the last few years have been. But I think Bo, my main point is I think Bo can run an offense that way. Bo sees everything he needs to see, and he and Sean will be as locked in as Brian and Mike Shanahan were at the time. That was one of the things Mike was so impressed with, was how well Brian knew how to execute the offense to the point where he had a few more stops, played for the Bears, played for Tampa. Matter of fact, he came back with the Bucs one year and played against the Broncos and went into coaching. I was a little surprised he didn't have a longer run in San Francisco as the OC, but we'll see if he doesn't pop up again. And maybe as an OC again. But, I mean, what is the expectation? How long before you start chatting Pro Bowl? The thing that sucks for Bo Nix when it comes to the Pro Bowl, it's kind of like what Jamal Murray deals with the Nuggets in the Western Conference. You've got, like, all the good players in your conference. You know what I mean? And, look, I don't know if Pro Bowl meant what it once did, but it's still something that's nice to get named to. All Pro is really the big title right now. And I guess Spring may be an ESPY. You know, we'll have to start putting the ESPYs on the old resume, as you pointed out yesterday.
Come on. People care.
But seriously, the Pro Bowl, I mean, he's got a shot at the Pro Bowl, doesn't he?
You're
dealing with Burrow. You're dealing with Lamar Jackson. You're dealing with, of course, Mahomes.
There's surprises every year. That could be the surprise.
Could be.
That Bo Nix. And I think it's a symbiotic relationship. I think if Bo Nix was drafted by, like, damn near any other team, he'd probably be more the guy that we thought he was in college, but he got paired with Sean Payton, and that's the symbiotic relationship I'm referring to. He's bought in completely, and it's not just buy-in. He does have talent. Those two together, that's what's going to make the difference.
Well, and
if you want to hold that against Bo, you can hold that against Bo. That's fine. Drew Brees, I mean, I think he was elevated tremendously by playing for Sean Payton. I do. And I think Bo's going to thrive in this offense.
Oh, as far as your Sean Payton comp, look, Drew Brees was really good as a San Diego Charger quarterback. He became really good. He became Hall of Fame caliber when he
step, to be honest.
Connected with Sean Payton and became a Saint. I would say this, too, for Bo as far as the Pro Bowl goes. Now, look, he's got to back it up, but he's got a lot of good hype around him right now. The national people are talking about him. The Pro Bowl is a popularity contest. Let's not kid ourselves. And the fact that so many people have talked about him, Travis Kelce's talked about him on the podcast. You've got the national talking heads talking about him. That backup, who's the backup quarterback? Chase Daniels talked plenty about him. Kay Adams is always talking about him. Mina Kimes, as a matter of fact, was talking about him Spring, but Mina Kimes was joined by Bomani Jones. So we've given you a lot of positive feedback on the Broncos because I feel like they're the hot pick for a lot of teams. You may have heard this today, but if you haven't, there is one person who's let it be known he's not buying into the hype. He was with Mina Kimes, and that's Bomani Jones.
I am not a Bo Nix guy. I will not be a Bo Nix guy for a while. And I think that what I have in common with the other not Bo Nix guys is how much college football you watch. And so I saw your guy Solak make this point that if you were not high on Bo Nix going into the draft and there really wasn't that much in the season that should change your mind, it's a lot of passes behind the line of scrimmage, a lot of use the scheme to make it easy for you. And that catches up to you, right? No matter how good you think Sean Payton is, you can only scheme your way but so far if that's the scheme you got to do to make it work with your quarterback.
All right. Now listen, on the surface, it's fair what he's saying. It is fair to say that they will catch up to the scheme. There is time where there are going to be times where you're going to have to be better than what is put in front of you. That's what the great ones do. That's what the guys in the top 5 do. That, John always talked about a few times where they had the right defense and you just made a play. And that's just not on Bo. That's on your whole offense. But what I don't understand about the point there is what offensive coordinator doesn't try to make things easy on his quarterback? The bad ones? I mean, who the hell says, hey, go do something fantastic every play so we can function? What is that? I don't understand that point.
Bo can make big plays.
Yeah, we've seen it.
The dime to Mims in the Cleveland game, backed up on his own 2-yard line in the end zone, whatever it was, deep over the middle, hit Mims in stride, tight window. Big play. He can use his legs. We've talked about that. You want to know what I thought when I heard that clip? And it reminded me, I I'll say it again, didn't love the Bo Nix draft pick. But man, then, I got to use my eyes, got to not dig my feet in the sand and be honest with things. And I did keep an open mind. I wasn't, saying, oh, Bo Nix isn't going to work out, this time last year. I was keeping an open mind. But I remember when the Broncos drafted Bo Nix and I was on the blitz with Berto and I said, look, man, I don't love the pick. But you never know. Just because I didn't love a guy in college doesn't mean he's not going to pan out. And the example I used was Jalen Hurts. Watched a lot of Jalen Hurts in college. Didn't love the guy. But you want to know what Nick Sirianni does with Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia? He makes things easy for him. He plays to Jalen Hurts' strengths.
Lets him do what he can do.
Exactly. And I think that there's a lot of that going on with Bo Nix, Sean Payton, and the Broncos. So you can knock him for this or that, but if he's executing the offense and he's picking up yardage and he's succeeding, results are results no matter what they look like. It doesn't have to be Mahomes. He doesn't have to be throwing off of his back foot. He doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to have this Evo on his release that is, with arm strength that is just elite. No, you just have to execute an offense, work with what is presented in front of you. And I think Bo, he did that in his rookie year, and he's only going to build on that.
Yeah, and again, relating it to college football is interesting because I don't remember Mahomes being in a lot of championship games, and now the league can't stop him, quite honestly. How many times have you seen the quarterback of the great college football team actually then go to the NFL and have it translate there?
But he had tools, he had traits, like Josh Allen at Wyoming.
Well, and again, it's about, we keep saying it, it's about the fit. It really is. Is Bo Nix, I don't know who could be, but would Bo Nix be successful in a Nathaniel Hackett offense? I don't know.
No, he'd be
with what we saw.
He'd be hurt. He'd get hurt.
Well,
he'd be dead.
Here's the problem. I'm trying to think of some other OCs too. I haven't seen anybody real great in the Nathaniel Hackett offense, it seems to be, other than Aaron Rodgers.
But it was Aaron
Rodgers.
The reason Rodgers liked him is he could run his own offense.
Right. So exactly. That's exactly it. But, to say that you're going to mark Bo down because somehow they're making the offense easy for the quarterback to run, I just don't understand that. That's the point of what you're trying to do.
Jay on the text line, he literally described Tom Brady, the best QB in history, early in his career. I mean, how many dump off screens? Like that was such a big part of the Patriots game. Safe, easy routes. And yes, Tom evolved. It doesn't have to be sexy and fancy. You just have to execute what is in front of you. Tom Brady did so much of that early in his career. So much of that.
I'll go one better, not one better, but I'll give you another example. Joe Montana. For those that don't remember the the heyday of the wagon of the 49er offense, it was classic. 5-yard slant routes, quick passes. John Taylor and Jerry Rice would break tackles and then crush you deep, and then the minute you came up to take that away, they would throw it over your head. And the Broncos had a little of that going on last year too.
They did, they just couldn't connect. Troy Franklin couldn't connect.
Yeah, and look, they got to get better. I want to make it clear.
Though. They will connect.
Well,
this
we better
year.
hope. We better hope. Look, nothing's guaranteed. I will say this: nothing on this Bronco team has arrived. They've got to get better against the top tier teams. The defense has got to be better. The offense has got to be better. The run game's got to be better. And Bo Nix has got to be better. But he's not the only guy. Guess what? The sack masters. I need to see Nick Benito be a stud when a playoff game is happening. I need to see more other guys other than our guy Zach Allen get after Joe Burrow at times. But even Joe Burrow, my point is they've got a lot still to prove. DMac asked me last segment, why are you still a little bit nervous? Well, because there's a progression in these things with good teams, and we've seen it. And we've seen it in this town before. It starts with the surprise season where you get to the playoffs, usually, and you're better than you thought you were going to be. Now, sometimes you come out of the gate. The Broncos, I guess if I point back in their history, there was the year 1996 where they famously lost to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I believe they were 13-3 that year. They were just 8-8 the year before under Shanahan's first year. But Shanahan figured out in his first year that he had something in Terrell Davis, and Terrell Davis started running more in 1996. And then he goes and gets him a fullback and adds some more pieces, and then off comes this great 2-year run for the Broncos. So to be clear, I'm not crowning him to talk about Denny Green. I was thinking about our guy Jeff Legwald in our interview yesterday, talking about Patrick Mahomes and the psycho he is when it comes to competing. Is he was talking about all the stuff he's going to demand out of practice, this, that, the other. You still got to get through that guy in a playoff scenario or whatever you want to say. But look, I think Bomani Jones, I don't quite understand. I was not a Bo Nix guy either last year. You can't tell me he didn't do stuff to change some opinion, to make the statement that if you don't like him, you have no reason to like him right now. I don't know where that comes from.
It could be a situation, and I think Bo will have some highlight reel plays, but there will be excuses made. The Broncos will have success, but it'll be like, oh, it's the defense carrying the team. Oh, it's just this halfback screen game. Oh, it's Bo running, using his legs. There's going to be this excuse, that excuse, but they're going to have success, man. And it is true. Like, the defense is going to go a long way. The defense is going to go a long way. They can afford some 3-and-outs. They can afford this. They can afford that because the defense is going to get stops on the other end of the field.
Yeah, I'm excited for him, and we'll just see if this builds and where it comes from. It's fine if you haven't bought all the way into any of the rookies from last year. It really is. Second years are hard for a lot of guys. But to come out and say that Bo Nix gave you nothing to change opinions last year, that you just got a personal problem with something, whether it's him or Sean Payton or whatever it is. I don't know how you can come out and say he didn't do anything to change your mind. Come on, man. That's not fair at all.
No one's going to be 100%. Of course, it was never going to be 100% across the board.
Yeah.
That everyone loves Bo Nix. There's going to be...
Or the Broncos. You don't have to love the Broncos either.
Sure.
They were the last team in. Technically, look, they could be the first team out this year. Who knows?
Well, I tweeted it today, and I do want to talk about it, dude. I mean, I'm so optimistic for this team. And I think that there is a Jalen Hurts Eagles situation here, a Bo Nix, Sean Payton Broncos comparison to be made there. And that's the Week 5 matchup. They go to Philly, and I like their schedule going into that game. I do want to talk about this today on the show. I'm buying the hype. I'm all the way in, man. I am all the way in on this team.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to get a little of that out of you then. We'll list the reasons why Mark Springer is going to put a hefty bet in Vegas on good
4-0.
things.
I think they're starting 4-0, man.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
I only see one tricky matchup in the first 4 games, and I still think they get it.
You're going to cause me to break out the schedule. We had the schedule lying around here inside the studio, and now we don't. I'm going to have to pull it back up. You're ready to go. Spring's got the app out. He's good.
The Broncos are going to piss some people off.
Good. You know what? I'm here for it. I really am. I am here for all of it. I love it. So we'll see. By the way, if you want to text us, please do so. A lot of people taking advantage of that today. 303-504-0925. It's the Schomp Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. We're back. Well, surprising news today is it was like a week ago, 10 days ago, they did the farewell show for Black Sabbath. Obviously, the lead singer was Ozzy Osbourne. And we got news about midday today that he had passed away. I believe the age was 72 for Ozzy. Bring it up for a couple of reasons. A, he's an icon, a cultural icon. I'm not saying, I'll be honest with you guys, I was never a huge fan of the music, really. I was not, whether it was his solo career or the Black Sabbath days, they've never been like my go-to playlist. Matter of fact, I think some know, Vic and I went to the same grade school, and it was a Catholic grade school, and AC/DC and Ozzy Osbourne, and those are all the bands you shouldn't be listening to. No, stay away. But obviously, respect for the career.
We should mention, this is Larry Walker's walk-up song.
It is. Yeah. Again, that's why I say I never thought I'd see the day. I'm curious to know who else you guys have out there. We're going to use the text line for this. 303-504-0925. Again, the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. But I never thought I'd see the day where Crazy Train was selling minivans. Matter of fact, I never thought I'd see the day where DMX's The Up in Here song was on a Walmart commercial, because I know the full lyrics to a lot of songs and the reps for some people, or the Sir Mix-a-Lot, I like big butts and I can't. There's just all sorts of songs of my childhood that I never thought would be used to sell commercial products, but here we are.
Well, because in the 80s, it was
we were a little more uptight.
They were like, oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nowadays, it's like, nah.
Yeah.
We've heard worse.
There's aliens now.
Have you been on the internet?
Yeah, we got a lot of things coming at us these days, right?
We're desensitized now.
But anyway, shout out to Ozzy Osbourne. Respect for the career. But I want you to repeat to everybody what you said to me, because it got me thinking about some stuff.
Yeah, well, just the honest truth is, because I was born in 1990, that I know Ozzy more, and I'm very familiar with his music career, but I'm more familiar with him because of his reality show. Was it Meet the Osbournes? The Osbournes?
It was Meet the Osbournes.
Meet the Osbournes on MTV.
He's still got one going. A lot of people don't know, but I watched the Travel Channel, and they got all these paranormal shows. They've got one now by his son that's called The Osbournes Want to Believe.
Okay.
So they were doing, I just watched an episode a couple weeks ago.
It's a whole franchise.
It is.
There were spin-offs. Kelly Osbourne had TV shows. Sharon, his wife, and you think of his reality show and he's just like, Sharon. Well,
and that was so funny because he was, the guy that, again, it was the guy that bit the head off the bat and all that kind of stuff and all the whack things that went on in his live shows. And then all of a sudden he's just kind of tooling around the kitchen, making whatever. And there he was. And it just was like, he seemed very normal for the guy that lived all these, this crazy life. But I, like you, I grew to like him more because of the reality TV shows than, like I said, much of the music. I never went to an Ozfest, even though a lot of the bands that would support him I was into and stuff. I liked, liked Tool, liked Korn, liked some of those back in the day. Not as much into him now, but he really kind of changed. But it was so funny because I'm sure anybody born before 1990. Well, maybe anyone born before 1980, let's say. And by the way, thank you, Jonathan. He was 76. If you were to say that I liked him more for his TV shows, they probably think you were crazy, right?
It's not that I just knew him more.
Sure.
I lived through that show.
That was your Ozzy.
Yeah.
Your Ozzy was a reality TV star.
And he was in one of the Austin Powers movies, The Scene, and they did him in all three where there's a rocket in the sky.
Sharon!
Johnson. It's a big Johnson.
So I want to know who else is like that you think of. Because you know what I think of that probably shocks people? From my era, anyway. I'm not trying to be old guy with you today. John Elway. I remind my friends all the time, you realize there's a whole group of kids. I remember John Elway, the incredible scrambling rocket arm quarterback. There's a lot of kids that remember John Elway, Broncos GM. And that's it. You know what I mean?
Or dealership guy.
Or car dealer John Elway.
But especially as a GM, you're like, oh, you can kind of maybe connect. Because that happens with a lot of TV analysts, sports TV analysts. I didn't really see him play.
Right.
but I grew up with them on TV, but I can connect the dots and be like, oh, they played, and you'll end up seeing highlights and this and that.
Yeah, it's so funny to me because it's hard, well, look, for a lot of people in this town now, John Elway is a guy, he's not even the best quarterback in Broncos history. To a lot of them, it's Peyton Manning because that's who they got to watch. And Peyton Manning was phenomenal.
That's just ignorance.
Look, man.
Read a history book.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's tough when you went to the playoffs every single year. Now, the crazy thing was you either got knocked out in the first round of the playoffs, the first game that you played, I should say, or you went to the Super Bowl. It was 4 years or it was one or the other. But it's just funny to me. Madden, there's a great one, John Madden from TD.
Yeah.
He's the video game guy. And quite honestly, like I remember Madden, the coach from all the NFL film stuff, but I don't remember him coaching. Like I was too young to remember Tom Jackson yelling, "It's all over, fat man," when they beat him in the playoffs on their way to the Super Bowl. So George Foreman, we kind of talked about this when George Foreman passed. He was this great boxer, Hall of Fame boxer. And a lot of people just know him for the simple household appliance you grill your burgers or chicken on.
That's a good one. That's
right?
a good one, yeah.
Ooh, Big Daddy C. O.J. Simpson. Because to him, and for a lot of us now, I think even if you saw him I don't know. Because again, I didn't watch the guy play. I remember O.J. first as an actor. Because he was like a comedic actor. He was in the Naked Guns. And I think that was Kareem that was an Airplane. And then, obviously, the terrible thing happened, and all we're ever going to remember is what happened. The murder, basically. The murder is all you're going to remember.
White Bronco chase.
That's
what you really
the white
remember.
Bronco chase. So, what do people remember Michael Jordan, do you think, now? Is he just the shoe guy? If you didn't get to see him play.
I'd say there's probably a handful of kids who don't even realize that he's the greatest of all time. That sounds weird to say, but it's possible. Like, why are these called Jordans? I don't know.
Yeah, there's this guy, Michael Jordan. He was pretty good. No, he was more than pretty good. He's pretty special. Is Tom Brady ever going to become enough of a TV personality that he'll always be remembered as the GOAT, right?
I'd like to think that people have their wits about them.
Okay, what do you remember Joe Montana for? Anything?
I see, but I'm not the right person to ask.
No, but again, that's the point of the exercise.
Skechers commercials outside of.
Here's a good one. Someone brought up Dan Marino's Isotoner commercials. You probably don't remember that. The gloves he'd buy for his offensive lineman.
The guy from the first Ace Ventura movie.
Ooh, Jeff wrote in with a good one. Jesse Palmer.
Sure. Yeah.
Jesse Palmer was a quarterback.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of people who don't realize he was a quarterback.
All the guy does is host shows now. Host of The Bachelor. He hosts like this Halloween baking championship we like to watch around Halloween as a family. Charles Barkley, there's another good one. How about Charles Barkley from 773?
Again, you would think, though, he's an analyst on the NBA, on the Inside the NBA show. You would think you had the common sense to be like, oh, he must have played. Even if you're so lazy that you can't watch his highlights.
Yeah, but again, you look at him, and I don't think people understand how dominant the guy was. A corpulent fella, as our friend Tim Connolly said once when describing folks. That's what.
Sure.
But he was a beast. He was an absolute beast of a basketball player. Carl Weathers, Joshua Masterson brings up. Carl Weathers is a good one.
What was he? I don't, because I know him as an actor. What was he before an actor?
That's a great question. I'm going to have to look it up. But there's Frank Thomas. Sean brings up Frank Thomas. Do you remember Frank Thomas, the Masher?
Yeah, of course. But what was his commercial? Eugenics?
Dude, the eugenics, and she'll like it too.
Him and Doug,
winking at your girl all the
Doug
time.
Flutie as well.
Jesse the Body Ventura was a wrestler, but then he went on to be the governor. Army vet Mitch brings up a great one. What about Mike Tyson?
I mean, they crossed my mind.
There's 1,000 things you could remember Mike Tyson for, and not all of them positive. Remember, he went to jail.
Well, a lot of people probably don't, because that was around the era where he was a dominant boxer. So there's a lot of people who probably don't even know about his controversies.
Carl Weathers played for the Raiders. Thank you, TD. Well, yeah, he was accused of a lot of things, and I'm sketchy on the memory. I know domestic violence was one of them. Rape, I believe he was accused of. I can't remember if that he was convicted for, but he went to jail.
Yeah.
He was the most dominant boxer I'd ever seen. He was must-see TV for me. He was the last boxer that I absolutely had to watch. And a bunch of us got together at a buddy's house. The guys on my lacrosse team, and we were all watching together when he bit Holyfield's ear off. I'll never forget that.
Dude, true story. So when I was a kid in elementary school, I'm watching SportsCenter before I go to school one day, and they played the clip of Mike Tyson saying, "I'm going to eat your children."
Yeah.
Dude, I was a kid. I was south of 10 years old. I got scared. I was like, he's going to eat me?
Michael Strahan is on his way. Terry Crews is a good one.
Uh-huh.
Not
Yeah,
to get
Strahan.
political at all, but Donald Trump's got a few things you could remember him for. If you go back to The Apprentice and what he was back in the 80s.
Someone said Pat McAfee. Yeah, people
McAfee's
might not
gonna be
realize he
different.
was a punter.
Yeah.
A very good punter.
Yeah. Shannon Sharp. Gosh, Flax brought up a good one. Shannon Sharp. How many people are going to remember Shannon for his media personality?
But so
now?
many of these athletes get in because the career you don't play beyond 40, hell, well before that, depending on the sport, and you'll get into media ventures after that.
Yeah, you're right. Terry Bradshaw's another one that it's of what you're talking about. Ooh, 720-209 says Ice Cube and Ice-T. Again,
Yeah, because they were rappers.
Ice-T is now, isn't he a cop on his show? He literally had the band Body Count that had the song Cop Killer. Hugely controversial back in the late 80s, or early 90s.
Yeah, those are good ones. We've had multiple people with a rock come in who may not realize he was a pro wrestler.
Well, a pro wrestler and a football player.
And yeah, for real, football player too at the University of Miami. Although he has gotten back into wrestling.
Lunchbox says crime dog Fred McGriff talking for Tom Amansky.
I only remember him from the Tom Amansky commercials.
Dude, there's so many commentators that I don't think, just so many baseball commentators. Oral Hershiser for a while, just so mild-mannered. I think, remember, John Smoltz. I don't know if people remember how big John Smoltz was, but he was a dominant pitcher.
Yeah, he was. But again, why is John Smoltz commentating on this baseball game? I can't put two and two together.
Snoop Dogg. You want to talk about a guy that's remade himself about 15 times. We got a bunch of people coming in with Snoop Dogg.
He still raps, though.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, again, I still remember The Chronic, right? Like, when I think about what and Ice Cube is the same way. Then he goes into Friday. Then all of a sudden he's funny. Now he's doing comedy. Ice Cube was like the most intense dude out of NWA.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Didn't he have that kids movie? Can't remember the name of it.
I think you're right. I think he did. Shanahan is the steakhouse guy. Oh, someone said Shanahan is the steakhouse guy. For modern people, yeah, he's got a nice steakhouse. Go to Shula's when we're done. I don't know what that's about either. All right, keep them coming. We'll keep reading. We'll keep laughing. Coming up at 4:20, we've got Mark Springer's reasons to be so optimistic all the way in on the Broncos. That's ahead on Altitude Sports Radio. Oh, we're rolling on here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, quick shout out to my buddies in local band, The Epilogues. They had the big hit hunting season a few years ago, and I got to know these guys over at the other place when I was doing my nighttime show, and they come on all the time because members of the band are big fantasy football players. Huge Bronco fans, but they got a lot of airplay. They got a video on MTV. I thought they were going to pop big, and then they just kind of disappeared. Well, they're back together, and they're going to play the Underground Music Showcase coming up this Sunday. We're going to talk to Jason Hoke, the drummer in the band, quickly on Friday for a few minutes, and we'll get the lowdown on what got them back together. But we're going to talk some fantasy football with them too, because he and the bass player Jeff it was very competitive, the leagues that they were in, and very competitive with the fantasy football, and they'd always be hitting me up to try to figure out what new Broncos they could pick and this, that, the other. So, shout out to the Epilogues. Glad they're back together. It got me thinking, though, because I was just texting with them in the break as we get this all kind of locked down. Spring, when is the best time? What is it today? July 22nd?
Mm-hmm.
First off, when is the best time for the fantasy draft? I never want to draft till after preseason, but that was because guys would get hurt. Is that even a thing anymore? Nobody even plays in the preseason.
Labor Day weekend.
Yeah. That was always kind of my sweet spot. Let it get done, see who survives.
You don't want to draft too soon. I'd say after preseason week. Well, now it's 3 weeks. Used to be 4 weeks, so it would be after preseason week 3. Times have changed. Preseason week 2, because you don't want to. If someone gets hurt in the preseason, there's always 1 or 2 guys, and you don't want to draft that guy.
Oh, I remember one year we were doing it at the old station in a station league, and a guy drafted Dominique Rhodes, and he went and blew his knee out the next. Yeah. And then I told everybody, I was like, this is why we don't draft this early. Because that was like game 2 of the preseason.
Early in high school, this was, maybe my second or third year, we were all doing fantasy football, and we were so stoked for it. We drafted around this time, which was so dumb, but we were all so excited,
Right.
Like, let's do it.
Oh, I'm one of the guys. I used to pine around mid-July, late July for the fantasy draft, and now are the season, I'm curious, 303-504-0925 as always. We're looking at the Twitch line. We're looking at YouTube. Shout out to everybody. Again, Twitch is presented by Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. And by the way, we're hanging out here in the Backus and Schenker studios. Their passion is justice. I don't know what it is. Like, I still like fantasy football, but I just feel like everybody gets hurt and then I lose some interest. I don't know what it is. You know what? I will tell you, when the Broncos were not good for that stretch, and we all remember it, I didn't need a fantasy football team being frustrating when my real team was frustrating. I think that added to it too. You're more into this stuff than I am. Has daily fantasy or weekly fantasy taken this thing over? Is the season-long fantasy still a thing?
Yeah, I'm much more of a betting guy. I find that way more entertaining.
But the daily fantasy lets you do that, right? You pick a team for a weekend or whatever. Am I not calling it the right thing anymore? I mean, I know daily's more for...
Yeah. I just like betting a game.
Okay.
Just betting a game. Taking a point spread, a money line, if it's right, a total perhaps, the over-under is what I mean. That's the sweet spot. That's the best. That's living right there.
See, that's interesting because Brandon says when sports betting became legal, fantasy lost its luster.
Yeah.
So is that what happened?
Yeah. It's
just not the same?
Okay, like you got a player in a game, you got to wait for him to get on the field.
Right.
If it's not a quarterback, you don't know. Every play, it's like, throw it to my guy. Throw it to my guy. And every time your guy doesn't get the ball, you're like, damn it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about, man. There have been so many nights where it's like they're in the red zone and I've got the number 1 receiver. Go to Justin Jefferson. I drafted Justin Jefferson with my top pick years ago. Man, he got hurt. They were never throwing to him. He was getting triple covered. I was like, this sucks. I hate this. Rest of my team stunk. It was terrible. See, and from the 618, there's nothing better than picking a team and trash talking with your boys and carrying that throughout the season. So when I was working with Scotty on the zoo, we had one of these leagues where you could see each other at work, and it was just nothing but nonsense at each other, right?
Sure. Yeah.
I'm in a league now with, again, my lacrosse buddies. We do it every year, and we used to actually talk smack, and nobody does it anymore. I'm with the texter where, frankly, at least if your team stunk, you could mouth off at each other, right? And I feel like everyone's just so busy now that nobody does it as much.
Well,
I don't know.
There's always going to be at least one team that sucks and they give up. That person gives up. And it can be a gift because if you're playing them late in the season and they don't set their lineup, should be an easy win for you. Always sucks when somehow that doesn't happen. Or maybe they're playing one of your competitors who's higher in the standings and they get the easy win. But someone always gives up.
Yeah, there's always 2 or 3 sometimes, right? They, like you said, they don't set the lineup. They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, I agree with Scott on the text line. Grown-ups bet, children play fantasy football. I agree. I outgrew it.
Well,
and if I'm betting a game, I'm locked into the whole thing. Like everything, literally every part of the game matters. Every little detail. And I'm locked in.
See, this is what is so weird for me. This has been the evolution of my career. By the way, Ronald Reagan was another one pointed out by folks on the text line. Of people known for something else.
Arnold Palmer was a good one.
Arnold Palmer's a great one. You guys are coming strong with the text, so keep them coming. I would have suffered consequences once upon a time at the other place had I been caught betting, because I just never betted. It just has never been part of my culture to the point where
no, there's things here too. That's why I almost didn't want to say anything, but
no. But
here's the honest,
you honor the rules. Look, man, you know how many things I'm a part of. So many broadcasts, I don't even know what I'm allowed to do anymore. I got to take like the betting classes for 3 different leagues because of the stuff that I do. It's ridiculous. So I just don't bother. But you can play fantasy. I don't know what it is, man. It just, if I were to make a statement, it feels like more and more guys are getting hurt more than before. It would be based off of my fantasy experience. I feel like the last 5 years, I got to go scraping the waiver wire more than I ever did for some reason in the aughts, or what, not the the teens. I don't know why.
There are things I like about fantasy football, like the waiver wire. Like, how about Wednesday morning? Maybe it's like Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, whatever you want to classify it as, at 2 a.m. when waivers clear. And you're like, I hope I got that guy. Did I get that guy?
You're staying up for that?
Yeah, there's been mornings where I'm up at 2 a.m. and I'm refreshing. And it's either happy or sad. And then I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing with my life?
See, now this is good because we get a text here that says fantasy football got my wife interested in football, and I'll always be thankful. I do think that's done a lot. You know, that was one of the ways that I know when I was working with Romy that she flexed some of her knowledge, was she was super into the fantasy football. Like she was uber competitive. Matter of fact, when we were all working at the Orange and Blue station, I think she was more into that fantasy league than anybody else was, quite honestly. Another texter says they play fantasy basketball. Football has just too few games. Another texter says the international games screw your teams up. That is true. Another one says dynasty leagues are where it's at. Have you ever done a dynasty league?
I have, yeah. Well, it's just like
Are you in one currently?
No, but it's like a keeper league, right? Where at least one, maybe more players you can keep from season to season.
See, I almost should have brought this up with Nate here because I've only played in the era of Yahoo Sports, basically, keeping all the stats and setting the score and worrying about all the hard stuff. I bet you Nate goes back to the days of actually opening the paper, gathering the stat. Like, did you ever do that where you actually, I mean, first off, have papers been around since you got into fantasy football? I'm asking a serious question, Spring. We used to have the paper every day on our porch.
Yeah, back in the day.
So it was easy, I guess, to go get the stats and accumulate what you needed to, right?
Mm-hmm.
You try to do it that way now. I don't know how you do it. No papers anymore. Did you ever do it out of like the paper?
No,
like that?
I've only done fantasy in the computer era.
Yeah. I don't know how you do it. I don't think I could.
But that's
be
that's
interested.
old school.
That's super old school.
And then you got and then do people do roto leagues anymore? Rotisserie leagues?
What are those? I don't
Those
even
were
know what
always
those are.
those were just like stats over the course of the season. Like all that mattered was your players' stats over the course of the entire season. It was not weekly head to head.
Troy said they used to use the Boulder Daily camera to check the scores. That's hardcore. That's hardcore. Yeah, I don't know. I used to love drafting a team. Maybe it's because I've really stunk at it the last few years. And then you know what got me? You know where it just became a burden was when I was actually on the broadcast crew and you'd have to get to the stadium by like 10 a.m. and they'd be doing the injury reports and you get ready for a show and the next thing you know, the 11 o'clock game started and you didn't change your dumb lineup or whatever and now you're sitting with a goose egg because of some dumb reason. I don't know, man. It is curious. A lot of people are agreeing with you that gambling has now killed the thirst for fantasy football. So anyway, all right. Well, I'll tell you what. You know what you're going to be doing? You're going to be drafting some Denver Broncos in your fantasy league this year, I promise you. Spring's not going to give you fantasy advice. He is going to give you advice as to why, if you like to watch the money lines and maybe the over-unders, the Broncos are the team for you because Spring's all in. We get into it next. Guys, it's Andy Lindahl for my friends over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How has the energy level been for you? Because the energy level is one of the really key signs if you wonder if you're dealing with low testosterone. It can be things like sex drive or poor workouts or maybe just not feeling the way you once did. Brain fog's another sign of it. Depression can be a sign of it. And if you're dealing with depression at all, please go get it figured out. But your energy levels are a really big tell. For me, the energy level thing was get up in the morning, plans for the day. Matter of fact, have that cup of coffee ready to go, all fired up, and the next thing you know, you're looking for a nap a couple, 3 hours later. If you don't want to deal with stuff like that, especially it's summertime when you've got vacations and barbecues and beach days and long nights with the people that you love, get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them check those T levels for you and tell you if you're dealing with low T or not. And if you are, then let them help you with it. It's real easy. When you go on over there, you can get the benefits back of great sleep, higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, and, of course, getting that sex drive back if that's what you need. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. And there's no need to wait. Don't wait. Sometimes men wait a year or longer to get checked if you're feeling these things. Don't do that. They have 5 locations to serve you in Colorado, in Fort Collins and the Springs as well. You can call them today, 720-440-7900. Here's a big thing. You'll go get that first appointment. It costs $99, which includes the medical consult, the T, and the PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, it's free. Go get your appointment scheduled if you need to at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We're rolling on here. 303-504-0925. It's Mark Springer and Andy Lindahl. Nate Kreckman's going to be back with us next week as we will be in full form for training camp. They have a practice tomorrow. Now, it's one of these warm-up practices. It is not open to the public. And again, I want to remind everybody that if you're used to getting to go to Bronco Camp, you had to get tickets through the team. And they did that a month ago spring, and they were gone in 10 minutes or something. So no need to really plan a training camp trip this year. I believe the way they're building, boy, they put out some pictures on the Broncos Twitter. Holy cow, Spring, they're really getting that facility up and going fast. It's pretty impressive, and I'm sure it's going to be awesome. I'm thinking next year we'll be ready for maybe more a normal training camp with the fans back out there and all that stuff. I don't know what quite the new phase is. I know the building that exists currently where all the operations are housed is, I believe, going to be torn down, and that will be the area that everybody watches from once they move into this new building currently under construction. So I believe, I'll double check with PR tomorrow, but I believe next year we'll be back to a more normal situation when it comes to training camp. But again, just a reminder to everybody, you have to have tickets already. There's no more available. And they're only letting a very small number of people in every day. And so the first group of people gets let in this Friday. We have these warm-up practices the next 2 days. I'm going to go attend to those, and then we start the usual training camp stuff. I'm going to try to find out. I'm guessing the first days in pads or uppers or whatever they want to call them is probably Saturday.
Uppers.
Yeah, Tyler used to call it to the uppers, where it's the pad under the
sniffing glue
pad.
here? What are we doing?
No, it's the pad under the pads, where, again, it's not like a full shoulder pad, and they're out there, and they've got stuff kind of protecting them so they can get contact in a little bit, but it's not the full pad, so whatever. There's all sorts of different delineations of the number of pads that they're in. But that all starts tomorrow. They had the barbecue today. We'll hear from Sean Payton tomorrow. A little bit later on in the program, of course, we've got the high five coming up. We'll get you some of the sound as Patrick Surtain and Mike McGlinchey talk today. We do also want to tell you about the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. All right. Mark Springer told us a little bit earlier in the hour, he's fired up. He's ready to go. He's all in on the Broncos. Bomani Jones ain't going to hurt he's not going to hurt his enthusiasm. He doesn't care about Bomani Jones. He's with the ESPN football analytics crew that think the Denver Broncos have assembled the sixth best roster in football. How about that? That's quite a twist from a year ago. Spring, why are you feeling so high on this team?
Andy, I think they start the season 4-0. Let's run through the first 4 games.
Let's do it, because 4-0, I'm trying to remember. I know it's not the easiest start to the season.
I think it's a very easy start to the season. Certainly week 1.
Okay,
and
yes.
I think week 2 is pretty straightforward as well. Could be tricky, but I think it's 2-0 for sure.
Okay, I'm pulling up the schedule, but let's remind everybody they've got the Titans in week 1, and you're going to be playing a rookie quarterback unless he gets hurt. They've got our boy Brandon Allen and Tim Boyle now in the quarterback room. For those who don't remember Tim Boyle, he was one of the 5,000 quarterbacks the Jets played when Aaron Rodgers went down a couple of years ago.
He was one of Rodgers' boys.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers has always liked him some Tim Boyle.
Yeah, because Boyle's not good enough to take any of his snaps away. That's why.
Yeah.
So they get, no matter, even if you get Cam Ward, and even if he's fantastic, it is tough to go against a veteran defense, and especially a defense like the Broncos that have been putting this thing together for 3 years now under Sean Payton. That's not a great start for a rookie in enemy territory. So that's week 1.
We mentioned this yesterday, but let's reiterate it. If they lose at home week 1 to the Titans, and I like Cam Ward, I'm optimistic about him.
You can't lose that.
What's Monday going to look like?
Oh, it'll be bad. It'll be like when Russ and Hackett did what they did against the Seahawks in the first ever game they did together.
It's a must win.
It is.
Yeah,
you hate to
I know
say
that's kind
that.
of weird to say.
Technically it isn't, but you come on. You got to win that game.
You got to win that game. They're going
and they will.
to win that game, barring just the dumbest crap.
Sure.
Or
major injury.
And that's the word I didn't.
Like that.
You got to say it. That's what it would take. Would be injuries.
You would think.
And it would be like 3 of them.
Yeah.
And you'd be watching this game being like, what? Why are our guys just getting hurt like this? And now all of a sudden, who's our new training guy taking over for Lauren Landau? Can't even remember his name, but now we're calling out that guy.
But look, I'll say this. Remember, Seattle played a terrible half of football against the Broncos in the opener last year, still came back, won that game. And they did it in part because it was Bo Nix, rookie quarterback's first game. It's going to be the same experience for Cam Ward this year.
Yeah, the first couple of games, exactly. For the Broncos last year, they were night and day by the end of the season. That's a win. Okay. That's 1-0. Okay, then you're in Indianapolis.
The Indy game, that is an interesting one. Now, for whatever it's worth, who's their quarterback, Anthony?
It's either going to be Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones.
Richardson was cleared for activities today, so he's going to be in a battle with Daniel Jones. We'll see how it goes. It kind of feels to me like the lean's probably going towards Daniel Jones, but we'll find out.
We do have an early line here. Broncos are 3.5. And for the record, we mentioned this yesterday. They're 7.5-point home favorites against the Titans. That should be higher. It probably will move higher as we get closer to that game, maybe closer to 10 points or so. Broncos are 3.5-point road favorites at Indy. So they have the field goal and the hook.
Okay.
That's important.
Right.
They're 3.5-point road favorites. Look, dude, and let's not forget, these two teams played last season in Denver, and it was kind of a close game until Jonathan Taylor dropped the football.
Changed everything. Everything. The whole game momentum swung. The crowd sat there slightly stunned at the beginning to this game that they saw, and then Jonathan Taylor pulled the old celebrate before you cross the goal line, and everything was different.
Yeah, Broncos end up winning that thing 31-13. That was close. I was like, I don't know, like a 10-10, 13 game. Broncos end up winning that thing by 18. There's an extended run coming.
Okay.
Broncos are going to win that game. They're going to go into it's like Sean Payton versus Shane Steichen. I don't love the Sirianni coaching tree, whether it's Jonathan Gannon in Arizona, Steichen with the Colts. It's Anthony Richardson, whose completion percentage is abysmal, going up against.
What if it's Daniel Jones?
Then it's Daniel Jones.
Which I think the completion percentage is just a notch above abysmal.
They're going to win that game.
Okay.
Not trying to jinx anything.
I like the
getting
chances.
cocky.
I'm with you. Again, that's if the defense is what we think it is, neither quarterback should look forward to that event.
Here's the one tricky one. Here's our first tricky one.
There's two tricky ones. But.
Well, I think this is the tricky one. In LA against the Chargers, week 3.
Yeah, you've not beat Harbaugh yet. Harbaugh is 2-0 in the head-to-heads for whatever it's worth with Sean Payton.
Now, look, ESPN ranked the Chargers as having the 16th best roster, Broncos 6th. Now, that's their opinion. That's subjective. It's going to be a 2-0 Broncos team, in my estimation, going into LA, and they were 0-2 against the Chargers last year. They're going to beat them eventually. They're going to beat them eventually here in the Bo Nix era.
And you think eventually shows up on September 21st?
I do. I think this is when the hype train really starts.
Okay.
They go into LA and they get that win, and now all of a sudden everybody's like, oh, damn, 3-0. Okay.
Sean Payton effect is in full effect.
Mm-hmm. And just, I think that this offense, they're just going to execute. They're not going to make mistakes. They're going to be clean. And the defense is going to be elite.
Okay.
And that's going to get them to 3-0.
Okay.
Then they host the Bengals on Monday Night Football.
Their place. You got them at home this time.
Yep. They almost went into Cincinnati and won late in the season.
They did.
And that's when Cincinnati was making their charge.
And right now we've got Trey Hendrickson posting pictures on Instagram from Florida and telling Manti Te'o that the offer the Bengals gave him was not just one atrocious, but two atrociously lows.
You got the Shamar Stewart situation.
You got Stewart still not in there, and weird things being said by Mike Brown, the owner, saying he's concerned about domestic violence problems. What?
That organization is a bleep show.
Yeah. Feels like it right now. You got two very unhappy pass rushers.
I will say.
And the defense was not good last year, and the defensive coordinator for Cincinnati, who was largely credited with a lot of how good they played during the playoff runs, he's not there either.
Correct. Regardless of what happens against the Chargers, the way that the Bengals are operating right now in this game is in Denver. That's a win.
Okay. I'm not as confident as you are, but with the Broncos defense at home, I like it. And we'll see what Bo learned. Here's the thing. I would love it if Bo got to face the same coordinator and not a new scheme, because He'll be seen it a second time, but whatever. It's his home game.
Okay, well, the Bengals, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins on the outside.
Well, that's why you
get ready for Pat Surtain, Riley Moss,
Jahdae
Barron.
Yeah, this is why you built the secondary you did. Hopefully Greenlaw can cover a tight end or Hufanga can cover a tight end. Because remember, wasn't it Zach Ertz that was the problem last year? Wasn't that their guy? Was it Ertz? Who was the tight end? No, it was Gesicki. Was it Mike Gesicki?
Yeah, okay, random guy.
I know
of
he
the
wasn't
ilk of
originally
Zach
a Bengal, but he was an absolute pain. They couldn't cover the tight end last year for Burrow. If you remember,
they lost that game in
Christmas
overtime.
Yeah,
it was a little bit of a miracle at the end, the connection to Mims, but nonetheless,
you still got it there.
You completed the play. And Postal Brian says lost to the Bolts. Scott Burton on the text line says, as an ex-Chargers fan, they'll find a way to blow it. Oh, he thinks the Chargers will blow it. Okay, I misread your text, dude. Week 5, they're in Philly as the defending champs. This is Sunday morning, CBS. That's going to be Nance and Romo. That's going to be a huge game.
Okay, hold on. When can they flex games? Is there any chance that if the Broncos are in fact 4-0 and Philly's hanging around the same record, that they flex that to Sunday night?
I
don't think they can do it that early, right?
I'm not sure week 5.
Hell, honestly, I feel like the networks can do whatever they want to do.
Well, can't CBS choose one game to
they
protect?
Can protect games that nobody can take.
That will be the game they protect.
You're probably right, because that's a good matchup. Denver, I'm telling you, Denver was good TV for CBS for a long time. That's why they, as much as anybody, wants Denver to be good TV again.
Mm-hmm. And that's the litmus test, whatever. Eagles, week 5, 11 a.m., CBS, Nance Romo. 3-1 at worst. I think 4-0.
Okay. What happens when they're done with Philly?
Well, then you're playing the Jets. Is this game in London?
Well, are they beating Philly? That's my question for you.
That one.
What's the record?
Now we're house money. With that game. Then you got the 2 New York teams.
You're not answering my question. Are they 4-1 after that game? What are we doing?
My mythical powers only. This texture says it's Philly, so it will be a Fox game. No, it is on CBS.
It is on CBS, yes. Because the way that works, texture, is it's the away, the AFC's the away team, so they get the network gets that.
I think that they are kind of mixing and matching more nowadays. I don't know.
Well,
I remember reading something about that.
Nobody's is. You're right. I forgot. Nobody's married to an. It used to be, Fox was NFC, CBS was AFC. They don't do that anymore.
It's still primarily that, but nowadays they are kind of mixing a little bit.
Yeah, but in order, because on the days where we don't have a lot of good AFC games, or NFC games or whatever, they're able to move them around to the different networks.
Jets after that, Russell Wilson. Dude, Russell Wilson and the Giants are going to come to town, and they're going to be
You think Russ is still the guy by that time?
Oof.
Are you worried at all about the fact that they don't get the bye week at all with the London game?
Fortunately, it's the Jets.
Now, the good news is you're already in Philly.
They'll stay on the East Coast in Philly, and then they'll fly to London.
They're not going to the Greenbrier. No Greenbrier this year.
Mm-hmm.
What about Dallas?
Well, what's going on with Dallas by the time Week 8 runs around?
I don't know, man.
It's something.
Does Jerry have another 10 press conferences by this point that have already upset half the team?
Who's hurt for the Cowboys? Who's upset for the Cowboys? That's actually a fairly favorable schedule, I think, to start this season.
All right. Then
and
they
Dallas,
go Houston, Vegas, KC.
Dallas is at home, too.
Here's the thing. They've got to have a good start like you're talking about, because the back half of the season is tough. You got Vegas picked up who's Jamal Adams, the old Jets safety.
We'll see about that.
He's going to go to Vegas. So, yeah, we'll see.
That dude, there's a really good chance Jamal Adams does not make the 53.
Fair enough.
And that this is just Pete Carroll doing a guy he coached in Seattle a favor, or just giving him a shot.
Fair enough. But the bottom line is, I think, again, Pete Carroll, Leggy said it yesterday. When John Fox got in the building, the Broncos were a better football team simply by not having idiotic coaching, okay? The Raiders now don't have idiotic coaching to hold them back as much. So I don't know if it's good enough to get them a win, but you can't take that game lightly, and it's a Thursday night game. You come off a trip to Houston, you got to turn around and play at home against Vegas, and then home again. Now you get the little mini bye there with Kansas City, then you get your full bye week after that. But then down the stretch, it's at Washington, at Vegas, Green Bay, Jacksonville, at KC, at the Chargers.
Home against the Chargers, but yes.
Or home against the Chargers.
No, tough for after the bye week. The final 6 games are tough.
So
you got to take advantage of these first 8.
All right. Week 16, they're playing Jacksonville. Are the Jaguars good? Are the Jaguars a problem? Are the Jaguars improved? Or is it more of the same from Jacksonville?
I think they're improved. I think Travis Hunter is going to be the real deal.
Okay. Well, no, I'm with you there, but it's the quarterback.
Sure, but I
thought Trevor Lawrence would be really good by now. I thought Trevor Lawrence would be an NFL problem by now, and he just isn't.
I think he'll be good enough, but the weapon that Hunter will be will elevate them. That's how good I think he's going to be.
All right. Thursday, Christmas night. You're facing Kansas City. Another short turnaround.
Hey, even
a divisional opponent.
Look, dude, let's go back to the first one against the Chiefs, week 11, right before the bye week, and coming off, like you said, an extended bye with a Thursday night game. And it's possible that Thursday game against the Raiders, week 10, the Raiders might be better than we expect. That might be a sneaky good little Thursday night football game.
Oh, I don't disagree.
Raiders.
I think it could be a real problem. I don't think I'd take them lightly. I don't think you're going to lose, but I would not take them lightly.
I think Al Michaels might like that one.
He might actually not hate his job that night. No. I think they get the Kansas City game at home because I just think Sean Payton's got that figured out.
Going into the bye week. Like, think about it. You get the Chiefs going into the bye week, what the vibes would be.
Oh, I hear you. But my question for you is Thursday, Christmas Day in KC, do you break the losing streak in Arrowhead? Do you get the field goal blocked up this time?
If maybe they've already beaten Kansas City, which is very possible.
Well, see, here's the crazy thing.
And maybe they could sweep that thing. Are we getting ahead of ourselves? Perhaps, but I like this team. I'm high on this team.
My question is, how many games are you playing that matter down the stretch? That's the other thing that makes me laugh at adding the 18th game. You already get to week 17 at some point, and heck, week 16, you don't have a lot to play for sometimes, right? Some of this stuff's locked up.
Remember 2 years ago, the Chiefs lost at home to Aiden O'Connell and the Raiders on Christmas.
Yeah. Well, and again, apparently the Chiefs are going to try to own that day. And if Prime Video wants them and Netflix wants them and all these teams want it, all these major money payers want them, they're going to get them. All I remember is the last Christmas game because I did not enjoy it as I stood on the Arrowhead turf. We got rained on most of the game, and the Broncos in 2016 just had no shot against that team.
The last time the Broncos played on Christmas was
the Rams.
And
that was ugly.
SpongeBob and Patrick.
Was that the game where Sean Payton truly decided this is it?
No, that was still Hackett. That was still Hackett.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I forgot.
That was the one. That was that year.
That was when Hackett got fired. That was his last game, wasn't it? And then Coach came in.
Think so.
Yeah, you can't lose to the other side of the family. That was like the ultimate turkey bowl on Christmas.
Oh, they got crushed.
And instead, Dad put a couple kids up for adoption after it was done. You can't let the Rams roll you and think you're going to keep your job, pal. That's what got Coach in our life.
Mm-hmm.
That was a brutal game.
How far we've come.
Yeah. Yeah, here we are wondering if they're going to be locking up divisions on Christmas this time instead of, gosh, I hope. If health is there, it's a doable schedule. They don't have the other thing that I look for in a schedule, I don't want a 3-game road trip. A 3-game, 3-in-a-row roadie. Those are tough, man. And they do do 2 in a row after the first game. Boy, 4 of the first 6 are on the road. It's kind of crazy. Just now notice that. And one of the last of the 4 is in London. Do you worry at all about, I'll tell you what, one factor I want you to consider. We'll come back, we'll talk about it further. There's been one trend that is concerning in the Sean Payton era. Mark thinks they're going to break it. I'll tell you what it is. I'm not quite sure. We'll tell you what that is next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, man, the texts are coming in reminding us what it was on Christmas Day. So many memories from that horrible Christmas Day. By the way, it is Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate Kreckman will be back next week. Mark Springer and I rolling with you. We're going to have Jason Kosmiski and Connor McGahee stop by tomorrow to mix up some of the sports. We also have the first kind of walkthrough practice of the day tomorrow as well for the Broncos. So we'll be out watching a little bit of camp as we kind of quietly ramp this up. By the way, we want to tell you about our app. You're out of town. Maybe you want to take us with you. Maybe you're moving. I've heard from a lot of people, hey, I'm moving. I still don't go listen to the show. Yeah, you can. Either you can find it on YouTube, but we also like it when you pull up the app. And the Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheitewins.com. That's willheitewins.com. You can listen to the show anywhere you want to through the app. Here are a couple of things to remember about that game. It was the that's not what he wanted to cook game, says Alex. Stafford didn't even play, said Johnny Jazz Cabbage. That was the one where Baker Mayfield came in. Remember, he'd just been released, I think, by the Browns, right?
Yeah.
And he just shows up and just goes nuts.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
There it is.
I think our boss got mad that Steve Nelson was playing that so much.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was funny, though. I mean, that was the voice actor, of Patrick Starr, doing like a CGI Patrick Starr on commentary. That was great ad-libbing. And on like that voice actor knew his stuff. Good for him.
Well, and then we also had the sideline fight. Remember that? Good memory by 347. The sideline fight.
Which fight was that?
It was the old lineman. It was the guy. It was Dalton Reisner, I believe, shoving
that's
dudes.
Right.
Remember?
That's right.
Getting fired up and not happy.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah.
Dude, that game just got so bad and out of hand.
Oh, it was terrible.
I was embarrassed. And I thought the Broncos were going to win that game because, it's like Russ is going to do something, right? And the Rams Baker just got picked up off the street.
Well,
it was a disaster.
All right. So what was worse? I'll ask you this. What was worse as far as just being crushing? That game or the Christmas Eve one then a year later with Russ and Sean Payton, where you've got the Patriots rolling into your town with a playoff berth possibly on the line.
Bailey Zappi wins that game.
And Bailey Zappi beats you somehow. What?
Yeah, that was Russ was awful until they made this late push, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah. Well, it was your classic. Remember, they had a late surge, took the lead, and then somehow, Sean, I still don't know what Sean was doing, taking a timeout.
Yeah, I remember being mad about something in the final.
And then they went down
sequence.
And they went and got the field goal or whatever and beat you. And that was the end of your season. Next thing you know, we're looking at Jared Stidham.
Yes.
And the theories,
I would say, but that was what it was. It was Russ. They weren't going to make any noise in the playoffs. The one the year before was just so embarrassing that's the one I'm going to go with.
Okay. Ooh, the Dolphins game where they put 70 on you. We've got people picking out the lowest point. Yeah, 70 was brutal.
But they turned it around that season, but they wanted to bench Russ. Sean wanted to bench Russ at the bye week. Memory. What a era it's been.
Dude, the Sean Payton first season. To imagine where they are right now with all the what the heck was that going on in the Sean. But you know what? Again, a credit to Sean Payton. Somehow, in a season where you got 70 put on you and you were the literal laughing stock of the league, you found a way to make it interesting.
He
had a good 2-month stretch.
Yeah.
Where we thought you might just sneak into the playoffs with a quarterback you couldn't stand.
Seriously, that's impressive.
Whew. Max says 50 points by the Raiders, too. So much that was so brutal. I forgot about that. 50 points by a bad Raiders team, too, right? Was that a Josh McDaniels Raider team? Or was that Bisaccia? Which coach lost to Bisaccia? Remember that?
I do.
Fired out of nowhere because of email gate. Was that Vic?
Oh boy, dude.
Was that Fangio or was that Hackett that lost to Rich Bisaccia? The special teams coordinator came in and beat you on a short week.
Because all of a sudden, John Gruden has emails from long ago that gets him fired.
All I remember about that is I had a hunch the Raiders were going to win that game with Bisaccia. Because we're in an era of how low can it go? And I'm like, dude, it can go lower. You could lose to Bisaccia. Yeah, there's been a lot. There's been a lot, man. And here we are. And I think this team's starting 4-0 now. And I think, dude, I think they win the West.
Do you think they're taking down the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Okay, here's my one concern. Here's a concern.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I honestly feel this way.
Well, look, I'm telling you, I know Jeff doesn't believe in it, and that's fine.
And
maybe I'll be crazy.
We got Homer's text coming in. I don't homer. Believe it or not, I don't.
I'm going to tell you this, dude. I am. I think the Kansas City Chiefs, I know Mahomes is built different. I may be eating these words yet again like a big fat block of gross moldy cheese. But I do think blowing a chance at 3 in a row, that sooner or later, and Mahomes may be able to keep going, but I don't know if everybody can. And I remember in 2014, after you got absolutely taken to the woodshed by Seattle, you come back, Manning's still doing the Manning thing, but the rest of the team was just kind of burnt. And I'm just wondering when Kansas City gets there, this may be the year. But I will say Sean Payton has got to be better in this September than he has been the last two. I remember Mike Kliss points out Sean Payton's entire career was he has a rough September sometimes. He has phenomenal Octobers. Like his October coaching record is off the charts.
Well, year one, it's figuring it out with Russ, and he hated Russ. Last year, it was Bo Nix didn't know what he was doing. Weeks 1. He actually had a couple moments in that Seattle game, week 1. Didn't look good against Pittsburgh, week 2.
Yeah.
Now they know what they're doing. And I'm telling the fact that it's and I like Cam Ward, but the fact that it's the Titans coming to town week 1, it's the perfect week 1 matchup. There's only a handful of teams that you could ask for in lieu of the Titans. Maybe like the Saints. His former Saints would be another one of those teams. Tennessee is one of like 3 teams that you would say absolutely perfect week 1 home match. That it honestly is the equivalent. And again, I like Cam Ward. It is the equivalent of your classic week 1 college football game where you're scheduling a home opponent that you should beat.
You're right, and that's just how it's worked out this year. I got a question for you before we got to get to the high five. We got a lot of NFL stuff to cover. What is your final record? I'm going to tell you, I don't think the smoothing is the sailing is as smooth, I should say, as you do through this schedule. I think it is a tough schedule, but I could see 11 wins. I could also see you getting the same 10 wins, but winning a playoff game. I'm not ready to give them the division yet. I will say that.
I'm going to go 12-5.
Okay, so you think 12-5.
12-5.
They get a home game that way because they are a division winner. You've already said that. Do they win the playoff game? Because to me, I'm more concerned you win a playoff game than really if you improve the record.
Yeah, I mean, that's a completely different beast, There's a spot they haven't been in. Do they get overconfident? Do they start feeling themselves too much?
Sure.
It's tough to forecast all the way to January like that. Who will their opponent be? I have no idea. But I'll go 12-5.
All right. There it is. The official record prediction for Mark Springer before we have one practice of training camp. There it is.
Hey,
I'm
only in with you so much. We may as well do this right now.
No, I'm with you. No, I get it. Hey, listen, we got to talk about something today. There ain't a hell of a lot going on, quite honestly.
We haven't seen a single practice.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single practice.
But I look at this schedule and the makeup of this team and kind of forecasting some progressions from the offense. I see it.
Okay.
I see the vision.
I like it. I'm glad. I like the positivity. I may stick with 10 or 11 wins, but I'm going to say they get a playoff win, I think. Okay. So there we go. There we go. All right. Top of the hour. We're going to do it. We're going to talk a little more football. A lot of stories from around the NFL, and Mark Springer is going to catch up on them next. It is the 5 o'clock hour here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We like to talk the NFL at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. We call it the High Five, and it's run by our man, Mark Springer.
Hey, before we get to comments from Mike McGlinchey and Pat Surtain, I love this prediction from Chad on the text line because I'm saying the Broncos go 12-5 and win the AFC West. Could be dead wrong. That's my prediction, okay? And Andy, you asked me, will they win their home playoff game then? I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. Who are they even playing? I don't know. Chad says 12-5, but play the Chiefs in the first round.
Oh, that would be interesting.
That'd be hilarious.
Would it? I don't know that that'd be the matchup that I want.
Of course it's not the matchup you want.
It's the playoff matchup I don't really love.
Because, if I'm right, that means they're beating the Chiefs at least once, but then you got to do it in the playoffs,
Yeah.
Different beast.
Yeah.
Different animal. I don't know. Let's hear from Mike McGlinchey, Broncos right tackle. He was asked today, does he feel like the Broncos are a championship-level team? Here's Mike.
Well, we haven't even practiced yet. But certainly we feel like we could be. But we got to put in the work day in and day out. And, we're obviously very, very excited about what we have here. Everybody feels a little bit more comfortable with the experience we gained last year and the year that we had. And knowing that that's still not good enough. And so we're really excited for the opportunity to come into work and earn a chance to be at the top of the NFL, and that's what we're going to try to do.
Yeah, you know what I loved a lot of what McGlinchey had to say there today. This is a young team, but there's a good mix of veterans on it, and I think that message right there is he laughs and says, "Yeah, we haven't even had a practice yet." Now you and I are having a lot of fun, and we're getting a lot of people that seem to be upset that we were positive, which kind of makes me chuckle because I had a lot of people upset I was too negative last year, so I guess you can't please them all, right?
I actually think more people agree. There are people disagreeing with us, but there are more. Now it's,
It's day one and nobody's actually hit the field and taken a rep.
This is
we get it.
Denver radio show, so there's going to be a lot of Broncos fans who are optimistic. Even though we're both from here, Andy, I would not be optimistic if I wasn't legitimately optimistic. Well, I would pump brakes. I would.
And Mark, it's our job as radio hosts.
Sure.
Yeah, it's fun to be a fan. The reality is we've got to talk in reality. But this is the first time since maybe you could talk yourself into with their defense returning in 2016 that they had a chance to go to the playoffs again. This is the first time that I legitimately feel like they can get back to where they were a year ago, which was the playoffs. So I'm going to enjoy it. Who knows? All these good feelings could be popped like a balloon by the time we get to September, the first game in September. I don't think they will, but you never know. But guess what? I'm going to live in the positive for a moment because it's the first time I think you could have a serious conversation about them actually hosting a playoff game since Peyton Manning left.
Okay, we just heard from Mike McGlinchey. One of the strong points of this team, it's a very important strong points for any true contender to have, is a good offensive line. They have a good offensive line. McGlinchey and Bowles at the tackles. Powers and Quinn Miners is a beast. And Powers is a good left guard. And Luke Wattenberg at center is, I guess, my one question mark, but he's serviceable. That's a good offensive line.
Well, and here's the other thing, like the rest of the team. Here's why I like this team for the first time in a while. The coach is back. The quarterback's back. The offensive staff, not just the OC, the entire offensive staff, I believe, is back. Okay? The defense has already been on an extremely good level. They just added 2 potential all-pros to it. Okay? You drafted the top corner, the second corner available in the draft behind Hunter, the top true corner in the draft behind Hunter. Hey, there's reasons to be optimistic. We're not wondering what new system, is it going to work? We now have a baseline, and they're actually adding to a foundation. They laid a foundation last year. They kept everything pretty static to the point where 83% of the roster returned or whatever, and now they're adding to it, and it's not just a pile of newness. Everything has been nothing but new and something different for 9 straight years. I brought it up on this show 1,000 times. The first time you've had a returning quarterback and play caller since Gase and Manning in 2013, 2014. It is ridiculous how much has been unsettled and not stable. And you finally appear to be stable. You finally have secured the foundation. So I'm going to live in the positive for now. Again, injuries, Whatever.
Of
Could
course.
change things. But right now, I feel good about the team.
High five. Okay, let's hear from Pat Surtain. He's going to talk about Bo Nix here, but I want to talk more about the defense as well, led by Pat Surtain. Andy, I'll give you, I guess, and this was a concern I'd been having about this offense, but I'm starting to see more so why I'm less concerned about it. But here is Pat Surtain on Bo Nix heading into year 2.
Yeah, Bo, he's even more confident going into this year. Obviously, with year 1 under his belt, a lot more confidence rises upon that. So, the team, we had Bo back through the whole way through. He's a tremendous leader out there, obviously a tremendous player. So, this year he's going to make a lot of noise. And, we're looking forward to see what he does and his success moving forward. So,
all right, Pat Surtain, Andy, this defense is stacked. It's loaded. It's the strongest part of this team.
It is. But the bottom line is what I also like about that comment, and it plays off a comment that McGlinchey made earlier that you played, this team truly believes in its quarterback.
It does.
And it's the first time that I think the quarterback, in my mind, has truly had the room.
Well, and it's not like they believed in Russell Wilson, but they hadn't played with him.
Well, they
in the
believed in what his rep was.
Yes, they hadn't played with him on their team in the regular season yet. They played with Bo.
Right.
For
a whole season.
For 17 weeks and saw
Plus
him grow.
Plus a playoff week.
Exactly. You're right.
So and Mass Bandit said it's all about health. There's no doubt. Everything's based on health. There's no doubt about it. But this team does believe in its quarterback. I think he won him over the right way. I like how McGlinchey's talked about him. I like how, again, Surtain, they're not making up reasons. Remember when Von Miller used to give us a rundown and try to convince us why he does believe in a young quarterback?
Well, he was trying to convince himself.
Yeah, you could tell the language wasn't the same.
Yeah.
Mike McGlinchey doesn't have to be pushed. All Mike McGlinchey was asked earlier, what's different about Bo? And he himself said he realized he's pretty good at this quarterback thing. That was a Mike McGlinchey comment. That wasn't how good is your guy? Have you found the guy? That wasn't the direct question.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's another reason why I believe this team is set up for good things. I think there's legitimate belief in everything going on for the first time in years.
Okay, defense is stacked, and I like the free agent additions, Greenlaw, Hufanga. Very good additions.
Well, and Evan Ingram we haven't talked a lot about Evan Ingram, but he should be something for teams to worry about.
But I actually think my favorite addition to the defense, and it's funny because I questioned it when it happened. It's back-to-back drafts. That, the first round pick at the time, I'm like, huh? This one, though, drafting Jahdae Barron. Dude, he's legit. That cornerback room is insane. I am so excited to see that group work. That, to me, Jahdae Barron makes everything so deep that to me is like the final cinching piece of this defense, and as far as what is going to make it so intimidating. Now, conversely, okay, concern I had at the time was like, wow, you're going to add to the cornerback room. You're already pretty good there. Maybe they could have taken Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas. I was a little concerned. I wanted Travion Henderson, the running back out of Ohio State. Instead, they come away with R.J. Harvey and Pat Bryant. But you know what? As the months have passed, this is just what Sean does, and he did it. And he did it in New Orleans, and he drafts for skill set that he values for his offensive scheme, specific roles that he wants played. Harvey will play similar to a Darren Sproles role. Pat Bryant, high ceiling. Will he get there to the Marcus Colston role? I don't know. But I think it's more about offensive execution rather than overall wow factor. So the fact that they loaded this defense up and that they're just going to trust Peyton's system, and I think Bo Nix is going to execute it, I'm fine with it. I love the Jahdae Barron pick. I've done a complete 180 from my initial reaction.
Well, because I'm telling you, they could have the next no-fly zone.
Yeah.
And again, the ultimate thing, what led to Philadelphia beating Kansas City? They didn't come out there and outscore them. They absolutely frustrated Patrick Mahomes. People forget. Go look at the final score all you want. They were whooping the Chiefs. Chiefs could not do anything. Rush was getting home with 4 guys, and they had all the space covered for Patrick Mahomes' guys to try to fit into. It was covered. He had nowhere to go with the football. So if you can do that to him, and look, Jahdae Barron is a guy that can play all the defensive back positions. He could play a little safety. Like I was saying at the crosstalk beginning of the show, he's a guy that may be your nickel linebacker at times so that he can cover the running back out of the backfield. You're not going to have a lot of answers for what they do if again, they stay healthy. Now, there's going to be some growing pains for Jahdae Barron. He's going to get burned a few times. There's not a single corner out there, including Pat Surtain, that didn't get their lunch eaten by some guys sooner or later. You know what guy's a really, really good corner? His name was Sean Springs, played for the Seattle Seahawks back when they were actually in the Broncos division. You know who Ed McCaffrey and John Elway absolutely abused 2 games in his rookie year? Sean Springs. It's what's going to happen from time to time, no matter how good a guy is going to be. But the great thing is, Jahdae Barron, unlike Patrick Surtain or Sean Springs in their rookie years, does not have to take the best receiver. Hell, with the other corners that you got, with Riley Moss and the like, Jahdae Barron may not even have to take the second best guy.
No, the pressure's going to be off him. You know, he doesn't have to day one be your starting outside cornerback, and he doesn't even have to day one be your starting nickel or slot cornerback because Jaquan McMillan can do that, and Riley Moss on the outside. So it takes a lot of pressure off of him. But if someone were to get hurt, if he just plays well and elevates into a starting role, it's set up. It's set up for him. It really is.
It is.
High five. Okay. I'm also high on the Raiders. I think you are too, Andy.
I'm not. I don't want to say high. I just don't think you should just automatically count them as a win. Fair enough. Whatever that counts at. They're going to be a better football team. I'm confident of that.
Yeah, I mean, when I say it, like better than some might expect.
Right. They're not the what the hell are you doing team in the division anymore, right?
And so Pete Carroll talked today. He has big expectations for the Raiders this season. How much does he think they're going to win this season?
Oh, we can win a ton. We're going to win a bunch of games. There ain't nothing. I can't even imagine anything. I've been winning 10 games a year for 20 years or something. You know. Now, what are my expectations? We're going to win a bunch, and I don't care. You know, who hears that. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It ain't about what anybody hears. It's about what we do. And so that's why expectations are really high. The standards need to be so that the expectations can be met.
The key to the Raiders is going to be how good is that offense? How big of a problem is Brock Bowers along with Ashton Genty along with Geno Smith? And how quickly can they get it up? I don't know that they have a great receiver on that roster right now. You know, and I could be wrong. I'm not going to claim that I've combed the Raiders roster. I just know this. I think with Pete Carroll there, because this was the mark of Pete Carroll teams in Seattle, they won't be beating themselves for you. You're going to have to beat them, right? They're not going to have the incredibly stupid penalties. You're not going to have Gardner Minshew throwing a dumb pass right into the breadbasket of the team's best corner and leading to a pick six that puts you out of the game in the first quarter. I think that's the kind of stuff that probably will be gone. Again, I think the Raiders are probably the 4th team in the division, but I don't think this division has a stinker team anymore. I think it could be a reason why the Chiefs finally fold and don't win the division, right? They finally have to face, I think, 3 other good teams in their division, which really hasn't been the case the last 6-7 years.
Yeah, no, I think that just the 2 young weapons of Bowers and Genty are going to be dangerous. Now, I mean, we haven't seen Genty play in the NFL, but I would just be very surprised if he's not very effective.
And Pete will run him. We know that. He may be option A.
Unless it's goal to go at the 1.
Sure. No, I don't think he'll ever allow anybody to call that audible again. Oh, no!
Yeah. Where are you?
Oh, no! Yeah, that's where that comes from.
Not handing it to Marshawn Lynch.
The minute Malcolm Butler's hands were on the football, Pete let out the oh-no.
Mm-hmm. High five. Hey, so Micah Parsons is taking part in Cowboys training camp, and he talked to the media today. His thoughts on the contract negotiations with Dallas.
I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll just see how long things take, you know. That's it.
Are you discouraged by the fact that it's taken this long?
Honestly, yeah. When you go around the league and you see these other teams taking care of their best guys, I see TJ got taken care of. Max got taken care of. Miles got taken care of. And he got 2 years left on his deal, so it's hard to. You see a lot of people around the league taken care of. You just, wish you had something like, that same type of energy.
Well, here's the other thing that's funny that could add to his frustration. He was the same draft class as Surtain. Surtain's already got his extension. And here you got Micah Parsons, the best pass rusher and linebacker to come out of that draft. And he still has not been taken care of because Jerry's worried about someone getting hit by a car possibly. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Is any of this, like, this had crossed my mind. Is any of this manufactured for ratings with more attention, publicity for the Cowboys?
No, I just think Jerry paid CeeDee Lamb. He paid Trayvon Diggs, and he ultimately got strong-armed after a couple years from Dak Prescott.
He always pays them, but
is
he waiting because he likes the drama? He likes the attention?
I completely understand where you're coming from, but no, I don't think he has that much say in it anymore. Clearly, there's something about Micah Parsons' work ethic that he slipped the little slight into his comments yesterday.
Well, if you don't pay him,
he suggested that I don't want to pay you and then have you not work as hard. That's basically underlying what Jerry said about this yesterday.
If you don't pay him, though, he's gonna.
You're right.
He's gonna like throw a game.
Well, at some point, does he just quit playing because he doesn't want to get hurt? Does he go Trey Hendrickson and go to Florida and put an Instagram picture?
Yeah, he should do that. To be honest with you, he should do that.
Well, and he may. I don't know. He may. All I know is Jerry paid a lot of money to a lot of people the last 2 years and has not seen the return. And I think he's mad about it. So, and Micah Parsons is paying the price right now. Hey, real quick, we also have former Bronco Lloyd Cushenberry, who's playing for the Titans as well as they open it up, and L'Jarius Sneed, the corner, one of their prized free agents from a couple years ago. They're both going to start the year on the pup. And sad news, really, in my mind, from Panthers camp, Josie Jewell released by the team today. He was a Carolina Panther, if you remember, after a year ago signing. He's still suffering from concussion symptoms, which I don't know what it is about being a Panther linebacker. Luke Kuechly dealt with that as well. But we all root, I think, in these parts for Josie Jewell, the outlaw, as we used to call him, one of the favorite interviews during training camp when we were out there a lot. So I hope things work out for Josie Jewell. And who knows, if the concussion stuff clears up, maybe he makes his way back to Denver. But ultimately, his health is what needs to come first. So that was the news of the day. We're back. We got more ahead for you here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Only Lindahl here. It's Lindahl and Springer here today. It's been yesterday and today. So roll with us as we continue through this week. Nate will be back next week. We'll be in full training camp mode. I believe the first serious practices, well, I hate to say that. The things that resemble more the football practice we're used to get going Saturday. I'm going to double check that with the PR staff, but they got these 3 days of ramp up. So that's what they'll be doing. They'll be kind of out there, no pads, going through mainly walkthroughs. It'll probably be 90-minute sessions, and that's how it'll all play out. And so that's what we expect coming up the next 3 days. And then Saturday, I think they'll put on something akin to pads. Remember, Sean Payton does like to have a longer ramp-up period. I think he's been credited for doing that, and one of the reasons why maybe they haven't suffered at least so many soft tissue injuries, because he keeps his guys in conditioning a little bit longer, and you certainly can't argue with the injury history under Sean Payton. We did have a texter earlier that says, what happens if this year's the year the O-line gets hurt? Maybe it's the D-line. They've had great health. There's no doubt about it. They've had 2 years of great health for the most part under Sean Payton. And look, the reality is, if the O-line gets hurt, if Bo gets hurt, if a bunch of the receivers get hurt, if the defense gets hurt, they're down to 19 linebackers like they used to, then you end up like the San Francisco 49ers, wondering what could have been. You know, it's very possible. 2 of their prize free agents come from a San Fran team that couldn't keep anybody healthy a year ago, playing all sorts of guys way down their depth chart. And,
when the Broncos won the Super Bowl in 2016 proper, when they won it, dude, that offensive line was so patchwork.
Oh, it was. It was amazing. People forget that Ryan Clady was supposed to be the left tackle. Our buddy Ryan Harris got signed to kind of be the backup right tackle and a possible starter to Michael Schofield. And then Clady goes down early. Ryan's got to kick over to the left tackle side. Like, I don't even think we were in regular season. Well, I take that back. Ryan had to kick over after the CSU kid got hurt. Well, I can't remember his name. He was a great kid.
Sambrailo?
Tyler Sambrailo. Really fun kid to talk to. And a guy I was rooting for. Tyler really showed his toughness against the I want to say it was either the Colts or the Lions. It was one of the early season games. I think it was the Lions. Tyler screwed up his shoulder and just basically gutted it through the rest of the game with one arm. But then that was it for him that year. Ryan bumps over. Tyler Polumbus is eventually signed. And Schofield was the tackle. They were just trying to – it was Schofield. I think there might have been somebody else.
Evan Mathis
Mathis
came
was
in.
the left guard. Mathis was the
But
left
he was like
guard.
a late addition.
Well,
like,
he was late in training camp.
Okay.
They used Max Garcia a little bit. They were rotating a ton of guys. Your point is valid.
Yeah.
They
you
rotated
can-
a lot of guys.
Yeah, someone's going to get hurt on this offensive line.
Well, remember, Forsythe had to go in last year, your guy that we remembered from the Chiefs block last, because he had to play for Wattenberg for a number of games.
Hey,
so they weren't perfect last year, health.
Redemption time for Alex Forsythe.
But look, that's
Should
the
it be
point.
necessary?
I mean, the big point is, if you get injuries the way the San Francisco 49ers did a year ago, then guess what? You're not going to be the team you thought you were.
Of course.
You know, that's just how it goes in the NFL, and then you hope you get a high draft pick and you do some positive with it. You know, that's the only upside of this thing. All right, so Spring, we know every year, just to bring in a little, I don't want to call it reality. We don't know what reality is going to be yet, but maybe to come off of the higher part of the mountain we've all been on all day, talking about what this Broncos team could be. I think it's still a pretty tough schedule. Whether it sets up well or not, I think, you still have to do improve. Somebody said, I do think they need to commit to the Luis Vasquez was the right guard. Good call, Lance. But again,
that's right.
I remember Schofield was trying to play some tackle. He was struggling. They brought in Tyler. Schofield and Tyler rotated at the right tackle. But Ryan Harris was originally supposed to be the right tackle. And then he had to go over and take over for Sambrailo. Sambrailo had to play quicker than they wanted because of what happened with Clady. Matter of fact, I think Sambrailo was supposed to be right tackle when Clady got hurt. So you're right. They did a ton of machinations.
And that was with a quarter. Well,
and then they almost traded for Joe Thomas, as we talked about yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They were super close to trading for Joe Thomas, and the Browns just got a little too greedy. So anyway, look, reality is, health or not, Broncos are going to get a challenge because the AFC is the tougher conference. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. I don't think it's a super hot take with all the quarterbacks and good teams. If the Broncos are in the NFC, man, what would you be? Let's say they're in the NFC West. You might be calling them as the division favorite, wouldn't you? Depending on San Francisco's health again.
Yeah, you would.
So,
the Broncos have a couple of the Niners' better players from recent years.
Exactly. All of a sudden, they're kind of becoming Niners Midwest. All right, what team do the Broncos have to worry about? Because there's usually a team that falls out of the playoff seeding, and I'm not saying the Broncos are going to be it. The Chargers very easily could fall back as well if you start looking at the wild card teams, because I'm not ready to call the division theirs yet the way that you did earlier in the show. But what team would you most be concerned about as far as the team that they've got to kind of worry about maybe trying to take their spot? Is there an up-and-coming, like, you and I have talked about it. I'm not ready to call the Raiders a threat for the playoffs, but stranger things have happened, I guess.
No, I think they could threaten for a playoff spot. There's a ceiling with Geno Smith. They won't advance far in the playoffs, but I could see them fighting for a playoff spot. I could
see them being interesting the last month of the season, kind of like the Broncos were in Sean Payton's first year, and then falling off the a little bit at the end of the year. What about a team like Jacksonville? You and I kind of touched on them a little bit earlier. Is Jacksonville a team that the Broncos have to watch? They've got new coaching. They've got the weirdo from Tampa Bay in there now. What's his name?
Liam Cohen.
Liam Cohen.
Duval.
Yeah, this guy.
He's a good offensive coach, though.
There was a lot of fighting to try to keep him. Remember, Tampa worked real hard to keep him because they liked the job that he had done with Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, Jacksonville's a candidate. They are. To me, it's all about Travis Hunter, though.
Okay.
If he's the real deal, which I think he will be, could be wrong.
Just as a weapon.
for
Lawrence.
And I think Lawrence is still good. Obviously, he's not great. Maybe he takes that jump, but just having the weapon of Travis Hunter could make them dangerous. I think another team for me would be Miami. It might be Miami could return.
Miami's a good call. Another team that I would say that I think we all got to remember did not make the playoffs last year is Cincinnati. I mean, people had said it. They actually done some more winning. Cincinnati, Joe Burrow would have been the MVP, but they didn't do enough winning and they didn't even make the playoffs. Or do you think that all the crap going on with Mike Brown, the owner, and Shamar Stewart and Trey Hendrickson, again, if you missed the high five or you missed us earlier, Trey Hendrickson has posted a picture from Florida on his Instagram because he's no longer at camp. He told Manti Te'o he's basically insulted by the low, terrible offer that the Bengals have given him, and he's not signing or playing football for that.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, man. Joe Burrow's amazing.
Yeah, but you've got to have a defense.
You do. And Trey Hendrickson is very good. Led the NFL in sacks. He's really good. Obviously, Chase and Higgins, like those four players. But after that, it's really thin. And then you tack on the mess that organization is. It's why I look at week 4 hosting the Bengals on Monday Night Football and like, do I think that Cincy will be dangerous offensively in that game? Yeah. But I view that as a win. I think the Bengals organization is just in a bad way right now. And I don't think it's getting better. I think this is going to be a season of frustration for Joe Burrow. He's going to be looking around being like, damn, and we brought back T like I wanted. And I got my 2 weapons. What's going on? Why are we still struggling?
And you had all those guys a year ago. And so, you really haven't done too much to improve that defense if you don't get, first off, you don't get Hendrickson happy and you don't get Shamar Stewart in camp. And I'm not even sure. Again, Shamar Stewart to me might be the most overdrafted guy going when you look at the college production. I don't care what the flinch tells you. The guy didn't have a lot of numbers to base that off of. It's just kind of crazy to me. All right, let me focus on another team that maybe you're not thinking about. Let's say Houston doesn't win that division, but Jacksonville does. You need to worry about the Houston Texans.
Yeah,
could that make
but
that
they were
November
a playoff team
2nd
last
game
year.
important?
No, and so I like the first 8 games of this schedule for the Broncos. Obviously except for in Philly, but who knows? And in LA against the Chargers that's tough. But I will go all the way to week 9 in Houston. I like the Texans. I think they're a good team.
Yeah, I think it's maybe important. That's another game you got to think about winning in case they're the wild card team that you got to face. All right, let's break down the division a little bit. You've already kind of talked about it. We've talked about the Raiders. You think Kansas City falls back, but what are we expecting out of the Chargers? Omarion Hampton, who was talked a lot about in these parts around the draft, is the Chargers' new running back. Now, you've got J.K. Dobbins, and hopefully J.K. Dobbins can do what he needs to do, and maybe he's a threat out of the backfield too. He brings stability to the run game, and it's just one more piece that helps you win the division and gives Bo Nix a reliable run game, which, frankly, he didn't really have last year. And if you listen to kind of the way the coaches talk about it and the moves they made, I would believe they kind of blame the running backs for not getting all that the plays. I think even Sean made reference to that earlier in the offseason, that they were not picking up the yardage that even they blocked for, and I know that frustrates people. In a run game, they want you to minimum get what's blocked for, and if you're not doing that, then you're going to have what the Broncos have, which is a whole new backfield. But are the Chargers a problem? You didn't beat them last year. Matter of fact, I think one of the things that really took wind out of your playoff sails was that loss. You were up big on I keep wanting to say San Diego. It'll never go away. You were up big on the Chargers in L.A. late in the year, right around Christmas, and then you let them back in that game. You had that weird, what was the thing they did where they allowed them to fair catch it, and then they were able to do the free kick or whatever?
Yeah, the fair catch kick.
So you blew that up. You screwed that up. I mean,
it's all right. Learning. There's some learning last year.
Do the Chargers do the Broncos finish ahead of the Chargers? I guess in your mind, you think they win the division. So yeah. Okay, well the Chargers finish ahead of the Chiefs in your mind. How far did the Chiefs slip in your mind?
I mean, it's a tough division. I mean, you could see all these, like the worst team in this division is 8-9. I don't know. I like what you said. J.K. Dobbins, former Charger, and one of my concerns, although I don't know how much of a true concern this will be for the Broncos this season, it's almost an expectation of mine, is that, because J.K. Dobbins has had some injury issues in his career, and it feels like he's getting old quick, even though he's 26 years old. I'm not sure how he holds up over the course of the 18-week season, but week three, early in the season in LA against his former team, revenge game, perhaps.
Sure. Well, and maybe he does bring some insight into what it is they're trying to do. Now, I think sometimes we overplay what that can be, and I don't think they always, especially when you're talking run game, I think you probably know what they're looking to do, but it can't hurt to have a little intel from the inside.
And I think for the Broncos, I'll get to the Chargers in a second, I think R.J. Harvey's role expands as the season goes on.
Well, you would hope. In the perfect world. Yeah, hey, look, I'll give you another perfect world. I'd be happy if J.K. Dobbins plays so well they extend him.
Well, that's just the cherry on top right there.
That would be, yes.
Because J.K. Dobbins was a late sign. There's a reason he was out there as long as he was.
Well, it also was in part, yeah, you're right. There's an injury history, and I think that's the big thing. And one of them was a really nasty injury 3 years ago with the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
That matter of fact, it ended his Ravens career. It was
did.
A bad
He was very
injury.
good. He was very good before that injury.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he and Lamar were quite the combo. Matter of fact, I think they came in here and give the Vic Fangio Broncos some headaches.
So the Chargers, and this is the way Jim Harbaugh likes to build his teams, and he's done it again. He's made an emphasis on it, starting with that offensive line. It's a good offensive line. I look at their weapons, though. I didn't love Omarion Hampton. Like, I was a Travion Henderson guy. I know that Hampton's got a little more size, and does have speed. The only weapon of theirs that I trust, that I know what they have, is Ladd McConkey, second-year guy. Not big. Quentin Johnston drops a lot of balls.
Yeah, he's got to get better hands. I don't know. I have not seen a lot of guys improve their hands. I guess it can be done, and you can do 1,000 times on the jug machine. There's just some guys whose hands don't ever, if you can't trust them, you can't trust them. So
Derwin James always gets hurt.
Yeah, Derwin James is an awesome player that, like you said, is never healthy.
Khalil Mack is still good, but not quite what he once was. Joey Bosa, who does always get hurt, is now gone.
I was going to say, he's not even on the team anymore, right?
So I think this is and Justin Herbert, he fades. He always fades.
There is always, it's weird because I remember talking to the folks at Oregon when Herbert was there, and we thought, we knew John Elway was interested in him. And I can remember one of the Oregon broadcasters just told me, there's just something off. Just something off about that. I can't quite put my finger on it, but just, he's a really good quarterback, and he's proven that.
Remember that last year, I can't remember when it was, the crazy eyes Bo Nix moment?
Yeah.
I've never seen Justin Herbert have a moment like that.
Yeah, he's kind of chill bro guy, it feels like. maybe
very
not.
West Coast.
Very West Coast. Very.
From Oregon.
He also was in the game where Al Michaels couldn't care less that Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars came back and pulled off one of the greatest comebacks in playoff history. And Al Michaels was bored with the kick at the end to the point where I wondered, did Al Michaels have a little money on the game and not on the Jaguars? But anyway, it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be a tough AFC again. And there's always going to be a surprise team. Who knows? Maybe it's the Jets. Maybe Justin Fields finally finds his spot, and that's the place.
I like Aaron Glenn, but I just can't believe in the Jets. I can't do it.
No, I'm with you. I mean, again, I think Justin Fields is the guy that's always going to tease you. He's always going to have enough games to make you truly believe that a good quarterback is in there, but then it just is never consistent enough for it actually to play out that way. That's how I feel about it. But we'll wait and we'll see. All right, we're going to come back. The Rockies have made a move. They've made some positive history, but what is it? We'll tell you. We're wrapping it up here on a Tuesday. Again, we're going to have Jason Kosmiski by tomorrow for an hour, Connor McGahee by for an hour tomorrow, and we're working on some other stuff, trying to reach out to some college football contacts. By the way, again, a story out today that Deion Sanders put out a statement basically saying he's still not where he wants to be, basically in his recovery from whatever illness that he's been dealing with. And I'm paraphrasing here, but basically he's still not where we hope he'll be when football season starts. How about that? So we'll continue to monitor the health of Coach Sanders, Coach Prime, as we head towards camp, which I believe they get going first week of August here. So if you can believe it, in a couple of weeks, we're probably away 10 days away from them getting going. I know my buddy Mark Johnson's on this very long 100-mile horse ride, I believe it is. And so when he usually does that right before they get camp going, he'll be back next week. And then we'll get some more news. So we will keep you updated on that situation. We'll talk some college football a little bit tomorrow as well. And, of course, Broncos as they get their first practice in. But it's mainly conditioning stuff, getting it up and going. All right. I told you the Rockies had made some news, some positive news, it looks like. According to The Athletic and other outlets, Colorado has signed their guy Ethan Holiday to the highest signing bonus ever for a player out of high school. So Matt Holiday's son, Ethan, received the highest signing bonus ever for a player to come out of high school. So there you go. Number 3 overall pick in this draft.
Number four.
Number 4. He would end up being number 4. He's now a Colorado Rocky. He's signed his deal. I did wonder, would there be some drama from that, but clearly not with the signing bonus that's been offered. Do you think, Spring, you give the son of one of the legends of the franchise the highest bonus ever, or what do you think led to that?
I'd say so. I'd say that's what led to. And he was always gonna, because he's playing for his dad's team. Thank God. Or else maybe Ethan Holiday would be like, dude, maybe I should go play in college.
I'm with you.
Do I want to play for this organization? So good thing his dad is a legend here.
Yeah, but I'd also heard, I'd read some things that said that could go against him a little bit. Okay, just, they kind of know how things have been going here. He's obviously kept
but
up
Matt
with it,
has a better relationship with this organization than some other recent, like Troy Tulowitzki does not.
Right. Nolan Arenado, I don't think, is looking to come back for a bobblehead day anytime soon.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth.
Maybe that is why they had to give him the highest signing bonus for a high school player.
Well, yeah, there you go.
I don't know.
Or maybe we'll see how it works out.
Yeah.
Are you, by the way, if you're going to the game tonight, and I know the Cardinals are in town and they're very popular. Matter of fact, there were not quite as many people at the game last night as I expected, at least from what I could tell from the stands. It just didn't look like the full house that I'm used to seeing.
Of red?
Well, when the Cardinals come to town, that's one of the popular teams here.
It is, yes.
So a lot of Midwesterners live in Colorado. We all know that. Do you feel like with Ethan Holiday kind of breaking their way, the draft falling their way, you're going to be able to bring back one, as we just said, one of the legends of the team? His son is now here to be to me, he may soon become the face of the franchise, right? I mean, Tovar's there, and Tovar's a lot of fun. And I guess, maybe Holiday moves on over and plays third, and it's Tovar and Holiday in the infield. Mm-hmm. And you're hoping the bats, now Tovar doesn't have the biggest of bats, but he's getting on base a little bit more, and hopefully Holiday has the same. He has the same bat as his dad, right? He's able to bring that same power.
Yes, I think wait, I don't know what side of the plate he hits on, actually, because Jackson's a lefty.
Well,
Matt was a righty. Either way, yeah, he's got pop.
Do we feel...
No, he's a lefty. Ethan is a lefty.
Do we feel like this is...
at least at the plate.
If you're a Rockies fan, is this the starting point? Can this be the starting point, or is there just Marquez headed to the IL?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I was going to bring that up, which is unfortunate because the trade deadline is 9 days away. I guess teams could still trade for Marquez.
I would get rid of McMahon. I would trade McMahon.
Of course.
I'd trade Kyle Freeland. I mean, again.
Of course. I would have traded. I'm just saying I would have traded Marquez if anyone would have taken him. I don't know if this biceps tendon inflammation that he has will affect any sort of trade value he even might have had.
Well, the guy's already had a Tommy John's.
Yes, he has.
Going to be psyched about this? I don't think it would.
Teams are, I don't want to say desperate, but in that ballpark for pitching.
Yeah, but you don't want to. I mean, are you going to give up a lot on a risk for Marquez?
I mean, you might get.
Did you see his control the other day? He was all over the place, at least to start the game.
Well, how much of that was the biceps tendon inflammation? I don't know. And he has not. I mean, his numbers are terrible. All the other Rockies pitchers' numbers are terrible. But at least Freeland and Senzatella are coming off of like decent starts. Like one decent start, I'd call every single team. Like, did you see that decent start?
You know what? I don't know if worried's the right word, because it is what it is with this team. Don't like watching Austin Gomber talk to himself the way he did last night as he walked off the mound. Did you catch that?
No, I did not.
He was staring up at the sky and he was just mumbling, and you could tell he wasn't mad at anybody on his team. You could tell that was that was the Coors Field boogeyman in his mind. So,
well, Austin Gomber, it was hurt to start the season, made his debut a couple months in, had a good start, has been god-awful since.
Well, when they should have traded him while you would talk about a good start, you should have got rid of him while he was.
Yeah, I think it was last year. He had a pretty decent, good first half of last year. Dude, Hunter Goodman hadn't been great since the break, from what I've seen. Trade him. Is the value ever going to get any higher for this man?
He's got a bat. He was the All-Star.
Dude, I've seen, you know how many Rockies All-Stars I've seen? Like, they made an All-Star team.
No, I'm with you.
Then what?
Trust me, Spring, I'm with you. I'm just saying you leverage it to actually get something. The Rockies have to somehow put together a core of players that can actually come up at the same time. This is one of the hardest things about baseball. When you are starting from as scratch can be. We talked about the Broncos not having a foundation a couple years ago before Peyton showed up in these last 2 years. They're living in a swamp. They're living in a lake. You don't have any foundation. You're trying not to drown. They somehow have to find a way to get a group of, like Todd and the Toddlers. You can make fun of the nickname all you want. They had 8 or 9 guys ready to come up at one time. You don't have that right now.
Well, but that's going to happen when Ethan Holiday comes up, and that is at least 2 years away.
At least. That's if things go well. The kid, he's in high school.
Yes,
that could be 4 years away.
I know,
for all we know.
At least.
How long did it take Brendan Rodgers to get here? He was a high schooler.
That's why, unless you think that Hunter Goodman is going to be some reliable, stable catcher for the next 4+ years, will his value get any higher than right now? Trade him. That's something that this organization has never done. And hey, look, Austin Gomber last night.